In the year 547 of the Yong'an calendar, a night of impenetrable snow blanketed the county of Kuhai, located in the southern frontier of the Qi state. Outside a dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng discovered a severely injured and dying woman with a limp. Initially believing her to be merely a destitute refugee, he soon realized that she was entangled in a monumental secret. Years later, before the towering temple, a young man stood with his sword drawn, facing the moon, surrounded by a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. I am Wen Chaosheng. This time, I draw my sword to seek justice from the heavens. Chapter 1. In the snowstorm, the nameless woman. On the 25th day of the 12th month, in the year 547 of the Yong'an calendar, the last rays of the western sun cast a fleeting glance over the grassy expanse of Kuhai County before succumbing to slumber as darkness enveloped the land. The howling wind carried snowflakes like salt, cascading from the heavens and cloaking the mountains and trees in a shroud of white, transforming the landscape into a vast, desolate wilderness. Before long, a thick layer of snow accumulated. Eventually, the snow became like goose feathers, swirling chaotically in the wind, whisking away the scant starlight to an unknowable distance. Along a small path leading to a river and dense forest in the southern part of the county, a solitary figure gradually emerged, struggling to drag something through the snow towards the county town, leaving behind a long trail in his wake. The figure was a young man with a resolute expression and sharp features, though his skin was waxy and pale, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years old. He was wrapped in a deerskin coat stuffed with tattered rags and dry grass. Though he appeared bulky, the heavy clothing was no match for the relentless snowstorm. In truth, his lips had turned bluish from the cold, and should anyone approach to observe closely, they would notice his body trembling uncontrollably, with patches of exposed skin beginning to crack. The object he dragged was a nearly lifeless woman, laid upon a small wooden cart. The woman was covered in wounds from weapons, with blood staining her thin garments that offered no protection against the biting cold. It was the dead of winter in the Qi state, with the river frozen over. A person dressed as she was would hardly survive for even a quarter of an hour in such a ferocious blizzard. Yet, astonishingly, the woman buried beneath the snow still exhibited faint movements in her chest and breath at her nostrils. The young man paused intermittently, stopping every half-mile to rub his hands together, jump in place to shake off the accumulating snow, and check if the woman was still alive. When he crouched beside her for the third time, peering intently at her chest, the injured woman suddenly opened her eyes, her indifferent gaze locking onto him. Sensing her scrutiny, the young man remained unperturbed, his expression stoic. You best not think I'm taking advantage of you, or I shall leave you here to perish. Our encounter amidst this tempest is a great act of kindness. If you judge me with a petty heart, I shall let you lie in this icy snow for 3 months. The woman remained silent, not uttering a word. The young man then displayed his own frostbitten and stiffened hands, his voice quivering as he spoke. I can no longer feel your breath. You remain silent with your eyes shut, so I must watch your chest to determine if you are alive or dead. There lies at least 5 miles of treacherous terrain back, and with the snow sealing the mountain, the path is indeed perilous. I do not wish to drag a corpse back with me. After a prolonged silence, the woman weakly inquired in a voice reminiscent of the deceased, "Where are we going?" Surprised that she could still speak, the young man hurriedly resumed pulling the cart through the snowstorm, replying to a dilapidated temple a mile outside the county town. Though it is as cold as death there, with wind seeping through the cracks in the walls, the snow cannot enter. Last month, I implored Hunter Zhang for a long time, and he agreed to let me stay in a tree house that can shield me from the wind for the winter. Though his words are harsh, he has saved my life. Otherwise, with this heavy snow in the Qi state, I would surely perish in that broken temple. After I bring you there, I must return to fetch him a key. Pausing for a moment, he spoke with undeniable resolve. I cannot bring you to the treehouse, for I lack the strength to drag you up there through this storm. You shall remain in the temple, and I will return to check on you in the morning. If you survive, you survive. If not, I shall find a spot to bury you, having done all I could. The woman remained silent amidst the storm until she finally caught sight of the outline of the small, dilapidated temple in the distance, and weakly asked, "What is your name?" The young man hesitated for a moment before responding vaguely, "Wen Chaosheng." "What of your home?" She pressed. Wen Chaosheng, panting as he strained to pull her along, replied, "I am not a citizen of the Qi state. I am a refugee without identity here. Much of the time, I cannot enter the county town and reside in the dilapidated temple outside its borders. Where would you call home? The woman gazed at Wen Chaosheng's back, her eyes squinting, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes alert, until she finally closed her eyes and ceased speaking. Upon dragging the woman into the temple, both of them were covered in a layer of snow, resembling snowmen. As Wen Chaosheng had mentioned, the temple could shield them from the snow, but not from the wind. The night was bleak, and the wind howled like a blade. Should it continue to blow all night, it could indeed be lethal. With a determined effort, Wen Chaosheng pulled the woman down from the cart and placed her behind a half-buried statue, where the wind was slightly less fierce. Seeing the woman slip into unconsciousness, he gathered some dry grass from a corner of the temple, disregarding the dust and debris, and laid it over her. "May fortune favor you," he uttered, casting a glance at the exposed brick seams in the corner, hesitating for a moment before turning to leave. Outside, the darkness was impenetrable, and the storm raged on, the cold seeming to penetrate the snowy veil and seep into the very marrow of his bones. Wen Chaosheng gritted his teeth, disregarding the cracks in his hands, and plunged headlong into the tempest. Having traversed this realm for 3 years, he possessed nothing, not even the identity of a Qi citizen. He was deemed a refugee, expelled from the county town. Whenever the local officials were on duty, he and his fellow refugees could not enter. They were permitted entry only on the 3rd day of each month to petition for the identity of a Qi citizen. However, Kuhai County was a small frontier town, and according to Qi law, the annual quota for accepting foreigners was limited, primarily accommodating nationals from other states. With some silver or valuables slipped into the right hands, the county magistrate would often turn a blind eye. Yet for Wen Chaosheng, a refugee who had crossed over penniless and devoid of any possessions, bribing officials was a distant dream. Consequently, he was relegated to the outskirts of the county town, unable to set foot inside. Wen Chaosheng had diligently petitioned the county magistrate each month, seeking to obtain the identity of a Qi citizen, but each time he returned empty-handed. Eventually, the magistrate, exasperated by his persistence, laid out the conditions plainly. 10 taels of silver. If Wen Chaosheng could procure 10 taels, he would be granted a legitimate identity as a Qi citizen, along with a place to reside in Kuhai County, allowing him to work the fields like any other. Alternatively, he could live as a refugee for 3 years. If he survived, it would be deemed fate, and the magistrate would grant him citizenship. 10 taels of silver were an unattainable sum. For a mere refugee in this small county, even 5 taels would be a luxury reserved for the affluent. Over the past 3 years, merely surviving had proven to be an arduous endeavor. 3 years ago, during a bitter winter marked by heavy snowfall, an old black dog led the nearly frostbitten Wen Chaosheng to a dilapidated temple hidden among the underbrush and withered branches. The dog shared half a bowl of its unfinished meal, allowing Wen Chaosheng to endure the treacherous night of wind and snow. The dog's owner had ventured into the mountains years prior to seek a remedy for his ailing mother, only to later be rumored to have encountered a great beast, never to return. Since that fateful day, the old black dog had made a daily pilgrimage beyond the county town, waiting at a familiar hilltop for a well-known figure, undeterred by the harshest weather. The crumbling temple lay along the path the dog frequented. Calculating the passage of time, Wen Chaosheng realized that his 3-year wait was nearing its conclusion. On the 3rd day of the coming month, he would finally receive his identity as a citizen of Qi from the county magistrate, thus escaping the relentless struggle for survival that plagued his existence. At this moment, the most pressing concern was to endure the dreadful snowstorm that had arrived prematurely. Chapter 2. A blanket for a night's snow. No matter how arduous the path, it must be traversed. Wen Chaosheng understood that retreat was not an option. Battling through the blinding snow, he left behind a trail of indistinct footprints as he pressed onward, finally arriving at a small white wooden cabin located in the southeastern outskirts of the county town, a place that had aged alongside its inhabitants. The cabin's window was sealed with animal hides, obscuring the faint glow of an oil lamp within. Uncertain whether anyone inside was awake, Wen Chaosheng knocked vigorously on the door, the dull sound quickly swallowed by the howling wind and snow. After several attempts, the frost-laden door creaked open to reveal a weathered face, the hunter Zhang, who coldly regarded Wen Chaosheng and barked, "What time is it? Are you not sleeping while others are?" Before Wen Chaosheng could respond, Zhang tossed him a piece of deep blue cloth. The key was wrapped within. "Thank you." Wen Chaosheng managed to utter the first syllable before the door slammed shut once more. Without hesitation, He turned and strode away into the encroaching darkness. As he took a few steps, the silver-haired elder woman lying on the bed inside spoke up. "Old Zhang, why be so harsh? That boy does not seem bad. He has suffered terribly these 3 years. I have not seen him steal or harm anyone. The treehouse is empty anyway. It would not cause any trouble." Zhang, adding more fuel to the fire in the stone stove, did not respond to the elder, but instead shouted, "Damn the snow. It falls suddenly. By tomorrow, the mountains will be closed off. We will likely not be able to hunt. I will need to take a pick and break the ice on the river to see if I can catch a couple of fish to make some soup." The elder, understanding her husband's temperament, continued, "I know you are troubled. Times have been hard. But when Chaosheng mentioned that his 3-year pact with the county magistrate is nearly over, once he becomes a citizen of Qi, the magistrate will grant him land, and he will be able to support himself. Perhaps he could even help us with some small matters." Zhang abruptly turned to the elder, his tone urgent. 3-year pact? Nonsense. What sort of character does Lu Jin, the county magistrate, have? And who believes in a 3-year pact? Without money, how could he possibly allow the refugees into the county? Ridiculous. Bah! He spat into the fire, his voice heavy with despair. "Mark my words, that fool outside will not survive this winter. If I were 10 years younger, I could still lend him a hand, but now we are but clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, unable to save ourselves." The elder listened to Zhang's sharp words in silence for a long while before finally asking, "What if we move back to the county town and let him stay in this cabin for the winter?" Zhang did not reply. The firelight illuminated his aged face, shadows dancing in the crevices of his features. The elder was suddenly struck by a realization and fell silent, unable to speak further, closing her weary eyes with a deep sigh. The reason they had chosen to move out was due to the distance from Zhang's hunting grounds. In their youth, Zhang could traverse dozens of miles without breaking a sweat, but now, both were over 60, and the elder's ailments rendered her unable to walk far. Thus, Zhang had built a small cabin in Qingtian, allowing him to save at least 20 miles on his daily journeys, making it easier to hunt and care for her. The winter roads were notoriously treacherous, and this year's snowfall was more severe than in years past. Returning to the county would almost certainly mean risking Zhang's life. Over the past 2 years, her legs had ached terribly, leaving her unable to work the fields, relying entirely on Zhang's care to survive. She was acutely aware of their precarious situation, yet as she listened to the soft sound of snow falling outside, she could not help but think of their son who had gone off to war, buried in his blankets with a sigh. At that moment, when Chaosheng had laboriously reached the treehouse. His hands were almost completely numb, but fortunately, Zhang had left behind a wooden ladder. Had it merely been a rope hanging down, he might not have made it up. Summoning all his strength, he arrived at the treehouse door, carefully retrieving the key and unlocking it, tumbling inside and locking the door behind him. In an instant, the storm was kept at bay, and when Chaosheng felt as though he had been reborn in the pitch-black room, after groping around for a while, he suddenly froze, a sense of disbelief washing over him. He felt around in the corner and finally confirmed that it was indeed a blanket. Though worn and riddled with holes, to Wen Chaosheng, it was a lifeline. Having known Zhang for 3 years, though he appeared stern, Wen Chaosheng never imagined that this rugged old man would remember to leave a blanket for him in the treehouse. He dared not remove his clothes, but extracted the dry grass from within, wrapping the blanket around himself. As he felt his stiff body gradually warm, Wen Chaosheng spoke to himself with a hint of pride. Oh heavens, oh heavens. You did not expect this, did you? I am alive. I have survived. In just a few days, on the 3rd day of the coming month, I will be a true citizen of Qi. With land granted, a place to live, life will surely improve. As he spoke, his previously somber tone began to swell with excitement, a smile reappearing on his face after so long. But soon, that smile faded as a thought crossed his mind, a glint of an unusual intensity flashing in his eyes, only to vanish silently with the passage of time. As night deepened, the weary Wen Chaosheng gradually succumbed to sleep. With no rooster's crow to be heard in the mountains, he awoke the next morning to the gentle morning light filtering through the door crack. Startled awake, he disregarded the discomfort in his body, stretching his limbs before pulling the door open slightly, squinting to adjust to the brightness outside. He returned to the room, stuffing the dry grass back into his deerskin clothing, then concealed the key inside the treehouse before departing. Typically, the treehouse was solely frequented by Zhang, rendering a lock unnecessary, and the key was not required. Losing the key outside would create a far greater problem for him. Though Qi lay in the southern part of the Four Nations, it experienced sweltering summers and frigid winters. Once the heavy winter snow fell, it would not relent easily. Before spring blossoms appeared, the cold would only intensify day by day. Upon leaving the treehouse, Wen Chaosheng needed to busy himself with the day's sustenance, taking advantage of the snow-free daylight. However, before that, he needed to visit the dilapidated temple to check on the peculiar woman he had found in the mountains, to see if she was still alive. Chapter 3. The Great Fire consumed her surname after the heavy snowfall. The path became treacherous. Fortunately, the treehouse was not far from the dilapidated temple, and Wen Chaosheng reached it in no time. His intentions were straightforward. If the woman had perished, he would need to find a place to bury her swiftly. It was not spring or summer, but the depths of winter. Regardless of the troubles the woman bore, a simple grave dug into the earth would suffice. And after a night of snow, all traces would be erased, leaving no remnants behind. The reason he chose to rescue this injured and peculiar woman was merely because he saw in her the struggles of survival. She was battered yet still clung to life, evoking a sense of empathy within him. In Wen Chaosheng's eyes, he too was living on the edge of death, with the specter of illness or accident looming over him, ready to claim his life at any moment. The world was not lacking in practitioners of the arcane arts, who harnessed the essence of nature to fortify their bodies. Though they could not command the winds or seize the stars, their strength was formidable, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Yet, such feats felt distant to Wen Chaosheng, who dared not entertain such thoughts. His singular focus was survival, and his frailty afforded him a profound reverence for life. Upon entering the temple, Wen Chaosheng brushed aside the weeds behind the stone statue, preparing to collect the woman's body. In his eyes, she was beyond saving, and her existence was not meant to endure. However, as he cleared the foliage, he was met with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. She had endured the night, as harsh winds and snow. For reasons unknown, Wen Chaosheng found himself captivated by the light emanating from her gaze. The instant she opened her eyes, he was struck by the scent of death and blood. Though perhaps not entirely accurate, he felt an instinctual understanding that this woman had taken lives, countless lives. Yet, the terrifying intent in her gaze momentarily faded, returning to the vacant look from the previous night, her expression heavy with a sense of death. "I somewhat regret saving you," Wen Chaosheng stated candidly. "The wounds you bear are all from blades. I may not be a person of the martial world, but I can discern that these scars are not from a single source. Someone like you undoubtedly brings trouble, great trouble." The woman remained silent, her breath faint, as if lost in contemplation or awaiting her demise. Observing her state, Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What is your name?" To his surprise, the woman lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitating for a moment before replying, "A shui." Wen Chaosheng paused, taken aback. "No sernam." Her voice was low, almost a whisper, as if speaking to herself. "I once had one, but it was left behind in a city. A fire consumed it for 7 days and nights." Wen Chaosheng did not fully grasp the significance of her words, yet he sensed that this woman, if not troubled in mind, harbored an untold story. However, such matters could wait. If she were to die, it would simplify his task. He could merely find a pit in the snow to bury her. He had little interest in the tales that accompanied her. Now that she had not perished, he was at a loss regarding her fate. "What are your plans now?" he asked nonchalantly, implying that she should leave this place promptly. His food was hard won, especially in winter. An extra mouth to feed could mean the difference between life and death. He had no desire to share with a stranger of unknown origins. Yet, should she linger and perish before him due to starvation, he would feel an unwelcome burden of guilt, as though he had caused her demise. The best outcome would be for her to depart. When posed with this question, a shui's gaze wandered for a long while before she finally murmured, "I return to see my parents." Wen Chaosheng raised an eyebrow. "In Kuhai County?" A shui nodded slightly. "What are their names?" He continued, "My father's surname is Yun, called Yun Zijing. My mother's surname is Go, called Go Yu." Wen Chaosheng chuckled softly. "I haven't heard of them, but you are from the Qi Kingdom. If you have proof of identity, you could go directly to the county magistrate. However, considering you seem to lack funds, with Liu Jinchu's temperament, he likely won't assist you." After a brief pause, he declared with conviction, "No, he certainly will not help you. In any case, if you wish to go, then go. The county should be better than this desolate place. A Shui lay amidst a tangle of weeds, her hair disheveled, resembling a refugee more than Wen Chaosheng did. I haven't been back in many years, and I don't know the way or anyone there. Wen Chaosheng scoffed. What use is that to me? Do you think I know the way? A Shui suddenly recalled that Wen Chaosheng had mentioned being a refugee, not from the Qi kingdom, and that he rarely entered the county. Wen Chaosheng adjusted his attire, feeling the cold seep through, and stuffed some weeds into his deer hide for warmth before preparing to leave. I must warn you, there is little to eat outside. In winter, when the snow covers the ground, wild vegetables are scarce, and the small river will freeze over, thickly coated. Breaking the ice is a troublesome task, and even if one guards it for a day, they may not see a single fish. Without fish, I must consume the food given by Goye. But Goye is aging quickly, and this winter is particularly harsh. If I eat too much, I fear he may not endure. He glanced back at a Shui and concluded, in any case, there is nothing for you to eat. If you stay here, you will inevitably perish. A Shui seemed unconcerned about her situation and instead asked Wen Chaosheng an unimportant question. Who is Goye? Wen Chaosheng gestured toward the direction of the county. In an hour's time, you will see it. I warn you, regardless of your hunger, do not set your sights on Goye. Otherwise, I will fight you. He meant every word. A Shui did not respond but closed her eyes and fell asleep once more. Wen Chaosheng had no time to waste from his observations. The snowfall would not cease for long, possibly resuming within half a day, and the urgent need for food loomed over him. Continuing south for another 5 miles, he crossed over the undulating white hills to find a stone bridge, its surface lightly dusted with frost and snow, yet still revealing the scars of time. This bridge was older than Wen Chaosheng himself. Beneath it flowed a narrow ditch, the small river he often spoke of. However, after a night of heavy snow, the river had vanished, concealed beneath a blanket of ice, indistinguishable in the vast whiteness. Wen Chaosheng searched for the markers he had left the previous night and eventually found several wooden sticks firmly planted in the ice. These sticks were deliberately left by him, each cut from living trees and anchored in the mud below the ditch. The ice had been thin last night, making this task manageable. But now Wen Chaosheng would rely on these sticks to break the ice. He drew an axe from his deer hide, a prized possession tossed to him by a hunter, and with a sharp blow, he struck at the junction where the sticks met the ice, causing cracks to spiderweb around the area. This technique would not save him much energy, but would cleverly minimize the recoil on his hands. In this season, he lacked warmth and sustenance, leaving his limbs perpetually cold. Excessive recoil could render his grip unendurable. A severe injury would make winter unbearable. After delivering dozens of forceful strikes to the wooden sticks, the ice surface became riddled with cracks. He retreated to a safe distance and delivered one final blow to the most fractured spot. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, revealing a large hole. Wen Chaosheng peered into the opening, using a stick to gauge the thickness of the ice below. It was not particularly thick. Beneath the ice, the water was as clear as a mirror. He crouched beside it, observing for a while but saw no fish. This did not dishearten him, for Wen Chaosheng was not there in pursuit of fish. He had lived in this vicinity for 3 years. No one knew better than he whether the ditch held fish in winter. In the county of Kuhai, the fisherman Wen Chaosheng ventures north to the Chincha River and east to Mianhu, but he never travels south, for this small ditch, even during the spring and summer, seldom yields any fish. He breaks the ice to gauge its thickness, seeking the hibernating frogs. Typically, frogs prefer to take refuge in burrows or beneath thick layers of fallen leaves during their slumber, as the winter chill wards off nearly all predators, and they are seldom at risk of freezing to death. Thus, even a slightly concealed spot suffices for their hibernation. However, the frogs in this world are quite different. They favor hibernating in moist soil in groups. Once Wen Chaosheng has determined the area for today, he promptly begins his task. Although these frogs are rumored to be toxic, thorough cooking renders them harmless, and they possess a delightful flavor. They constitute Wen Chaosheng's primary sustenance during winter. Unfortunately, Kuhai County is barren, and while the quantity of such frogs is considerable, their distribution is too scattered. On a stroke of bad luck, it may take him 2 or 3 days to find even one. Chapter 4. A dog comes from the county town while Wen Chaosheng busies himself, a shui, sleeping amidst a pile of hay in a dilapidated temple, suddenly awakens. She lifts her gaze slightly, discovering a large black dog, its fur patchy, standing before her, clutching a dented iron box, surveying her as if to ascertain whether she is alive or dead. This odd-looking black dog, akin to Wen Chaosheng, is wrapped in deer hide, the knots bearing a striking resemblance to those on Wen Chaosheng's attire. Yet the dog's hide is stuffed not with hay, but with tightly packed cloth strips and a tattered pink woman's garment. As a shui gazes at the dog, it approaches, sniffs her, and then places the iron box beside her, stepping back a couple of paces. A shui faintly understands its intent, gently nudging the box open to find some congealed porridge inside. Although the box is dog food, it bears no foul odor, only the delightful fragrance of a rice porridge. Noticing the clean edges of the box, a shui realizes it must have been washed by someone, either Wen Chaosheng or the dog feeders in the county town. This discerning dog refrains from touching the food within the iron box, allowing her to eat first. After a moment's contemplation, a shui indeed lifts the box, scoops a little to taste, but after a few bites, returns it to the dog. The food fills her empty stomach slightly, granting her a modicum of strength as she leans against the base of a stone statue, closing her eyes, seemingly drifting off once more. The black dog, seeing her in this state, does not disturb her, but begins to eat, finishing every morsel from the iron box before carrying it to a corner of the stone temple and leaving it there, then dashing off towards a distant snow-covered hill. At noon, the snow has ceased and the sun shines brightly, casting a golden hue across the mountains, blinding to the eyes. On the other side of the ditch, the hunter Yong'an, clutching a dirty old fishing net, approaches the small ditch to the south, gazing at the icy surface. He rubs his hands together and picks up a pickaxe to begin breaking the ice. This endeavor is not easy, despite his greater strength compared to Wen Chaosheng. Age has taken its toll on his heart and lungs, and the biting winter wind feels like 1,000 needles piercing his chest, forcing him to rest frequently. As for fishing, the southern region is not the best choice. However, the county magistrate Liu Jinshi has already assigned officials and some rogues from the town to control the rivers in the north and east. Commoners wishing to fish there must pay taxes in advance. Liu Jinshi claims that these rivers and lakes belong to the public, and allowing them to provide for their families is a grand benefaction. If anyone is caught fishing without paying taxes, they face severe penalties, ranging from a few dozen lashes to imprisonment for 1 or 2 months. In his youth, Yong'an was robust and capable, having slain fierce wolves and even single-handedly trapped a tigress, earning some renown and saving a modest sum. However, in recent years, he has spent his savings on treating his wife Mi Feng's leg ailment, leaving him with little as various charlatans have swindled most of his meager savings. The meager provisions left for winter do not appeal to the county magistrate, so he refrains from seeking their help. After laboriously breaking the ice, Yong'an attempts to cast his net, but his movements seem clumsy. The patch of water he has just cleared is already showing signs of refreezing. His dark face betrays little change, save for his nose, reddened by the frigid air. In Kuhai County's past, hunters never fished. This was a lesson imparted by Yong'an's father and grandfather. Hunters were the reapers of the forests, their targets always the vigilant, formidable beasts, not the defenseless fish in the water. However, Yong'an no longer contemplates these matters. The cold of winter has dampened the fervor of his youth, and reality has shattered his pride. His sole focus now is how to endure this harsh winter with his wife. Winter days slip away like water in a bamboo basket. After a day of toil by the ditch, as Yong'an ponders whether to seek advice from fishermen in the county town, the softly falling snow merges with the light of the setting sun. He shields his eyes and gazes at the distant slanting sun, his dark face etched with an inexplicable bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, he seems to accept the reality, lowering his head to tidy up the mess around him. A layer of frost cascading from his brow. Today, he has returned empty-handed. The wind howls mournfully as Yong'an trudges back, carrying his pickaxe and the fishing net soaked with icy river water. The sky darkens swiftly, and the cutting wind becomes ever sharper. He keeps his head down while walking, trying to avoid the snowflakes that drift down into his eyes. Passing by a small stone bridge, he suddenly halts. On the bridge, he spots another pair of legs. The tattered trousers stuffed with hay and cloth strips could belong to none other than Wen Chaosheng. Zhang Liya glances at him, coldly remarking, "What are you doing here?" Wen Chaosheng, holding a bundle made of torn cloth, appears to have been waiting for a while, snow of varying depths clinging to him. "Waiting for you." Upon hearing this response, the hunter falls silent for a moment before gruffly saying, "There's nothing to eat today. Go back." Just as he is about to leave, Wen Chaosheng calls out to him, "I have something." He extends the cloth bundle towards Zhang Liya, who hesitates for a moment, refraining from taking it, only asking, "Rabbit or snake?" Wen Chaosheng replies, "Neither. It's frogs." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liya looks up, casting a glance at him before turning away without a backward glance. "I may be old, but I have not sunk so low as to eat such things." In the snow, his voice carries an unwavering disdain. Indeed, in Kuhai County, no one consumes frogs. The people harbor a natural aversion to these creatures, deeming them repugnant in appearance, hence also unpalatable in taste. Moreover, the frogs surrounding Kuhai County are toxic, regarded by the common folk as ominous symbols, further deterring anyone from consuming them. Not to mention, he is a hunter. In response to Zhang Liya's retort, Wen Chaosheng states, "These frogs are toxic, but once cooked, they are harmless. I have eaten them for 3 years, and they are not as terrible as rumored. They count as meat." Zhang Liya ignores him, focusing on his path. As his figure begins to be obscured by the wind and snow, Wen Chaosheng calls out again, "If you won't eat them, what about me? Won't she eat? I recall her health isn't good. In this cold, shouldn't she at least have some porridge?" Not far off, Zhang Liya suddenly halts. After a long pause, the dim figure becomes clearer as he silently approaches Wen Chaosheng, his dark visage now reflecting a degree of reluctant acquiescence. Wen Chaosheng extends the cloth bundle to him once more, saying, "You have helped me. I will not harm you. I have prepared and boiled the frog for you." Emphasizing the importance of this task, Zhang Luehu took a deep glance at Wen Chaosheng, received the cloth bundle handed to him, and turned to plunge into the snow. After taking a few steps, he raised his hand, shaking the bundle to disperse the swirling snowflakes. Wen Chaosheng understood that Zhang Luehu was expressing his gratitude. In the depths of the snowstorm, the silhouette of the old hunter bore the weight of a hero's twilight. A man who once ventured alone into the mountains to hunt fierce tigers had now fallen to the point of needing to consume frogs found in the muddy ground. Gazing at the direction in which Zhang Luehu had disappeared, the biting cold finally roused Wen Chaosheng from his reverie. He shook himself awake and, using the last remnants of the waning sunlight, hurried back. In his arms, concealed within a bundle of deer skin, lay 3 frozen frogs. The chill from the hay pervaded the air, and Wen Chaosheng's meager body warmth could not awaken the hibernating creatures, oblivious to their impending fate as soup. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng gathered firewood nearby and ignited a fire using flint and dry grass he had hidden away. He then dragged over a battered pot, tossed in some snow, and placed it on a makeshift stone stove. As the snow melted, he tossed the 3 frogs into the water. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Rising, he circled around and discovered a pile of split firewood beside the statue's base, causing him to shudder slightly. Moments later, a thought struck him as he crouched down to inspect the northeast corner of the temple. There, amidst the bricks, should have been a sharp, gleaming hatchet, but it was now nowhere to be found. A chill ran through Wen Chaosheng's heart as he reached out to search, only to hear the sound of delicate footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw a Shui, her thin frame cloaked in white, limping on her right leg, her left arm cradling a bundle of split wood, while her right hand held the sharp hatchet hidden within the temple wall. With a soft clatter, a Shui cast a casual glance at him before slowly walking to the fire, dropping the wood onto the ground, and sitting cross-legged beside it. When Chaosheng joined her by the fire, his gaze fixated on the hatchet in her hand. The flames danced dangerously along its edge, revealing a hidden menace. "Is this the knife you concealed?" a Shui asked, her disheveled hair framing her face. Though her appearance was ordinary, there was an unusual vigor in her brow that lent her an extraordinary allure. When Chaosheng stared at the knife, his eyelids flickering in the firelight. "It is merely a hatchet for chopping wood, not a weapon for murder," a Shui replied calmly. A hatchet would not be honed to such sharpness. The blade is too thin for chopping, and I can sense the aura of death upon it. Wen Chaosheng fell silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the blade. Eventually, the water in the pot began to boil, prompting him to set down the knife. He picked up a nearby stick, washed it in snow water outside, and stirred it into the pot. A fragrant aroma wafted upward with the rising steam. "Are you not searching for your parents? Why are you still here?" Wen Chaosheng inquired. He had buried Shuai's earlier question about the knife in the snow outside, blending into the vastness of winter, and Shuai did not press further on the topic. "The officials would not permit my entry," she replied. Wen Chaosheng looked at her and chuckled softly. "So you're a refugee?" "Not before, but now I am," Shuai answered. Wen Chaosheng retrieved a chipped bowl from the hay against the wall, filled it with soup, blew on it gently, and began to sip. "How intriguing. The fierce wind outside has blown all night, but could not extinguish your existence. You must not be an ordinary person. I sharpen the hatchet hidden in the wall regularly. It is quite sharp. You should be able to pass the guards at the county town with it." Shuai did not glance at the hatchet, but stirred the soup in the pot thoughtfully and said, "After many years, I finally return. I do not wish to bring blood debts back to my homeland." After finishing the bowl of soup, warmth spread through Wen Chaosheng's limbs, and he felt the heat coursing through his veins. Leaning against the crumbling statue's base, he offered his bowl to Shuai, saying, "You are fortunate. I found 8 frogs today, gave 5 to Zhang Luehu, and have 3 left. The heavy snow outside ensures that tonight's frog soup will be filling." Shuai did not mind and took a bowl of hot soup for herself, swaying it gently before drinking. Wen Chaosheng, feeling warm, opened up a conversation. "Your father's surname is Yun, so yours should be Yun as well. Why are you not called Yin Shuai?" Shuai shook her head. "I do not take my father's surname, nor my mother's." Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow. "Why?" Shuai raised her gaze, casting a glance at him. Her tone is calm and deep as a still lake. "Whoever asks this question shall perish." Recalling the moment Shuai awoke that morning, Wen Chaosheng understood she was not joking. He shook his head. "Then I do not wish to know. It is not worth losing a life over a secret." Shuai took another sip of her soup and explained, "You are not entirely wrong. I am indeed entangled in a tremendous dilemma. Some truths hang over me like a guillotine, and learning them may cost me my life one day. Hence, the less you know, the safer you are. Though your life is wretched, you are a decent person, and I do not wish to bring harm to you." Then, she seemed to recall something, her gaze flickering as she set down her bowl of soup and said, "Today, the county guards told me that on the 3rd day of every month, refugees can enter the county to apply for the status of Chi people. You struggle outside? Why do you not go to the county?" Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng fell silent for a moment before responding, "I will go next month." Shuai scrutinized the subtle ripples in his expression, her tone rising slightly. "Did you not go this month?" "I did." "Did you not go last month?" "I went." "I have been going for the past 3 months," she said, gently stirring the frog soup with a stick. "Then I know whom you intend to kill." Wen Chaosheng regarded the woman stirring the soup with a smile, skeptically asking, "Whom do I intend to kill?" Shuai fixed her gaze on the bubbling broth, her lips parting lightly as if thunderstruck. "You intend to kill the magistrate of Kuhai County." Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Wen Chaosheng's face, and the flickering light in his eyes began to swell with murderous intent. Shuai poured another bowl of soup and steadily offered it to Wen Chaosheng, tapping the rim of the bowl with her fingertip, the crisp sound pulling him back to reality. "Why do you wish to kill him?" Wen Chaosheng asked, staring into the soup before taking a few gulps, feeling a fierce heat in his chest and abdomen. After a long silence, he recounted to Shuai the 3-year pact he had made with the magistrate. Upon finishing, he bowed his head, his voice imbued with an unprecedented coldness and stillness. "Each time I visit the county office, the guards look at me as if I were a stray dog by the roadside, their eyes filled with mockery, disdain, and the smugness of one who has just played with a fool. I have to accept that. Having lived outside the county for 3 years, I have eaten dog food, gnawed on tree bark, consumed insects, and even earthworms." As he spoke, Wen Chaosheng raised his head, grinning at Shuai, "You have never eaten that, have you? 1 bite is all it takes, and it is the foulest flavor from the depths of the earth. Even wild cats and dogs refuse it. Yet I have eaten it, and quite a bit too. For 3 years, I have lived more wretchedly than a dog, sometimes feeling as if I truly am a dog. Many times I have thought of ending it all, yet I could not bring myself to do so. I know Lu Jinshi made the 3-year pact with me merely to rid himself of me, to find an excuse to brush me aside. But one should always harbor hope, especially someone like me, whose life is so miserable. Hope is the most precious treasure for us. It is more important than anything else. I refuse to live like a dog. Therefore, I shall grasp any glimmer of hope to become a human with unwavering determination. The flickering flames cast a transient glow upon Shui's visage, her eyes shimmering as if ripples danced within. If that is the case, why do you still sharpen your knife? Wen Chaosheng, with resolute and decisive movements, added kindling to the fire. After 3 years of hardship, I have accumulated numerous ailments. Yet, through the vigor of youth, I have persevered. Continued like this, my days are surely numbered. As the 3-year pact approaches, should he breach it, I shall confront him with this very knife. To exchange a worthless life for a better one is not a loss. At this juncture, he and Shui exchanged glances, the flames within their pupils burning bright and fierce. With an unprecedented seriousness, Wen Chaosheng articulated, I have lived here like a wild dog for 3 years. Before I die, I must become a person. Chapter 6. The braised pork arrives amidst the snow when Chaosheng's last words pierced like a sharp blade into the heart, leaving Shui momentarily dazed. She bit her lip, her thoughts adrift for a while, before she turned her gaze away from him, looking instead at the swirling snow outside. Within her eyes reflected countless snowflakes racing through the tempest. As she remarked, the county of Kuhai is prosperous. Yet, as a local official, he cannot even tolerate a single refugee. Truly despicable. Wen Chaosheng picked up 2 dry twigs from the ground and deftly caught a ripe frog, savoring it slowly. The tender flesh of the frog, devoid of seasoning, became the most exquisite delicacy on this snowy night. This is the first time I have heard of Kuhai County's prosperity. He spoke indistinctly. In truth, only the county magistrate Lu Jinshi enjoys true abundance. As for the common folk, many are on the brink of destitution. Zhang, the hunter who once resided in the western part of the town, was renowned as the most illustrious hunter in Kuhai County a decade ago, single-handedly capturing tigers. Oh, how glorious! It is a feat that many dare not attempt in a lifetime. Yet now, such a once glorious figure has fallen to consume frogs in the mud just like me. Shui's eyes glimmered with a subtle light, her tone tinged with urgency. No, this cannot be right. Clearly, Kuhai County enjoys favorable weather, maintains social order, and its people live in peace and contentment. How could it be? Wen Chaosheng meticulously chewed the bones of the frog, swallowing them down. Where did you acquire this information? Shui opened her mouth, only to hesitate and, after a moment of silence, replied, a friend. Wen Chaosheng chuckled, and after his laughter subsided, he said, then you ought to keep your distance from this friend in the future. A mouth full of lies can betray you before you even realize it. Shui's expression remained impassive, lost in thought. After Wen Chaosheng finished the 2 frogs in the pot, he rose and stepped outside the dilapidated temple to wash his hands in the snow piled on the steps. I shall leave a pot of soup for you. I must return now. Shui recalled something and casually inquired, did you make the tattered clothes on that black dog? Without turning around, Wen Chaosheng's voice faded into the distance. It was the dog that brought me here. It saved my life, and I cannot bear to see it perish in this snow. This connection, when considered, means that you too were saved by the dog. Shui watched as Wen Chaosheng's dark silhouette traversed the swirling snow, disappearing into the depths of the night. She lingered in thought for a moment before serving herself a bowl of soup and sipping it slowly. The following day, the snow continued to fall. Wen Chaosheng leaned against the bedding left by the old hunter, enduring another night. He departed the tree house early, intending to seek fortune by the ditches once more. As he passed the small stone bridge again, he unexpectedly spotted a dark figure. Upon approaching, he discovered it was the old hunter. The old hunter, draped in white frost, appeared to have been waiting on the stone bridge for quite some time, carrying some familiar digging tools. Upon locking gazes, Wen Chaosheng initiated the conversation. Did me exhibit any abnormalities last night? The old hunter mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement, gazing at Wen Chaosheng, seemingly wanting to say something. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Wen Chaosheng understood entirely. The old hunter intended to accompany him in the search for frogs, but he felt too embarrassed to articulate this. Zhang, the hunter, was regarded as the best among his peers in Kuhai County, having enjoyed a prominent career, his achievements celebrated. Yet now, he found himself reduced to consulting a refugee on how to catch frogs for sustenance. This act was akin to discarding the pride and dignity he had built over decades. Zhang was a proud man. Wen Chaosheng had never doubted this. The only thing that could compel him to compromise was his wife, who had accompanied him for most of his life. Today, with the snow falling, do not harbor excessive hopes. These creatures are not as easy to find as one might believe. There were times I spent 2 or 3 days without finding frogs to eat. But if we work together, the situation may improve. Wen Chaosheng guided the taciturn old hunter in the search for frogs, sharing his insights and techniques with him. The old hunter was not an ordinary individual, but a seasoned hunter with a keen sense of smell. Although he had aged, some instincts ingrained in his very bones would not easily fade. With the old hunter's assistance, their range expanded threefold, and their efficiency improved, yielding 12 frogs, an increase from the previous day's catch. While their fortunes were not as favorable as before, they still fared better. As the sun dipped below the western hills, the old hunter's weathered, dark visage bore a rare look of vitality. He meticulously counted the frogs in the snakeskin bag, repeating the count 3 times before offering half to Wen Chaosheng, who only accepted 4. In truth, he had only found 3 frogs. The rest were dug up by the old hunter. Wen Chaosheng pondered whether there was a novice protection mechanism akin to fishing, or perhaps the old hunter, with decades of experience, indeed possessed skills and discernment beyond his own. Ultimately, he declined the 2 frogs the old hunter insisted he take, advising him to ration his food, for they might not be able to catch frogs every day. Any uneaten frogs should be buried in the snow. Once they warm up, they will awaken from hibernation. After parting ways, Wen Chaosheng returned to the dilapidated temple. Today, a Shui was absent. It was unclear whether she had left or gone to the county town. In her absence, the temple regained its former desolation. Wen Chaosheng sighed in relief, as he usually prepared a pot of soup with the frogs. During this time, he checked a corner of the temple where the well-honed hatchet was still stored. After consuming the frogs, he counted the days and spoke to the swirling snow outside. The new year is approaching. A millennium ago, this world was unified under a single dynasty, but following the death of Emperor Yuan, the realm fractured into 4 nations: Nanxi, Beiyin, Dongzhou, and Xichun. In pursuit of unity, these nations waged endless wars, each refusing to yield. It was not until over 500 years ago that the cultivators from the heavenly realms of each nation united to quell the turmoil, leading the 4 kings to sign a treaty and establish the era named Yong'an. Thus, the wars finally ceased. However, Wen Chaosheng sometimes mused that perhaps he would have lived with more dignity in those chaotic times. After finishing his meal, he returned to the treehouse. For the following 4 days, he did not see a Shui. Wen Chaosheng perceived this as a good sign, as it indicated either that a Shui had found her parents or had departed from this place. In any case, her absence meant that trouble had also left, and he need not share his precious food with this unpredictable and perilous woman. On New Year's Eve, the wind and snow were particularly fierce and frigid. Wen Chaosheng, having lingered outside the county to hear the distant sounds of celebratory firecrackers, nearly froze on his way back. When he returned to the dilapidated temple to light a fire, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and it took 3 bowls of hot soup for him to regain warmth. Once warmed, he leaned against the stone statue to rest, mentally rehearsing how he would approach County Magistrate Lu Jinshi next month to request his identity. If the magistrate were to refuse, he contemplated how he might confront him. The manner of wielding the knife, be it horizontally or vertically, whether to deliver 2 strokes or 3, and whether to strike the neck or the abdomen, are matters that must be contemplated in advance. Although Wen Chaosheng has never taken a life, he understands that life and death can be decided in an instant. Lu Jinshi is surrounded by sycophants, and should he hesitate for even a moment, the opportunity may slip away. Lost in thought, He was oblivious to the increasingly distinct sound of footsteps in the snowstorm behind him. It was only when a melodious female voice called out that he was jolted back to reality. "Chaosheng, are you there?" Turning around, Wen Chaosheng beheld a petite girl clad in a red fur coat, wrapped in a layer of sheepskin blanket, standing at the temple entrance. Her lips were pursed, and her delicate face had turned pale from the biting wind and snow. Upon spotting Wen Chaosheng, her eyes sparkled, and she broke into a smile, quickly running to sit by the fire near the statue. As she spread the sheepskin blanket, snowflakes scattered all around, only to dissolve seamlessly in the glow of the fire. "Today is New Year's Day. What brings you here?" Wen Chaosheng inquired, surprised as he gazed at the girl seated across from him. She placed a food basket before him, rubbed her cold little hands together, her face displaying a mix of shyness and innocence. In a low voice, she replied, "Yes, it is New Year's. Mama said everyone should take a break, and she even spent her own money to treat my sisters and me to braised pork. I secretly brought some with me." Feeling a sudden wave of nervousness as she looked into Wen Chaosheng's eyes, which sparkled like flames, she forgot her next words. Her cheeks flushed from the effort of holding back her excitement. Finally, she took a deep breath, glanced aside, and opened her soft, pale hands towards the food basket, saying, "Anyway, I want to share with you." Chapter 7. A journey through the snow in Kuhai County. There exists a Yong'an Tower, one of the only two places in the county known for its vibrant nightlife, situated in the east of the town. Aside from providing special services for the county's elite, it also offers exquisite dishes and fine wines. Storytellers frequently visit to share tales, and some self-proclaimed literati come to recite poetry. Although their words might be nonsensical, a mere wave of silver or copper coins could elicit laughter and applause from the adorned young women. Beyond this, the Yong'an Tower boasts a unique feature: a qin player. While individuals knowledgeable in music are not uncommon, Kuhai County, situated on the southern border of the Qi Kingdom, is characterized by its barren soil and poor road conditions. Furthermore, the routes leading to prosperous towns are fraught with dangers, often besieged by bandits and robbers. Consequently, aside from merchant caravans, few dare to venture here. Thus, the qin player becomes a rare gem, adding a distinctive charm to this neglected land. Xiaohong is that qin player, orphaned by the drought in her childhood. She was taken in by Song Qinan, the owner of the Yong'an Tower, when she was on the verge of starving on the streets. Initially, she was relegated to menial chores in the back courtyard, but Song Qinan later stumbled upon her innate musical talent and, moved by her pitiable yet diligent nature, gifted her subpar guqin. From that day forth, after completing her tasks, Xiaohong would play the guqin, teaching herself through exploration despite the absence of a formal instructor. In the span of 3 to 5 years, she became the sole qin player in this remote county. Now at the age of 16, her encounter with Wen Chaosheng was serendipitous. 2 months ago, during the 50th birthday celebration of the county magistrate Lu Jinshi, both Shi Cheng's Xilanfang and Dong Cheng's Yong'an Tower prepared to honor him. Neither side wished to miss this opportunity to showcase their talents, as it could greatly influence their future fortunes. Both were frantically preparing, weighed down by the pressure, having never faced such a spectacle. Xiaohong sought to compose a new piece, but found herself increasingly anxious under the immense pressure, her practice becoming frantic. Unable to sleep at night, she, being the only qin player in the county, felt isolated in her frustrations, unable to confide in anyone. Thus, on a sunny day, she took her guqin and ventured to the outskirts of the southern county, hoping to find solace in nature. It was there that she encountered Wen Chaosheng, who was chopping wood. Does Wen Chaosheng understand music? Not at all. However, before his journey to this world, he had been exposed to a wide array of melodies, sorrowful, joyful, passionate, and serene, each indelibly etched in his memory. Upon learning of Xiaohong's troubles, he hummed a few lively tunes based on her descriptions, which she then adapted on her guqin. This piece ultimately helped her navigate the birthday banquet smoothly, bringing her a moment of glory. Today, the braised pork she brought through the snow serves as her token of gratitude for the melody he had taught her 2 months prior. Observing the girl's nervous demeanor, Wen Chaosheng opened the food basket, discovering that the braised pork had already turned cold and hard. Yet, this posed no issue. A brief steaming would suffice. As the meat steamed, Wen Chaosheng inquired, "Are the townsfolk setting off fireworks?" Si Xiaohong nodded. Yes, it is New Year's Day. The Yong'an Tower is closed, and many wealthy patrons in the county have commissioned an array of fireworks. The county magistrate is also present, creating quite the lively atmosphere. When the fire ignites, the dark sky bursts into countless stars. Afterward, noticing Wen Chaosheng lost in thought, she suggested, the snowstorm is fierce, and since it's New Year's, the guards have likely fled their posts. If you wish to see, we could sneak in and have a look without anyone noticing. She was aware of some rumors surrounding Wen Chaosheng, having discussed music with him previously. Yet, Wen Chaosheng did not respond to her suggestion, but instead asked, Si Xiaohong, would you like to eat a bit more? She waved her hand. No, I'm quite full tonight. As she spoke, she leaned forward to sniff the frogs simmering in the pot, her petite nose wrinkling in curiosity. I heard one of the sisters of the Yong'an Tower say that frogs buried in mud taste quite good. I didn't expect it to be true. When Chaosheng was taken aback, people in the county actually eat this? Si Xiaohong's delicate face gradually regained its rosy hue in the firelight. Generally, people don't eat it, but that sister enjoys cooking unusual dishes. She once fried a dozen red centipedes and served them with sauce, which horrified my sisters. When Chaosheng chuckled at her words. Once the meat was ready, he ate it with rice in front of Si Xiaohong, finishing every morsel, and then poured a bowl of hot soup, eagerly downing it. This was the first time he had eaten so abundantly, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Once he felt warmth spreading through his limbs, he turned to Si Xiaohong and said, It's getting late, Si Xiaohong. Let us head back to the county. She acquiesced with a nod, not rushing to eat the frogs in the pot, when Chaosheng added more firewood to ensure the flames would not extinguish anytime soon. Then, he picked up the food basket brought by Si Xiaohong, and, with her wrapped back in a sheepskin blanket, they ventured into the heavy snow together. The wind and snow howled, and soon they resembled two snow figures, one tall and one short, swaying under the starlight as they trudged through the deep snow, the crunching sound echoing around them. The dilapidated temple was not far from the county, merely a mile away. As they approached, they could see the brilliant fireworks blooming in the distant sky and hear the applause resonating above. Si Xiaohong excitedly called out, extending her frozen red hand to pat Wen Chaosheng's back, signaling him to look at the colorful, fleeting stars in the sky. Yet, she lost her footing, and as Wen Chaosheng turned around, she fell to the ground, her small face instantly covered in a layer of snow, resembling a ghost. Fortunately, the snow was deep enough that she was unscathed. When Chaosheng slowly bent down, struggling to pull Si Xiaohong from the snowdrift, and helped her wrap the snow-covered sheepskin blanket around her again. This time, the girl fell silent, pouting as she carefully watched her step. Upon reaching the outskirts of the county, they found that there were indeed no guards present. The city gate opened a modest gap. Si Xiaohong pointed at it and turned to Wen Chaosheng with a smile, saying, Look, they have all left. Wen Chaosheng did not respond but returned the food basket to her, urging, The snow is heavy. You should hurry back. Si Xiaohong's smile faltered as she gazed at Wen Chaosheng, whose body was covered in snow, and asked, Brother Chaosheng, aren't you going to see the fireworks? Wen Chaosheng replied, No. Si Xiaohong pressed, Then why are you still here? To which Wen Chaosheng responded, The snow is heavy. I will see you home. With that, he waved goodbye to Si Xiaohong and turned back without a glance. As he walked, his legs grew numb from the cold, a serious matter indeed. While frostbite might heal, deeper issues could lead to paralysis. Fireworks? What did such festivities matter to a fugitive like him? He needed his legs intact. If he were to become a citizen of Qi, they would be indispensable. If not, he might need them to deal with County Magistrate Lu Jinshi. Si Xiaohong stood at the county gate, wrapped in a sheepskin blanket, gazing at Wen Chaosheng's figure disappearing into the snowstorm, her lips pressed together for a long while. The blurred white obscured her vision, and though she could no longer see him, she hesitated to leave. Finally, driven by the unrelenting cold, she stomped her feet and turned back towards the town. Chapter 8. Before the temple. A sharp cut. Why am I called Xiaohong? My mother says that the more humble the name, the easier it is to raise a child. But as a girl, my name cannot be too humble. I must have some dignity. Brother Chaosheng, are you truly a spy from another country? Who said that? Neighborhood gossip, apparently originating from the county office. And what do you think? Which country do you suspect I belong to? I don't think you resemble a spy. Why is that? Because if you were a spy, Lu Jinshe would be eager to capture you. Haha, you make a valid point. Oh, by the way, Xiaohong, refrain from mentioning Lu Jinshe in front of others. They call him county magistrate, and you should too. All right, Brother Chaosheng, could you hum that tune again? Inside the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng stared into the bubbling pot, where he envisioned the scene from earlier, sitting on the small stone bridge with Si Xiaohong. He became lost in thought. Among his few pleasant memories, Si Xiaohong was like a stone that suddenly splashed into the water, swift and unexpected. When he was with her, he could temporarily forget the weight of reality. Tonight was colder than usual, yet when Chaosheng lingered in the temple for half an hour more, until the snow melt and the pot boiled dry, and the firewood turned to ash, only then did he use 2 dry twigs to retrieve the nearly boiled frog, consuming it piece by piece. This half hour of reminiscence was a unique indulgence he granted to Si Xiaohong. It was not for the bowl of braised meat nor the melodies from 2 months prior, but rather for the reflection of a familiar yet foreign person in her bright eyes. When she looked at him, he could always glimpse a version of himself that was both known and alien. Thus, after finishing the frog, when Chaosheng resumed sharpening his knife on that frigid snowy night, time was running short. He could not afford to die like a mere animal. He silently urged himself, as the sound and chill of the knife against the sharpening stone seeped into his bones. His entire body trembled, yet his hands remained steady as he sharpened. The sharper the blade, the more his heart distrusted Lu Jinshe. He wanted to live more than anyone else because, having faced death once, he feared it even more. Yet, for the past 3 years, it seemed he had been preparing for his demise. After an indeterminate time, a flurry of snow drifted outside the temple, interrupting Wen Chaosheng's sharpening. When he looked up, he saw a figure clad in black standing at the temple entrance. The person held a sword in one hand, their gaze as icy as the winter air, radiating an aura that rendered Wen Chaosheng immobile. In the past 3 years, he had never encountered a martial artist, nor did he know how fearsome they could be. He had thought they resembled the chivalrous heroes from tales, but the presence before him made him realize he had misjudged. The black-clad figure stood there, their imposing aura suffocating him. Wen Chaosheng had no doubt that to this person, ending his life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. But why had such a being appeared in Kuhai Town? Boy, I need to inquire about someone. The black-clad figure spoke in a gravelly voice. Have you seen a woman with an oval face, somewhat slender, about 8 feet tall, likely bearing numerous scars from blades? In this world, 1 foot roughly equated to 20 to 22 centimeters, making 8 feet approximately 160 to 180 centimeters tall, aligning with a shui's height. Coupled with the latter part of the inquiry, Wen Chaosheng deduced that this person was indeed searching for a shui. A woman came by a few days ago. I'm unsure if she is the one you seek. She didn't say much and left on her own. Wen Chaosheng didn't fully conceal the truth, but neither did he lay everything bare. The individual seemed to be seeking trouble. He could not afford to reveal any connection to a shui, lest he invite disaster. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure pressed further. In which direction did she go? Wen Chaosheng pondered for a moment. I wasn't present when she departed. But if she was severely injured, as you said, she would either head to the county for healing or procure a swift horse to travel east towards the Zhao kingdom across the wilderness. However, this year, the snow in Qi has fallen heavily and quickly, covering the plains with a layer thick enough to reach one's knees. Her chances of making it to Zhao are slim. Even if she can endure, the horse would not. The black-clad figure's gaze was piercing, and without a word, the thumb of the hand holding the sword began to slide out of its sheath. The sound was soft, yet it was anything but pleasant. When Chaosheng tightened his grip on the sharpened machete, raising his eyes to meet the black-clad figure's, asking, "Do you intend to kill me?" The black-clad figure did not shy away to silence you. Wen Chaosheng's breath quickened. Is there no room for negotiation? The black-clad figure drew the sword partially from its sheath, the glint of the blade bringing the biting cold of the falling snow into the temple. Typically, negotiation is reserved for those who share humanity. You exist in such a state, worse than the cats and dogs in the county town. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to live. Yet you dare speak of negotiation? When Chaosheng gripped the machete tightly, his gaze fixed on the black-clad figure, showing no fear. Then come at me. Seeing Wen Chaosheng daring to point a knife at him, the black-clad figure's eyes turned even colder, feeling a sense of insult. He struck without hesitation, his attack ruthless. The first strike aimed straight for Wen Chaosheng's armed arm. He wanted to demonstrate the disparity between them, to ensure that Wen Chaosheng would die in fear and regret. The black-clad figure's sword was exceptionally swift. Wen Chaosheng could see the down of birds fluttering in autumn, yet he could not discern the sword's trajectory. Nevertheless, Wen Chaosheng responded instinctively. He did not plan to survive. He merely wished to strike once before death claimed him. With every ounce of courage, he swung his blade, unyielding. In that fleeting moment wrapped in the embrace of death, Wen Chaosheng unexpectedly smiled, the sharpened edge of the machete reflecting half of his profile, revealing the courage only a cornered beast possesses. This strike, though the sword was quicker, the blade was slower. Yet, the black-clad figure's sword failed to find its mark, while Wen Chaosheng's knife successfully slashed across the black-clad figure's arm. The sparks ignited by the clash of steel seemed almost real, searing the wound with heat. The black-clad figure's eyes widened as pain surged through him, and only then did he realize that his arm was bleeding profusely onto the ground. "How can this be?" he murmured, suddenly glancing behind him. A woman, her entire body blanketed in snow, stood there, gazing intently at him amidst the hazy, desolate surroundings. Moments ago, a snowball had soared through the tempestuous storm, striking his sword arm just as he was poised to strike down Wen Chaosheng, causing his blow to land in empty air. The figure clad in black uttered not a word, yet a second strike was already descending from behind. Again, it was Wen Chaosheng's erratic attack. Although the shadowy figure did not turn, his body instinctively shifted to evade the blow. In the meantime, the snow-laden woman launched another snowball, which struck the black-clad man's leg, momentarily hindering his movement. It was this fleeting pause that allowed Wen Chaosheng to deliver a fatal blow to the black figure's neck. Warm blood gushing forth from the wound as the man stared wide-eyed, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wen Chaosheng's strike was merciless. The protective aura around the black-clad man had been shattered by the snowball, rendering his flesh vulnerable to such a desperate attack. His head was cleaved nearly in half, held together only by a thin layer of flesh, and, as his body fell, the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed, leaving only the flickering flames of the fire in his gaze. Wen Chaosheng, drenched in blood, sank to the ground, half kneeling before the corpse, gasping for breath, his trembling hand clutching the sword. A woman named Shui entered the dilapidated temple, shaking off the snow, and approached him, asking if he still had strength left. Wen Chaosheng, still panting, replied, "What for?" Shui pointed to the body of the black-clad man, stating, "You killed him, you bury him." Ignoring her, Wen Chaosheng sat down heavily, leaning against the base of a stone statue, his voice trembling, uncertain if it was from the cold or the aftermath of taking a life. "He came for you. I should not have saved you. I nearly died." Shui replied matter-of-factly, "You should have saved me. Had you not, you truly would have perished." Wen Chaosheng fell silent, too breathless to counter her words. "Just now, you were helping me, right? This fool was utterly foolish. How could he dare seek you out when you are so formidable?" Shui crouched over the corpse, rummaging through its belongings, extracting a peculiar jade pendant tied with a black cord, intricately engraved with the pattern of a river and inscribed on the back with the characters Wang Chuan. "He is certainly not alone," Shui remarked calmly. "Moreover, my name is worth a fortune, far beyond what you can imagine." Wen Chaosheng was taken aback and asked, "Why is that?" Shui met his gaze, a glimmer of pity and coldness passing through her eyes. "Because of my surname." Wen Chaosheng questioned, "A surname can be so valuable?" Shui pocketed the pendant in the tattered fabric of her clothing, saying, "But this surname cannot be cleansed, even after burning for 7 days and nights. Do you think it has no value?" Chapter 9. I invite you for a drink. Will you come? Wen Chaosheng stared blankly at the solidified blood on the ground, muttering, "Oh, the only place capable of cooking is gone, having taken a life." He feared that the accomplices would soon trace it back to him. Shui suggested, "Bury him quickly. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know." Wen Chaosheng parted his collar, revealing scraps of cloth and straw. "I cannot bury him. The wind and snow outside would kill me if I ventured out for half an hour. As long as the snow persists, this body must remain here." After a moment, He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The good news is he won't smell. A Shui observed the corpse and furrowed her brow, then said to Wen Chaosheng, "Give me the knife." Wen Chaosheng tossed the blade to her, which she caught deftly. With one hand wielding the knife and the other dragging the black-clad man's body into the blinding snowstorm, she departed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a Shui returned, limping back to the dilapidated temple. Wen Chaosheng remained, clearing the bloodstains from the floor by bringing in snow from outside. Wen Chaosheng turned his head to her and asked, "Did you bury him?" A Shui replied, "No. I broke the ice in the channel, chopped him up, and tossed the pieces into the ditch." She returned the knife to Wen Chaosheng, now spotless and pristine. "You can come back any time. I will stay in this temple for a while." Wen Chaosheng paused in his task, looking up at a Shui. "On the 3rd day of next month, I intend to seek out Liu Jinshi one last time. Regardless of the outcome, I will not return here." Indeed, that was his plan. Should he succeed, he could reside in the county. Should he fail, both he and Liu Jinshi would meet their demise. A Shui offered no response, and when Chaosheng ceased his cleaning, as it was evident she intended to confront this mess directly, rendering the matter of leaving traces moot. Before departing, he asked a Shui, "By the way, you weren't here these past few days. You went to find your parents, didn't you? Did you find them?" A Shui, playing with a piece of firewood, pondered for a long time before answering evasively, "Come to the temple at noon tomorrow. I will treat you to a drink." She turned to Wen Chaosheng and inquired, "Will you come?" Wen Chaosheng exchanged a glance with her, and after a moment, replied, "I will." He returned to the tree house, wrapping himself in the worn quilt, his hand still trembling uncontrollably. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had killed one of his kind, though it was for self-preservation. The visceral sensation of the blade slicing through flesh ignited a fervor within him, imparting a profound understanding. In this world, to safeguard oneself, a blade is far more tangible and effective than the law. The night passed, and the next morning, Wen Chaosheng accompanied the old hunter to catch 4 frogs, taking none for himself, merely stating that he had not finished the previous day's meal. As the old hunter observed Wen Chaosheng depart, he called out to him, and upon Wen Chaosheng turning back, he said, "I have a heated Kong in my house in Qingtian. My wife said if you cannot endure, you may come stay." Wen Chaosheng nodded in acknowledgement, thanking the old hunter. The old hunter continued, "Liu Jinshi is not to be trusted. Some of his words are unreliable." Wen Chaosheng remained silent for a moment before responding, "Understood, old Zhang." Without looking back, he walked away, while old Zhang gazed at his retreating figure, his weathered eyes filled with complex emotions, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Ultimately, he sighed and returned to his wooden house in Qingtian. Shaking off the snow at the door, he entered, where an elderly woman named Mi Fong lay on the bed. She asked old Zhang, "Didn't Ti Chaosheng come back with you?" Old Zhang filled a pot with clean snow water to melt it, his voice muffled. "He did not come." Mi if in a hippos, then murmured, "In such heavy snow, how can he endure in a treehouse with only a tattered quilt?" She sighed, "It's almost the 3rd day." Old Zhang's grip on the spoon tightened unconsciously as he turned to his wife. Mi Fong felt uneasy under his gaze and asked old Zhang, "Why are you looking at me?" Old Zhang regained his composure, averting his eyes, reluctant to voice his concerns. When parting from Wen Chaosheng at noon today, he sensed the aura of bloodshed surrounding him and felt that Wen Chaosheng had undergone some change. After he had issued his warning, Wen Chaosheng had not displayed even a hint of surprise. Old Zhang's keen intuition told him that if Liu Jinshi failed to fulfill his promise on the 3rd day of the month, some unfortunate events might transpire. However, he kept this worry to himself. Mi Fong's health was precarious, and it was better to say less than more. "Before I leave this afternoon, I will make some porridge. Keep an eye on the fire in the room. Don't let it burn too fiercely, or it will dry out the pot," he instructed his wife. Within the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng kept his promise, and a Shui had indeed procured 2 jars of wine. She had opened one, appearing to have already indulged for a while, her typically lifeless eyes now sparkling with intensity. Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng, she called out, "Can you drink?" Wen Chaosheng sat cross-legged across from her, indifferent. "Well, I'm about to die anyway. What can I drink?" He uncorked the jar, and a fragrant aroma of osmanthus wine wafted towards him, tantalizing his senses. "This wine must be expensive. Where did you steal it from?" Wen Chaosheng casually inquired, and a Shui extended her slender finger, her eyes slightly intoxicated, pointing at herself earnestly. Wen Chaosheng, how much do you despise me? Steal? I take it boldly and openly. Chapter 10. An unwarranted trust. When Chaosheng held a tile that a shui had brought him, still bearing traces of snowmelt. He poured some liquor into the tile and took a swig, feeling as though his icy chest had been split open by a fierce blade. He exhaled deeply and reproached a shui. With your formidable martial skills, you could procure 2 jars of liquor. Why couldn't you manage to acquire 2 bowls as well? A shui leaned forward, her finger tracing a circle in the air, speaking mysteriously. Do you know whose liquor this is? Wen Chaosheng shook his head. He was aware of little, having ventured into the county town scarcely a handful of times in the past 3 years, with his only knowledge stemming from the county magistrate Lu Jinshi's official residence. A shui raised the tile and tilted her head back to drink, smacking her lips. This liquor belongs to 7th Master. Wen Chaosheng poured her another drink, inquiring, who is 7th Master? A shui replied, he is the local tyrant in the western part of the county, with a goat beard and a hooked nose. He has several adept martial artists under him, skilled in their practice. They often bully the common folk, claiming to be men of the underworld, yet they are all miserly. I asked them for a bit of liquor, and not one would comply. It infuriated me. So I smashed his establishment, broke his weapons, and tore off his goat beard. A hint of wildness, absent in ordinary women, accompanied her words as she exhaled a gentle breath of alcohol. Delightful. Wen Chaosheng praised. A shui took another swig and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Later, I grabbed him by the collar and demanded either his life or his liquor. He chose his life. That old scoundrel feared a punch from me would be too much to bear. So he gifted me a horse and a cart, and I returned laden with liquor. Wen Chaosheng paused, his hand holding the liquor steady. You just said he gave you a cart? A shui nodded. Wen Chaosheng responded with astonishment. When I arrived, I didn't see a cart. A shui lifted the lid from a worn pot nearby, releasing the aroma of meat mingled with the distinctive scent of horse flesh as it boiled. We'll cook one leg first. The rest is buried in the snow behind the temple for later consumption. Wen Chaosheng stared at the horse meat in the pot, his lips twitching. In Kuhai County, horses were not inexpensive. A well-trained draft horse would start at 2 taels of silver. It could be said that the edible value of a horse paled in comparison to its inherent worth. The audacity of a shui to butcher one was striking. And what of the cart? He asked again. A shui gestured towards the newly added firewood beside the temple. It was dismantled. The cart is used to cook the horse meat, preserving its original flavor. Wen Chaosheng remarked, the bowls used by the people at the establishment were dirty, so I didn't take them. In this frigid weather, having liquor to drink and meat to eat is already a blessing. There is no need to be greedy. She said this while observing Wen Chaosheng's peculiar gaze, adding, hey, that look in your eyes, do you think that horse could be sold for silver? Wen Chaosheng felt a flicker of understanding from her comment, though it remained incomplete. A shui raised her liquor to him. Drink. Wen Chaosheng clinked his cup with hers and took a generous gulp, choking violently as warmth spread through his chest and abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Good liquor, he rasped. A shui set down the tile filled with liquor and busied herself with the meat. You don't understand the rules of the local tyrants. The horse belongs to 7th Master, marked with a brand. Others cannot touch it. To meddle with the horse is to meddle with 7th Master's wealth. If I sell it to another horse dealer, 7th Master would come to reclaim it by force. Wen Chaosheng was perplexed. Is there really bandits in the county? A shui corrected him. Not bandits, but official thugs. Lu Jinshi, clad in official robes, dares not openly defy the laws of the kingdom of Qi. Yet there are always unsavory tasks that require execution. Wen Chaosheng listened, deep in thought, then looked at her. You are not from Kuhai County. How do you know all this so well? A shui scoffed, swallowing a piece of horse meat. The underworld is the same everywhere. Wen Chaosheng gazed at a shui, his eyes clear as water. No, that's not right. A shui, you have met Lu Jinshi, haven't you? A shui's action of eating meat faltered briefly, and in that moment, it inadvertently confirmed Wen Chaosheng's words. She raised her gaze, scrutinizing him with a piercing stare, and said, Wen Chaosheng, I used to disbelieve in fate. But after meeting you, I have begun to waver. Wen Chaosheng was confused. What do you mean? A shui unexpectedly placed a piece of horse meat into his bowl, saying, a person as clever as you would not end up in such a state unless fate had played a cruel hand. Wen Chaosheng downed several more shots of liquor, his vision blurring, seemingly indifferent to his dismal situation, and asked a Shui, returning to yesterday's question, "Have you found your parents?" A Shui pressed her lips together, the aroma of osmanthus liquor lingering on her lips, but the scent morphed into a chilling aura of menace. "They are dead. 5 years ago, a flood struck Kuhai County, and they were swept away. To this day, we have not found their bodies." When Chaosheng sensed the malice in her eyes and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there a hidden truth? Was it not a natural disaster, but rather man-made?" A Shui opened her mouth, her lips trembling, yet no words emerged. Finally, she took a swig of liquor and said, "Whether it was a natural disaster or human malice, it can no longer be pursued. What I yearn to understand is why. Despite my parents having died 5 years ago, I have continued to receive letters from them, assuring me of their well-being." The last 4 words seemed to be forced from her clenched teeth. When Chaosheng watched her in silence, pouring liquor into her bowl after a long pause. A Shui drank, and then said, "Lu Jinsher has asked for time, promising to give me an explanation by the 3rd day of this month. I will accompany you to meet him." When Chaosheng hesitated, "Aren't you afraid he will deceive you?" A Shui's gaze shifted slightly to him, her words deliberate. "He does not dare." Chapter 11. Self-respect. The two continued to eat meat and drink until only the bones of the horse leg remained in the pot. The broth nearly evaporated. When Chaosheng felt pleasantly intoxicated and expressed a desire to hear Shui's past stories, but she refused. "I do not wish to speak. Please do not inquire." Her delicate fingertips pressed down, crushing the tile into powder. Under the influence of the potent liquor, painful memories surged forth like a tidal wave. And a Shui, unable to resist, seized the liquor jar and drank deeply until her once flat belly bulged, before finally stopping and discarding the empty jar, which shattered upon impact. She leaned against the base of a stone idol, one hand resting on her knee, her despondent gaze drifting past Wen Chaosheng to the outside of the temple, the anguish in her eyes burning fiercely, undiminished by the swirling snow. "I apologize. I should not have asked and caused you such distress." In response to Wen Chaosheng's apology, a Shui seemed to lose all strength, remaining motionless save for the rise and fall of her chest. When Chaosheng observed her trembling fingers, the terrifying memories that a Shui could not confront were mercilessly carving into her soul. After taking a swig of liquor, Wen Chaosheng changed the subject. "A Shui, could you teach me martial arts?" A Shui, upon hearing this, took a moment to regain her senses and turned her head stiffly. A glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, yet her words chilled Wen Chaosheng's heart. "No, what I practice, you cannot learn." When Chaosheng chuckled softly, "How do you know?" A Shui scrutinized him for a while, her brow suddenly furrowing as she burped. Then, she beckoned him closer with a gesture. When Chaosheng sat beside her, and a Shui, disregarding the proprieties between men and women, reached out to explore his shoulder, chest, waist, and spine. Seeing her so calm, Wen Chaosheng felt a twinge of discomfort. After everything was done, a Shui remarked, "Indeed, you cannot practice. My skills are merely the ordinary techniques of the Jianghu, requiring years of training from a young age. By the age of 15 or 16, one's skeletal structure is mostly set, and this structure influences the meridians, which in turn affects the dantian. If you wish to cultivate now, you can no longer practice common martial arts. You must seek the path of the sacred places for cultivation. However, entry into those realms is no easy feat without connections. Only those with extraordinary talent may gain access. Otherwise, you must encounter particularly formidable masters from beyond the world, which requires fate. Based on my observations, you are perhaps the unluckiest person I have ever met, so do not harbor illusions about those masters." When Chaosheng cast her a sorrowful and resentful glance. "Thank you." In Kuhai County, Lu Fu, a rotund man dressed in official garb, hurried through the garden, his steward bowing closely behind him, chattering incessantly. Lu Jinsher bore a hint of excitement on his face, as if some momentous fortune were about to bestow itself upon him. As he passed a corner of the corridor pavilion, he disregarded the snow that might tarnish his new boots. Leaping over a stone bench amidst the steward's cautious admonitions to be careful. Upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly turned and instructed the steward, "You go back and prepare the meal. Do not come back until you hear from me." The steward cast a glance at the reception hall, bowed to Lu Jinshi, and promptly departed. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man in a red brocade robe sat within the spacious reception hall, sipping tea with his head bowed. Upon seeing this man, the usually proud Lu Jinshi lifted his garment and knelt before him, bowing his head. "Mr. Lu, my apologies for the lack of hospitality. Please do not take offense." The man in the red robe glanced at Lu Jinshi with a smile, rising to assist him back to his feet. County Magistrate, what is this? Come, seat." Lu Jinshi settled onto a nearby chair, gently rubbing his palms together, feigning ignorance as he inquired. "May I ask the purpose of your unexpected visit today, Mr. Lu?" The middle-aged man, with a grin, retrieved a delicate little box from his sleeve and placed it before him. "The last matter was satisfactory to the Lord. This is a token of gratitude." Lu Jinshi gazed at the box pushed toward him, unable to suppress a gulp, his hands eager to accept it. However, the man suddenly withdrew the box slightly, causing Lu Jinshi's gesture to falter and his smile to freeze. "Mr. Lu," he began, confusion evident in his voice. The man in red leaned in closer, whispering with a grin, "County Magistrate Lu, this matter is of great significance. If it is revealed, no one will be able to bear the consequences. Do you understand?" Lu Jinshi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he raised 3 fingers in a vow. "I, Lu Jinshi, swear to heaven that if I dare to disclose even a hint of information detrimental to the Lord, may I meet a terrible fate." The man in red regarded Lu Jinshi's steadfast gaze, resembling an immovable mountain, and finally revealed a reassuring smile. "Excellent. Then I can rest easy." He thrust the brocade box into Lu Jinshi's hands, urging him, "Open it and see." Lu Jinshi caressed the box, having imagined countless times the rare treasures it contained, his smile widening. Yet, as he trembled to open the box, he was taken aback to discover it contained a vial of lethal poison. This was not the first time he had seen such a small bottle of poison. All of his eagerness and greed transformed into sheer horror on Lu Jinshi's face. "Mr. Lu, this. The man in red placed a finger to his lips and lowered his voice. "This is the Lord's directive. County Magistrate, you have a wife and children, do you not? Once a person has a family, they cannot only think of themselves. Wouldn't you agree?" After saying this, he gently patted the stunned Lu Jinshi on the shoulder and made his way to the door. As he pushed the door open, he glanced back at Lu Jinshi, who was as pale as a ghost, smiling as he said, "The new county magistrate of Kuhai County is already on the way and should arrive in 2 to 3 days. Do take care." Chapter 12. A secret worth 10,000 gold after leaving Lu Fu. A slender man dressed in black and carrying a single-edged sword had unknowingly trailed behind the man in red, Lu Chuan. After walking a short distance, he stepped closer to Lu Chuan and asked, "Mr. Lu, that Lu Jinshi appears avaricious and timid. What if he decides to flee tonight, refusing to act honorably?" Lu Chuan halted, turning to regard the sword-bearing man with a calm demeanor. Where could he flee? His son is only 8 years old. Where could he possibly go? Moreover, the people from Wangchuan have also arrived. If he refuses to act with dignity, we can always have the people from Wangchuan assist him. Mentioning Wangchuan reminded Lu Chuan of another matter, and he inquired, "I have heard that the bounty list from Wangchuan has undergone a significant change?" The sword-bearing man did not shy away. Outside Lu Fu, no commoners passed by, and the street was remarkably clean. He replied to Lu Chuan, "Yes, there has indeed been a change, though I do not know who placed the bounty, which amounts to 100,000 taels." Lu Chuan was taken aback. 100,000? In silver? The man replied in gold. This time, Lu Chuan fell silent, his eyes sparkling with disbelief as he chuckled. "One person, worth 100,000 gold? Which noble lord has so much wealth to spare that they would create such a ruckus?" The sword-bearing man shook his head. "I'm not certain. Wangchuan is notoriously secretive about its employers. However, this time, numerous experts have come from Wangchuan, indicating that it is a particularly tough nut to crack." Lu Chuan pondered deeply, remarking, "What brings them to Kuhai County, such an obscure place? What is the name of the wanted individual?" The sword-bearing man replied, "No name was given, only that it is a woman approximately 8 feet tall, with many scars on her body." Lu Chuan frowned. "Is that all?" "That is all." Lu Chuan scrutinized the sword-bearing man for a moment, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He wondered if this subordinate, who had been following him, might be betraying him or concealing something. Yet, upon seeing the man's sincere and clear gaze, he was assured that he had not been deceived. He had a keen eye for observing others' eyes. They're the windows to the soul. If someone harbors wickedness within, their eyes will betray them. How intriguing. There is no specific information, and yet they're not afraid of someone passing off a counterfeit to claim that 100,000 gold? The person issuing the bounty seems rather anxious. The sword-bearing man inquired, "Mr. Liu, what are your thoughts?" Lu Chuan stroked his small mustache thoughtfully before responding. That woman must harbor a secret. The sword-bearing man was astonished. A secret worth 100,000 gold? Lu Chuan gently patted his shoulder, asserting, "If someone is willing to spend 100,000 gold to purchase the life of a person whose information is incomplete, then the secret hidden within this wanted individual is worth far more than 100,000 gold. Be sure to keep a close watch. Inform me if you uncover any clues." With that, he strode toward the end of the street, leaving the sword-bearing man standing in place, staring at Lu Chuan's retreating figure. "Does Mr. Liu desire this 100,000 gold?" Lu Chuan did not turn back, his voice resonant as he replied, "I have little interest in gold, but I'm very much intrigued by that secret." In the northern part of the county, at the Huagao Bridge, a large black dog clad in unusual deerskin attire trotted down a mossy alley, clutching an iron box in its mouth, leaving a trail of plum blossom paw prints until it stopped at the 8th small courtyard. The dog tilted its head toward the courtyard door, seemingly confirming it had not taken a wrong turn, before tapping the closed door with the iron box. Before long, the door opened, revealing a gray-haired man in a green shirt. He ushered the black dog inside the courtyard, leading it to the kitchen, where he meticulously cleaned the iron box it had brought and filled it with warm porridge, covering it before handing it back to the black dog. As he watched the black dog depart with the iron box, the gray-clad man closed the door, only to be joined by a white-haired woman behind him. The woman possesses a graceful figure, adorned in a velvet dress, her visage bearing the unmistakable marks of time. Fine lines, reminiscent of fish tails, graced the corners of her eyes, yet the passage of years has not diminished her beauty. Rather, it has bestowed upon her the unique charm of a mature woman. "Is that youth still alive?" mused the man in the green shirt as he retrieved the broom from behind the door, preparing to clear the snow from the courtyard. Old Hay, advanced in age, could not consume all the porridge alone, though the porridge had run out a few days prior. There remained some left during these days of harsh winds and snow. Perhaps that youth had succumbed to the cold. The white-haired woman lamented, "In this world, people perish daily." That youth, with nothing to his name, unable to enter the county, who would have thought he could survive for 3 years? The man in the green shirt smiled at her. "Do you wish to save him?" The white-haired woman gazed tenderly at the man, a hint of unspoken guilt in her tone. "Jiming, you have married me for 30 years. Due to my health, I have not given you a son, and I have always felt a sense of indebtedness. That young man's spirit is extraordinary. If he is still alive, perhaps we could offer some money to the county magistrate. Bring him back as an adopted son. You could teach him swordsmanship, and when I am gone, you will not be alone." The man in the green shirt stepped forward, embracing the white-haired woman, exhaling warmth against her ear. "You worry too much about the future. When I depart, I shall break the peepa branch in the courtyard. Return to the Jiangu of Yingua. What is there to fear? Whether one has children or not is fate. What do you owe me?" He continued, casting a glance at the distant horizon, gently patting his wife's back. "But since you are concerned, on the 3rd day of this month, I shall take some wealth and visit the Liu residence. If he is alive, I will grant him the status of a Qi citizen. Employ him to chop wood and cook for us. What do you think?" The white-haired woman, enveloped in warmth, sighed and replied, "I will follow your arrangement." Chapter 13. The weight of truth and fate outside the dilapidated temple. The snow had paused. Old Hay, the dog, returned once more with the iron box. Upon entering the crumbling temple, he discovered Wen Chaosheng and a shui sprawled out, resembling mere mud. Approaching the two, he sniffed, confirming they were still alive, before extending a paw to nudge Wen Chaosheng awake. Unlike a shui, Wen Chaosheng's frail constitution relied on the remnants of alcohol and the smoldering embers nearby to fend off the pervasive cold. As Old Hay nudged him, he opened one eye. Rubbing his head, he noticed the dark snout of the dog hovering before him. Realizing it was his old companion, He retrieved the iron box from the dog's mouth, opened it, and then used the stick he had previously used for meat to fish out a few slices of horse meat from the newly boiled water, placing them into the dog's food container. "Old Hay, I used to eat your food. Today, I shall treat you to some meat." He pushed the food box toward Old Hay, who wasted no time devouring the offering. In no time, the meat was gone, leaving half of the porridge untouched. After satisfying his hunger, Old Hay carried the food box back to its usual spot and, without hesitation, turned to leave the dilapidated temple. Just as he exited, Wen Chaosheng suddenly called out, "Old Hay." The black dog halted and turned back, its dark eyes seemingly comprehending the call. Wen Chaosheng sat cross-legged by the fire, locking eyes with the dog for a moment, then, moistening his dry lips, said, "Old Hay, do not go. He will not return." Old Hay remained in place for a while, unsure if it understood. Ultimately, it turned and trotted away toward the snow-covered hills as before. Once it had departed, Wen Chaosheng exhaled deeply. A shui, still bearing the traces of intoxication, spoke from behind him. "He is clever. He understands everything. Yet, like humans, he cannot let go of lost love, unsure of how to hold on." Wen Chaosheng turned to look at a shui, who, though awake, remained sprawled on the ground, staring at the dark tiles of the temple ceiling. "When will you leave?" he inquired. A shui was taken aback by the question. "Leave? Where to?" Wen Chaosheng replied. "So many are searching for you." Though Kuhai County is not small, it lies on the southern frontier. With the heavy snow, they must have sealed off the east, west, and north. If found, you would only end up in the wilderness, where I fear no one could survive the winter. Now is the time to act, while they have not pinpointed your location. A shui patted his right leg. "See, I am limping. The only thing I can do now is lie here in this dilapidated temple and sleep." Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "Though I know little of the martial world and have not encountered other practitioners, I believe you are among the more formidable ones. A crippled leg should not hinder you much. You do not wish to leave, merely seeking the truth from Lu Jinshi. But now is not the right time." A shui turned to look at Wen Chaosheng and, after a long pause, said, "Wen Chaosheng, which do you think is more important to me, the truth or my fate?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "The truth." A shui laughed, raising a finger at Wen Chaosheng. "I did not invite you to drink in vain. Since you understand, why urge me further?" Wen Chaosheng gazed at a shui's face, ultimately nodding and sighing. As twilight enveloped the sky in Lu Jinshi's residence, red lanterns illuminated every corner, casting the entire estate in a warm sea of red. These lanterns, crafted from the finest materials by skilled artisans, featured wicks replaced daily. Lu Jinshi, desiring festivity, decreed that these lanterns were to remain until the cold of the new year passed and spring blossomed. The steward, bowing slightly, hurried to the entrance of the reception hall. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, it is quite late. The lady and young master are awaiting your return for dinner." Earlier that day, Lu Jinshi had explicitly instructed him not to disturb him without prior notice. However, he could not afford to offend the lady, so he steeled himself to approach. After knocking several times with no response, he furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung open. Behind the door stood Lu Jinshi, his pale face a mask of despair. The steward rushed forward to support him, asking, "Master, are you all right?" Lu Jinshi, gradually snapping back to reality at the steward's call, fixed him with an oddly intense gaze, gripping his wrist tightly. He seemed on the verge of speaking, his lips trembling, yet he could not utter a complete sentence. "Master, no need to rush." The steward thought something must have gone awry, but refrained from asking. He comforted Lu Jinshi while guiding him back. As they approached the dining room, where Lu Jinshi usually dined, Lu Jinshi suddenly seized the steward and dragged him to the wall. The steward, terrified at the sight of Lu Jinshi's bloodshot eyes, stood frozen, stammering, "Master, if you have any instructions, please speak. I will see to it." Lu Jinshi, panting heavily, gripped the steward's hand with great force, saying, "Zhangge, how have I treated you all these years?" The steward nodded vigorously. "Master has treated Zhangge with immense kindness, more than I can express." Lu Jinshi stared into his eyes. Then, after a cautious glance around, confirming no one was near, leaned closer to the steward and whispered, "Zhangge, in this residence, I trust only you. Please help me with one last task. I will grant you wealth and honor. How does that sound? Zhang Gui replied, Master, just give the orders. Whatever can be done, Zhang Gui will not refuse. Lu Jinshi inhaled deeply and spoke. Listen, beneath the artificial mountain at the center of the fish pond in the manor, I buried a waterproof parcel. Tonight, while no one is present, you must dig it up and take the map. Over the years, I have concealed my wealth, which is scattered across the northern Xinguang mountain, clearly marked on a map. You shall set forth at dawn, accompanied by Madam and the young master, heading north as far as possible. Changgui, I am aware that you are not inclined to gamble, yet this fortune is sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. I have but one request. Ensure that my wife and child live without worry for their daily sustenance, and do not let them suffer in the cold and snow. Moreover, never return to Kuhai County. Do you understand? Chapter 14. Evading her in the dead of night, on a deserted street in Kuhai County. The undisturbed snow lay thick. Two sets of footprints, one large and one small, stretched into the distance. The cold moonlight, having paused during the snowfall, once again illuminated this corner of the world. At the end of the road, a little girl was assisting an elderly man, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. The girl, around 7 years old, sported twin ponytails and clutched a red rattle drum in her hand, her small face as pure as porcelain. The old man had a broad back, white hair and beard, a serene expression, and a kind demeanor. He held the girl's hand with his left, while his right arm was conspicuously absent, its sleeve swaying with his movements. Indeed, the old man was missing an arm. He continued to lead the girl, stopping intermittently. When the girl grew weary, he guided her to sit on the steps of an unknown house, producing a hard, stale piece of bread for her to nibble on. Each bite produced a crisp sound as her white teeth met the bread, echoing in the empty street. The girl, displaying remarkable patience, finished the bread before turning to the old man and asking, Grandpa Ma, who are we looking for? The old man looked at her fondly, stroking her hair, and replied softly, Silly child, we are not looking for anyone. The girl's eyes filled with confusion as she gazed up at the stars, murmuring, But didn't that uncle say yesterday that we should find a sister? The old man murmured, We must not seek her. Rather, we must evade her. The girl, puzzled and blinking sleepily, asked why. The old man stared into the depths of the alley, his expression heavy, as if burdened by the weight of a treacherous mountain. Because she is a monster. Upon hearing this, the girl gasped in interest, her dark eyes shimmering with curiosity. Grandpa Ma, are there really monsters in this world? The old man affirmed with certainty, of course. She survives the flames unscathed, and blades cannot fell her. If she is not a monster, what is she? I lost this arm because of her. The girl understood, her eyes lighting up. I get it, Grandpa Ma. We are pretending to look for her. The old man smiled warmly. Very clever. He withdrew his gaze and suddenly looked up, gently patting the girl on the back. Xiaoyang, you should head back. Grandfather will take a stroll while the snow is light tonight and will return home later. The girl obediently nodded. Okay. She slowly rose, brushing the snow off her clothes, and swayed as she walked towards the street's end. Once her small figure vanished into the darkness, several shadows appeared atop the eaves, silently converging. These shadows arrived without a sound, as though they had been trailing the old man or had materialized from thin air. A young woman's cold voice rang out from the eaves, Old Ma, Hei-chan has gone missing. The old man sighed, standing up. Impatience leads to folly. Good advice goes unheeded. Every year, Wangchuan is not short of young people whose ambitions exceed their abilities. Pausing, he furrowed his brow. It is indeed a pity. Though he is eager for fame, he is a promising talent in martial arts. I have heard he hails from a clan in Huaibei, and, at a young age, he has crossed the Longyin threshold, making him a formidable figure in the Jianghu. Unfortunately, another middle-aged man, with a hook at his waist, asked in a low voice, Old Ma, what is the background of the woman who escaped from Feng City? The old man walked down the steps, heading toward the street center, following the footprints left by the girl. As he walked, the shadows atop the eaves followed suit. Do not ask too many questions. I offer one piece of advice regarding this matter. It is best not to interfere. We have come because we could not refuse. This bounty originated from the Wang City, offering the equivalent of 100,000 taels of gold, attracting notable figures from the clouds. Wealth is merely a facade. Power is the essence. Regardless of whom the bounty targets, appearances must be maintained. Yet this individual is beyond our capacity to handle. If you encounter her, keep her distance to avoid needless loss of life. The old man's words displeased the shadows. The previously cold woman spoke again, her voice laced with lethal intent. Those who enter Wang Chuan can be killed for the right price. No matter how formidable she is not invulnerable. What is beyond reach? This time, Wang Chuan had dispatched at least 100 individuals to Kuhai County, a force formidable enough to be considered top tier in the Four Nations Yonghu. Old Ma's warning seemed to elevate her status unnecessarily. The fire that failed to consume her was merely luck. This time, she may not be so fortunate. Old Ma waved his hand dismissively, his back to them. My advice has been given. If you wish to earn merit and elevate your status, go ahead and try. Kuhai County is small, and there are many local snakes. Finding someone is a simple task. Should this succeed, all subsequent matters will be unrelated to me. I am old and weary, lacking the spirit to compete for recognition. The shadows watched him depart, ceasing to follow. Beneath the moonlight, the cold wind howled, causing the azure ribbons at their waists to flutter, carrying their murderous aura into the unknown. Chapter 15. Sudden death on the third day of the first lunar month, when Chaosheng rose early from his treehouse, washing his face with snow before hurrying to the dilapidated temple. In truth, he had hardly slept the previous night. This day was profoundly significant for him. Though it appeared to be an ordinary day, he had awaited it for 3 years. Initially, he had planned to confront Lu Jinshi, the magistrate of Kuhai County, with a hatchet, prepared to exact a bloody price should he fail to honor his promise. However, given a Shui's intervention, he felt Lu Jinshi would likely acquiesce. As a citizen of Qi, his mind was filled with countless scenarios he had simulated, allowing him to amass wealth within 5 years. With riches, the possibilities for his future would expand immensely. Since no snow had fallen the night before, the traces on the ground remained. As when Chaosheng passed by, he noticed a long drag mark in the snow. A frown creased his forehead as an ominous premonition brushed against his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the temple. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a Shui resting inside, which alleviated his anxiety momentarily. However, he soon noticed a pile of weapons in the corner of the temple. Had someone been here last night? He inquired directly of a Shui, who was lazily preparing some snow water, her eyes barely open, as if still in slumber. Someone? Who came? One. Chaosheng pointed toward the weapons in the corner, where a long hook was also visible. If no one came, where did these come from? A Shui casually ruffled her hair and replied, I found them. Observing her unconcerned demeanor, he took a seat beside the fire, warming his arms as he said, there was no snowfall last night. Actions taken at night leave traces. You should at least clear away the evidence, right? A long drag mark from a body is something even an outsider like me can notice. How could you not see it? Seeing his seriousness, a Shui sighed, first rubbing her temples and then resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him. Wen Chaosheng, do you really think Kuhai County is a place where people can hide? Wen Chaosheng was left speechless. A Shui pointed at the shattered wine jars in the dilapidated temple, which had yet to be fully cleared, and remarked, I want to seek out the local ruffians of Kuhai County for a drink. I did not eliminate them, and thus traces have long been left behind. Should someone wish to find me, this winter snow will surely not conceal my whereabouts. The reason no one had come thus far was that those individuals were simply biding their time. When Chaosheng, perplexed, inquired, what are they waiting for? A Shui fixed his gaze upon him, a chilling smile creeping across his face. They are waiting to see if the one who survived that great fire is truly incapacitated now. Should they send fools to test me, I shall demonstrate my capabilities to prove whether I am still formidable. Wen Chaosheng gazed at a Shui, and after a moment, raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, that is truly impressive. A Shui scoffed dismissively, impressive? If you ever step into the world of Jianghu, perhaps you will reconsider that notion. When Chaosheng replied, I understand. Once one enters Jianghu, one is no longer in control of oneself. The last 8 words caused a Shui's gaze towards Wen Chaosheng to shift slightly. Once one enters Jianghu, one is no longer in control of oneself. She repeated, murmuring to herself, what an apt description. When Chaosheng, I ask you, once you become a citizen of Qi, What do you wish to achieve? Wen Chaosheng answered, to earn money and cultivate. A shui queried, is that all? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chaosheng responded, "You shall do whatever you desire." As their gazes locked, for reasons unknown, a shui found the light emanating from Wen Chaosheng's eyes sharp and piercing. She silently sipped from a bowl of hot water and chose not to pursue the topic further, rising to brush the dust from her clothes. Let's go find Lu Jinshi. Wen Chaosheng nodded, and they made their way to the county town. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the county, Wen Chaosheng noticed that there were no armed officials stationed at the entrance, causing his brow to furrow slightly as an ominous premonition crossed his mind. Though Lu Jinshi had not accomplished much for the people during his tenure in Kuhai County, he had certainly maintained a facade of public safety. Even amidst heavy snowfall, those officials, fed by the government, could not afford to be negligent. Yet now, as the new year had begun and in broad daylight, not a single guard was present, which was indeed peculiar. Upon entering the county town, the Southgate Street lay deserted. A shui's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, a flicker of confusion passing through her gaze. The two hastened towards the county office, only to spot a vast throng of people in the distance. They exchanged glances and immediately pushed towards the center of the crowd. Wen Chaosheng struggled to reach the entrance of the county office, and upon doing so, he froze in shock, rendered speechless. People nearby whispered among themselves and jostled him, yet he remained oblivious, standing there like a wooden statue. At the entrance of the county office, he beheld Lu Jinshi, whom he had not seen for a month, now transformed into a lifeless corpse. Lu Jinshi was dead, having hanged himself. The body swayed at the entrance, facing the street, its complexion a ghastly shade of blue and purple. As the wind blew, it trembled grotesquely. Wen Chaosheng stared vacantly at Lu Jinshi's corpse, and after what felt like an eternity, he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground and laughing nervously. Witnesses nearby, either fearful of his apparent madness or concerned he might be attempting to deceive them, moved away. Some locals, aware of Wen Chaosheng's background, began to circulate stories, true or false, among those who were uninformed. In a fleeting moment, many cast sympathetic glances towards Wen Chaosheng. "Moments latte." A commanding voice rang out from a distance. "The officials are investigating. All irrelevant persons, step aside." Chapter 16. A flurry of golden leaves a large group of elegantly dressed individuals arrived at the scene, led by armed attendants. Following them was a pale-faced man in white riding a horse, possessing a gentle demeanor, tall stature, broad brows, and deep-set eyes, radiating an air of scholarly elegance. The crowd parted to make way, until they reached the disheartened Wen Chaosheng, who sat on the ground in a daze. The armed attendant frowned and shouted, but Wen Chaosheng remained oblivious, fixated on Lu Jinshi's corpse. Observing Wen Chaosheng's disheveled appearance, the attendant assumed he was merely a madman or beggar and was prepared to draw his weapon. However, a shui furrowed her brow, pinching a small stone she had found, ready to act. Just as the attendant issued a second warning to Wen Chaosheng, the man in white interjected, "Do not harm him." He stepped forward, preventing any further action. The attendant, upon hearing the white-clad man's command, sheathed his weapon and approached Wen Chaosheng, dragging him away from the entrance of the county office. Wen Chaosheng made no resistance, his focus unwaveringly fixated on Lu Jinshi's lifeless body, his gaze chillingly intense. The man in white scrutinized Wen Chaosheng for a moment, then said nothing further. Accompanied by a retinue of attendants, he approached the county office, presenting a special iron badge bearing the Qi Kingdom seal to the officials dressed in official attire. Such seals are notoriously difficult to forge, and if discovered to be counterfeit, it would not only result in the death penalty for the forger, but also implicate their entire family. It represented the unparalleled authority of the Qi royal family. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Xiong, hailing from Longcheng's Yong'an. I have come to Kuhai County with this official seal to replace the former county magistrate, Lu Jinshi. Chun Xiong continued. Lu Jinshi has served the county commendably over the years and was due to transition power and documents with the incoming magistrate. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, all matters have been delayed. I must first investigate the circumstances surrounding Lu Jinshi's death. If there are no pressing matters, please disperse for the time being. I assure you I will thoroughly investigate Lu Jinshi's case. The voice of Chun Xiong was clear and resonant, and he offered polite gestures to the gathering crowd. As he spoke, the people began to disperse slowly. Although the locals enjoyed a bit of excitement, they were not foolish, recognizing Chun Xiong's authority. They understood that they could not afford to overstep their bounds simply because he spoke courteously. With the crowd gradually thinning, Chun Xiong approached Wen Chaosheng. Crouching down to observe him, he produced some scattered silver coins from his sleeve and placed them before Wen Chaosheng, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Little brother, come with us. We are here to investigate, and your presence may hinder our efforts." Wen Chaosheng did not take the silver offered by Chun Xiong. Instead, he looked up at him and inquired, "Are you the newly appointed county magistrate of Kuhai County?" Chun Xiong nodded. "Indeed. Is there anything I can assist you with, little brother?" Wen Chaosheng candidly stated, "I wish to acquire the identity of a Qi citizen." Chun Xiong's eyes flickered. "Are you not a citizen of Qi?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "I am a refugee." Chun Xiong fell silent for a moment before responding, "I apologize, little brother, but you may need to accompany us for the time being." Wen Chaosheng's gaze sharpened suddenly. "Are you attempting to frame me for Lu Jinshi's death?" Chun Xiong chuckled. "How could that be? Once we ascertain you're not the perpetrator, you will be released. And I will also consider helping you with your request for Qi citizenship." Observing the spring-like smile on Chun Xiong's face, Wen Chaosheng's hand gradually moved towards his back. The chopper was concealed at his waist. It had awaited a long time, merely losing its original target, yet it was still sharp. Whenever Wen Chaosheng required it, it could strike at any moment. "I have been outside the county for 3 years. Aside from the 3rd day of each month, when I can enter the county to petition Lu Jinshi for an identity, I cannot step foot in the county at all. If you truly wish to investigate me, there is no need to apprehend me. Simply confirm with the guards who were on duty before." Chun Xiong shrugged, still wearing a smile. "That is rather difficult to assert. What if they were napping during their watch while you claimed you were not the assailant? There ought to be a witness, right?" Realizing this, when Chaosheng understood he had no room for negotiation, he could gamble on whether this person was sincere. However, he could not persuade himself. In 2 lifetimes, his perception had been too keen. No matter how well the other party concealed their intentions, the light in Wen Chaosheng's eyes pierced through the facade, striking at the very depths of their thoughts. At the moment he drew his blade, a deep, unassuming voice suddenly resonated from a short distance away. "He is not the murderer. I can attest to that." The crowd turned towards the sound, where a robust man in a blue robe stood calmly, his gaze serene, as the wind from the street gently stirred his garments. In front of Wen Chaosheng, Chun Xiong's eyes sharpened, and he slowly rose to inquire of the man in blue. "Who are you?" The man in blue approached slowly, casting a glance at Wen Chaosheng before responding. "My surname is Lu. I am Lu Jiming, and I have resided in Kuhai County for 30 years. Yesterday, I ventured outside the county for leisure and happened to see him." Chun Xiong fixed his gaze on Lu Jiming and, after a moment, burst into laughter, asking, "You watch him all night long?" The man in blue subtly flicked his sleeve, revealing a gold leaf which he presented to Chun Xiong. "If you believe it to be so, then it is indeed so." Chun Xiong examined the gold leaf in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully, and did not accept it immediately. Instead, he held it before Lu Jiming, stating meaningfully, "A vagrant is not worth such a price." Initially, I believed him, but now, with your intervention, I find myself doubting. Lu Jiming's eyes remained tranquil, and he replied with a gentle smile, "It matters not. If he is indeed from the state of Qi and has been here all along, the magistrate can apprehend him whenever a problem arises." Chun Xiong and Lu Jiming exchanged glances for a brief moment, and after rubbing the gold leaf between his fingers, he ultimately accepted it. No wonder Lu Jinshi was reluctant to leave. This county magistrate is truly profitable. With this thought, he turned and casually pushed aside Lu Jinshi's suspended corpse, entering the county office without looking back. Lu Jiming bowed to his retreating figure, his voice resonant. "Thank you, my lord." The constables dared not touch Lu Jinshi's body, fearing they might leave evidence and be deemed criminals. It was instead Chun Xiong's attendants who disassembled Lu Jinshi's body and carried it inside. They all entered the county office and closed the door. At this moment, a Shui approached the entrance, gazing upwards at the rope and hook, her eyes sparkling with an unknown thought. With the footsteps of Chen Xiong and the constables fading beyond the door, Lu Zhiming lowered his gaze to Wen Chaosheng and declared, "From today onwards, come to my home to chop wood and fetch water. Meals will be provided, and wages will be paid daily." Wen Chaosheng rubbed his stiff legs and struggled to stand, releasing his grip on the axe. Such fortune exists in the world? You spend a gold leaf to exchange a vagrant for the identity of a Qi citizen, only to have him chop wood and fetch water? Lu Zhiming countered, "What do you believe I should have you do?" Wen Chaosheng met Jai Ming Eshgeish, attempting to see through him as he did with Chen Xiong. But Lu Zhiming was unlike Chen Xiong. He seemed to conceal his true thoughts in an inscrutable place, leaving Wen Chaosheng unable to discern anything. Wen Chaosheng's mind raced, rapidly reviewing all his potential uses, not considering himself human at all. Finally, he addressed Lu Zhiming, "A life as worthless as mine. What labor do you require me to perform that warrants such a price?" Lu Zhiming chuckled. "You possess a resilient life, not a worthless one. Besides, in your frail state, you are ill-suited for any sordid tasks." When Chaosheng shook his head, "I do not believe in free lunches. If I had believed 3 years ago, I do not now. You have generously granted me the identity of a Qi citizen, and while I ought to be grateful, I feel you should at least be forthcoming. For what you have spent, you should receive a commensurate return." Lu Zhiming waved his sleeve, his smile unwavering. "If it must be accounted so precisely, your benefits for me extend beyond just a day or two. Aside from that gold leaf, there has been an immeasurable supply of porridge. Should we tally all that, would you not owe me your very life?" At Lu Zhiming's words, Wen Chaosheng's body trembled slightly. Lu Zhiming turned, retracing his steps, his voice melodious. "I reside in the 8th house of Osmanthus Lane, west of Huagong Bridge. The lane is deep. If you have not wandered the county town, I shall guide you through it. Do not lose your way upon your return. If you wish to go, follow me." Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment, glancing at a shui at the county office entrance, whose gaze remained fixed on the iron hook above and the severed rope on the ground, her expression contemplative. Seeing this, Wen Chaosheng followed Lu Zhiming. "What shall I call you, young brother?" "Wen Chaosheng. A fine name." Curiously, Wen Chaosheng regarded Lu Zhiming's back and respectfully inquired, "Have you been feeding the black dog all these years?" Lu Zhiming responded with an unrelated remark, "Why do you call it Dogmaster?" Wen Chaosheng felt no shame. "It saved my life, and with nothing to repay it, calling it master is a small favor to me." Lu Zhiming led him into the lane, pointing to a nearby fence with red apricots climbing over it. "Count from here. It is the 8th house ahead. Remember, it is this direction. Do not go astray." Upon entering Lu Zhiming's residence, a loquat tree came into view, standing upright like a sword plunged into the earth. Wen Chaosheng stared at the loquat tree, sensing something peculiar about it, yet unable to articulate what exactly was strange. The courtyard held only this tree, with the rest being flowers and grasses. Lu Zhiming approached a stone table in the courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and handed it to Wen Chaosheng. "The owner of the black dog was once my neighbor. After he departed, the black dog came to my doorstep begging for food. And since my household lacked for nothing, I decided to take it in." As he finished speaking, the wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open, revealing a white-haired woman clad in a blue fur gown, who addressed the two outside. "The porridge is ready. Let us eat first." Inside the county office, Chen Xiong stood before Lu Jin's corpse, reaching out to touch his neck, his eyes glinting with intensity. The guards who had escorted him to Kuhai County stood outside like a row of pines, leaving only Chen Xiong and a middle-aged, snow-haired guard wielding a blade inside. This guard was unlike the others. He held a sword in his left hand, and his left arm appeared to be unnaturally elongated, suggesting a congenital disability. Yet, his eyes shone brightly, piercing through the darkness. "Wu Xia, open his belly," Chen Xiong commanded, and the guard swiftly drew his sword, slicing open Lu Jin's abdomen. As he beheld the colorful contents within, Chen Xiong's brow furrowed with increasing gravity. "Is Lord Chen searching for poison?" Wu Xia seemed to discern Chen Xiong's doubts and inquired blandly. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes. "The poison given by Lu Chuan is known as Chuan Chong Du. For an ordinary person, Ingesting it would undoubtedly result in immediate intestinal rupture. Yet, there are no signs of poisoning in Liu Jinshi's corpse. Do you not find this peculiar? After all, it was a suicide. He chose to hang himself, and even did so at the county office's entrance. Wu Xia pondered for a moment. Regardless, he is dead, is he not? His death means the secret is gone, which is precisely what that lord desires. Chun Xiong examined the corpse further, then produced a clean, wet cloth to wipe his hands, stating, I am quite concerned. Has the secret truly vanished? Or has it merely been concealed? The ramifications of that matter are too significant. Should it leak, chaos would ensue across the state of Qi and beyond. We are here to clean up after the Lord, and not a trace must remain. We must confirm repeatedly. Liu Jinshi's death was recent, occurring just before dawn. At that hour, someone should have been watching him. Wu Xia, go find Liu Chuan and inquire what Liu Jinshi was doing before his death. Also, instruct the servants outside that throughout the entire county office, before nightfall, I wish to see the unutilized Chuanchong do that Liu Jinshi possessed. Chapter 18. The loquat is not a loquat after finishing his meal. Liu Jiming set down his utensils and said to Wen Chaosheng, once you have rested sufficiently, proceed to the woodshed to chop wood. I have but one request. Each day, you must chop the large logs in the woodshed into smaller pieces that resemble the neatly stacked ones over there. He gestured, and Wen Chaosheng beheld a large pile of neatly arranged small logs beneath the eaves. I will pay you 50 Wen each day, if you save diligently. By the end of the year, you may purchase a parcel of land in Kuhai County. Though modest, it will suffice for a solitary individual. Wen Chaosheng, puzzled, inquired, with my identity as a citizen of Qi, would not the county magistrate allocate a piece of land to me directly? Liu Jiming patiently elucidated. Qi has such a clear law, yet has never been effectively enforced. If you desire a residence, you must spend your own money to purchase it from the magistrate. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chaosheng slowly retrieved the woodcutter's knife from behind him. As he stepped outside, he abruptly halted and turned to Liu Jiming, asking, Mr. Liu, why is there a loquat tree in the center of the courtyard? Liu Jiming, taken aback by the question, regarded Wen Chaosheng earnestly. Behind him, the silver-haired woman tidying the dishes momentarily froze, casting her gaze outside. Is it not quite normal to have a tree in the courtyard? With such a vast residence, not planting a tree would render it rather desolate. Wen Chaosheng pressed, then why not plant a few more? Liu Jiming, intrigued, queried, what prompts your sudden curiosity about this tree? It stands there unobtrusively, blocking no path. Wen Chaosheng hesitated, confusion flickering in his eyes. I do not know. I simply find it rather special. Liu Jiming inquired further. In what way is it special? Wen Chaosheng pondered the feeling. Upon entering this residence, I noticed the tree immediately. I cannot articulate the sensation, yet I feel it should not merely be a tree, but something else entirely. Sensing the conversation was becoming trivial, he took his woodcutter's knife and headed to the woodshed, where the sound of chopping soon echoed. The silver-haired woman resumed her task, and as she passed by Liu Jiming, her tone bore a hint of veiled pride. This time, have you stumbled upon a treasure? Liu Jiming gazed at the loquat tree in the courtyard, murmuring, this branch of loquat has journeyed from the utmost north. Though the Yin people dwell in the northern lands and are accustomed to loquats, they perceive only loquats. It is surprising that in this far southern land, there exists a true seer, capable of discerning the essence within its branches and the delicacy among its leaves, such as the caprice of fate. The silver-haired woman asked, will you teach him? Liu Jiming shook his head. No one in this world can teach me, nor can I impart knowledge to anyone. Yet, this loquat tree has always stood here. If he visits daily, he shall see it often. How much he perceived from that tree is entirely his fortune. At the magistrate's residence, the evening approached, and the snow, which had briefly paused, began to fall anew. Wu Xia, bearing a dagger, stood at the entrance and knocked thrice. The door opened a crack, and upon seeing him, the guards inside changed their expressions and quickly made way. Wu Xia hurried to the coroner's chamber of Liu Jinshi, where Chun Xiong remained. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, amplifying the gravity in Chun Xiong's eyes. Why has so much time passed? He queried. Wu Xia responded in a low voice. The people of Wangchuan were diverted last night, and for a period we lost sight of Liu Jinshi's activities, likely during the hour before his suicide. Xiong furrowed his brow. Who diverted the Wang Chuan people? Wu Xie explained. Some are led away by relatives Liu Jinshi had released. Just before dawn today, a carriage fled from Liu Jinshi's residence under the cover of lingering night. And some of those tasked with monitoring him followed, mistakenly believing it to be Liu Jinshi escaping. Instead, it was his wife and child, along with the steward. Xiong asked, "What of them?" Wu Xie replied, "They have been dealt with. This matter is of great significance. The 3 corpses are with Lu Chuan. He has invited you to meet at Yuanyang Tower tomorrow, seemingly wishing to speak with you privately." Xiong paced the room, stepping on his own shadow as the candlelight flickered, mirroring his inner turmoil. What are the others? The eyes of Wang Chuan monitoring Liu Jinshi are professionally trained. Surely they did not all pursue that one carriage. If they were so foolish, I could simply draft a letter to the magistrate to implicate them, and if trouble ensues, I would bear little consequence. Wang Chuan, renowned in the martial world, is a killer organization that has thrived for over a century. Not only in the streets and alleys, but even among the courtly elite, they dare to kill for a price. Rumors abound that the core figures of Wang Chuan are entwined with the royal families of the 4 nations, and behind the souls they claim lie countless treasures. Their expertise is beyond dispute. Wu Xie clarified. There should have been a group stationed there to monitor. The Wang Chuan operatives are typically meticulous. But an unexpected incident occurred that night. Xiong's gaze sparkled like stars. What incident? Chapter 19. Poison. Xiong never anticipated that in the impoverished locale of Kuhai County, unforeseen events would arise. Wu Xie recalled information received from Lu Chuan, stating, "Last night, a Wang Chuan operative, having had her arm torn off, stumbled to Liu Jinshi's residence seeking help." Xiong's eyes narrowed. Interrupting, "You said her arm was torn off?" Wu Xie confirmed. "That is the news from Lu Chuan. The assassin's arm was literally torn from her body. She suffered a fatal wound to her heart, yet due to her heart being positioned on the right side, she did not perish immediately. She returned seeking aid, but unexpectedly led her assailant to her location." Xiong fell silent for a time. "So, all those at the door of Liu Jinshi's residence perished?" Wu Xie replied, "Only one survived. That person was fortunate. He had gone to the restroom and returned to witness the aftermath, initially intending to join the fray. He found the conflict concluded in mere breaths, if it could even be termed a battle. Fortunately, holding a lantern, he appeared to be a night watchman of the residence, ultimately escaping unharmed." Xiong resumed his pacing, stating, "Many from Wang Chuan have come this time. From the outset, I sensed something amiss. If it were merely to assist you with a matter, such an elaborate setup seems unnecessary. Moreover, the assassins vary in skill and do not appear to belong to the same faction. I have thought long and hard today, and the only plausible explanation is a bounty. Recently, whispers in the martial world suggest that a significant bounty has surfaced on Wang Chuan's list." Wu Xie's fingers, which held the dagger, unfurled slowly before tightening once more. "We are not well acquainted with the affairs of Wang Chuan, nor do we have forces entrenched within. If you require information, it seems we must turn to Lu Chuan." Xiong nodded. "I shall meet him tomorrow and inquire." Over the years, Wang Chuan has offended many, and while personal vendettas may be manageable, what truly concerns me is the potential leakage of prior actions reaching Panlong Palace. Upon mentioning Panlong Palace, Wu Xie's body tensed instantly, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he soon relaxed. The one from Panlong Palace has likely not been involved in affairs for many years. His hands resumed their habitual fidgeting, a sign of his easing tension. Xiong fixated on the flickering candlelight in the room, extending his hand to gently pinch the flame, which bore no scars from its searing touch. Upon closer observation, there existed nearly imperceptible gaps between the flames and his skin, as if some unseen force separated the two. A decade of extravagance and indulgence had led the populace to believe that the esteemed figure of Panlong Gong had become a mere shadow of his former self, resulting in diminished interest from court officials over the years. Strangely, throughout this decade, the state of Qi appeared orderly from the royal city to the provinces, with no reports of unrest. Behind the scenes, it seemed as though an invisible hand orchestrated everything. In the Longanga, countless eyes scrutinized him. Even the towering Forbidden Realm occasionally cast its gaze upon him, If he were indeed the architect, he would surely have left some trace. The concerns of the esteemed gentleman may have been unwarranted, yet the opportunity at hand was indeed unique. Perhaps he should invest more of his energy into that particular matter. If successful, a year hence, he could enter the Longanga for further study. Chuanxiong pondered for a moment before turning away, instructing, "You may return for now. I shall contemplate further." Wen Chaosheng struggled back to the dilapidated temple, burdened by a large pile of firewood. Beneath the starlit sky, the traces left by the cart had nearly vanished, leaving only vague remnants. He had changed into a clean cotton coat, no longer appearing as slovenly as before. Upon returning to the crumbling shrine, he felt not the chill, but rather a sheen of perspiration. A shuai sat cross-legged beside the fire and inquired upon seeing Wen Chaosheng. "Not staying in the treehouse tonight?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "If there is sufficient firewood, the temple will be warmer. Come, lend a hand." A shuai stepped forward, her slender arms flexing, the muscle definition immediately apparent as she effortlessly pulled the cart back into the temple. "Did you chop all this?" "Indeed," Wen Chaosheng replied, placing the firewood in the corner, then turned to a shuai. "What were you observing at the county office all day?" Without raising her head, a shuai stated, "Liu Jinshi was forced to his death." When Chaosheng fixed his gaze upon her, "What do you know?" A shuai casually tossed a small object on the ground, which rolled to reveal a vial of poison. "What is this?" When Chaosheng picked up the vial, added a few more pieces of wood to the fire, and took a seat beside it. "Intestinal toxin." A shuai's voice was calm as she gently turned the horse meat skewered on a stick, under the heat of the flames. Golden drippings sizzled, transforming the previously pungent aroma into a savory fragrance. The meat, torn into strips, revealed a clear muscle texture that stimulated hunger. This poison is the signature toxin of Wang Chuan, concocted by the peach bamboo immortal. It is colorless, odorless, and flavorful. A common person would perish upon consumption, their insides liquefying. This toxin acts swiftly and is effective solely on humans. Other animals exhibit no adverse reactions if ingested, making it exceedingly difficult to detect once mixed with food and water. Listening to a shuai's description, Wen Chaosheng could not help but inquire, "If it is colorless and odorless, how can you be so certain it is poison?" A shuai cast him a sidelong glance, picked up the vial, and gently swirled it, a sloshing sound emanating from within. "Half has been consumed." When Chaosheng paused, imagining a shuai possessed a unique method of identifying poisons. Although his understanding of her was limited, her keen eyes suggested she was far from ordinary. However, he had not anticipated her approach to confirming the poison was so straightforward. The two locked eyes for a moment, and when Chaosheng felt a dryness in his throat. Struggling to continue the conversation, "Is it palatable?" A shuai's right eyebrow arched slightly. "Extremely salty." When Chaosheng fell silent, warming himself by the fire. As he added more wood, the flames grew, radiating warmth that countered the fierce winds outside the temple. "Time plays its tricks. After 3 years, I remain alive while Liu Jinshi has perished. Who could have foreseen this 3 years ago?" He continued, shifting the topic. "Yet, the circumstances surrounding Liu Jinshi's death are indeed peculiar." According to Chuanxiong, the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County, Liu Jinshi was poised for promotion and prosperity, thus having no motive for suicide. Unless Chuanxiong has lied, suggesting Liu Jinshi was not ascending, there is no reason for Chuanxiong, as the new magistrate, to fabricate such a narrative. He possesses absolute authority in Kuhai County. Thus, 2 scenarios emerge from this analysis. Either Liu Jinshi fell victim to personal vendettas, with Chuanxiong uninvolved, or his demise was orchestrated by Chuanxiong and his associates. Listening to Wen Chaosheng's composed analysis, a shuai's gaze shifted subtly. "Wen Chaosheng, I had not realized you possessed investigative skills." Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "This is not investigation, merely a straightforward analysis." A shuai straightened, her tone adopting a more serious demeanor as she addressed Wen Chaosheng. "Which scenario do you believe holds greater likelihood?" Without hesitation, Wen Chaosheng declared the latter. A shuai pressed, "Why so?" The firelight in Wen Chaosheng's eyes flickered with danger. "The timing is too coincidental. One has just died while another arrives. Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture, lacking evidence for validation. You lingered at Liu Jinshi's estate this morning." Did you not also discern something amiss? A Shuai's gaze drifted to a corner of the temple, where a pile of weapons lay stacked. In truth, I visited the entrance of Liu Jinshi's estate last night. Some reckless assassins, driven mad by the prospect of wealth, sought me out. I buried them in the snow behind the temple. One female assassin had her heart on the right side, and I pierced her lung with a single strike. She survived at that moment, prompting me to pursue her into the county, where I dispatched 11 more. Eventually, one individual carrying a lantern approached, but made no move. So I spared him. This morning, Liu Jinshi was found dead. I suspected a connection to Wang Chuan, though I could not be certain. Hence, I inspected the scene. It is clear that Liu Jinshi indeed took his own life. However, the evidence aligns with your hypothesis. His suicide was not of his own volition, but rather coerced. The choice to hang himself was deliberate. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback. Deliberate? Why so? A Shuai elaborated on the means and motivations behind Liu Jinshi's suicide. The rope he used was one meant for tethering cattle, exceptionally sturdy, and the knot crafted was quite unique, designed to ensure that even in the wind, the head would not easily sway. During my examination, the knot and the iron hook drew my attention. If he had simply succumbed to despair or coercion, he would not have needed such elaborate arrangements. The estate was replete with sturdy beams, and a simple white cloth would have sufficed. Yet he exerted considerable effort to create such a convoluted knot and hook, specifically choosing to hang himself at the entrance of the county office. I found it curious, and thus, by analyzing the length of the knot and the iron hook, I deduced the position of Liu Jinshi's head, and by following his line of sight, I discovered this vial of poison buried in the corner of the wall. As a Shuai recounted her findings, Wen Chaosheng immediately grasped her implication. Thus, the meticulous manner in which Liu Jinshi chose to end his life at the county office was a signal to others regarding the location of the buried poison? No, it is not correct. The fact that his corpse has been hanging at the county gate for such an extended period without any family members coming to claim it suggests that it is highly probable his relatives have also met with misfortune. It appears that Liu Jinshi lacks any exceptionally skilled companions to assist him in seeking vengeance, rendering his actions utterly futile. Unless, as a Shuai observed, Wen Chaosheng, with a teasing glint in his eyes, remarked, "Could you not express everything in one go?" Their gazes locked, and a subtle expression graced Wen Chaosheng's face. "Unless the person Liu Jinshi is waiting for is you." A Shuai's eyes narrowed. "Me?" Wen Chaosheng continued. "You have previously encountered him. Your ability to make him comply suggests you must have threatened him. Hence, Liu Jinshi should be aware of your formidable skills. Thus, you are the sole individual capable of aiding him in revenge." A Shuai replied with a hint of amusement. "You mean to say Liu Jinshi is counting on a complete stranger to avenge him?" Wen Chaosheng toyed with a piece of firewood, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Soon, he tossed the wood into the flames, and the sparks that erupted momentarily vanished from sight. It must be so, if all of this is not mere coincidence. Liu Jinshi had no choice but to act as he did. He was compelled to do so. Prior to the ascension of the new county magistrate, Chen Xiong, he must have been threatened, realizing that his demise was inevitable, and his family likely shared the same fate. A corner dog will leap over a wall, and a frightened rabbit may bite, let alone someone like Liu Jinshi. From my understanding of him over the past 3 years, he is meticulous and vengeful. If the people from Wang Chuan sought to harm him, he would not simply let it go. Furthermore, although you are a stranger to him, you indeed possess reasons to assist him. After speaking, Wen Chaosheng lightly tapped the half-bottle of poison in a Shuai's hand with a stick, prompting her to fall into contemplation. "Are you suggesting that the answers I seek from Liu Jinshi are connected to his death?" Wen Chaosheng nodded. "Indeed." A Shuai closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, a torrent of emotions swirling within her. She merely wished to understand why, despite her parents having died 5 years ago, she continued to receive letters from them throughout these years. This should have been a straightforward matter, yet it now seemed fraught with complexity. Wen Chaosheng, while sifting through the ashes in the fire pit, recounted in a calm voice, "Moreover, when you saw Liu Jinshi the other day, he was clearly aware of the answers. Yet he insisted on delaying, stating he would inform you in a few days. Reflecting on it now, he likely intended to postpone until Chen Xiong arrived to take over affairs, planning to abscond with the secret. However, he did not anticipate that Chen Xiong would come seeking his life. Thus, Lu Jinshi strained every nerve to leave this bottle of poison for you, intending to convey that the reason you continued to receive letters from your parents after their demise was intertwined with Chen Xiong and his entourage. Lu Jinshi knew you would not relent, and as long as you pursued the truth, he could leverage your quest for revenge. As Wen Chaosheng spoke, he cast a glance at the silent Shui, his tone curious. Now, the two most pressing questions are, why does the new county magistrate seek to eliminate Lu Jinshi? What connection does this have with your parents? Chapter 22. Help me, or not in just a few brief days. The events unfolding in this remote borderland of southern Qi seem to be inexplicably intertwined by some strange force. Within the dilapidated temple, under Wen Chaosheng's narration, two seemingly unrelated matters were connected. Observing a Shui lost in thought, Wen Chaosheng initially intended to inquire about her past, but refrained upon recalling her earlier pained expression. He was curious, yet could not fathom the terrifying experiences that could leave such an indomitable spirit unable to confront her past. She endured the biting night snow and withstood fearsome assassins. Countless individuals in Kuhai County wished to pierce her flesh. Yet neither those buried behind the ruined temple nor those lurking within Kuhai County could inflict true harm on this nameless woman. Clearly, the woman whom, Wen Chaosheng salvaged from the snowstorm, was far more formidable than the storm itself. Tomorrow, I shall meet with Chen Xiong. After much deliberation, a Shui made her decision. She disliked being a pawn in others' games, especially when the opponent was already deceased. However, the matter concerning her parents held equal significance for her. It was the last thread of hope within her heart. Should she fail to investigate this matter, the memory of the inferno that razed Feng City would eventually consume her entirely. Though she had survived by sheer luck, her inner demons had taken root. Believing she had escaped, she remained ensnared. Wen Chaosheng silently sighed and suddenly recalled something, addressing the fire pit. Today, as I wander through the county town, I observe an increase in blackbirds on the eaves and hidden venomous insects in the alleys. Although I had never roamed Kuhai County before, I knew such things should not exist in a world of ordinary folk. His voice was somber, akin to a plea, yet Shui was resolute, responding with a detached lethargy. What does it matter? Kuhai County is my home. I was always meant to perish here. Listening to Shui's words and gazing at her half-lit face illuminated by the fierce flames, Wen Chaosheng inquired with curiosity, Shui, is the truth about your parents truly more important to you than your own life? Shui, seemingly struck at a sensitive point, retorted sharply, is there nothing more important to you than your life? Wen Chaosheng decisively shook his head. No. To survive in this world, I have sacrificed everything I could relinquish, including my dignity. Life is everything to me. As long as I draw breath, countless possibilities await. Shui scoffed. Is that so? Who was it that warned me a few days ago that if I dared to harm Doggy, he would battle me fiercely? Wen Chaosheng fell silent at her jab, but Shui pressed on, extending her finger to hook his collar and draw him closer, scrutinizing his face with interest. Wen Chaosheng, would you truly fight for a dog against me? Wen Chaosheng understood her implication. She sought to ascertain whose life mattered more to him, his or Doggy's. However, he was reluctant to delve into the answer to this question, so he replied, your inquiry is easily misinterpreted, akin to asking who holds greater significance to me, you or Doggy. Yet for both you and Doggy, I am merely a trivial passerby in your lives, akin to a stone by the road. My thoughts bear no relevance to either of you. Why pursue this matter so tenaciously? Shui was momentarily taken aback by his response. Subsequently, realizing her question had strayed in direction. After regarding him for a moment, she ultimately released her grip. Help me, she stated. Wen Chaosheng shook his head. I will not assist. Shui frowned. I have yet to specify what I need help with. Why are you so quick to refuse? Wen Chaosheng tossed a piece of wood into the fire. What else could you possibly need me to do? You merely wish for me to assist in investigating a case. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Whether it be Wangshuan or any other faction, I cannot afford to offend them. I have finally attained a Qi nationality. My future is boundless and bright. If you seek your own demise, do not drag me into the mire. Shui shot him a glance and eventually nodded, opting for silence. As night elapsed and dawn approached, Wen Chaosheng entered the county town with his axe in hand. This time, the gatekeepers no longer obstructed him. Their minds were no longer preoccupied with the plight of this refugee, but rather they were whispering amongst themselves, engrossed in discussions about Lu Jinshi's demise. As Wen Chaosheng strolled along, he fortuitously overheard that the newly appointed county magistrate, Chuan Xiong, seemed to be searching for something. Recalling the Chuanchongdu that Shui had acquired the previous night, he had already formed a rough conjecture. However, he displayed no outward signs of his thoughts, choosing instead to keep last night's events to himself. After purchasing soy milk and steam buns at the morning market, he felt satiated and made his way to Hohotxiang, located west of the Huolong Bridge, progressing deeper through the passage adorned with red apricot trees until he reached the 8th room. The door appeared to have been left slightly ajar just for him. Upon pushing it open, he encountered an elderly woman with white hair exiting. He inclined his head slightly and greeted, "Madame Lu, good morning." The woman nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a few seconds before she proceeded to the vegetable market. Upon entering, Wen Chaosheng's eyes were immediately drawn to the loquat tree in the courtyard. Just as on the previous day, this tree evoked an inexplicable sentiment within him. Having journeyed from the southern county, he had seen numerous willow and water cypress trees in the gaps between houses and along the Ming'an River, all of which towered far above the loquat tree in Lu Jiming's courtyard and appeared much more splendid. Yet, none of those trees captured his attention. Only this loquat tree held his gaze. Unconsciously, Wen Chaosheng found himself standing before the loquat tree, staring for an extended period, his eyes drifting from the leaves to the trunk and then to the roots. Regardless of how he looked at it, the tree remained just a tree, unchanged into something else. Eventually, after gazing at the branches for too long and feeling discomfort from the sunlight streaming through the gaps, he snapped back to reality, standing in a daze for a while before picking up his axe to chop wood. Upon reaching the woodshed, Wen Chaosheng, as before, laid the wood he intended to chop in a straight line, then took out his axe, raising it high and aiming for the center of the wood. Swish! The axe came down. Yesterday, he had to strike the wood of similar thickness 7 or 8 times, but today, as the axe fell, the snow pine wood, thick enough to measure 3 of his arms, split with a resounding crack. As he gazed at the severed wood on the ground, a hint of perplexity creased Wen Chaosheng's expression. The snow pine in Lu Jiming's shed was mostly raw timber, and he was unaware of its origin. However, chopping the raw wood into firewood required immense physical exertion. His workload yesterday was merely a third of today's, and after finishing, he had felt utterly exhausted, lingering for a meal at Lu Jiming's home, resting for quite some time before finally hauling the cart back to the dilapidated temple. Yet just now, with a casual swing of the axe, he had effortlessly cleaved the sturdy snow pine, leaving him astonished at the stark transformation. Skeptically, Wen Chaosheng picked up another piece of wood and mimicked his previous action, striking down hard. Crack! The edge of the axe met the resilient wood, but this time, he could not split it so easily. Splinters flew, landing haphazardly around him. The craftsmanship of the axe was rather crude, lacking a wooden handle. The vibrations transferred through the blade were intense, causing his palm to tingle, nearly making him lose grip. Furrowing his brows, he let out a sound of surprise. Was the previous wood more brittle? No. Wen Chaosheng discerned a discrepancy. The feel of the axe this time was markedly different from the first strike earlier. He continued to chop several more times, attempting to replicate the initial blow in the shed, but without success, seemingly becoming addicted to the endeavor. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, disregarding the soreness in his arms and hands, and pressed on. Outside the woodshed, Lu Jiming adjusted his attire, grasped a watering can, and began to nurture the flora in the courtyard. The plants here, indeed, thrived more abundantly than elsewhere, flourishing wildly due to Lu Jiming's daily watering and care. Even in the blazing heat of summer or the biting cold of winter, they never needed to worry about nourishment. However, after finishing watering the plants in the courtyard, Lu Jiming neglected to water the loquat tree at the center. Instead, he settled onto a nearby stone bench, brewed himself a pot of tea, and enjoyed a moment of respite. Crack! Crack! The sound of Wen Chaosheng chopping would echo from the shed, while Lu Jiming, with his legs crossed, stared into space at the loquat tree, seemingly lost in distant memories. How long had this loquat tree been here? 15 years, or perhaps 20. As he traced back through time, he recalled when he first emerged from Jinga, the promise he had made so casually, which had now consumed 30 years of his life. Indeed, cultivators live longer than ordinary individuals, yet 30 years is a long stretch of time for both. With the passing of time, one tends to forget many things. However, if one does not forget, it may become a source of anguish. For instance, the young man next door, who raised a large black dog, used to play chess with Lu Jiming. The dog often wandered over, relishing the shade and breeze beneath the loquat tree. After finishing a game, the young man would take the dog back to his home, preparing porridge for his elderly mother. After the young man departed, no one remained to play chess with Lu Jiming, and he felt increasingly lonely, with no sight of the black dog beneath the loquat tree. Uncertain how long he had been ensnared in these memories, Lu Jiming was abruptly jolted back to the present by a peculiar sound from the shed. Crack! Following that sound was the thud of chopped wood rolling onto the ground. Lu Jiming, sipping his hot tea, murmured to himself, "The tea isn't cold yet." Wen Chaosheng emerged from the woodshed, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea and invited him to sit and rest. Wen Chaosheng gulped down 2 cups of hot tea before Lu Jiming inquired, "Do you know how to play chess?" Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment. "Could you explain the rules?" Lu Jiming patiently retrieved a cloth from inside, which contained chess pieces. Upon seeing the black and white pieces, Wen Chaosheng deduced that it was likely related to Go or 5 in a row. As Lu Jiming explained the rules, Wen Chaosheng chuckled. "Gold corners, silver edges, grass belly. Isn't this Go?" He recounted how, when with Si Xiaohong, he had been musically inept, only able to hum a tune. Yet, he was genuinely skilled at Go chess. "And 5 in a row. Yes, I can play. Let's have a match. Then I shall return to chopping wood," he declared. Lu Jiming ceased further conversation, allowing Wen Chaosheng to choose between black and white. Without hesitation, he opted for the white pieces. Lu Jiming asked, "You won't take the first move?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head, "I prefer white." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiming chuckled, placing a black piece on the board. The two began their contest, alternating their moves on the small chessboard. Unlike Lu Jiming, Wen Chaosheng placed his pieces with remarkable speed, hardly pausing to think, whereas Lu Jiming, though not at a disadvantage, pondered each move for a long while. After 150 moves, while Lu Jiming was deep in thought, Wen Chaosheng grew bored and began gazing at the loquat tree. As the wind rustled, the leaves whispered, and the swaying branches seemed to mirror the glint of blades. Suddenly, Wen Chaosheng felt something sharp press against his throat. Instinctively, he stood and retreated, scattering the white pieces in a panic. With a clatter, the white stones rolled away, dispersing across the courtyard like a defeated army. When he regained his composure, Wen Chaosheng was drenched in sweat, his heart racing. He touched his throat to confirm there were no injuries before asking Lu Jiming, "Mr. Lu, what kind of tree is that?" Lu Jiming replied with a smile, "It is a loquat tree. There are loquat trees in the south. You must have seen them." Wen Chaosheng shook his head, "No, that's not right. That isn't a loquat tree." Lu Jiming took a sip of tea and countered, "Then what do you believe it to be?" Recalling everything that transpired moments ago, Wen Chaosheng fixed his gaze upon Lu Jiming's countenance and slowly uttered 2 words, "It is a sword." Chapter 24. Man and tree in the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the corner of a blue gown as the biting cold of winter brushed past Lu Jiming's brow without penetrating it. He focused intently on the teacup in his hand and remarked, "Different individuals perceive disparate things. Similarly, the same person may observe the same object differently across various moments in time. To me, when I first encountered it, it was a loquat tree, and it remains so now. If you perceive it as a sword now, it may not be so in the future." Wen Chaosheng stood amidst the garden adorned with white cloth, quietly contemplating the tree before him. The glimmer of blades he had previously witnessed seemed but a fleeting figment of his imagination within the chess game. The cold sweat on his back had dried with the passage of time, yet the swaying loquat tree exuded no malice. It could still capture Wen Chaosheng's attention at first glance, but whenever he sought to discern something within it, he found nothing. Wen Chaosheng raised his gaze, peering into the branches and leaves of the loquat tree, and inquired of Lu Jiming, "Mr. Lu, has this loquat tree borne fruit?" Lu Jiming responded with conviction, "Indeed. During my time in the Yin Kingdom, it bore fruit every year." Wen Chaosheng expressed his surprise. In this world, do people divide into north and south? And do trees also share such distinctions? Lu Jiming chuckled softly, taking a delicate sip of tea. Whether trees are divided by north and south is one matter. How can we humans be so arbitrarily divided? Is there truly a significant difference between the people of Yin and those of Qi? Wen Chaosheng bent down to pick up a white chess piece, returning them one by one to the cloth pouch. Though I have spent 3 years outside the county, I have witnessed many affairs within it. Many common folk toil their entire lives without ever earning even a fraction of the golden leaves you casually produced. Their brief moments of splendor are but fleeting. They remain confined to their meager existence. For them, what divides north from south is not merely human beings. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiming remarked, I once came from the north and heard a Confucian scholar from Qi speak of 4 characters. Poverty breeds change. He asserted that when one faces dire straits, one ought to strive to alter their circumstances and should not be bound by their environment. I find his words to hold merit. Wen Chaosheng paused momentarily in his motion to pick up the chess pieces and continued. Mr. Lu, many are aware of countless profound truths, yet they still fail to lead fulfilling lives. I pride myself on my intellect, believing that most individuals in this world fall short of my understanding. Yet, a single phrase from Lu Jinshu, along with my status as a refugee and 10 taels of silver, has confined me outside the county for 3 years. In this span, I have tried everything to survive, but had I not encountered Lord Go, you, and Hunter Zhang, I would have perished countless times. Some stand atop the summit, gazing down upon the world, while others remain trapped in the depths of a well, their heads raised for a century, still confined to a mere inch of ground. The principle that poverty breeds change is indeed valid, yet individuals differ. What can change and what cannot is dictated both by the self and the environment. In contrast to humans, trees are far simpler. If a tree from the north can thrive in the south, it ought to blossom and bear fruit. Lu Jiming did not refute Wen Chaosheng's perspective due to his age and experience. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully for a moment, a look of contemplation gracing his features. To me, humans and trees are quite similar, he articulated. This loquat tree has not borne fruit for a long time. It has likely forgotten that it is a tree. Wen Chaosheng picked up another chess piece, gazing at Lu Jiming with curiosity. Mr. Lu, as you traverse the rivers and lakes, why do you carry a tree with you? Lu Jiming gently tapped the lid of his teacup, producing a crisp sound. A tree cannot thrive without roots. I do not carry a tree down the mountain. Rather, the journey is long, and I fear forgetting the taste of my homeland. As I departed, I broke off a branch of loquat. Later, after establishing a family here, I purchased a home and buried that loquat branch in the soil. Who would have thought that after a snowfall, it took root and, with the arrival of spring, transformed back into a tree? Having spoken, Lu Jiming smiled at Wen Chaosheng. Chaosheng, I have resided here for over 30 years. The dust of travel has long since settled. How could you know that I once traversed the rivers and lakes? Wen Chaosheng candidly replied, my eyes can perceive things that are invisible to ordinary individuals. Lu Jiming inquired, oh, like what? Wen Chaosheng finally gathered all the white pieces from the ground and handed the cloth pouch to Lu Jiming. For instance, during our chess matches, you're always preoccupied with other matters. It is evident that numerous concerns weigh heavily upon you. With that, Wen Chaosheng turned and walked towards the woodshed. Lu Jiming watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, until the sound of wood being chopped from the woodshed brought him back to reality. He casually poured the now-cold tea from his cup beneath the loquat tree. Morning market, a white-haired woman purchased the necessary vegetables and meat for the day, placing them all in a stone basket and covering it with a black cloth before turning towards the market entrance. At the market's entrance stood an archway, adorned with a sign that read, Fish and Rice Forest. This archway had stood in this location for several years, constructed 27 years ago, precisely the year before Lu Jinshu assumed office in Kuhai County. Since Lu Jinshu took office, the archway of Kuhai County had seen little change. Yet each year he would apply to Wangcheng for funds. As for where that money ultimately went, the citizens of Kuhai County remained unaware. As the white-haired woman passed through the archway, she suddenly halted. Before her stood an elderly man clad in brown cloth, slightly stooped, with a kindly demeanor and a smile upon his face. "Madam Lu, would you mind reminiscing with an old friend?" he inquired. "The wind is strong today, and the streets are bustling. No one wishes to linger outside." The passers-by wrapped themselves tightly in their garments, oblivious to our presence. Upon seeing the elderly man, Madame Lu's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. She ignored him and attempted to sidestep, but after taking a few steps, the elderly man continued. "Those from the river of forgetfulness come to Kuhai County not in search of you. My desire to see you is purely personal. I have kept your secret for 30 years, never uttering a word. Now, I wish to ask you for a favor." Chapter 25. Beit Yuanyang Tower. Passing through the melodious hall adorned with song and dance, a finely crafted garden lay before him, with patches of snow remaining on some treetops, adding a unique charm to the landscape. Deeper within the garden, exquisite wooden courtyards were constructed, marking the quietest area of Yuanyang Tower. Only special guests were permitted to enter this realm, and on a small building along the eastern wall, Lu Chuan had set a grand feast, awaiting the arrival of Chen Xiong. The man in black, bearing a sword, stood in the corner of the room, appearing less like a person and more akin to a stone. Lu Chuan did not wait long before Chen Xiong knocked on the door. Upon entering, Lu Chuan bowed courteously, addressing him. "Welcome, County Magistrate, to our humble abode." Lu Chuan pays his respects. Observing Lu Chuan's ostentatious display, Chen Xiong's expression remained cold as he replied, "Between you and me here, what need is there for such elaborate formalities?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan responded with a smile. "Elaborate formalities? For centuries, the Qi kingdom has governed through culture and civility. You ought not to utter such words again. If this reaches the ears of the long-gone pavilion, the opportunity you have so arduously sought may well be squandered." Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Lu Chuan, and said nothing further. He took a seat opposite Lu Chuan, poured himself a cup of wine, and downed it in one gulp. "What transpired last night?" he inquired. Lu Chuan replied, "I have already informed the guards you sent about the specifics. However, some matters are better discussed face to face. On that fateful day, I presented Lu Jinshi with a vial of poison, contemplating his dignified departure. Initially, there seemed to be no cause for concern, yet unexpectedly, he stirred a significant uproar." Lu Chuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Xiong, her voice chillingly accusatory. "There are myriad methods to eliminate Lu Jinshi without leaving a trace. You could have simply waited until he completed his business with me and left the county before taking action. This year's snowfall arrived early, and a single flurry could have erased all evidence. Yet you hastily seized this fleeting moment, leaving a mess for me to clean up. Lu Chuan, do you comprehend for whom we are truly working? Are you aware of the magnitude of the blunder you have made? Do you understand the dire consequences we may face if we anger that esteemed individual?" In the face of Chen Xiong's reproach, Lu Chuan's once jovial demeanor gradually soured, and he retorted in a dangerously low tone. "Are you aware that members of the Bai Long Wei have appeared outside the county, each a formidable master? Kuhai County is desolate. In comparison to other prosperous regions, it is aptly described as barren. Can you fathom why the Bai Long Wei would venture here?" Chen Xiong's expression shifted slightly. Lu Chuan continued, "Are you suggesting that I should snatch Lu Jinshi from the grasp of the Bai Long Wei once he exits the city?" Upon mentioning the Bai Long Wei, Chen Xiong's hand trembled slightly as she held her wine cup, gently rubbing the smooth bottom. She inquired, "So, has the individual from Pan Long Gong discerned something?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, exhibiting an even greater calmness than Chen Xiong. "Whether he has discerned anything is inconsequential. What matters is that he cannot possess any evidence. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to acquire a vial of poison and divert suspicion onto Wang Chuan? Am I not aware that a swift strike to Lu Jinshi's heart would have been far more satisfying? However, I did not foresee Lu Jinshi's ruthless cunning. He would not even spare his own wife and children to retaliate against us." Chen Xiong, stunned by Lu Chuan's grim narration, suddenly raised her head in shock. "Wait, are you saying that on that night, Lu Jinshi allowed his wife and children to escape under the cover of darkness?" Lu Chuan coldly responded, "Do you think Lu Jinshi is a fool? Would he be oblivious to the fact that Wang Chuan's people were watching over him? He merely used his wife and children as bait. I must say, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. For a man to reach such depths is truly remarkable. I had actually taken precautions that night, advising Wang Chuan's men to be wary of Lu Jinshi's ploy to lure them away while he slipped away unnoticed. Yet, I could not have anticipated the ensuing complications. Chun Xiong was aware of the prior events and understood that a master from outside the county had unleashed a massacre against the assassins from Wang Chuan near the Lu residence. Could it have been a Bai Long Wei's doing? Lu Chuan shook his head. The Bai Long Wei are adept at concealment. In truth, they have not revealed themselves. I know they are here due to my unique network of informants. Those individuals remain outside the county, and had I not divulged any information, Wang Chuan's men would have remained oblivious to their presence. Chun Xiong fell silent for a moment. The assassins dispatched by Wang Chuan were primarily affiliated with the Lin, He, and Shan factions. Those who infiltrated the Lin faction are undoubtedly skilled martial artists, each bearing a formidable reputation in the Four Nations martial world. Among the assassins previously assigned to guard Lu Jinshi was a member of the Lin faction, surnamed Li and named Shan, ranked 47th in the Lin faction, with 7 years of experience and 433 kills. On the previous night, he attacked before Lu Jinshi's residence, but was swiftly defeated, his weapon shattered, and the broken blade plunged into his throat, resulting in instant death. Chun Xiong's knowledge of Wang Chuan did not match Lu Chuan's, but she was aware that some of Wang Chuan's masters would be coming to Kuhai County. In such a desolate place, even if there were true masters, they would likely be reclusive and unlikely to have any personal vendetta against Wang Chuan, let alone engage in open conflict. Lu Chuan expressed his thoughts and then shifted the conversation. However, I have heard that the top position on Wang Chuan's recent bounty list has changed. Someone has offered 100,000 taels of gold for a life. That individual happens to be in Kuhai County. Chun Xiong picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of verdant fern, slowly placing it in her mouth. 100,000 taels for a life. Lu Chuan lightly rubbed his jade ring, smiling. Difficult to comprehend, isn't it? I am uncertain who the esteemed individual behind this is. But what I do know is that this person has arrived in Kuhai County. She bears numerous wounds, stands at a height of 8 feet, and is a woman. Beyond that, I possess no further clues, nor do I know if Wang Chuan is intentionally concealing information or if they genuinely remain oblivious. Chun Xiong fixed her gaze on Lu Chuan's smile, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Are you suggesting that the individual who infiltrated the county the previous night is the one with the 100,000 taels bounty? Lu Chuan affirmed. Indeed. Personally, I hold no interest in the 100,000 taels, but my curiosity is piqued. I am eager to uncover the secret behind this bounty. How about it, County Magistrate? Lend me your hand. Chapter 26. The request by the riverbank to the north of Kuhai County lies the Chunsha River. This river remains unfrozen even in the harshest winter, as the murky waters continue to splash against the stones, generating a spray of droplets. Fishermen, clad in warm garments and equipped with their livelihood tools, have already set out in groups to occupy favorable positions along the gentle riverbanks, commencing their day's labor. On a stone platform near the dense forest on the western bank, an elderly man dressed in brown cloth stood alongside a white-haired woman, both gazing out over the river. The elderly man's expression was tranquil, yet the depths of his eyes reflected the tumultuous history he had endured. You left 30 years ago, and your fate remains unknown. With the absence of Meng Pa, the realm of Wang Chuan has been thrown into disarray, prompting the 10 Yama kings to unleash their wrath and mobilize various forces in search of you. Many have perished in the chaos. Lady Lu's voice was devoid of remorse. We are all stained with blood. There is no innocence within Wang Chuan. Their demise serves to atone for the sins of my youth. After a pause, she turned to the elderly man and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" The elderly man exhaled slowly. "I risked my life to guard your secret for 30 years, allowing you to live unencumbered. Now, I wish to withdraw 10 years from you." Lady Lu fixed her gaze on the rushing waters, and after a long moment, she replied, "I have withdrawn from the martial world for 30 years. I can no longer wield a weapon or take a life." The elderly man chuckled. "Then I have not sought the wrong person. Lady Lu regarded him curiously, pondering the intentions of this familiar face, whom she had not seen for 3 decades. This once feared assassin, who had taken countless lives, now seemed to seek something other than bloodshed. If you do not seek me for the purpose of killing, then for what reason? The elderly man slowly produced an ancient rattle drum from his sleeve, gently spinning it. The small ball struck the drumhead, emitting a muffled sound. However, this noise was quickly swallowed by the sound of the river's waves. 2 years ago, I found a 7-year-old girl in Chenghua, unconscious amidst a pile of grass outside a wall, her chest pierced by 2 feathered arrows, blood-soaked and lifeless. I, Ma Huan, who have spent a lifetime in bloodshed, felt a pang of compassion at that moment. I removed the arrows from her body, used my internal energy to staunch her bleeding, and applied strong liquor to cleanse her wounds. Just as she was on the verge of recovery, she fell victim to a severe plague, with a high fever that refused to abate. I searched for a physician in vain and had already prepared a coffin for her, yet miraculously, she managed to endure. Upon awakening, she looked at me and called me grandfather. From that moment on, I embraced her as my own granddaughter. After hearing this brief yet poignant tale, Lady Lu's earlier indifference softened slightly. She turned her head to scrutinize the elderly man and remarked, "When one has attachments, the desire to kill dissipates. You too wish to withdraw from Wangchuan. Yet are you not afraid of being discovered?" Ma Huan sighed. "The waters of Wangchuan are for spirits to drink, not for humans. Once one enters Wangchuan, there is no possibility of withdrawal." The old man, having spent a lifetime as a harbinger of death in Wangchuan, was long since neither human nor ghost. Now, burdened with ailments, he yearned only to steal a few years to raise his granddaughter into adulthood, content to see her future secure. Lady Lu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How may I assist you?" Ma Huan put away the rattle in his hand and turned to her, saying, "I need you to re-emerge as Meng Pe, feigning my death. In my youth, I serendipitously learned a peculiar technique from the people of the North Sea, known as Jing Qian, which allows my body to feign death for several days while my consciousness remains intact. If you help me escape, then our 30 years of grievances and affections will be erased. What say you?" Lady Lu shook her head. 30 years ago, I promised him I would no longer involve myself in the affairs of the martial world. Ma Huan, you have come too late. Ma Huan furrowed his brow slightly. That youth? Lady Lu was taken aback, her beautiful visage reflecting an astonishment unbefitting her age. After a moment, she murmured that youth. 30 years have passed so swiftly. Ma Huan gazed intently at her, the curiosity he had suppressed for 3 decades suddenly bubbling forth. He inquired, "I truly wish to know what that youth said 30 years ago, that could compel the fearsome Meng Pe to lay down her blade and willingly withdraw from the martial world." Recalling the events of those years, Lady Lu's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile akin to the gentle spring breeze, but she quickly composed herself, and with a gust of wind, she was several meters away. Ma Huan called out to her retreating figure, "Su Yixian, you are my only hope." Lady Lu halted, but did not turn back. "After so many years in Wangchuan, do you not have a trustworthy confidant?" Ma Huan, stooped and with white hair tousled by the wind, retorted, "Is it pitiable? Wangchuan is such that countless lives are stained by blood. Men perish for wealth and die for fame. What talk of trust is there? I have kept your secret for 30 years, allowing you to live a normal life, but what of me? I seek merely 10 years to witness my granddaughter grow. That is sufficient. You assist me, and I merely exchange one hiding place for another. Now that Wangchuan has a new leader, you will not attract undue attention." Lady Lu remained silent for a long time, neither agreeing nor refusing, and then departed. Ma Huan watched her silhouette fade into the distance by the riverbank. After a while, he took out the rattle and gently turned it, its faint sound echoing in his ears, bringing a touch of tenderness to his otherwise indifferent gaze. As evening fell, Wen Chaosheng dragged a pile of firewood back to the dilapidated temple, snowflakes fluttering from the sky. Upon entering, he unloaded the wood and approached a shui, who was leaning against the base of a stone statue. "Did you not go to find Chen Xiong? Why are you back so soon?" A shui ignored him. He brought over some cold buns, and his gaze faltered. He saw a shui's chest stained with a large patch of blood. Her head hung low, long hair obscuring her face, as if she had fainted. Seeing her thus, Wen Chaosheng was taken aback, and at the first sight of a Shuai's blood, he initially thought it belonged to someone else. However, even lacking knowledge of martial arts, he could discern from her breathing and other details that this deeply skilled woman was indeed injured, and grievously so. After a moment of hesitation, he approached her and slowly reached out to lift her clothing to inspect the wound. This action was undeniably provocative and perilous for Wen Chaosheng, yet he proceeded. Just as his hand was about to reach her full bosom, another icy hand grasped his wrist, and he found himself staring into a pair of extremely cold eyes. Under that gaze, the flames burning in the temple and the cold wind seeping through the cracks in the walls seemed to take on a crimson hue. This expression was not unfamiliar to Wen Chaosheng. He had seen it when he first came to the temple days earlier to check on Shuai's fate. They locked eyes, and after a brief silence, the murderous intent in Shuai's gaze gradually dissipated. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "Can I see?" Wen Chaosheng understood her meaning and replied, "Can you survive? If you can survive, then there's no need to see." Shuai released his hand and coughed twice. "I can survive. I will not die." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng withdrew his hand and placed the cold buns beside her. He then fetched a pot to boil some snow water. As the water came to a boil, he poured a bowl and set it outside until it cooled to a drinkable temperature before bringing it to Shuai. "Drink this hot water." Shuai accepted the water and gulped it down in one breath. While hot water could not heal her wounds, it did provide her some comfort. "Thank you." She returned the bowl to Wen Chaosheng, who poured another bowl for himself and set it aside. He sat cross-legged by the fire, adding wood while asking, "Did you encounter a master?" Shuai leaned against the statue's base, her eyes half open and half closed. "Not quite a master." Wen Chaosheng observed Shuai's frail state and shook his head slightly. "In such a condition, your words remain so defiant. Not a master, yet you were injured thus?" Shuai offered no rebuttal, merely stating it was an old injury that has resurfaced. Wen Chaosheng paused in his wood gathering, recalling that when he first found Shuai, she had been riddled with knife wounds, some penetrating deeply, affecting her internal organs. Even as a martial practitioner, she could not heal so swiftly. His gaze slowly rose to Shuai's face, which was half hidden by disheveled hair. "Did you see Chun Xiong?" Shuai replied, "I did not see him. I sought Lu Jinshi's corpse, but encountered a guardian of the body. That fellow was Chun Xiong's attendant. Seemingly born with a disability, one arm shorter than the other, but skillful with a blade." Wen Chaosheng, intrigued by the situation, asked, "Did he die?" Shuai shook her head slightly. "He did not die. I miscalculated and cut off his arm." After a pause, she moistened her dry lips and said, "Wen Chaosheng, you were right. Lu Jinshi's death indeed raises questions, and significant ones at that. They performed a simple embalming on his corpse, stitching up his abdomen, presumably in search of that bottle of poison." Wen Chaosheng scoffed, "Those fools are truly dim. If they wish to kill Lu Jinshi, why not simply do so with a single stroke? Either bury him silently or choose a scapegoat to take a blade alongside Lu Jinshi. Yet, after all is said and done, ends up like this." Staring into the flames as they danced, his previous mockery faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Unless they have compelling reasons to act as they have. No sooner had he finished speaking than a small twig was thrown, lightly striking the back of his hand. Wen Chaosheng snapped back to reality, looking at Shuai. "What is it?" Shuai raised her chin slightly and remarked, "Did you not say you would not involve yourself? Not afraid of dying?" Wen Chaosheng met her gaze, and they fell into a prolonged silence, neither uttering a word. At last, he shook the wood in his hand and tossed it into the fire, sending a few sparks flying. "So, will you listen?" Shuai nodded. "I will listen." Wen Chaosheng changed his posture to sit cross-legged and began to elaborate. "These individuals are not ordinary desperados. Lu Jinshi's death is plainly orchestrated and premeditated. I do not know their identities, but the fact that they are capable of executing such foolish acts repeatedly, even to an outsider like myself, suggests that some external force is compelling them. Consider this. It should have been a simple act of murder. Why insist on poisoning Lu Jinshi?" Shuai closed her eyes and softly replied, "Just speak directly. Do not pose questions. If you make me think, I shall only wish to sleep." Wen Chaosheng shrugged, candidly articulating his thoughts, diverting trouble elsewhere. He aimed to disperse some issues and attention into the Jianghu. Chapter 28. The mysterious man, Wen Chaosheng, resembled a relentless, cold machine of contemplation, continually pondering the minds of those individuals. These individuals had connections with assassin organizations within the Jianghu. Lu Jinshi was merely a minor magistrate in a remote county, lacking any capable subordinates, and thus had little connection to the Jianghu. His life and death held no significance for those within the Jianghu. Consequently, the pressure faced by the people of Chuqiong did not stem from the Jianghu, but rather from the imperial court. By preserving Lu Jinshi's corpse, they could indirectly affirm this point. Ultimately, the body was destined to be handed over. As he spoke, a hint of uncertainty crept into his tone, and he glanced towards the snowstorm outside. Beyond the vast, chaotic expanse lay an invisible, profound silence. Intriguingly, Lu Jinshi, a figure of such insignificance, was equally just a speck of dust to the royal family of the Qi state. Logically, even if someone from the Qi state were to intervene, they would not impose such overwhelming pressure on Chuqiong. It would merely involve following standard procedures, investigating the case, concluding it, and submitting the records. All these anomalies indicated that Lu Jinshi was entangled in matters unknown to us, and that these matters bore considerable weight. Listening to Wen Chaosheng's description, a Shui weakly opened one eye. The more you speak, the more enigmatic it becomes. In such a tiny place as Kuhai County, where could so many secrets possibly originate? Wen Chaosheng retorted, "Care to bet on that?" In the flickering firelight, a Shui's chest rose and fell gently, her condition stabilizing. She regarded Wen Chaosheng for a while and remarked, "What is there to wager? The things I seek, you cannot provide. The things you desire, I also cannot grant you." Wen Chaosheng brought his hands closer to the flames, feeling their intensity. "You know what I want?" A Shui chuckled. "What one lacks, one yearns for. A person like you, with thoughts too profound and vision too sharp, yet burdened by a wretched fate, will inevitably aspire to rise above the masses, to soar through the skies, and cast a glance back at the mortal realm. But wealth and power, those are two things I cannot offer you." Flames flickered upon Wen Chaosheng's face, his pupils alternating between brightness and darkness, shadows wavering between reality and illusion. He did not counter a Shui's words, remaining silent like a stone. As a fire would burn low, Wen Chaosheng rose to gather more from the dilapidated temple. However, upon returning with the wood, he encountered a man in white robes, wearing a conical hat. The man's attire blended seamlessly with the snow outside, resembling the night garments of spring and autumn. Such clothing provided little warmth, yet he stood at the temple's entrance, back to the biting wind, his body exhibiting no tremor whatsoever. In his hand, he wielded a long sword with a red tassel, his earlobes slightly enlarged and reddened from the cold. Upon seeing this man, Wen Chaosheng showed no hesitation, immediately tossing his sword to a Shui's side. Although a Shui was gravely injured, she was still beyond his comparison. The man's appearance at this hour in the dilapidated temple suggested ill intentions, should a conflict arise. He could only rely on a Shui to navigate the peril. "I am not here to cause trouble." The man's tone was indifferent, albeit resonant, resembling an emotionless machine. A pendant hung from his waist, a black cord tethered to a diminutive black iron mask, swaying in the cold wind. He cast a glance at Wen Chaosheng, his gaze seemingly scrutinizing, then frowned slightly, shaking his head. He bypassed Wen Chaosheng and approached the fire. "A wise move," the man in white remarked. His back to Wen Chaosheng, his words, though seemingly commendatory, were laced with profound disdain, inadvertently revealing his contempt. "However, if I truly sought trouble, you would not have had the chance to toss your weapon." He barely regarded Wen Chaosheng, instead focusing on a Shui who sat against the stone statue, and inquired, "Are you from Fengshan?" A Shui lowered her head, neglecting to retrieve the sword, even too lethargic to lift her eyelids. "Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, leave." Unlike her gentle tone with Wen Chaosheng, a Shui exhibited no patience for the man in white, showing no courtesy even though he appeared equally formidable. The man tightened his grip on the sword, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. His voice dripped with scorn. "I thought your current situation resembled that of a drowned dog. I have already stated that I am not here to cause trouble. which implies I might assist you. If you wish to survive, you should at least show me some respect. A Shui replied coldly. The word respect coming from your lips is quite sarcastic. Moreover, whether I am a drowned dog or not is of no concern to you. Which of your eyes perceived that I require your assistance? Under a Shui's sharp and obstinate retort, the man's expression darkened with nearly imperceptible anger. He gripped the sword tightly, but ultimately restrained himself, adopting an exceedingly provocative tone. Do you know? You and those from Fengsheng have fallen to this fate because of your stubbornness. How many lives were claimed in that inferno? Have you counted? As his words fell, a gust of chilling wind that had been blowing through the cracks in the stones was abruptly severed. The hatchet that had been lying on the ground was now inexplicably in a Shui's grasp. The moonlight was obscured by the swirling snow, and in a fleeting moment, the sword and hatchet clashed. Too swift, Wen Chaosheng could not discern the events clearly, nor could anyone else. The sound of metal shattering resonated as crimson began to spread across the shoulder of the man in white. A Shui wielded the hatchet, slashing diagonally from his neck down to the spine, nearly cleaving him in two. The man's sword had completely shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at a Shui, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that an injured individual could strike with such speed and strength. A Shui observed the fading vitality in the man's eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. If you are not here to cause trouble, then you should not provoke me. If you're here to seek trouble, you should not come so close. The corpse guard I encountered today in the Kuhai County office is far more astute than you. Chapter 29. Wang Chuan, Jioga, standing aside. When Chaosheng realized that the woman he had discovered in the snowstorm was not to be trifled with. The scars adorning her body, akin to tattoos, bore testament to the brutal battles she had endured, signaling her formidable strength and terror. Yet, he had not anticipated that a Shui would strike with such decisiveness, such ferocity, and with no mercy. In Wen Chaosheng's past understanding, a Shui was undoubtedly an easygoing person. She lacked the typical affectations of a young woman, acted with resoluteness, and was not narrow-minded. She spoke her mind freely, never angered by his missteps. However, at this moment, it was the first time he witnessed a Shui enraged. The first time he beheld such a fearsome, killing intent radiating from her. At the moment a Shui unleashed her attack, Wen Chaosheng found himself paralyzed, feeling as if he were among a mountain of corpses, becoming one of the dead. Her murderous aura was overwhelming, potent enough to influence reality itself. It was only then that Wen Chaosheng truly grasped a fraction of a Shui's terrifying power, and this was still in her injured state. He had no knowledge of a Shui's past. After that day of drinking, he refrained from inquiring about her history. To Wen Chaosheng, a Shui was merely a fleeting figure in his life, their paths having crossed with little intersection. He felt no need to delve into her background at the risk of danger. Nevertheless, his curiosity about a Shui lingered. He could not fathom what past experiences had forged such a daunting killing intent within her. What a truly tragic and horrifying experience it must have been. One that even a seemingly indomitable person like her could not endure or confront directly. With a swift motion, a Shui calmly withdrew the machete from the body of the man in white, turning to flick the blood from the blade, which remarkably flew off without a trace. She then limped outside the dilapidated temple, crouching down to cleanse the blade of any lingering sanguine scent in the snow. Wen Chaosheng approached her, offering, "Let me wash it." A Shui glanced at him sideways, and though she remained silent, she handed the blade over to him. After rinsing the edge several times, Wen Chaosheng placed the machete beside the fire and proceeded to drag the now cold body of the man in white, preparing to dispose of it. Just as he was about to pull the corpse out of the broken temple, a Shui suddenly called out to him, "Wen Chaosheng, toss me that ornament from his waist." He complied, then dragged the body to an inconspicuous thicket before returning to the temple. Fortunately, having chopped wood for Lu Jiming over the past couple of days had kept him physically active, and despite returning with frozen hands and feet, he was none the worse for wear after warming himself by the fire for a while. "Thank you," Wen Chaosheng added as he tossed more wood onto the flames, catching a Shui off guard, who was then inspecting the small, ghost-faced ornament. Her brows knitted in confusion. She softly inquired, "For what?" Wen Chaosheng replied honestly, For that day when we drank, I mentioned things from the past, and I must thank you for sparing my life. A Shui, momentarily stifling a laugh at his earnestness, felt a slight tremor in her body as it stirred her old wounds. She pressed her hand against the blood-stained area on her chest and remarked, "It's clear that you truly fear death." Wen Chaosheng corrected her, saying, "It's not fear of death, it's a desire to preserve life." A Shui retorted, "Is there a difference?" He replied earnestly, "There is, and it's quite significant." That night, they lay on opposite sides of the fire. A Shui, using her hands as a pillow, stared at the black tiles of the temple's roof, which were draped in cobwebs, abruptly breaking the silence within the temple by saying, "The White Dragon Guard is coming tonight. They are quite formidable, and if one of them dies, the others will not easily relent. I advise you to refrain from coming to this dilapidated temple for the next few days. You already have the identity of a Qi person, and there are certainly places in the county where you can find shelter. It is undoubtedly safer than staying here." When Chaosheng, eyes closed, inquired, "What organization is the White Dragon Guard?" A Shui patiently explained, "The White Dragon Guard is a faction within the palace, highly mysterious and rarely seen in the martial world. Yet they carry great prestige. Even Wang Chuan and Jiuge are reluctant to provoke them." When Chaosheng further asked, "And what about Wang Chuan and Jiuge?" A Shui replied, "Wang Chuan is the world's foremost assassin alliance, traversing all 4 nations. Each year, they purchase death row inmates from royal families, training these condemned souls through brutal means to become emotionless weapons of murder. They can kill anyone for the right price, from high-ranking officials to common folk. The organization is divided into 4 banners: wind, forest, fire, and mountain, with the wind banner's assassins being the most terrifying. Among them are 12 individuals known throughout the martial world for their notorious reputations, with skills that are unfathomably deep. As for Jiuge, it originated from the western state of Chun and is the largest merchant group in the world, with influence spreading to every corner of the 4 nations. Wherever there is profit to be made, they will be found." Curiously, when Chaosheng asked, "How large is the largest merchant group?" A Shui calmly replied, "Wealth can transcend the divine, rivaling nations." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng felt a solemn gravity settle in his heart. In this world where martial transgressions are forbidden, the innocent may be guiltless, yet those who possess wealth without commensurate power risk becoming targets. Jiuge's status as the foremost merchant group speaks volumes of its strength. My understanding of them is limited, and I can only share this brief insight. In any case, given your current circumstances, it is wise to avoid provoking anyone. Staying in the county is your best choice. Chapter 30. No Danhai in response to a Shui's well-meaning advice and counsel. When Chaosheng neither expressed his gratitude nor responded, his focus seemed to shift to matters of greater importance. After a moment of silence, he gently and resolutely asked a Shui, "Is it truly impossible for me to learn your skills?" A Shui's shadow cast upon the wall appeared somber. "Do you truly wish to train with me?" When Chaosheng replied sincerely, "I very much do." A Shui tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the flickering flames to meet Wen Chaosheng's face. "Why?" This time, her question bore a weightier seriousness than before. Wen Chaosheng's response remained succinct as ever. "Because you are strong." A Shui inquired lazily, "Can someone as formidable as you be ranked among the martial world of the 4 nations?" "I do not know," she replied. Wen Chaosheng opened his eyes and turned to meet a Shui's gaze. Initially, he believed she was brushing him off, but upon seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he felt compelled to trust her. "So can you teach me?" he asked again, only to receive a Shui's indifferent response. "When Chaosheng, I cannot teach you." She regarded the boy by the fire with a slightly softened tone, revealing a disheartening truth. "Not just me, but the vast majority of people in this world cannot teach you, not even those rumored to be in the sacred places of cultivation. The last time you asked me, I told you that you couldn't learn my skills because of your age and the rigidity of your bones, which impacts your Danhai. But that is not the core reason. The fundamental issue is that you do not possess a Danhai at all." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng sat up abruptly, fully awake. "Are you certain?" A Shui affirmed, "I am sure. I can discern such things at a glance, but at the time, I was uncertain since very few people lack a Danhai. You might not find even one in 100,000. So I deliberately explored this aspect in you and ultimately confirmed that you indeed lack a Dan Hai. That is why I refer to you as the unluckiest person I have encountered. Wen Chaosheng stared at a Shui for a long moment, lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a single word. A Shui continued. The reason the white dragon guard member looked down on you is that he recognized you as someone utterly incapable of cultivation. The Dan Hai is the conduit through which humans connect with the natural world. Humans possess 720 apertures, each serving a unique purpose. But only the power of a refined Dan Hai can activate these apertures, unleashing potential that moves like the mysterious winds of the mountains, the surging tides of the seas, resonating with the heavens and earth, bursting forth like divine thunder. A common person, no matter how they train their body, can never hope to rival the forces of nature, rendering them as defenseless as an infant in the presence of martial practitioners. You are inherently lacking a Dan Hai, and regardless of your efforts, your potential will always be limited. You are a good person, and I did not wish to discourage you so harshly, but you will inevitably come to this realization, and concealing it for too long may prove detrimental. Wen Chaosheng's gaze appeared hollow in the firelight, but it soon returned to normal. He looked at a Shui, lying on the ground, and with unwavering sincerity, he asked, "Is there truly no way at all?" A Shui shook her head. "I have not a single solution. Such occurrences are already rare, and I am not a dedicated master of cultivation, so I possess no expertise in instructing disciples. If you insist on learning from me, I can only teach you a form of Taoist health cultivation." When Chaosheng hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "What kind of cultivation?" A Shui. In ancient times, the Beihai people traveled the world, carving 3 unique techniques on the cliff of Jiesher in the far east of the Zhao kingdom: Jingqian, Wangyu, and Bulao Quan. The technique I have mastered is Bulao Quan. This particular skill is somewhat unique, as it can be practiced without the Dan Hai, though its effects vary from individual to individual. It primarily serves to strengthen the body and prolong life, but it cannot bestow the power to shatter mountains or stones. Wen Chaosheng remained undeterred and said, "Practicing is better than not practicing at all." You are correct. I am indeed the unluckiest person in the world. However, even the unluckiest have their own way of living. Had I truly wished to end my life, I would have done so 3 years ago, sparing myself from such torment. For the past 3 years, I have constantly contemplated how to survive and how to live better. Compared to that, not having the Dan Hai does not seem particularly grave. A Shui gazed intently at Wen Chaosheng's face, realizing only then that she had underestimated his belief in life. An indescribable feeling began to spread in her chest, as though the pain of old wounds was gradually being overshadowed. A Shui turned her face away, closed her eyes, and said, "Let us sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will teach you the incantation and guide you in your practice." In the county office of Kuhai County, the light of the stars and moon was obscured by wind and snow. Chun Xiong stood in the room where Lu Jinshi's body was stored, while Wu Xie remained nearby, holding a knife in vigilance. However, his shorter arm was sewn with countless stitches, and a piece of white cloth was tied around his elbow, suspended from his neck. Lu Jinshi's body had merely been shifted. Aside from that, there were no other abnormalities. After inspecting Lu Jinshi's body, Chun Xiong, in disbelief, turned to Wu Xie and asked, "Did that limping woman who came today possess skills superior to yours?" Wu Xie, with pale lips, recalled the encounter and replied, "Far surpassing me." Chun Xiong's expression grew grave, his gaze sweeping over Wu Xie's injured arm. "Can you discern her martial art style?" Wu Xie shook his head. "There is no discernible style. She wielded the guard's long knife with horizontal and vertical strikes. Yet every move was a lethal attack. Thankfully, her limp hindered her mobility. In our 10 exchanges, I lost an arm after just one confrontation. Moreover, she bore significant injuries, had her old wounds not flared up at a critical moment. That strike would have claimed my head." Chun Xiong felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing Wu Xie's account. "Wu Xie, you entered the Long Yin realm 15 years ago, yet you cannot withstand a single move from this person?" Chapter 31. I have no Dan Hai since ancient times. There has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Chun Xiong had specifically selected his companions for this journey from the royal city. and Wu Xie had served the family for over 20 years as a trusted guest. Chen Qiong was acutely aware of his strength. He could not comprehend how such a formidable expert could exist in a remote place like Kuhai County, and his thoughts began to spiral towards the worst-case scenario. Suspecting that perhaps a noble from the palace had discovered some clues and secretly dispatched one of the 3 instructors from the Bai Long Way to investigate. It was rumored that one of the instructors of the Bai Long Way was a woman of unfathomable martial prowess, who single-handedly fought against 1,800 bandits in the western frontier, ultimately slaying their leader and emerging unscathed. Could it be that the individual investigating Lu Jinshi's body was indeed the female instructor from Bai Long Way? Chen Qiong's thoughts became disordered, and he disregarded many details. He now felt as if he were walking on needles, each step sending a jolt through his body. Wu Xie, sensing Chen Qiong's restless energy, rasped soothingly, "My lord, do not be alarmed. Concern breeds chaos. Today, I observed that woman dressed in tattered garments, resembling a refugee, with numerous shocking scars upon her body. She undoubtedly carries significant troubles of her own, and such a person is likely of little concern to the palace. Once one enters the Jianghu, even grave matters become trivial." Wu Xie's narrative gradually calmed Chen Qiong's tumultuous thoughts. He took several deep breaths and turned to face Lu Jinshi's body, stating, "You speak wisely. Today, while discussing the events of the previous night with Lu Chuan at the Yuanyang Pavilion, he divulged a secret. A major bounty worth 100,000 gold coins has recently appeared on Wang Chuan, also concerning a woman, 8 feet tall, covered in wounds. Now that I think of it, the person who came to the county office to examine the corpse is likely her. But why would she be so concerned about Lu Jinshi's life and death?" The flickering light in Chen Qiong's eyes reflected his unease. He remained unconvinced. Lu Jinshi's body must ultimately be submitted along with the case files to the judicial authority in the grand city of Guanghan City. Only after they confirmed everything could the necessary procedures be communicated back to the royal city, and only then would there be a complete understanding of the matter. Should he exhibit any signs of abnormality, it was possible that the accompanying Bai Long Way would take note of him. Chen Qiong was not intimidated by Bai Long Way. His visit to Kuhai County was twofold: to seek an opportunity to assist him in passing this year's examination at the Longan Pavilion, and to help a significant figure from the clouds handle some minor troubles. As long as he needed, Lu Chuan would readily extend a helping hand, mobilizing all available resources to assist him. What truly instilled fear in Chen Qiong was the power backing Bai Long Way and the potential consequences of any leaked clues that might bring unforeseen calamity upon that prominent figure in the clouds. If this matter was mishandled, the repercussions would not only befall him, but could also implicate his entire family. The Qi state has revered Confucianism for centuries. Those who ascend to the clouds do not merely rely on a few phrases of classical rhetoric to safeguard their status and power. Chen Qiong believed he understood this better than anyone else. 76 years ago, a coup within the Qi royal family led to unprecedented turmoil. At that time, the court was unstable, and his grandfather, overly trusting in Confucian ideals and refusing to take sides, ultimately faced exclusion from all factions, losing his life and position, leading to the decline of their family to its current state. If you wish to know more, why not cooperate with Lu Chuan to investigate? Wu Xie, too, found it perplexing that Lu Jinshi, a mere county magistrate from a remote border, could possibly know such formidable figures from the Jianghu. The motivations behind their visit to examine Lu Jinshi's body seemed too strange. Chen Qiong clasped his hands behind his back, his fingertips gently rubbing together as he wrestled with his thoughts. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, saying, "Initially, I did not agree with Lu Chuan's proposal. The individual he serves is far too dangerous. I cannot afford to offend him. I wish to avoid any situation that could lead to complications. If I were to inadvertently provoke a disaster, the consequences would extend beyond my personal affairs. However, it now seemed that I had no choice. Wu Xie, I will draft a letter tomorrow. Please assist me in delivering it." Wen Chaosheng sat in the loquat garden, engaged in a second round of chess against Lu Jiming. This time, he found himself as restless as Lu Jiming, his thoughts scattered and attention unfocused. After 70 moves, Lu Jiming suddenly inquired, "Chaosheng, why have you also become like me today?" Wen Chaosheng snapped back to reality, sighed, and replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, after a nap, I have worries weighing on my mind." Lu Jiming looked at him with curiosity, asking, "What troubles you?" Wen Chaosheng took a sip of tea and countered, "Shouldn't you already know?" Lu Jiming laughed, "I am not a worm in your belly. If you do not speak, how could I know anything?" Wen Chaosheng sighed and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Lu, I do not possess the Danhai. Without it, I am destined for an ordinary life." Lu Jiming also took a gentle sip of tea. "Who says one cannot cultivate without the Danhai? I have no Danhai." Chapter 32. A blade through the heart. Lu Jiming's casual remark ignited a spark in Wen Chaosheng's previously dim eyes, causing him to fixate on this seemingly unassuming yet enigmatic middle-aged man. He couldn't help but recall Shuai's words about a transcendent figure beyond the mundane. Coupled with Lu Jiming's earlier display of a golden leaf, Wen Chaosheng felt an increasing sense of mystery and grandeur surrounding Lu Jiming. "I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Lu." Wen Chaosheng respectfully greeted Du Ving with a clasped hand, his words earnest and sincere. Lu Jiming, without any pretense, smiled and inquired, "What do you know about cultivation?" After a moment's contemplation, Wen Chaosheng recounted what Usui had imparted to him. The human body possesses 720 apertures. Cultivation is the means by which one communicates with the celestial path, condensing power within the Banha and subsequently utilizing the strength of the Banha to activate these apertures, thereby unleashing the latent potential that has been dormant within the body. Speaking of which, Mr. Liu, what exactly is the Banha? Is it the Bantan? Lu Jiming poured himself a steady cup of tea and replied, thoughtfully, "The Dankan refers to a specific area within the human body, typically located 2 to 3 inches below the navel. In contrast, the Danha serves as a nexus for the 720 channels of the body. It can manifest in any region of the body. While the Danha indeed exists, it does not manifest concretely within the physical form. Rather, it is an ethereal and profound sensation. If you are a practitioner, you may experience this wondrous phenomenon. The power of the Danha can instantaneously traverse the extraordinary meridians, reaching the apertures and awakening potential. However, among the multitude of people, each harbors different levels of potential. Some individuals are born with blocked meridians, incapable of bearing the power of the Danha, while others have withered apertures, rendering only half of the 720 channels functional. The number of cultivators in this world exceeds the millions, yet those capable of unlocking the potential of over 600 apertures are few and far between. Of course, the concept of apertures is merely one of the prevalent methods of cultivation in the world. It signifies the potential of cultivation, but it does not imply that the greater the number of opened apertures, the higher the cultivation level. In the far north of the Yong'an lies a sacred place of cultivation known as Zheng, where its master, Dushanba, devoted his entire life to perfecting a single aperture in his palm, yet he traversed the world with unparalleled prowess. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng felt an inexplicable surge of passion. He recalled having heard of individuals who mastered only one technique throughout their lives, emerging invincible upon their return. There seemed to be a profound similarity between the two. In the realm of heroes, there is but one adversary. How exhilarating is that? He mused. Mr. Lu, if there were no Anha, how could one cultivate and activate the potential of the apertures? Lu Jiming smiled faintly and replied, "The path of the world is expansive and interconnected. Wherever one directs their thoughts, that is where cultivation occurs. Eating, sleeping, walking, and chopping wood. All these activities are part of the journey. Just a few days have passed, and you find yourself chopping wood more adeptly, do you not?" After a brief silence, Wen Chaosheng responded earnestly, "It is indeed different from before. However, the cultivation I aspire to is one that grants me the power of self-defense when confronted by true cultivators, rather than merely becoming prey in their eyes." Lu Jiming spoke gently. "What cultivators? Do they not eat? Do they not sleep? They are all human. Though their experiences may differ, fundamentally, they are the same." As Wen Chaosheng gazed into Deng's eyes, which held an unfathomable mirth, he sensed that there was a deeper meaning to Deng's words. Yet, he found himself unable to grasp the guidance that Lu Jiming offered. After much contemplation, he finally raised his head and asked, "What must I do, Mr. Lu?" Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea, smiling warmly drink tea, play chess, eat, chop wood. As the saying goes, reading a book 1,000 times reveals its meaning. Engaging in various activities is quite similar. Many in this world yearn for cultivation. Yet how many truly comprehend its essence? With that, he rose, hands clasped behind his back, and sauntered toward the courtyard. I shall take a stroll by the river. If you tire from chopping wood, come to the courtyard for tea. Once the Ming departed, Wen Chaosheng remained seated, staring at the teacup on the table for a prolonged period. A solitary tea leaf floated in the verdant water, swaying gently, refusing to sink to the bottom, reminiscent of a drifting boat in a vast sea. For reasons unknown, Wen Chaosheng suddenly found himself captivated by this seemingly inconspicuous scene. He arched his back slightly, leaned over the table, inching his face closer to the cup, his gaze fixated on its contents, gradually forgetting everything around him. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, originating from the distant shores of the Bavu, disrupting the clear surface of the lake. The ripples, rising in layers, seemed to be drawn into the cup, and in that moment, Wen Chaosheng felt as though he were aboard the drifting boat within the cup, surrounded by tumultuous waves that roared like dragons, threatening to engulf him completely. Unsteady on his feet, Wen Chaosheng hastily crouched down, gripping the edge of the boat tightly, his eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. Am I not in the courtyard? When did I arrive in this cup world? The thought of having encountered such a surreal experience made the idea of shrinking in size seem less astonishing. Just as he was about to collect himself, a wave crashed upon him, and he instinctively ducked down, narrowly avoiding it. However, his grip on the boat slipped, and he plunged into the deep sea below. A terrifying sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him as he stared up at the surface of the water. The tea leaf transformed into the boat, appearing to be struck down by the waves and plummeting directly toward him. Though submerged in water, Wen Chaosheng did not experience suffocation nor any sensation of buoyancy. Yet the boat descended upon him with increasing speed, its tip slicing through the water, and suddenly, flames erupted from the tip of the boat, growing larger until it engulfed the entire vessel. With his gaze riveted on the boat consumed by flames, a sudden sound of a sword's cry pierced through the chaos, creating a vacuum in the surrounding waves. The next moment, an extraordinarily sharp, long sword pierced through the flames, plunging forcefully through Wen Chaosheng's chest. The indescribable, utterly pure sharpness, devoid of any impurities, sent a chill throughout Wen Chaosheng's body, abruptly awakening him. When he regained his senses, he found himself still bent over the table, staring at the teacup before him, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The tea leaf that had once floated was now settled at the bottom of the cup. Chapter 33. The debt paid in words in the evening. Wen Chaosheng dragged a cart of firewood he had chopped during the day along an empty, smooth road out of the city. The cold wind howled, swirling around him with a flurry of snow. As he approached the city gates, he encountered another person similarly hauling a cart of firewood. The individual was bundled in thick clothing, yet even through the heavy layers, his emaciated figure was unmistakable. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Wen Chaosheng's physical condition was already subpar compared to others, but the gaunt man approaching appeared even worse off. His cart was laden with only small, dry branches, and the total weight was less than half of what Wen Chaosheng carried, making it particularly arduous for him to pull. Yesterday, when Wen Chaosheng had exited the city, he had noticed this individual, and now, unexpectedly, they crossed paths again. As they brushed past each other, Wen Chaosheng observed the thick layer of snow accumulating on the man's shoulders and suddenly halted, calling out to him. Hey! The man, moving numbly through the snow, seemed not to hear Wen Chaosheng's call and continued onward. After taking a few steps, Wen Chaosheng called out again, and this time the man turned around, looking at him with a puzzled expression. In the street, the two of them, buffeted by the swirling snow, resembled a pair of unfortunate brothers. Wen Chaosheng pointed to the firewood on his cart and said, Do you need this? The man stood still, gazing at Wen Chaosheng for a while before setting down the rope from his cart and slowly approaching him. How much? He inquired, noticing the frostbite on the man's thin hands. Yet, judging him to be in his 30s, Wen Chaosheng felt a pang of sympathy and replied, If you truly need it, I can give you some for free. Lurcher Ming had informed him that there was ample firewood available daily, and the amount he chopped was far more than could be burned. so he ultimately sold some, earning a modest wage in the process. Upon hearing that Wen Chaosheng was willing to give him firewood for free, the man displayed no signs of joy on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into his sleeve pocket, but found nothing after rummaging for a while. Finally, he addressed Wen Chaosheng, saying, "A gentleman does not accept food given in pity. There are dedicated places in the city for buying firewood, and I know the price. If you are willing, I will buy some from you at half the market price, and for the remaining half." He pondered carefully and stated earnestly, "I will exchange it with words." When Chaosheng raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired, "What characters? What characters?" The gaunt man before him replied, "The characters I wrote. Do you want them?" Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng couldn't help but chuckle momentarily, but after the laughter subsided, he acquiesced. "It's a deal." The slender man nodded, glanced around, and pointed towards the southern gate of the county town in the distance, saying, "I have no money today. Tomorrow at sunset, I will bring both the money and the characters and wait for you there. How does that sound?" When Chaosheng agreed to help him move the firewood, they transferred a third of the firewood from Wen Chaosheng's cart to the gaunt man's cart. Afterward, he shook off the snow from his body and remarked to the gaunt man, "That should suffice. Given your strength, you wouldn't be able to carry more. You might freeze to death on the street, and who knows, I could be blamed for it." The gaunt man bowed his head to shield his eyes from the blowing snow, secured the firewood on his cart with a rope, and said, "If I freeze to death, it's my own misfortune. My surname is Chung, and my given name is Feng. You must come tomorrow. I will wait for you at the gate." Wen Chaosheng replied, "No problem. My name is Wen Chaosheng. We shall meet at the county gate tomorrow evening." The two parted ways, with Wen Chaosheng heading outside the county, while Cheng Feng struggled to drag his heavy cart back home. Upon reaching the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng immediately spotted a shui's shadow illuminated by the firelight on the wall. He brought the cart back to the temple, unloaded the firewood, and took some to the fire, noticing a shui was cooking horse meat. Hearing his footsteps, a shui did not look up but stirred the meat in the pot with a stick, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Wen Chaosheng settled beside the fire, warming his frozen hands, and replied, "If I said I was worried about your safety and came back to check on you, would you believe me?" A shui scoffed. What a cliched excuse. She filled a bowl with a not-so-tasty yet sufficiently warm horse meat soup and handed it to Wen Chaosheng, who cradled the bowl through his clothing, blowing on it gently before taking small sips. The soup had a somewhat gamey taste, yet Wen Chaosheng found it enjoyable as he drank. "You, my friend, have too much pride. If I were you, I would certainly linger in that noble's firewood room and wouldn't come out for anything," she remarked. "Being looked down upon is far better than losing one's life." Wen Chaosheng raised his gaze slightly to meet hers, his brows furrowing in contemplation. "You sound just like a parasite in my belly," a shui quipped. "We're eating, so spare me the revolting comments." When Chaosheng set down his bowl and asked, "Did anyone come looking for you today?" A shui shook her head, stretching lazily and sounding rather fatigued. "No one disturbed me today. I slept very well." Wen Chaosheng pondered for a moment and continued, "I've been thinking about last night's events for quite some time. Didn't I mention before that the people from Chuncheon might be under pressure from the court? Do you think the one applying that pressure could be the Beilong Wai?" Upon this reminder, a shui's expression shifted subtly. She had been so preoccupied with recovering from her injuries that she hadn't considered it deeply. When Chaosheng picked up a piece of boiled horse meat from his bowl and chewed it thoughtfully. The distance from Kuhai County to Wangcheng was indeed vast. Logically, the palace's influence shouldn't reach this far so quickly. Thus, even if they encountered issues, Chuncheon would have considerable maneuvering space. However, if it were the Beilong Wai involved, the situation would be markedly different. Although they served the royal family of Qi, they were a force from the Jianghu, frequently traversing various regions, and their presence was likely felt in many places. Such a formidable Jianghu force backed by royal power could pose a direct threat in any corner of Qi. The only potential blunder I can envision for Chuncheon is if they were to undertake actions that must remain concealed from Beilong Wai, ideally without arousing their attention. Yet, from another perspective, both Chuncheon and Beilong Wai serve the powerful figures within the palace. If a conflict were to arise between them, would it not suggest that the Wangqing of Qi is currently rife with hidden currents? Wen Chaosheng spoke calmly, and a shui, sitting by the fire, fell into deep thought. her eyes reflecting the flickering flames that seemed to mirror her inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, she gazed at Wen Chaosheng as if he were a curiosity and asked, "Wen Chaosheng, what on earth did you do before?" Wen Chaosheng remained silent for a moment, then pointed to his head and replied, "I sustained an injury here, and I've forgotten all memories prior to the age of 18. I only recall these past 3 years outside the county. Please don't inquire about my past. I can't even remember who my parents are. However, I believe I must not possess any extraordinary background. Otherwise, I would either have been found by my family and become a child of privilege or eliminated by family enemies. Only the world's most unfortunate souls go unnoticed. Would you agree?" Chapter 34. Tonight, I teach you to kill. He could never reveal the truth of his transmigration to a shui. For if such a tale were to escape his lips, those who doubted him would deem him mad, while those who believed could bring upon him endless trouble and calamity. Thus, he chose to keep it buried within. A shui, uncertain of whether to believe Wen Chaosheng's words, refrained from pressing further and continued to savor the horse meat. After a moment of silence, Wen Chaosheng seemed to feel satiated. He rubbed his belly and turned to a shui who was still eating, saying, "In the days to come, you must be extra vigilant. Regardless of where you stand, if Chuncheong learns that you meddled with Lu Jin's corpse, he will surely grow suspicious. The worst outcome would be his collusion with those in the Jianghu searching for you, and we could not foresee the troubles that might ensue." A shui replied nonchalantly, "Just a bunch of rabble." When Chaosheng felt around his person and unexpectedly produced a small flask of liquor, tossing it to a shui, who caught it effortlessly. Raising an eyebrow, "You lad, have you enough money to buy liquor now?" When Chaosheng replied, "Last time you treated me. This time, I shall treat you. I didn't spend much, only bought this small flask, so drink sparingly." A shui smiled, pulled the flask to her lips, and took a swig. The warmth surged from within, and she sighed contentedly. "When Chaosheng, for this flask of liquor, I'll say you have a bit of conscience." When Chaosheng resumed the previous topic, cautioning, "Chuncheong is not to be underestimated. You would do well not to take him lightly. Even if they're not your rivals in your current state, you may not be able to avoid reigniting old wounds if you find yourself in a confrontation." A shui swished the potent liquor in her mouth, then spat it into the fire, causing the flames to flare brightly for a moment before settling back down. "At worst, I'll return to the netherworld. What is there to fear?" She had long ceased to regard her life or death with any concern, speaking of it with indifference. When Chaosheng could not agree with her cavalier attitude towards life, retorting with sarcasm, "If you seek death so earnestly, why pursue the truth? Once one is dead, all that remains is a mound of earth. The past becomes mere bones. What difference does it make whether you know or not? If you truly value this matter, you should at least ensure your own survival." As he locked eyes with a shui, his gaze was sharp as if it could pierce through flesh and bone, delving deep into her very essence. Yet, when Chaosheng's words trailed off, leaving the thought unspoken, they maintained their gaze for a moment until a shui suddenly averted her eyes, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Your eyes are truly irritating. They see too deeply. I've always despised others prying into my secrets." When Chaosheng lowered his gaze and tossed another piece of firewood into the flames, replying helplessly, "I don't wish to pry, but I can't help it. I was born this way. If I remain silent, you can just assume I saw nothing." A shui scoffed, "I'm beginning to regret befriending someone like you." When Chaosheng smiled at her and asked, "Just how much do you regret?" A shui pondered for a moment, then raised his arm, extending a slender index finger. When Chaosheng could faintly discern calluses at the joints of that finger, marks left by a prolonged grasp on weaponry. "A horse has such regret," he remarked. When Chaosheng, intrigued by this statement, inquired, "Why a horse?" A shui replied, "When I first escaped, I was gravely injured and my mind was clouded. Many were searching for me. I had no reason to survive and reach this place. It was an old horse that carried me across the wilderness, galloping over 1,000 miles, only to succumb to the freezing snow, dying on the desolate plains. I stumbled into the mountains and was found by you. Thus, without that horse, I would never have encountered you." Wen Chaosheng gazed at Ah Shui's sideways glance through the strands of his fallen hair and chuckled. "It is evident that you have indeed faced considerable distress since meeting me." Ah Shui sighed, gently shook his head, and tossed the half-empty wine flask to him. "Not drinking any more?" Wen Chaosheng asked. Ashui reclined, resting his hands under his head and closing his eyes lazily. I am tired. You may drink it all. Wen Chaosheng, unceremoniously, tilted his head back and drained the remaining liquor. The fiery sensation coursed down his throat, transforming into a sharp pain that pierced through his insides. He let out a satisfied groan, capped the flask, set it aside, and lay back down. With his eyes shut, the effects of the alcohol surged forth quickly. Wen Chaosheng felt the world spinning and his body becoming weightless. It was somewhat pleasant to sleep at this moment, yet this night was unlike any other. Outside the temple, the snow fell thickly, and dark shadows like crows appeared in the sky. In places unseen, the sharp sound of blades being drawn from their sheaths pierced the air, leaving traces of footprints in the snow. Inside the temple, the flickering flames barely had time to warm Wen Chaosheng when suddenly a hand yanked at his collar, pulling him up from the ground. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Ashui's face mere inches away, causing his heart to race as he wondered if this was the result of the liquor, threatening to gouge out his eyes. What is it? He gasped. Ashui squinted and replied, Someone is coming. 36 people, a mile to the north. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback. Although the alcohol had not completely worn off, his eyes instinctively searched for his axe. He did not question how Ashui knew of the situation a mile away, for he understood well the peculiar abilities of a practitioner like her. What mattered most now was to find a way to preserve his life. Ashui murmured, Stop searching. The axe is in my hand. Wen Chaosheng retorted. The temple is filled with weapons. Why must he take my axe? Ashui lightly waved the axe, her grip steady and sure, seeming entirely unbothered by the effects of the alcohol. This axe is quite adept for chopping wood. It suits me well. Wen Chaosheng was at a loss for words and pointed to himself. If you use my axe, what will I defend myself with? Ashui replied. With so many weapons in the temple, are you afraid of being unarmed? Wen Chaosheng raised his hands. I don't know how. Ashui released her grip on his collar and said calmly, Then just grab any sword or knife. Wen Chaosheng, did you not wish to learn martial arts from me? Tonight, I will teach you how to kill. Chapter 35. Night Battle. Wen Chaosheng's drunkenness had not fully dissipated, remnants of the fierce liquor lingering in his internal organs. Though his vision was clear, he could distinctly feel his feet unsteady beneath him. He stumbled as one foot sank into the falling snow, nearly losing his balance. In my current state, engaging in a fight would be akin to courting death. Ashui casually retrieved a long sword from the corner of the dilapidated temple and tossed it to Wen Chaosheng, who instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding what could have been a fatal blow. If you continue to throw things like that, I may not survive long enough to meet our enemies, he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet to retrieve the sword embedded in the snow. He tested it, finding it rather unfamiliar. Ashui stepped into the snow, her voice cutting through the storm with an icy detachment, whether on the battlefield or in the realm of martial arts. The enemy will never grant you the opportunity to adjust your state. When blades meet, it is a matter of life and death. Everything else is but a distraction. Wen Chaosheng gripped the sword, following closely behind Ashui, his mouth agape as the biting winds filled his lungs. I lack martial skills, and my physical condition is inadequate. To them, I am but a wild dog that could be easily dispatched with a kick. Following you tonight, I fear I may not see the sun rise again. Ashui coldly replied, It is merely your own choice. Did you heed my warning not to return? No sooner had she spoken than a palpable aura of menace swept through the snow-laden air, tousling their hair. Ashui's grip on the axe seemed more relaxed as she turned to glance at the flustered Wen Chaosheng, asking, Are you afraid? Do you regret it? Wen Chaosheng trembled, uncertain whether it was the chilling presence of death or the snowstorm itself that unsettled him. He exhaled a breath that fogged before his eyes. I feel somewhat anxious. Ashui reassured him, Anxiety is natural. I too felt it the first time I killed. The approaching group included some who were not practitioners, but merely ordinary fighters from the world of martial arts, their footsteps lacking concealment. Wen Chaosheng looked at Ashui in surprise. You can hear them so clearly? Ashui explained, When the wind blows fiercely, one can hear clearly. However, only ordinary sounds are discernible. If a master or someone is hiding, my hearing becomes less reliable. Just as she finished speaking, an arrow suddenly pierced through the hazy veil of snow, hurtling towards them, A flurry of crystalline snowflakes was shattered by the arrow's deadly intent. In an instant, the arrow had traversed Zhang, mere inches from Wen Chaosheng's brow, only to be caught firmly by a slender hand. In the next moment, Shui flicked her wrist, sending the arrow back along its path, embedding it into the obscured, snowy ground. A dull thud echoed as a crimson stain gradually spread across the white surface. Wen Chaosheng hunched over, his back soaked with cold sweat. The biting eastern wind jolted him fully awake. Such a powerful crossbow posed little threat to Shui in the darkness, but for him, it was an unavoidable, deadly strike. By the time he noticed the arrow, it would likely have already pierced through him. The best strategy was to lower his body, minimizing the target area exposed to the enemy, not to distract Shui. Once the owner of the crossbow was dealt with, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving uncertain whether other crossbows lay hidden in the snow. Shui gazed into the distance, her eyelids frosted over. Before her, a group of roughly 30 black-clad figures emerged, all masked and emanating a chilling aura that overshadowed the fierce winds and snow, a web of lethal intent enveloping both of them. These people are all practitioners. My leg is injured, and it will take time to deal with them. Wen Chaosheng, listen to me. Do not focus on the arrow, but listen instead. Heeding Shui's advice, Wen Chaosheng felt a chill in his limbs and lowered his voice. I have not trained my hearing. I fear my judgments may be inaccurate. Shui replied, then aimed to be more precise. As she spoke, she limped forward, brandishing her knife towards the dark figures, leaving Wen Chaosheng behind, who did not call for help, but instead endeavored to calm himself through heavy breaths, try to gauge the potential trajectory of any arrows with his ears. For someone like Wen Chaosheng, untrained and inexperienced, this was no easy feat, especially when his life hung in the balance, leaving little room for error. The biting cold winds howled as Shui, with the axe in hand, stepped closer to the group of black-clad figures, addressing them. Who among you shall die first? Each of the black-clad figures bore a token of Wangchuan at their waist, their strengths varying, most being young men, with one middle-aged swordsman in a black robe. His face uncovered, his hair already streaked with gray, whether from the passage of time or the falling snow. They stood in the snow, resembling statues, their cold gazes fixed upon the woman before them. The man with the surname Liu remarked, "Your head is quite valuable. Killing you would grant access to the Fengziki." The middle-aged swordsman spoke with a hint of provocation, completely disregarding Shui's words, showing no interest whatsoever. Gaining entry into the Fengziki of Wangchuan is a formidable challenge. For despite the multitude of formidable warriors below, there are only 12 positions available in the Fengziki. To join, one must not only possess exceptional strength, but also have made significant contributions to Wangchuan. Those who enter the Fengziki acquire a semblance of power within Wangchuan, potentially paving their way into the 10 halls. The 10 halls represent the core power and influence of Wangchuan, a destination that countless assassins aspire to throughout their lives. The Fengziki is the crucial first step in realizing their ambitions. Shui lifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him, and retorted, "Why not try and find out?" The middle-aged swordsman smiled faintly, lightly waving his hand, and the overwhelming aura of murderous intent could no longer be concealed. The sound of countless weapons being drawn reverberated around them, the killing intent blossoming like a lotus, scattering the swirling snowflakes. As the first cloaked figure approached, Shui swung her blade, blood spilling forth as she cleaved both man and weapon in half. It was a simple yet unstoppable strike. Shui continued to wield her blade, each swing executed with an excruciating slowness, as if delivered from a century ago. Yet, when the blade finally caressed the neck of her foe, they realized it was no slow blade at all. This was an executioner's strike, swift and unyielding. Cold sweat poured forth as Shui's adversaries finally grasped the grim reality. Before her lay a dozen bodies sprawled in all directions. The middle-aged man, who had previously worn an expression of indifference and madness, now bore a grave look, pressing his thumb against the sword sheath, lowering the blade slightly. This was a habitual gesture before drawing his sword, the lowered blade producing a melodious sound of friction, which he regarded as the sound of life slipping away. heralding the impending slaughter he was about to unleash. With a swish, as a shui raised her blade to strike an assassin to her right, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot forth from the distant snow, aimed at her back. A shui's motion halted momentarily. It was as if she possessed a sixth sense. She sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the bolt. However, the assassin before her was not so fortunate. He had been preparing to counter a shui's attack, but his reaction was evidently inferior to hers. When a shui unexpectedly withdrew her blade, he momentarily froze, and in that fleeting instant, he lost the chance to defend against the crossbow bolt. The force of the bolt, propelled by a mechanism, possessed a penetrating power unmatched by ordinary arrows. His protective energy clearly failed to withstand it. The sound of the bolt piercing flesh resonated heavily in the air. The assassin glanced down at the bolt embedded in his abdomen, furrowing his brow, and rolled to the side, reaching to extract the bolt. For individuals like him, as long as vital organs were unscathed, survival was still possible. The power of Dan Hai could seal the wound, significantly slowing blood loss. Yet, the moment his hand touched the bolt, his complexion changed drastically, and he spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, convulsing briefly before collapsing lifelessly. Clearly, the bolts were coated with deadly poison. The hidden archer, having missed his shot, aimed for a shui once more. Just as he prepared to release a second arrow, he heard footsteps behind him. Alert, he turned and shot an arrow toward the source of the sound. Swish! The first arrow missed entirely. As he prepared to shoot a second arrow at the shadow darting away, the figures seemed to tap into their latent potential in the face of life and death. Wielding a long sword they had never held before, thrusting it straight at him. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, the archer instinctively turned his head to evade, but much of his body was buried in the snow, restricting his movement. Thud! The sword struck with an unexpected decisiveness. Even if he had not been buried in the snow, evasion would have been impossible. Wen Chaosheng gripped the sword, driving it into the archer's throat, warm blood gushing forth around him. In that moment, he felt transported back to the tumultuous sea aboard a drifting raft, surrounded by crashing waves, while the raft beneath him transformed into a longsword. Wen Chaosheng lost his footing once again, plunging into the depths of the ocean, witnessing flames anew, and once more pierced by that exquisitely sharp, pure flying sword. The icy chill in his chest rendered him numb. The instinct to survive surged within him. Unbeknownst to himself, his hand, still gripping the longsword, lashed out with a thrust he had never practiced nor studied, executed in a manner seemingly honed through countless trials, colliding with the arrowhead hurtling toward him. The next moment, the bolt let out a mournful cry, shattering into fragments. The archer, taken aback, had not anticipated that when Chaosheng, who appeared devoid of any cultivation, could intercept the bolt at such close range, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Ultimately, it was when Chaosheng who regained his composure first, stepping forward, his longsword falling like an axe. Plop! A head rolled away, spinning a few times in the snow as fresh, warm blood swiftly cooled. Wen Chaosheng's heart raced as he felt the sword in his hand, a newfound sense of control enveloping him. In that moment, he pondered whether he had been killing or merely chopping wood. He himself could not discern the truth. Lost in reverie, he heard his own voice whispering, "What must I do, Mr. Liu?" "Chop wood, chop wood." Wen Chaosheng murmured softly, his thoughts drifting back to the woodpile at Liu Jiming's home, where he had tirelessly raised and lowered the blade until his arms ached and his palms throbbed, all in pursuit of that elusive sensation experienced in the first strike. Although he had come close to replicating that initial stroke, a gap remained. Only that thrust, which pierced the powerful crossbow, allowed him to rediscover the feeling of recreating his first strike. Unconscious and effortless, it was not his own swordsmanship, but rather the essence of the world's natural principles, serendipitously captured and melded into his technique. After that stroke, Wen Chaosheng stood motionless in the snow, as if in deep contemplation. In the distance, a second bolt soared toward him, and upon hearing the wind, he acted without hesitation, slashing his longsword toward the flying snow. This action, so mundane, had been practiced countless times in Liu Jiming's woodpile. Merely chopping wood, the once awkward motion became familiar at the moment of facing the sharp bolt. Wen Chaosheng was uncertain whether he could truly sever it before being struck, unsure of his auditory judgment, yet he cast aside distracting thoughts, treating it as a simple act of chopping wood. In that fleeting moment of swinging his sword, the immense pressure of life and death dissipated. Crack! He struck true. The arrow lost its power, and before the two halves of the archer's body could touch the ground, the third bolt, breaking the air with a thunderous sound, surged toward Wen Chaosheng's eardrum. Without a moment's thought, he swung his sword again, the moonlight glistening against the blade as it clashed with the arrow's tip, sending a jolt through his hand, nearly causing him to lose grip. This strike was evidently not as perfect as the previous one, but he understood that this was a moment of life and death. Despite the pain and risk of splitting his palm, he gripped the sword tightly and rushed toward the source of the sound. Wen Chaosheng's ability to discern sounds was far inferior to a Shuai's. Yet he knew that his assailant would surely strike again. Whether he could intercept the next crossbow bolt at such close range was uncertain. But he remembered a Shuai's earlier words. In close combat, there is only life and death. All else is mere distraction. The sole possibility of survival lay in eliminating all threats. In the distance, a Shuai stood amidst a sea of corpses, her hands stained with a thick layer of blood and frost from the machete she wielded. The remaining few individuals cloaked in black encircled her, none daring to approach. Though they were desperate men, they were utterly intimidated by Shuai's ferocity and strength, realizing the vast chasm that separated them. Mere numbers could not bridge the gap. One among them felt the urge to retreat, but after taking only 2 steps back, a fishbone-shaped long sword pierced through his back. The assassin's eyes widened in horror as he slightly turned his head, only to find a middle-aged man with a frigid expression looming behind him. As a member of Wang Chuan, succumbing to fear in such a moment was inexcusable. He slowly withdrew the long sword, staining the ground with a pool of crimson against the white snow. He fixed his gaze upon a Shuai, who trembled slightly, her breath labored. Despite her grievous injuries that had nearly cost her life, she managed to endure, proving her worth. Bai Youyu, having traversed the Jianghu for most of his life, relished both the gambling den and the realm of romance, having squandered countless silver coins without ever encountering such fortuity. In the past, he could never comprehend why. But now he realized that his fortune had been preserved by the heavens for this very day. In the Fengqi, some of the old wretches had become too frail to continue, while others mysteriously disappeared. There remained still unfound. Several positions should have been relinquished long ago. He had always yearned to enter, yet lacked the means. Today, he sought her assistance. Bai Youyu advanced toward a Shuai, sword in hand, snowflakes landing on his shoulders, enhancing his imposing presence. A Shuai, pale-lipped, stood her ground with the machete, panting heavily. The remaining black-clad assassins, witnessing Bai Youyu's intent to join the fray, abandoned any thoughts of retreat and readied themselves to charge alongside him. They certainly did not dare to contest him for glory, but assisting him could elevate their status should he become a prominent figure in the phone character flag. Is that so? A Shuai's gaze pierced through her hair dusted with snow, a faint smirk of derision gracing her lips. From my years of experience, one does not remain perpetually fortunate. Yet misfortune tends to linger. Gamblers possess an intriguing trait. After every loss, they invariably believe they will win back their losses next time. However, for you, this may very well be your final gamble in this lifetime. Bai Youyu seemed to be struck at his core by a Shuai's words, his already darkened countenance growing even more sinister. Once the fishbone in my grasp pierces your heart, you shall realize the depths of your folly. As his words fell, the surrounding snow ceased its fall, the fierce wind stilled, and the distant figure of Wen Chaosheng, poised to slay the last crossbowman, froze in place as if time itself had succumbed to an absolute silence. Of course, time cannot halt. It was simply that someone moved too swiftly, so fast that even the wind and snow could not react. With a sharp clang, the fishbone thrust forth into the air, the moonlight casting a cold gleam that bore the weight of winter's chill, striking a Shuai's heart before she could react. The blade arrived with an uncanny precision, too sudden and too accurate. Before the other assassins could even draw their swords, Bai Youyu's blade had already reached a Shuai's heart, just as he had proclaimed. He intended to pierce her heart with a single stroke. A person does not succumb to death immediately upon having their heart pierced. Thus, Bai Yu could witness the terror and despair reflected in Shui's eyes. He reveled in the expressions of his prey in their final moments. The sharp tip of the sword had breached Shui's chest, and as he beheld the embedded blade, a smile crept upon Bai Yu's lips. His cultivation focused on speed, enabling him to outpace many renowned figures within the ethereal realm. He could deliver a lethal strike to an opponent of ethereal mastery at close range, especially given that the woman before him was already on the brink of exhaustion, grievously wounded. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced her chest, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Bai Yu gazed intently at the woman before him and coldly inquired, "What now?" Shui's gaze remained icy, her pupils unclouded. In a fleeting moment, Bai Yu sensed something amiss as he prepared to withdraw. A machete had already been drawn across his neck, sealing off all avenues of escape with a terrifying intent to kill. Bai Yu's expression froze, certainty gripping him that his blade had indeed struck Shui's heart. Yet, how could she appear so unaffected? "Are you certain that you truly pierced it?" She spoke coldly, and Bai Yu's gaze faltered, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. He felt the pulsations of a heartbeat emanating from blade. His strike had not struck Shui's heart. With a swift motion, Shui swung her machete, and Bai Yu's head flew from his shoulders. A rain of blood soaring into the air amidst the falling snow. With Bai Yu's demise, the remaining black-clad men should have been seized by fear and retreated. Yet, one audacious individual, keenly aware of Shui's dire state, charged forth with a blade, determined to fight for survival. The sword descended towards Shui's neck, yet she neither evaded nor defended herself, instead turning to strike at the black-clad man, willing to exchange her life for his. In this clash, Bai Yu's blade may not have inflicted a fatal wound upon Shui, but given her already grievous injuries, the damage compounded. As the black-clad man's blade neared Shui's throat, a crossbow bolt pierced through the snowstorm, accurately embedding itself into the man's abdomen. He groaned, his strength waning, and in the next moment, Shui's machete cleaved through his chest, spilling his lifeblood across the ground. With his death, the remaining 3 black-clad men were paralyzed with terror, fleeing into the depths of the snowstorm. Shui coughed up a mouthful of blood, glancing back to find Wen Chaosheng aiming a powerful crossbow at her. As her vision blurred, she held on for a moment longer before collapsing into the vast expanse of snow, unconscious. Chapter 37. Survival. The battle concluded in less than a quarter of an hour, the snowfall nearly obliterating every trace of the conflict. The corpses were first covered with a layer of frost, then melded into the snow, leaving only the weapons embedded in the ground to bear witness to the ferocity of the encounter. Soon, footsteps echoed in the distance, 4 figures, 1 leading and 3 following. At the forefront stood Lu Chuan and Chun Xiong, clad in fur robes. TSK. Is it any wonder this is worth 100,000 gold? Not a single soul from the Jianghu or the officials remains. Such ruthless execution. Lu Chuan's tone bore no hint of fear as he turned to the slender black-clad man beside him, who bore a single-edged sword on his back, and commanded, "Qian Lu, dig up the bodies and assess the situation." At his instruction, the slender man effortlessly wielded the massive blade as a shovel, swiftly unearthing the corpses buried beneath the snow. Qian Lu's strength belied his frail appearance. Though seemingly weak, he could handle the 100-pound dark iron blade with ease. Once dozens of corpses lay before them, he addressed Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, all these individuals were slain with a single strike." Lu Chuan shook off the snow from his shoulders, his tone growing somber. "All with a single blow?" Qian Lu affirmed. "Yes, with 1 stroke." "Were they all slain by the same person?" "These Wangchuan assassins were dispatched by a singular hand." Lu Chuan exchanged glances with Chun Xiong, remarking, "We have truly stumbled upon a remarkable find." This time, Wangchuan deployed a total of 42 individuals, 35 of whom were young assassins from the Huoji flag, and 7 from the Lingji flag. The assassin wielding the fishbone sword, Bai Yu, was a long-established master, having 1 foot in the ethereal realm. Originally from the Qin nation, he later gained fame in the Qi nation. Known for his gambling and womanizing, yet undeniably skilled, having previously assassinated 3 ethereal masters. His fishbone sword ranked 66th on the renowned sword list of the Tianji Tower, and many believed he had a promising future within the foam character flag. I never anticipated that such a person would meet their end in the desolate Kuhai County in such a hasty manner. He remarked, suddenly furrowing his brow, and inquired of Qian Lu, "Have you found a fishbone?" Qian Lu shook his head. The surrounding area had already been searched, but nothing was found. Lu Chuan stroked his chin, his brow furrowed as he fell into contemplation. Chun Xiong glanced at the corpse on the ground and said calmly, "The Qi state values culture over martial prowess. Yet even in this remote border area, there are some well-trained crossbow troops at their disposal. It is quite difficult for common martial artists of the Lighthong realm to withstand the specially designed repeating crossbows of the Qi state in the depths of night. However, tonight, with 50 to 60 men dispatched, they were unable to capture a single individual. We may need to reassess the opponent's strength. Although I am currently the magistrate of Kuhai County, the officials in the royal city do not concern themselves with the actual situation here. However, if the death toll rises excessively, I too will find it difficult to account for it." Lu Chuan smiled gently, patted his shoulder lightly, and then squeezed it. "Relax. County Lord, if she had no issues, she wouldn't have gone to inspect Lu Jin's corpse. We share the same objective this time. I would never harm you. Furthermore, while tonight's battle was indeed brutal, we have not returned empty-handed, have we? A fishbone is easy to enter, but difficult to extract. I doubt that woman has escaped unscathed." Chun Xiong ignored him, turning to lead Wu Xie towards the county town. "If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. The snow is heavy. I shall not accompany you." Watching Chun Xiong's figure disappear into the distance, Lu Chuan's smile did not fade as he turned to the white-covered Qian Lu and asked, "If it were you tonight, could you kill those 42 from Wangchuan?" Qian Lu, standing amidst the cold wind, appeared frail enough to be blown over at any moment. He calmly replied, "I could." Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. "So, that person's strength is comparable to yours?" Qian Lu shook his head, slowly sheathing his black iron long knife behind him, saying, "Stronger than me. Judging from the wounds on these corpses, the wanted woman must be injured, and severely so. When a martial artist is wounded, the impact may not be pronounced in one-on-one encounters, but once faced with multiple opponents, the disadvantage becomes apparent. If I were to sustain a serious injury, I estimate I could only eliminate less than half of those present, and that is under the scenario whereby Yoyu remains a bystander. That woman is not only stronger than me, but also exceptionally skilled in battling multiple foes, which are areas where I fall short." Lu Chuan gazed into the swirling snow for a considerable time, then shook off the snowflakes from his cloak and said to Qian Lu, "Let us go. It is freezing. Let us return and have some snake soup. Old Yang has been cooking for quite a while. It should be ready." Qian Lu nodded slightly, following behind Lu Chuan. Shortly after they departed, the corpses at the site were completely buried beneath the falling snow. In a dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng lit a fire and boiled a pot of hot water, feeding some to the unconscious A Shui and pinched her acupoint. The weak A Shui stirred, her eyes hazy. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Chaosheng gently patted her cheek. A Shui shook her heavy head slightly, and Wen Chaosheng asked, "What should we do about the sword lodged in your chest? I do not understand medicine and dare not pull it out carelessly." A Shui coughed twice, the intense pain in her chest causing her to furrow her brow, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "This fishbone has barbs. It cannot be pulled out directly. You must find a weapon to hook the exposed barb on my back to allow it to completely pierce through me, or I shall not survive, given the life and death nature of the situation." Wen Chaosheng disregarded his reservations and went to the corner of the temple to retrieve the long knife A Shui had previously discarded. The blade was thicker than the sword, making it less prone to breaking. He hooked the barb of the fishbone sword with the curved spine of the knife and asked A Shui, "Should I pull it straight back?" A Shui breathed lightly. "Pull. I want to die." When Chaosheng replied, "Hold on." With that, he adjusted his angle and swiftly yanked the fishbone sword from Shui's body. She let out a muffled groan and slumped, losing consciousness once more. At noon, a beam of warm, blinding sunlight pierced through A Shui's eyelids, causing her to frown and awaken. The sound of chopping would reach her ears, and A Shui was startled. Instantly sitting up to discover she was lying on a soft bed, Her body had been washed, her clothes changed, and the wound on her chest was stitched up. Surrounding her was a flow of Danhai's true power, stabilizing her injuries. Due to blood loss, her head throbbed painfully with any slight movement. After a moment of adjustment, she tentatively attempted to rise from the bed, but at that moment, the door opened. Lady Lu entered, carrying a bowl of prepared medicine. Placing it on the table as she asked, "Awake?" A Shui stared at her. "Where is this?" Lady Lu smiled slightly and replied, "You should ask that young man chopping wood outside. He carried you here through the snow last night." As her words fell, she turned and walked toward the door, saying, "I'm going to buy some vegetables. Drink the medicine. Your injuries are severe. My medical skills are limited. I can only help alleviate it temporarily. Whether you survive if your injuries flare up depends on your own fortune." A Shui glanced at the medicine on the table. Without hesitation, drank it down. Whether it was effective or not was secondary. She was indeed parched. Having lost too much blood, her throat felt as though it were aflame. Upon the medicine entering her stomach, a soothing coolness spread from her abdomen, providing her with some relief. The sound of chopping wood echoed once more as a Shui staggered, using the door for support as she stepped outside, taking a while to acclimate to her weakness. The courtyard was empty, with only a loquat tree, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. She approached the woodpile and found Wen Chaosheng, who was chopping wood, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He looked up and met her gaze, exclaiming, "I always thought my life was the toughest in the world. Last night, carrying you to find Mr. Lu, my cotton coat was nearly soaked through with blood. I never imagined you would survive. The physique of a cultivator is indeed extraordinary." A Shui shook her head, leaning against the doorframe, and said, "It has nothing directly to do with the physique of a cultivator. That sword should have pierced through my heart. A cultivator below the Tianren realm would have no chance of survival if pierced by such a sword. However, I have practiced the Bulao spring, as I mentioned before. The effects of this peculiar technique vary by individual, allowing me to adjust the positions of my internal organs to a certain extent, which is the fundamental reason I am still alive." Wen Chaosheng, upon hearing this, focused his gaze on a Shui. Recalling the first time he found her amidst the heavy snow, her body riddled with grievous wounds, many deeply severe, clearly affecting her internal organs. Yet, a Shui had not perished. She had endured the storm through the night. Moreover, the Bulao spring itself has restorative properties, enabling me to heal injuries that many ordinary martial artists cannot. When Chaosheng raised his eyebrows, pausing his chopping, and remarked in surprise, "Such a miraculous technique holds such capabilities. Then, what level of cultivation must the person from Beihai, who created this technique, possess?" A Shui licked her dry lips and patiently replied, "Liliencio, the master of the Tianji Tower, traveled the world seeking heroes for 21 years, finally encountering the Beihai person at Zongxian Yuan, where they exchanged views over a cup of tea. Liliencio stated that his cultivation is unfathomable, and among the countless cultivators in the 4 states, only 7 or 8 could contend with him. However, the Beihai person is notoriously lazy, preferring mountains and rivers over worldly disputes, wandering throughout his life without a fixed abode. If one is not destined, it is rare to encounter him in the mortal realm." When Chaosheng pondered for a moment and said, "Is this what you refer to as a recluse?" A Shui replied affirmatively, leaning against the door and casting a sidelong glance at Wen Chaosheng for a while before expressing her gratitude. When Chaosheng observed the earnest expression on a Shui's face and smiled, "It is rare to hear you thank me, but it seems truly unnecessary. You shielded me from an arrow, and I returned the favor. Thus, we are even." A Shui gradually approached Wen Chaosheng, extending her hand towards him. Observing this, Wen Chaosheng set down his axe and shook her hand. A Shui's hand was somewhat small and cool to the touch. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned peculiar in the silence. A Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation and promptly swatted Wen Chaosheng's hand away. "There was no understanding here. I meant for you to give me some money." Wen Chaosheng cleared his throat, rummaged through his belongings, and tossed a handful of copper coins to a Shui, inquiring, "What do you need the money for?" A Shui replied, "To buy wine." Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow. "In your current condition, how can you drink?" A Shui turned and limped toward the woodshed, while Wen Chaosheng called after her, "Hey, give me back my money." Ignoring him, a Shui continued on, prompting Wen Chaosheng to follow, saying, "It's broad daylight with so many people in the county. Do you think it's appropriate to go out now? Can't you stay put for a while?" A barely perceptible smile graced Shui's lips as she slowly turned, slapping the copper coins against Wen Chaosheng's chest, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Then you go buy it for me. Head right." And within a mile, there's a wine shop. Wen Chaosheng hesitated momentarily. He had not ventured beyond the gallery bridge. "How do you know?" Shui fixed her gaze on his face. "I can smell it. That wine shop has the most delightful aroma. I'm thirsty. Hurry up, and next time, I'll treat you to a drink." Realizing he could not refuse her, Wen Chaosheng sighed, cautioning her not to cause trouble, lest they bring misfortune upon Mr. Liu, considering it a case of biting the hand that feeds. He then set out to purchase the wine. Upon his return with a jug of wine, he found Shui seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. She eagerly poured herself a bowl of wine, which carried the fragrance of peach blossoms. Though not overly strong, it possessed a subtle sweetness. Savoring it revealed a pleasing flavor. Shui consumed 3 bowls, and only when a rosy hue appeared on her pale cheeks did she exhale contentedly. "This is delightful." Wen Chaosheng shook his head in resignation, pondering how a woman could possess such a penchant for alcohol. Shui tapped her bowl with her finger, lazily proclaiming, "When I drink, the pain fades. Therefore, wine is the finest thing in the world." Wen Chaosheng paused, gazing into Shui's bright eyes, and eventually nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I shall join you for a drink." They poured the wine, taking turns to drink in silence, until the intoxication surged through them. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Chaosheng waved his hand, declaring, "No more. I still have wood to chop. You drink by yourself, and once you're done, go to sleep." As he leaned on the table to rise, a warm, soft hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Turning, he found Shui gazing at him with intoxicated eyes. Shaking his head, he said, "I really can't drink anymore." "You want a drink? Let me finish my work first, and we'll drink later." Shui, breathing heavily, tightened her grip on his wrist. "Wen Chaosheng, my surname is Feng." Wen Chaosheng looked at her in confusion, murmuring, "What do you mean you're treating?" Shui paused, then smiled and nodded, "Yes, I am treating." Wen Chaosheng chuckled, "Hey, I was just teasing you. I heard you say your surname." He was cut off as Shui waved him off. "All right, go to your work. I'll drink a bit more." Wen Chaosheng shrugged and sighed. "Then I shall go." He took a few steps back, but Shui suddenly said, "Wen Chaosheng, remember not to speak of what just happened to anyone, unless you wish to meet your demise." Chapter 39. Ma Huan's kindness. Wen Chaosheng heard Shui's warning and turned back to mutter, "If it's so dangerous, why did you tell me?" Shui shot him a sidelong glance. "Didn't you ask me about my past last time? Now that you know, do you regret it?" Wen Chaosheng stood still for a moment, then shook his head. "Regret? Nonsense. I'm going to work." Following him to the woodshed, the sound of chopping soon echoed from within. Shui settled back on the stone bench, refraining from further drinking, resting her chin on her hand as she stared vacantly at the woodshed, lost in thought. With fatigue and intoxication washing over her, she eventually succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the table. By the banks of the Changsha River, delicate snowflakes fell gently. Standing on the riverbank was Madame Liu, her silver hair flowing in the breeze, the purple velvet dress dancing with the wind. The fine snowflakes that descended upon her were repelled by an unseen barrier. The elderly man Ma Huan, clad in brown cloth, approached the large stone with his cane, gazing levelly at the murky river. In the distance, fishermen could be faintly seen casting their nets. Madame Liu expressed her gratitude to Ma Huan, her tone softened from its previous coldness. "Thank you for last night's events." Ma Huan sighed. "Thank you for what? I've spent a lifetime doing this. Ask me to do something else, and it may not go as smoothly." Pausing, he recalled the events of the previous night. His white brows raised slightly as he inquired, "That young man? What is his background?" Madame Liu hesitated at his question. "Who?" Ma Huan replied, "The one you took in." Realizing he was referring to Wen Chaosheng, Madame Liu shook her head. "I don't know his past. This young man suddenly appeared in Kuhai County 3 years ago. My husband and I have been here for many years, yet we had never encountered him before." Ma Huan appeared somewhat surprised. "Did you not ask about him?" Madame Liu replied nonchalantly, "Everyone has their own secrets. Why pry into them? What would knowing change?" Ma Huan chuckled softly as he gently wiped the cane in his palm, seemingly reminiscing. It's been 30 years. You've changed so much. Meeting you again feels like conversing with a stranger. He shifted the topic. That young man last night showed a certain tenacity. He saw the crows on the eaves and the insects in the alley, and despite having no cultivation, he refused to yield and faced them head-on. In my old age, I cannot bear to witness such youthful bravery. I do not know if I envy him or lament his talent. Had you not taken him in, I would have wanted to take him as my disciple. Madame Lu shot him a glance. That young man lacks a Dan Hai. Can you really teach him? Ma Huan replied, teaching him how to kill is not an issue. It would help him defend himself in the future. Madame Lu shook her head, her words laced with warning. Old Ma, this youth may lack a Dan Hai, but he is an extraordinary talent. My husband has recognized him. Should he awaken in the future, his potential will be unparalleled. Do not let mundane skills hinder his future. Ma Huan smiled down. I understand your concerns. I myself no longer wish to linger in the realm of the forgotten river, so why would I drag others in? Having traversed the martial world for most of my life, I possess some abilities. Whether I can teach them depends on fate. As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a presence and lifted his gaze toward the opposite bank. Through the swirling snow and mist, he saw a young man in a blue robe strolling along the riverbank, his figure flickering in and out of view until he ultimately vanished into the distance. Is it the young man? Ma Huan asked. Madame Lu gazed in the direction where the blue-robed figure had disappeared and softly replied, yes. He often walks by the banks of the Changsha River and the shores of Mian Lake, watching the water and enjoying the breeze. He has done so for over a decade. Ma Huan pondered for a moment before asking, how long has it been since he practiced his sword? Madame Lu answered, 30 years. Ma Huan widened his eyes slightly. Since meeting you, he has not practiced his sword? Madame Lu replied, perhaps he no longer finds it necessary. Ma Huan shook his head, clicking his tongue a few times. The Jiangu produces a swordsman every 30 years who traverses the world, challenging renowned masters from the four sacred lands and the martial world, regardless of their age or experience, thereby honing their skills to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, vying for the title of the world's best. Reflecting on the past, nearly all those who survived from Jianji's lineage were formidable figures of great renown. In the past 300 years, only the previous swordsman dispatched by Jiangu, Lu Jiming, was a youthful lad. It was said that he defeated the formidable Xiang Si, Bai Lu, and Wu Ji, who were on a mission with you, using merely a loquat branch. Such talent is unparalleled. Had he not fallen to the mundane and sharpened his sword for another 30 years, he might genuinely have bested the venerable Xian Yuan, who is known for his ability to sever rivers with a mere finger, and claimed the title of the world's best. Yet, 30 years ago, a whisper from Chunjun led the most fearsome assassin of Wangchuan to lay down his sword and willingly retreat into seclusion, allowing a young swordsman with boundless potential to relinquish his sword and return to the fields. Ah, what an exquisite twist of fate. Madame Lu sighed softly and replied, perhaps I never aspired to be an assassin, nor did he wish to claim the title of the world's best. Over 30 years of acquaintance. My husband has never broached this subject. He truly has no interest. Whoever desires to be the world's best, let them be so. Does the venerable Xian Yuan, who has guarded the desolate steel for 180 years, not experience solitude? After speaking, she glanced at the sky and said, the time is nearly upon us. I must return to prepare dinner. Have you truly dealt with last night's matters? Being of such an age, do not attract unnecessary trouble. Ma Huan chuckled. Is there anything more natural for us than taking a life? Few witnessed that young man's trail last night, and the old man had no defenses against us. Killing him was trivial. Who would care about a few insignificant outlaws? Madame Lu fell silent for a moment, then turned, carrying a basket of vegetables along the riverside on her way back. Regarding your affairs, I shall discuss them with my husband upon my return and respond to you later. After all, you have waited so long. A few more days will not matter. Chapter 40. 8 characters, 32 when in the county of Kuhai, at the residence of the county magistrate. After Lu Jinshi's demise, the grand estate he had constructed with considerable expense was occupied by Chun Xiong, with the sign outside changed to Chun Fu. However, Chun Xiong appeared to have little desire or possessiveness regarding his residence. There was no internal renovation. And even the servants who had previously attended Lu Jinshe remained unchanged. He delayed concluding Lu Jinshe's case because the missing vial of poison troubled him, leaving him with an uneasy feeling that it would eventually lead to significant trouble. As the evening sun cast its last rays upon the earth, Chen Xiong sat in his study, the dim light illuminating the ink stains on the desk, making them glimmer. Before him lay the treatise on governance, penned by Wang Shanghai, a scholar of Qi who had devoted 60 years of his life to its composition. For the land of Qi, Wang Shanghai was a uniquely significant figure. Having emerged from the revered Langan Pavilion, he abstained from any form of cultivation throughout his life, dedicating all his energy to governance and the well-being of the people. Upon his death 6 years prior, even the indulgent Qi king, who typically shunned political affairs, abstained from wine and music for 3 days and mourning, posthumously conferring a title upon him and burying him at the foot of the royal mausoleum. In recent years, Langan Pavilion had become increasingly stringent in its recruitment of outsiders. For anyone wishing to gain admission, mastery of the treatise on governance was a basic requirement. As the highest Confucian sanctuary within Qi, Langan Pavilion served as a rapid pathway into the bureaucratic system of Qi, providing the only opportunity for impoverished individuals to ascend. Chen Xiong's fervent desire to enter Langan Pavilion stemmed from his ambition to reclaim what his family had lost. Gaining admission to Langan Pavilion was undoubtedly the quickest, most secure, and most promising route to achieving his goal. He remained entranced by the characters on the desk until the darkness of night snuffed out the remnants of daylight, and the heavy door of the study creaked open. Chen Xiong withdrew his gaze from distant memories and glanced back, confirming that the person at the door was Wu Xie. Among the guards Wu Xie brought, he was the only one Chen Xiong allowed to enter without hesitation. "Have you uncovered any information?" Chen Xiong inquired. Wu Xie entered the room, shutting the door behind him, and nodded. Today, 500 tales were dispersed, yet there is still no news. If there is any, results should emerge within 3 days. Pausing, Wu Xie expressed a hint of confusion. In such a remote place as Kuhai County, for a scholar to gain admission to Langan Pavilion is no trivial matter. Moreover, last year, he was dismissed from Langan Pavilion for violating regulations, making him the first in decades to return home in such a manner. One would expect this to generate considerable noise. However, during my inquiries in Kuhai County today, not a single person seemed aware of this matter. It is truly peculiar. As he spoke, he produced a fire starter, igniting the candles and oil lamps within the room. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. For one to gain entry into Langan Pavilion, they must inherently understand the rules. Matters are not so simple. Furthermore, if he had indeed committed a grave offense, Langan Pavilion would not simply allow him to return home. The pavilion harbors countless secrets. It cannot be so easily exited. Additionally, I have had elders from my clan investigate using connections left by my grandfather, but there is scarcely any information regarding the scholar who was sent back from Langan Pavilion. This is exceedingly abnormal. Nevertheless, he has returned. Kuhai County is not vast. With diligent investigation, we shall certainly find him. At that time, I will learn the examination questions from last year and the relevant assessment matters of Langan Pavilion, and eventually I will gain entry into Langan Pavilion, he continued, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, only to vanish swiftly as the flickering candlelight danced around the room. In the county town at the south gate, Wen Chaosheng had survived for several days on his meager funds, purchasing a roast goose and dragging some firewood towards the entrance. The guards stationed at the gate had long since left their posts. Though the snowstorm was not severe, the biting cold was pervasive, making it difficult to endure. Yet, he was not alone. A frail figure stood beside the city gate, carrying a tattered redwood book box on his back. Holding a lantern in hand, he swayed precariously in the snow. This individual was Cheng Feng, who had agreed to meet Wen Chaosheng here to deliver the payment for the firewood. He had indeed stayed, enduring the penetrating cold while waiting. Wen Chaosheng arrived with the firewood cart, exhaling white vapor from his mouth and nose. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I lost track of time drinking with someone during the day." He offered, "Here, let me compensate you with some extra firewood. I cannot let you wait in vain." Cheng Feng shivered in the cold wind. His once sallow face now turned pale from the chill. He glanced at the firewood Wen Chaosheng had brought and did not refuse it. First, he produced a pouch of coins to hand over to Wen Chaosheng, and then he unfastened the box-S rope, retrieving a neatly rolled piece of paper and presenting it to Wen Chaosheng. 8 characters, worth 32 won. Wen Chaosheng shielded himself from the wind, turning to open the paper, which read, "A single word of forgetfulness, a century in the mortal realm." "Remarkable," he exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in genuine admiration. The characters of this world were no different from those of his previous life. Wen Chaosheng believed himself to possess commendable penmanship. But upon witnessing Chang Feng's strokes, which flowed like a sword, unsheathed and glided like clouds, he was struck by the seamless elegance. Observing the nuances of the characters, the 2 sets of 8 characters were distinctly different. The former was bold and decisive, yet confined within a square, as if the spirit was shackled, while the latter burst forth like a dam releasing floodwaters, appearing hasty yet effortlessly natural, the ink dancing like a dragon, free and unrestrained. Your writing has truly reached a transcendent state. If you were to venture into the royal city, you would surely be recognized as a master of calligraphy. Why then do you languish in this impoverished corner? Chang Feng silently secured the firewood when Chaosheng had given him with rope and self-deprecatingly replied, "I would rather my writing not be so remarkable." When Chaosheng was taken aback, sensing a story hidden within Chang Feng's words. "Why do you say that?" Chang Feng tilted his head, his cracked lips parting. "Do you wish to know why?" When Chaosheng nodded earnestly. Indeed, Chang Feng's tone was initially laced with sarcasm and resentment, yet upon encountering Wen Chaosheng's sincere gaze, he found himself devoid of interest. Pointing to the paper, he stated, "Everything you seek to know is encapsulated within these 8 characters. Thank you for your firewood." With that, he dragged the cart, laboriously making his way towards the county town. Wen Chaosheng gazed at Chang Feng's gradually fading silhouette, eventually letting out a resigned sigh as he carried the roast goose outside the county. Chapter 41. Not the letter he sent had it not been for the old man from last night. Wen Chaosheng might not have chosen this moment to leave the county town. There are rules in the county. Lu Jinshe, while appearing to lack courage for certain actions, would not dare undertake them, and Chun Xiong would likely not either. If a mere county magistrate could indiscriminately take lives, he would not need to secretly expend so much wealth to maintain a band of ruffians to do his dirty work. However, the safety of the county during the day does not guarantee safety at night. Many had seen Wen Chaosheng's face last night, witnessing him carry the gravely injured Shui. This posed a significant concern for Wen Chaosheng, for while the land of Qi is vast, Kuhai County is quite small. Nevertheless, those who had seen Wen Chaosheng's visage should have had their bodies dealt with by now. So as long as he did not bring a Shui along, he should be fine. The military crossbow he had used last night was even meticulously cleansed of his fingerprints. No matter how one investigates, they would find no trace of him. At this moment, with 2 hours remaining until curfew, Wen Chaosheng had ample time for a round trip. Carrying the already cold and stiff roast goose, he arrived at Zhang the hunter's wooden house. After knocking on the door, he heard a rustling sound from within. Soon, an elderly woman opened the door, and Wen Chaosheng asked in surprise, "Mi, has old Zhang not returned yet?" Mi, seeing Wen Chaosheng, cheerfully welcomed him inside. Despite the small wooden cabin being blanketed in snow, the room remained relatively warm due to the presence of a stove. Wen Chaosheng turned to shut out the biting wind and snow, assisting the elderly Mi Feng to a bed. "Chaosheng, you've been well," Mi Feng exclaimed, her face reddening with excitement, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Observing her state, Wen Chaosheng moved to the stove to adjust the firewood, smiling as he reassured her, "I've been doing quite well, Mi. The new county magistrate has taken office. I've obtained my Qi nationality, and I've found a decent job." Mi Feng, upon hearing this, gently patted her chest and nodded. That is good indeed. I heard old Zhang mention it, and I was terribly worried. Thankfully, the new magistrate seems agreeable. You must live well in the county and avoid associating with dubious friends. Chaosheng, let me offer a word of advice. You are still young, and with diligence, I believe a fruitful future awaits you. Wen Chaosheng merely smiled in response, offering no further comment. Mi Feng gazed into his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, murmuring, It's a pity that my boy hasn't returned from the army. He would be your age now. It has been 7 years since he last came home. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng paused in his task, turning to look at Mi Fong. Is the military in Qi so strictly controlled? Is it truly impossible to return home, even during the new year? Mi Fong shook her head. Thousands of miles of travel cannot be undertaken at will. Old Zhang and I are aging, and we hold little hope. As long as he is alive, that is all that matters. Wen Chaosheng conjured indeed me. The world has enjoyed peace for 500 years, and absent of warfare, the borders are only troubled by nomads or marauders, unable to stir significant unrest. Thus our soldiers are not in great peril. His words were merely a comfort to Mi Fong, for he understood that, despite the absence of war among the great nations, the world was far from serene. Besides the 4 major states of Yan, Chun, Zhao, and Qi, there were also smaller states and principalities surrounding them, each with intricate webs of interests, leading to entangled alliances among the underworld forces. These rogues frequently disturbed the borders, pillaging and causing havoc. Fortunately, the southern expanse of Kuhai County, being inhospitable, provided a respite. Otherwise, Wen Chaosheng would have found no path to survival during these past 3 years. Mi Fong, upon hearing Wen Chaosheng's reassurances, relaxed her furrowed brow, smiling as she said, "Indeed, that boy Yong'an had quite the brute strength in his youth, always relishing a fight. Old Zhang disciplined him a few times, but to no avail. Surprisingly, after joining the army, he has honed his skills and developed an admirable penmanship. Over the years, his letters have become increasingly beautiful." As she spoke, she reached beneath her pillow, rummaging until she retrieved several letters. Though slightly wrinkled, they were overall well-preserved. "I take these letters out every month to warm by the stove, lest they grow moldy." She held the neatly arranged letters close to her chest, her tone brimming with pride. "Let old Zhang see them too. Our Yong'an has truly made something of himself. Otherwise, he would always wear that disdainful expression when I mention his son. Humph, that old man, as if I don't understand him. If only the boy were to return, he would surely be happier than anyone. Oh, Chaosheng, you can read. Come and see the letter Yong'an wrote." Wen Chaosheng obliged, stepping forward to accept the envelope from Mi Fong's hands. As he unfolded the letter, scanning its contents, his expression subtly stiffened. Perhaps due to the dim lighting in the room, Mi Fong did not notice the slight change in his demeanor and continued to recount trivial tales of her son's time in the military. Wen Chaosheng, with his innate sharpness and talent for calligraphy, immediately discerned the refined elegance within the strokes of the letter. These were not the words one would expect from a soldier. There was a complete absence of vigor, lethality, or hostility. Instead, there was merely a detached, perfunctory tone, devoid of emotion, line after line of cold indifference. In other words, this cannot possibly be a letter penned by Zhang Chonggong, Mi Fong's son. Chapter 42. The letters carried by the wind and snow. Wen Chaosheng was nearly 100% certain of this fact, as Qi was distinct from the other 3 nations. Even a county outsider like Wen Chaosheng knew that the first order of business for anyone entering the Qi military was not to head into battle. New recruits sent to the borders, even if they did not encounter war, would merely serve as fodder against bandits and nomads, with survival rates abysmally low. These selected recruits would first undergo basic education, with the Yong'an dispatching scholars to teach them the simplest of texts, such as the 1,000-character classic, for future military and daily needs. Thus, any soldier who had served in Qi for over a year would be literate and capable of writing. If they truly needed to correspond with their families, there would be no need for a ghostwriter. This conviction solidified Wen Chaosheng's certainty that the letter Mi Fong held was not written by her son. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Wen Chaosheng immediately recalled a Shui, who had also received false letters from her parents for several years, only to discover upon her return that her parents had been deceased for years. The revelation of this deceit had become her inner torment. For some reason, Wen Chaosheng sensed a looming danger from these counterfeit letters. A Shui, possessing extraordinary abilities, was someone whom Wen Chaosheng recognized as formidable even without deep involvement in the underworld. If a Shui had not been injured, she would undoubtedly be among the most formidable figures in the realms of the 4 nations. It was entirely plausible for someone to use her parents as a means of control over her. But what of Zhang the hunter and his kin? They were merely ordinary folk, lacking in wealth and influence. Even if they bore grievances, they would likely endure in silence. What motive could they possibly have to engage in such deception? Did Zhang the hunter and his family harbor some undisclosed identity? Wen Chaosheng felt that the possibility was exceedingly slim. The unexpected arrival of winter snow in Kuhai County had nearly claimed his life and had driven Zhang the hunter and his wife Mi Fong to the brink of despair. If Zhang the hunter were indeed a reclusive master, he could certainly remain hidden in the bustling world. However, reclusion was meant for a life of simplicity, not one of misery. If all reclusive masters in the world were to live like stray dogs on the street, it was likely that no one would wish to retreat from society. After all, a great individual merely grows weary of conflict, not of suffering. As Wen Chaosheng became lost in thought while gazing at the letter in his hand, the wooden door was abruptly flung open. Both he and Zhang the hunter paused in their activities and turned towards the entrance. Zhang the hunter held a snakeskin bag, which likely contained frogs or something else. However, the bag was quite flat, and judging by the numb expression on Zhang the hunter's face, Wen Chaosheng surmised that he had not had much success today. This did not surprise him. Having spent 3 years searching for frogs, he understood better than anyone the challenges involved. Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng, Zhang the hunter appeared somewhat taken aback, but then his gaze fell upon the letter in Wen Chaosheng's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he entered and sat beside the fireplace. Pulling out 2 frogs from the snakeskin bag and immediately preparing porridge without taking a break, he muttered impatiently, "What good are these worthless things? What purpose does writing all these letters serve? For years, we haven't seen a trace of him. We don't even know if he's alive or dead." Mi Fong, however, clutched the letters as if they were treasures, glaring at him and retorting, "You, with your incessant complaints, cannot utter a single kind word. If Chang'an had any issues, would we receive his letters every year? If in the future he achieves merit and holds an official position, would that not bring glory to your old bones? Moreover, his prolonged absence from home indicates what? It shows that Chang'an has succeeded, that he is capable, and that the frontier cannot do without him." Faced with Mi Fong's spirited rebuttal, Zhang the hunter lowered his head, washing rice with melted snow water, remaining silent. Wen Chaosheng observed the unwavering determination in Mi Fong's expression and, after a moment, echoed, "Indeed, old Zhang, Chang'an's handwriting has become increasingly beautiful. I have brought you some roast goose. Though it has cooled, it can still be enjoyed when steamed." Zhang the hunter glanced at the roast goose Wen Chaosheng had set aside and suddenly asked, "Do you have a place to stay?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "There is accommodation available." The two exchanged glances, and Zhang the hunter set down his task, approached the bedside, and retrieved an iron key hidden at the foot of the bed. Handing it to Wen Chaosheng, "No one lives there. The house is not large, but it has everything necessary. If you cannot find it, head to the vegetable market west of the county town. The butchers there know me. Tell them, and they will direct you to my place." Wen Chaosheng did not refuse the key, placing it carefully in his possession. He expressed his gratitude to Zhang the hunter and prepared to leave. He did not truly need the key, but he understood Zhang the hunter well. If he did not accept it, the roast goose he brought would be a source of discomfort for the man. For someone like Zhang the hunter, the act of charity was the utmost insult. "Won't you eat some?" Zhang the hunter inquired as Wen Chaosheng was about to step out, the latter opening the wooden door, half of his body already engulfed by the swirling snow. "I will pass. I already had something to eat when I arrived this afternoon. With the snow likely to intensify tonight, I must return early. You both should rest well. Oh, by the way, Aunt Mi, may I borrow this letter for a few days? Chang'an's handwriting is truly exquisite, and I wish to practice my calligraphy by copying it. I will return it to you another day." Upon hearing her son praised, Mi Fong's smile widened almost to the point of closure, and she cheerfully replied, "No problem, Chaosheng. Take it to practice. I have others here. If you need more, feel free to come and find your aunt any time." After saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at the silent Zhang the hunter and huffed, "Did you see that? I recall Chaosheng's handwriting is also quite beautiful. If he says it is good, it must indeed be splendid." Today, Zhang the hunter seemed weary from the wind and snow, lacking the energy for banter, and did not retort. After thanking them, Wen Chaosheng closed the door behind him and vanished into the storm. After his departure, Zhang the hunter sat before the fireplace, his expression vacant, the flickering firelight casting shadows on his face, revealing the complexity of his emotions. As he listened to his wife rummaging through the letters and murmuring softly, tears of nearly exposed sorrow glimmered in his frostbitten eyes. With a crash, he tossed another log onto the fire, which blazed brightly, consuming all the emotions hidden within him. "I cannot finish the goose in one sitting. I will slice off half," he said to his wife. Chapter 43. Hidden Secrets After Leaving Zhang, the hunter's home. When Chaosheng trudged through the deep, unyielding snow, his hand clutching the letter, trembling incessantly. He was not cold. During his first visit to Lu Jiming's residence, Madame Lu had provided him with some heavy clothing that, though ill-fitting, was sufficient to ward off the chill. The reason for his trembling was fear. As the leaves turned with the changing seasons, when Chaosheng harbored a subtle thought that the letter in his hand likely entangled him in a matter of wide-reaching significance. These events, from the highest court to the common folk, were all intricately intertwined with him. Amid the swirling cold winds and snow, two memories flickered in his mind, the figures of Shui and Cheng Feng. What I wish to know is, despite my parents having passed away 5 years ago, why have I continued to receive letters from them over these 5 years, all assuring me of their well-being? Your calligraphy has truly reached a transcendent level. If you venture to the royal city, you would surely be known as a master of the art. Why then do you languish in this impoverished place? I would rather my writing not be so exceptional. Do you wish to know why? It is all contained within these 8 characters. These dialogues echoed incessantly in Wen Chaosheng's mind, and he did not even wait until he returned to the county town to retrieve the characters Cheng Feng had given him. The character for homecoming signifies a century in the mortal realm. What secrets are concealed within these words? In the snow, Wen Chaosheng stared at these 8 characters for a long while. Eventually, as dusk completely enveloped the snow, his entire body frozen, he returned to his senses, tucked the letter away, and hurried into the county town, heading to the small courtyard next to Lu Jiming's residence. Lu Jiming informed Wen Chaosheng that the adjacent courtyard belonged to Fan Yue, the ancestral estate of the dogmaster. After Fan Yue's disappearance, Lu Jiming continued to pay the relevant land taxes annually, ensuring that the property had not been reclaimed by the authorities. If Wen Chaosheng wished, he could seek an empty room there to stay. As for Fan Yue's mother, she had passed away in the same year he went missing, and it was Lu Jiming who assisted in her funeral arrangements. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Wen Chaosheng immediately spotted the dog master lying beneath the eaves of the doghouse. After Fan Yue entered the mountains and did not return, the black dog ceased to enter his home. One winter morning, noticing that the dog master had failed to appear at his door for food, Lu Jiming ventured next door and discovered the black dog nearly frozen to death beneath the eaves. Fortunately, he managed to rescue it, though its fur had become patchy and thin, resembling a skin ailment. Later, Lu Jiming constructed a shelter doghouse for the black dog, placing it at the entrance of Fan Yue's residence. Upon seeing someone enter, the dog master lifted its head, and when it recognized Wen Chaosheng, it settled back down, burying its head in the doghouse to rest. Wen Chaosheng secured the courtyard gate and made his way to an empty side room, where a lamp flickered dimly behind the paper window. Assuming it was Lu Jiming who had left it for him, he pushed the door open, only to find Shui sitting by the bedside, using a fire poker to tend to the embers in the brazier, warmth radiating through the room. The warmth enveloped the corners of the room, finally easing Wen Chaosheng's frostbitten hands and feet. "Where have you been?" Shui casually inquired. Wen Chaosheng glanced at her, then turned and shut the door, pacing back and forth in the room with a tremor in his voice. "Shui, I must ask you, were you once a soldier?" Stopping to adjust the fire in the brazier, Shui lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes resembling a tranquil lake disturbed by a single stone, ripples unfurling across its surface. Yet, at the moment their eyes met, she averted her gaze and lazily inquired, "Why the sudden question?" Digging into his pocket, Wen Chaosheng produced a letter he had obtained from Mi Fang and handed it to Shui. She shifted her position slightly, using the glow from the brazier to scrutinize the contents of the letter. After a brief moment, she remarked, "It's a letter from a soldier to their parents. Merely simple greetings. I don't see anything unusual. What does this have to do with your earlier question? Wen Chaosheng fixed his gaze intently on Shui. You truly don't perceive anything amiss? Shui rolled her eyes. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm going to bed. With a sigh, Wen Chaosheng approached Shui, pointing at the handwriting. The author of this letter should be a soldier. The script does not resemble that of a soldier at all. Even if some people naturally have more elegant handwriting, the sense of privilege and a unique scholarly flair in this script cannot be feigned. Thus, this letter, like those originally sent to your parents, is a forgery. Mentioning her parents caused a subtle change in Shui's expression. She once more examined the letter before her, and under Wen Chaosheng's guidance, she discerned some nuances. Is there more? She asked. Wen Chaosheng continued, I encountered someone previously, a master of calligraphy who remained obscure, earning no profit from it, even selling a character to me for 4 coins. Pausing, he added, I understand that for an ordinary person, 4 coins for a single character is quite outrageous, considering the effort and energy required for writing. However, you must trust my judgment. I am quite knowledgeable about calligraphy. Although this person appears forlorn, he is undoubtedly a master. If he were in any prosperous capital of Qi, he would surely make a name for himself. In a country that venerates scholars, a character is worth its weight in gold. Shui shot him a glance. Aren't you a vagrant? How would you know so much? Wen Chaosheng shook his head. I am a vagrant, but I am neither deaf nor blind. Speaking of that individual, he seems to be troubled by certain matters. He previously stated he would rather not write so well. To be honest, before I returned, my mind was consumed by my conversation with him, and I couldn't even fathom why. I feel that many strange occurrences recently are intricately connected. Chapter 44. A method for earning extra income by the brazier. Shui's face appeared to be ablaze, her gaze casting back to distant memories, to the city of the Feng family, into an unquenchable inferno. Turning her head, she contemplated sharing her painful recollections with Wen Chaosheng. Yet the haunting stares of countless dead souls, buried under the debris and remnants, caused her to swallow her words. The number of lives lost in that city was already too great. There was no need for one more. Let be, she murmured, her tone complex. Perhaps you are overthinking this. In Kuhai County, there are merely inconsequential figures. Any connections may merely be coincidences. The world is vast. Where could so many conspiracy theories arise? Wen Chaosheng chuckled, and Shui shot him a sidelong glance, coldly asking, what are you laughing at? Wen Chaosheng rested a hand on his knee, responding, did you know there was fire in your eyes just now? Shui's brows knitted slightly, a subtle crease forming between them. What fire? Wen Chaosheng replied, a great fire. You wish to speak yet hesitate, so let me speak for you. I pondered that whether it's the false letter you received or the one Zhang the hunter received, they likely share a common purpose. To determine whether there is a hidden hand orchestrating everything, the method is simple. We need to find other soldiers' families, or perhaps any friends who accompanied you when you left Kuhai County. Their families should also be in Kuhai County. By locating these individuals, we could substantiate my suspicions. Shui gazed intently at Wen Chaosheng, seemingly trying to bore a hole through him. After a long moment, she replied softly, consider this carefully. You might uncover something that could ignite a fire upon yourself. Wen Chaosheng retorted bluntly, then you should recuperate well. Once you are healed, you will be able to protect me. Shui raised an eyebrow mockingly. You, a grown man, need a woman to protect you? Isn't that shameful? Wen Chaosheng sighed. You've seen my plight. Shame is preferable to death. Besides, you're different from Mr. Liu. He has shown me immense kindness and owes me nothing. Naturally, I wish to maintain some dignity in his presence. As for you, you owe me a life and a jar of wine, so it is only natural for you to protect me. If one day you shield me, I would feel no shame whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Shui scrutinized Wen Chaosheng from head to toe, her astonishment evident in her gaze. I thought that surviving as a vagrant outside Kuhai County for 3 years meant you possessed some remarkable skills, at least some clever tricks. Yet it appears your remarkable trait is sheer shamelessness. Wen Chaosheng raised his hands in surrender. So you've only just realized my shamelessness? I assumed you had discovered it long ago, as such a trait is difficult to conceal. Shui looked at him speechlessly, finally saying, tomorrow, I will provide you with 3 addresses. Go take a look. Many years have passed, and I cannot be certain if those places still have inhabitants or if the residents are still the same as before. When you return, remember to bring back 2 jars of wine, or rather 3, as I can drink 2 by myself. And from that same place. Wen Chaosheng fished out the coins from his pocket, counting them carefully and frowning. Should you be the one treating me to drinks? Shui replied lazily, Sure. You give me the money, and I shall treat you. Wen Chaosheng counted the money in his hand twice, then decisively tucked it into his pocket, shaking his head. Using my money to treat me to drinks? You are utterly shameless. Shui replied triumphantly. If I am to associate with a shameless person, I must also become a bit shameless myself. Otherwise, I won't benefit. Wen Chaosheng regarded Shui thoughtfully, rummaging through his thoughts to impart wisdom, attempting to persuade her. As the saying goes, wine is a poison that runs through the intestines. Love is a knife that scrapes the bones. With your injury, excessive drinking is detrimental to your healing. Shui interrupted him. Nonsense, I will still drink the poison. Wen Chaosheng was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly recalling how this fierce woman had indeed consumed almost half a bottle of poison back in the dilapidated temple. After a prolonged silence, Wen Chaosheng's voice carried a hint of poignant melancholy. Buy 2 bottles, a 1 tea drink, you can have them all. At this rate, when will I ever be able to afford a house? Shui placed a hand on Wen Chaosheng's shoulder, squinting her eyes. Buying a house. Why would you think such a thing? Save that money for wine and meat. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Wen Chaosheng ignored her, muttering to himself. 50 coins a day is certainly insufficient. Fortunately, I've chopped so much firewood. If Mr. Liu doesn't want it, I can seek out someone to sell it to for some extra income. Now that my health is better than before, once I become adept at chopping wood, I could save half the time each day and find other work in the county. Hearing him ramble, Shui felt overwhelmed and proposed a clever idea. Didn't you say you were well versed in calligraphy? One may venture into the realm of frivolity to sell their calligraphy, as many affluent individuals delight in showcasing their scholarly demeanor. If your penmanship is truly exceptional, you might catch the eye of a noble, and wealth would follow. When Chaosheng paused at this suggestion, glancing at Shui before shaking his head in refusal. That is not feasible. While I have delved into the art of calligraphy, I lack the ability to ascend to the esteemed halls of mastery. My characters may appear aesthetically pleasing, yet they fail to convey my own spirit and elegance. True aficionados of painting and calligraphy often seek the inner essence. Shui scoffed. In the impoverished backwater of Kuhai County, how many true connoisseurs of art are there? You are overthinking this. Why not give it a try tomorrow when you have the time? If you earn money, I will take none. Just treat me to some fine wine. Chapter 45. Zhu Baiyu that night, when Chaosheng lay in bed while Shui rested beside it, leaning against the bed frame and the brazier. She confessed to Wen Chaosheng that she was unaccustomed to sleeping in a bed, a habit formed over many years. Having known each other for some time, Wen Chaosheng understood Shui's nature and refrained from persuading her otherwise, contentedly settling into the bed. Though the mattress was hard, it was certainly more comfortable than the floor of a dilapidated temple, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the courtyard next door, Lu Furen stood beneath the moonlight, gazing at the loquat tree with a distant expression. What evoked such nostalgia on this wintry night? Lu Jiming appeared behind her unannounced, the edges of his thin garments fluttering in the cold wind. Startled, Lu Furen turned around and noticed a streak of white at his temples, mistaking it for newly formed gray hair. With a pang of sympathy, she reached out to touch it, only to realize it was merely snow. A sense of reluctance washed over her as she sighed softly. After a long hesitation, she recounted the details of how Ma Huan had sought her out. Lu Furen's face bore a hint of guilt. The vows exchanged 3 decades ago during their wedding still echoed in her mind. She had promised Lu Jiming that after their marriage, she would not meddle in any matters of the martial world. Yet now she was poised to break that vow. Having shared her thoughts, she braced herself for her husband's reproach. But to her surprise, Lu Jiming merely squeezed her shoulder gently, speaking in a soft tone. Since it is an old friend seeking your assistance, why not help? It is merely a matter of repaying a favor, nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Furen looked up, her expression complex, as she regarded Lu Jiming. In the midst of the snowfall, Her lips tasted of bitterness. I once promised you. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, each word laced with regret, but her sentence was interrupted by Lu Jiming's gentle voice. I have forgotten. Su Yixian was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she heard Lu Jiming continue, I am not a deity. 30 years is a long time, and how could I remember every detail? The world is vast. If you feel weary, it is perfectly acceptable to take a stroll. Remaining in one place for too long can be stifling. Under the swirling snow, she suddenly embraced him tightly, and after a while, he exhaled gently, causing the snowflakes atop her head to scatter. Let us return to rest, my dear. The snow is thickening. To the north of the county, on Xingwangshan, a figure clad in a white night cloak moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the night with a corpse in tow, faster than a bird in flight, nearly imperceptible. It was not until he reached a makeshift tavern nestled deep within the snow-covered mountains that the sounds of revelry became audible, laughter and clinking cups. The cloaked man slowed his pace upon reaching the tavern's exterior, where the sounds of merriment abruptly ceased, plunging the place into an eerie silence. He gently knocked on the door and called out, Zhulauda, the body of Shiwu has been found. It was a quick death. A languid voice emerged from within. Is the body brought back? The cloaked figure replied, It is. The one who buried the body was not very skilled, and with the recent snowfall not as heavy as before, it was not difficult to locate. The door creaked open, revealing a young man with a countenance as fair as jade. His complexion flushed, suggesting he had indulged in drink. His attire diverged from that of the cloaked figure. He wore a wide-sleeved white brocade robe adorned with the unique dragon motif of the Qi royal family, exuding an air of authority. This individual was Zhu Baiyu, one of the 3 esteemed leaders of the Bailong Way, known for his elusive nature and rarely seen in the world of martial arts. Many had heard of him, but few had laid eyes upon him. Little was known of his appearance or the depths of his martial prowess. Yet it was acknowledged that he possessed unparalleled skill with hidden weapons and poison, having dispatched no fewer than 100 nefarious figures in the world of martial arts with his 3-inch fairy blade. These villains, renowned for their formidable skills, had roamed the martial world with impunity until they were met with their demise at the hands of this grim reaper in the most inconspicuous of circumstances. Zhu Baiyu flicked his sleeve and, with a slightly intoxicated tone, urged Shursan, Come, let us examine the body. The man referred to as Shursan positioned the now-frozen corpse before Zhu Baiyu. The latter crouched down, scrutinizing the body and tracing the deep gash that slashed down from the neck. At some point, a masked figure in white hat appeared behind him, petite in stature, yet with a voice that was beguilingly feminine. My, what a ghastly sight! What immense resentment must have led to this? Shursan replied, Shiru was more skilled than I. Ranking among the moderate in the Longyin realm, adept with the sword. To be reduced to this state, Zhulauda, what manner of woman emerged from Fengcheng? Zhu Baiyu stroked his chin, his tone chillingly serious. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Issues regarding her are exceedingly troublesome. As for resentment, if she could emerge alive from that city, her grievances must run deep. News from Fengcheng remains tightly sealed. Even the upper echelons are taking this matter seriously. With General Long Bu Fei stirred into action, the situation reportedly involves a significant figure within the royal family, and until we ascertain the truth, our dealings with the Zhao kingdom must be postponed. Shi Wu, with a sharp tongue and a penchant for haste, had not heeded the warnings. It was unexpected that he would provoke her. She was not one to relish bloodshed, yet having been so grievously harmed, it was likely he had uttered something ill-advised. The figure in white behind Zhu Baiyu extended delicate hands to knead his shoulders, saying softly, Perhaps I should speak with her. My words are sweet, and I shall not provoke her ire. Zhu Baiyu chuckled, Shao Qi, your sweet tongue may not withstand her swift blade. It is best not to disturb her for now. Our primary objective here is to investigate the matter concerning Liu Jinshi. We received intelligence that 2 months ago, a letter was dispatched from Kuhai County to the Zhao Kingdom, seeking passage to the borders, which requires an official seal and documentation from at least a county magistrate of Qi. I intended to consult Liu Jinshi about this, but alas, he passed before I could reach him. I find it hard to believe that there are no ulterior motives at play. Shao Qi narrowed her eyes, a hint of menace in her gentle voice. In such a desolate and impoverished corner like Kuhai County, even the most desperate of outlaws would hesitate to venture here. Yet now, a multitude of masters from the Wangchuan has appeared, alongside that Chuanxiong. I investigated recently, and it turns out he possesses no prior political achievements or academic accolades. Suddenly, he was granted an official document appointing him as county magistrate. Quite intriguing indeed. Chapter 46. Levels of cultivation. To hold an official position in Qi, one either needed to successfully pass the examinations of the Yong'an Pavilion and be recommended by them, or to hail from a family with a history in governance, thereby being selected by their forebears to begin as a lowly official. This has rendered positions in Qi particularly difficult to attain for many. Though numerous individuals may have garnered fame in the martial world, their wealth and reputation notwithstanding, without connections, they remain mere outsiders, unable to secure even the position of county magistrate. Though the position of the county magistrate may seem modest, it is indeed a rare pathway to advancement. Once notable achievements are made and recognized by the esteemed figures of the Qi kingdom's capital, one may find themselves appointed to a prosperous city, thus gradually increasing their influence. Official titles symbolize the radiance of power emanating from the royal family of Qi. Consequently, those in the capital may not even regard or recall who Liu Jinshi is, even if he engages in corruption or minor misdeeds on the fringes. As long as his actions do not cross a significant line, they remain oblivious. However, should Liu Jinshi meet his demise, the situation would escalate. While they may disregard his life, they are likely concerned about their own reputations. After Xiao Qi reported the irregularities surrounding Chuanxiong's ascension, Zhu Baiyu gently shook his sleeves, producing a flask of wine from seemingly nowhere. He poured it over the face of the 15th corpse, his lips still tinged with intoxication. It is precisely for this reason that the matter at hand is fraught with difficulty. One cannot simply insert an outsider into Qi's bureaucracy without repercussions. Even Yong'an Era has not posted any records, which illuminates the extent of power held by those who facilitated Chuanxiong's appointment as county magistrate. It is likely limited to the 3 generals and 5 officials, with General Longbu Fei being certain to have no ties to this affair. As Zhu Baiyu continued, his demeanor grew increasingly inebriated, and he pinched the bridge of his nose, brows furrowed in thought. Behind him, Xiaoqi gently massaged his shoulders, speaking softly. The Bai Long Wei cannot investigate every matter, especially those concerning the royal family. 6 years ago, Di Jiaodo was a figure of great prestige, on the verge of ascension, yet met with a tragic end. Zhu Dazhong, if it proves too challenging, perhaps you could leave the mess for those above to handle. Furthermore, should we attempt to forcefully enter the city, we might encounter significant friction with Wangchuan. After a long pause, a faint sigh echoed amidst the snowstorm. Zhu Baiyu rose, his arm draped around Xiao Qi's neck as the latter assisted him into the inn. I am weary, Shirsan. Please see to the burial of the 15th. After accompanying me for so long, despite his disobedience, he has not wronged me. It would be unkind to leave him to rot in the wilderness. After several days, when Chaosheng's pace in chopping wood had nearly doubled, in pursuit of uncovering the truth behind the forged letter, he dedicated himself to chopping wood. Seeking to recapture the sensation of his first strike, and that which he felt on the snowy night, he drew his sword. The snow pine is dense, yet if he could accurately cleave it each time, he would save a considerable amount of labor. This quest proved fruitful, as he immersed himself in focus. Each swing of the axe brought him closer to that elusive feeling. After thousands of strikes, when Chaosheng's breaths grew shallower, yet his heart became increasingly tranquil. The calmer he became, the less he saw, yet the more he perceived. Even when fatigued, when Chaosheng would retreat to the courtyard for tea, engage in games of chess with Lu Zhiming and admire the loquat tree. In his reverie, Lu Zhiming inquired what he beheld within the tree. Was it still the sword? When Chaosheng replied, "It seems different now. Beyond the glimmers of blades, I believe I see a young man seated beneath the tree." Lu Zhiming erupted into laughter, and after his mirth subsided, he remarked that when Chaosheng must have brewed illusions from his tea or possess a gift for cultivation. I have heard tales from a millennium ago during the spring and autumn period, where a Taoist ancestor dreamt of butterflies. Each time he meditated, extraordinary phenomena unfolded, with countless colorful butterflies dancing about, forming a rainbow bridge. Those who crossed it would be free from ailments and blessed with great fortune. The accounts have morphed through countless retellings, leaving their authenticity in question. Wen Chaosheng cast him a sincere glance, saying, "Lu Xianxing, I wish to seek your guidance on a matter." Lu Jiming sipped his tea, clicking his tongue. "Is it about cultivation?" Wen Chaosheng's eyes brightened. "Does Lu Xianxing possess the ability to read minds?" Lu Jiming waved his hand dismissively. If mind reading were possible, such a skill would be extraordinary, enabling one to peer into another's thoughts. If such a skill existed, the dignitaries of the Qi kingdom would surely be trembling in fear, knowing the multitude of unsavory deeds they have committed throughout their lives. You lead a life free of worry, and your thoughts are not inclined in this direction. You seek me out for cultivation matters. Wen Chaosheng cleared his throat and said, "Lu Xianxing, your insights are keen. Although I have become more adept at chopping wood, I have yet to truly embark upon the path of cultivation. I find myself bewildered by many aspects of the practice, such as realms and how to discern the strengths and weaknesses of adversaries." Lu Jiming pondered for a moment, a hint of regret in his voice. "It has been 30 years since I last practiced swordsmanship and have had little contact with the martial world. My days are consumed with tea, strolls, and tending to flowers. Your sudden inquiries have left me somewhat disoriented. Let me recall that if I am not mistaken, martial artists classify cultivation into 5 realms. Upon entering cultivation, one hones the body through external and internal techniques, allowing consciousness to direct the vital energies throughout the body like a dragon. This is known as Bon Shu. After mastering Bon Shu, the martial artist becomes proficient in regulating their vital energies and begins refining essence into qi, radiating strength throughout their limbs. With fists that strike like thunder and movements as swift as the wind, their steps resemble those of a bird in flight. At this stage, the martial artist is fundamentally different from an ordinary person and is referred to as Qinghong. Following Qinghong is Longyin, with robust limbs. The force of vital energy spreads inward, nourishing the lungs, fortifying the body, and awakening acupoints, allowing one to become a vessel for the essence of heaven and earth, awakening extraordinary powers and abilities not found in ordinary mortals. Once the power within the acupoints is refined to perfection, the essence of heaven and earth begins to nourish both body and soul. At this moment, the latent potential within the acupoints gradually becomes refined, returning to its original state. Externally, these individuals may no longer exhibit the imposing presence of a martial artist in the Longyin realm. They appear almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Yet in truth, their bodies harbor profound essence, as resilient as iron, and even their seemingly delicate hands can wield extraordinary weapons. This realm is known as Tongyo. Beyond Tongyo lies the 5th realm of cultivation, known as Tianren. These practitioners have almost transcended the realm of mortals. Their every movement manifests the essence of heaven and earth, capable of performing feats that defy imagination, compressing distances and summoning winds and rains, invoking thunderous might, miracles that exist only in legends, yet within their grasp, these may become reality. Chapter 47. Wang Kuan Lu Xianxing. Is there a realm beyond Tianren? In response to Wen Chaosheng's curious inquiry, Lu Jiming jested, "Regardless, if one cannot reach it, why inquire further?" Wen Chaosheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, curiosity fully piqued. "I hope Lu Xianxing can enlighten me. Although you are correct in saying that such matters are beyond the grasp of a mortal like me, it would still be entertaining to hear." Lu Jiming took a sip of tea, spitting the leaves beneath the loquat tree, and replied thoughtfully, "In this world, masters of the Tianren realm are exceedingly rare, with 99% residing in the sacred grounds of the 4 kingdoms. For these individuals, worldly affairs no longer captivate their hearts. They remain hidden in places of profound essence, savoring the magnificence of the natural universe, seeking to elevate their own cultivation further. The old Tianren and the Sword Pavilion have vaguely mentioned that after the Tianren realm, there exist Hua and Zizai. Furthermore, some from the Qin dynasty's Buddhist realm refer to Zizai as Rulai. However, Those individuals often speak in riddles, and their words may not be taken at face value. As for discerning another's realm, it relies entirely on experience and intuition. In the future, as you encounter more, you'll be able to sense another's realm in relation to your own without the need for confrontation. Wen Chaosheng quietly committed today's discussion to memory, raising his cup to drink the hot tea in one gulp, preparing to return to chopping wood. Today, as progress was promising, and with ample time in the afternoon, he could finally seek verification regarding the letter using the address given by Shui. After walking a few paces, he suddenly recalled another question, turning back to Lu Zhiming and asking, Lu Xinxing, may I inquire what realm you currently inhabit? This matter is indeed of great significance to Wen Chaosheng. Neither of the two possessed Anhai, thus the realm that Lu Zhiming has attained should also be within Wen Chaosheng's reach. In response to his query, Lu Zhiming, seated in place, gently shook his head. I'm not certain myself. Wen Chaosheng opened his mouth, as if to inquire further, but ultimately refrained from voicing his question. He understood that regardless of whether Lu Zhiming was deliberately withholding information or genuinely unaware, he would not obtain the answer he sought. After chopping the remaining firewood, Wen Chaosheng found himself drenched in sweat. He proceeded to the backyard to prepare a basin of hot water, and after taking a warm bath and changing into fresh attire, he picked up the address written by Shui and departed from Lu Zhiming's residence, making his way towards Baisong Jia in the west of the county town. As he walked, he inquired with passers-by residing nearby, ultimately arriving at the first address provided by Shui. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that the door of this residence bore numerous signs of rot, and the snow piled on the walls had gone uncleaned. He knocked on the door and called out several times, but there was no response from within. With no other option, Wen Chaosheng proceeded to the second address given by Shui. This time, there were indeed occupants. Yet the inhabitants were no longer the Tsue family, as mentioned by Shui. According to the current owner, the house had changed hands twice, with the last proprietor bearing the surname Ya. He claimed to have no knowledge of the Tsue family. Having encountered such setbacks, Wen Chaosheng left empty-handed, gazing at the gradually fading twilight in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to investigate the third location. After all, the third residence was not too far from where he was, so he decided to check it out as well. Light snow began to fall from the sky, with a gentle breeze accompanying it. Wrapping his arms around himself, Wen Chaosheng quickly arrived at the destination, showing little interest in whether it was occupied or not. He directly grasped the door knocker and rapped on it. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked several times in succession, but still no one came to answer the door. Assuming the place was uninhabited, Wen Chaosheng turned to leave, intending to return and buy some wine. Just as he took a couple of steps, the door of a neighboring house suddenly swung open. A middle-aged woman dressed in an apron emerged, carrying a basin of water. Without regard for Wen Chaosheng standing a short distance away, she flicked her arm, causing the water to scatter into the alley like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Wen Chaosheng hurriedly ducked aside and called out to the woman, "Do be mindful of your surroundings." The middle-aged woman cast him a scornful glance and retorted coldly, "Do you have no eyes? I've never seen you around this alley before. What are you, some idle scoundrel sneaking about at night with intentions to steal? If you don't leave, I'll call the authorities." Though Wen Chaosheng was taken aback by her harsh words, he refrained from retaliating. Instead, he produced a paper given to him by Shui and addressed the woman, "Please, do not report me. I merely wish to inquire whether the family across the way bears the surname Wang, and if they have a son named Wang Kuan." The middle-aged woman, initially assuming Wen Chaosheng was a slacker from some family, found her disdain transforming into curiosity upon hearing his question. She scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "And who might you be?" Wen Chaosheng's eyes flickered, and he replied, "You wouldn't recognize me. I'm not originally from Kuhai County. I recently moved here to deliver a message to Wang Kuan on behalf of someone." The middle-aged woman regarded him with caution and continued to inquire, "Who sent you?" After a moment of hesitation, Wen Chaosheng answered, "A young man. I accepted payment for my services, and the specifics must remain confidential. It is merely a small fee for my troubles, please understand." Upon hearing this, the woman softened her demeanor, no longer as aggressive as before. Hasn't he lived here for long?" Wen Chaosheng pressed further, "Then where has he gone?" The woman shot him a glance before retreating into the house. "Wait here," she said, and shortly thereafter, a voice could be heard from the courtyard. Lao Wang, there's a young man outside looking for you. Soon, a man emerged, still adjusting his clothing. His face was pockmarked with scars, and a patch of white grazed his temples. His expression a mix of surprise and anxiety. Are you Wang Kun? Wen Chaosheng asked uncertainly, to which the man nodded. Yes, I am Wang Kun, the owner of this residence. What do you need? Wen Chaosheng locked eyes with him, diving straight to the point. Did your son Wang Ye enlist 17 years ago? The mention of his son momentarily stunned Wang Kun, but he quickly stepped forward, gripping Wen Chaosheng's arm with palpable agitation. How do you know? He asked. Wang Ye. Wen Chaosheng felt dizzy from the man's shaking and promptly pulled away to maintain a safe distance. Wang Kun, do not panic. Your son is safe. In an effort to reassure Wang Kun, Wen Chaosheng began to fabricate details. Though a hint of guilt stirred within him, his gaze and tone remained resolute. Hearing this, Wang Kun gradually calmed down, patting his chest as he gasped. As long as he's all right, that's good. You nearly gave me a fright. Dear heavens. Wen Chaosheng tilted his head slightly, carefully observing Wang Kun's facial expressions as he spoke. Over the years, you must have received letters from your son, Wang Ye, correct? This seemingly casual inquiry was the crux of what Wen Chaosheng truly wished to ascertain. For him, it was not the individual that mattered, but the letters. Prompted by his question, Wang Kun exhibited no doubt, vigorously nodding in affirmation. Perhaps his concern for his son's well-being was so profound that Wen Chaosheng hadn't even needed to ask before Wang Kun hurriedly began rummaging through his pockets for a key, unlocking the door to lead Wen Chaosheng into the residence. Like Mi Fong, Wang Kun had preserved the letters from his child with utmost care. Wen Chaosheng took out 3 or 5 of them, and as Wang Kun eagerly inquired, he nonchalantly mentioned that upon seeing his son, he had noticed some signs of hardship on his body, that he had become somewhat darker, yet had grown strong and robust. Wang Kun, fueled by imagination, envisioned his child, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, as having matured into a grand tree, his pockmarked face radiating nostalgia and pride, a smile spreading wide across his features. Wen Chaosheng quickly scanned the letters, though he was not well acquainted with Wang Kun and had no children of his own. The joyful expression of this father caused a surge of guilt within him. After a brief discussion, he decided to take one of the letters with him, advising Wang Kun to keep his visit today a secret from anyone else. Wang Kun agreed. I will return in a couple of days with another letter. As he exited, Wen Chaosheng glanced at the thin layer of white covering Wang Kun's head and inquired, Has he ever sent you money? Or have you sent him any? Wang Kun nodded. Yes, both. Years ago, he mentioned that the situation at the border was dire, with marauding nomads frequently causing trouble, and he requested some funds for emergencies. Later, as the situation improved, he sent back a little money, though it was scarce. Yet as parents, knowing our child is safe and sound is enough. As he finished speaking, Wen Chaosheng tightened his grip on the letter in his hand, forming a fist, and decisively turned to leave. He did not wish to linger any longer. I must take my leave. I will come back in a few days with another letter, Wang Kun replied, watching Wen Chaosheng depart, his smile gradually fading into the snow-laden wind. Wen Chaosheng hurried back, his mind preoccupied, his expression somewhat cold. Passing through an alley, he abruptly halted. His gaze swept across the snowy night, where a splash of red stood out. It was a man clad in red. The two were 100 steps apart. Though Wen Chaosheng could not discern the man's face clearly, he possessed a distinct intuition that the man was smiling at him. The moment he laid eyes on this man, an ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that the events of that night had been exposed? It shouldn't be possible. That elder had acted ruthlessly. Wen Chaosheng could tell at a glance that he was a seasoned player in the game, and such individuals rarely left loose ends. Moreover, even if there were some oversights, it should not warrant anyone seeking him out. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chaosheng ultimately chose to turn away. The sense of trepidation instilled by the man in the crimson attire weighed heavily on his heart, and he was reluctant to approach. However, matters were not as straightforward as Wen Chaosheng had hoped. As he pivoted, he encountered a frail man clad in black, bearing a single-edged, dark iron saber upon his back. The man stood alarmingly close, so near that with a mere flick of his wrist, the saber could sever Wen Chaosheng's head in an instant. A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped him. and from the gaze of the man in black, Wen Chaosheng detected a potent threat. Return, the emaciated figure uttered blandly. Wen Chaosheng instinctively reached for the hatchet concealed at his waist, yet as he moved, the sound of the blade slicing through the air caused a ringing in his ears and blurred his vision. A chill crept across his neck, and, in that fleeting moment, he realized that the black-clad man's saber was already poised against his throat. His pupils constricted as he comprehended the vast disparity in strength between himself and the man before him. The dark iron saber weighed no less than 100 pounds, and despite the opponent's seemingly slight frame, he wielded it with a single hand with precision that was utterly beyond Wen Chaosheng's capabilities. For the last time, return. The man in black's chilling words were laced with a hint of murderous intent. Wen Chaosheng lowered his gaze, cautiously distancing his neck from the ominous blade, and then exhaled a cloud of mist before slowly turning to walk towards the man in red. The coldness enveloped him as Wen Chaosheng racked his mind for a means of escape, but in such dire straits, no matter how composed or unflappable he attempted to be, the outcome remained bleak. Aishu was not by his side, Mr. Liu was absent, and the old man from that night was nowhere to be found. The prospect of resistance was futile. At this moment, he could only converse with people as one would with ghosts. He approached the man in crimson, who stood with his arms crossed before him, a serene smile adorning his face, exuding an air of harmlessness. Qian Lu, put away the saber. There's no need to frighten the lad. He reproached the black-clad man behind Wen Chaosheng. The latter obediently returned the dark iron saber to his back, and the man in red beckoned Wen Chaosheng closer. Come here, young man. Do not fear. I have no intention of devouring you. Wen Chaosheng, silent, took a few tentative steps toward him. The man's hand gently rested on Wen Chaosheng's shoulder, radiating warmth that paradoxically sent shivers down Wen Chaosheng's spine. Have you eaten? Upon receiving this warm inquiry, Wen Chaosheng blinked and cautiously replied, Have you dined yet? The man in red shook his head. I have not. Wen Chaosheng nodded. Then I have yet to eat as well. The man chuckled heartily at this, squeezing Wen Chaosheng's shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in pain and break out in a cold sweat. Yet he forced a smile in response. You have a certain charm about you. The man mused, repeating the phrase with a hint of significance as he released Wen Chaosheng. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. At the Yong'an building. Have you been there before? Upon hearing the name, Wen Chaosheng's heart fluttered as he recalled a previous conversation with Si Xiaohong outside the county town, and he promptly shook his head. I have not been as I lack the funds. The man in red praised. I appreciate your honesty, though you do not appear to be an earnest person. I am Lu Chuan. And you? Wen Chaosheng. Lu Chuan. Who do you work for? Faced with this inquiry, Wen Chaosheng hesitated, for in light of his current predicament, he had no legitimate reason to withhold his response from Lu Chuan. Such a seemingly genial facade could mask a treacherous nature, and a slight misstep could cost him dearly, especially for one so inconsequential as himself. His reluctance stemmed not from a desire to lie, but from a wish to avoid causing trouble for Lu Jiming. As Wen Chaosheng informed Aishu, he valued his life, but he was not afraid of death. In the past, to avoid losing face before Lu Jiming, he had risked his life to continue residing in the dilapidated temple. Now, confronted with a blade that could fall at any moment, he was astonished at his own ability to remain silent. After a brief silence, Lu Chuan, with concern, glanced at Wen Chaosheng and asked, Why do you not speak? Is it too cold? Wen Chaosheng regained his focus, his thoughts racing, and replied with a tone of affected difficulty, Lord Lu, it appears we have encountered a dilemma akin to the drowning dilemma. Lu Chuan's interest piqued. He inquired, What is this drowning dilemma? Wen Chaosheng explained, It is a scenario wherein both your wife and your mother fall into the water simultaneously, and neither can swim. You can only save one. Who would you choose to rescue? Lu Chuan contemplated before he was about to respond, but Wen Chaosheng interjected, Your wife is with child. Lu Chuan's mouth fell ajar, and he paused, a peculiar tone escaping him. What does this have to do with my question? Wen Chaosheng patiently elucidated. I am but an ordinary person, perhaps not even worth considering in your eyes, akin to a stray dog that could be easily dispatched. Yet, I can discern that you and the man beside you are of no ordinary stature, and I cannot afford to offend you. I am uncertain if the one who employs me bears any grievances against you. If so, I would be condemning my benefactor to death. However, if you ask me something and I remained silent, I would certainly perish. Thus, I'm contemplating whether to save myself or my benefactor. Lu Chuan sighed. Your candor places me in an awkward position. I shall be frank as well. Perhaps today, neither of you will be saved. Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow and earnestly queried, Lord Lu, I truly fail to comprehend how a mere insect in the grass like myself has drawn the ire of someone as exalted as you. Lu Chuan pointed toward the brightly lit buildings on the opposite bank of the small river and chuckled. Do not rush. It is merely a short walk. Let us procure some sustenance and converse as we dine. Upon arriving at the Yuanyang building, the young women, with melodious voices, flocked to Lu Chuan as if he were their beloved, filling the air with fragrant allure. Lu Chuan, unperturbed, jovially dispensed some coins from his pocket, allowing Wen Chaosheng to escape the throng with difficulty, leading him to the main hall of the establishment. Naturally, a few of the women noticed the grave expression on Wen Chaosheng's face, yet in such an establishment, they seldom inquired about matters beyond their domain. As advised by Song Mama, the Yuanyang building received a multitude of guests daily from all walks of life, and the less they knew, the safer they remained. In the hall, patrons were scattered about, some composing poetry and toasting one another, while others engaged in business discussions and idle chatter. The position intended for a talented young woman musician remained vacant as Wen Chaosheng entered the hall, causing his heart to sink. This night seemed particularly ill-fated, as not only was he ensnared in a perilous situation, but all potential avenues for his escape appeared to have vanished. Was there truly no way out? Wen Chaosheng did not know Lu Chuan and was certain they had not previously crossed paths. Yet, he could ascertain one thing: a man like Lu Chuan, upon discovering what he sought to know, would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chuan settled into a secluded corner of the hall, ordering some food and drink, while the man known as Qian Lu had seemingly vanished without a trace. Wen Chaosheng poured a cup for Lu Chuan, not out of a desire to curry favor, but out of sheer apprehension of allowing Lu Chuan to touch the wine jug. Speak, Lord Lu. What brings you to me this evening? Lu Chuan raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Wen Chaosheng's, downing the drink in one gulp. He then clapped his hands and remarked, Let me correct you, Wen Chaosheng. I did not come here for you, nor do I truly know you. My sudden appearance tonight is solely due to the matter concerning the item you took. Wen Chaosheng's eyes flickered slightly as he silently retrieved the letter he had previously obtained from Wang Kun and placed it upon the table. Lu Chuan took the letter, glanced over it casually, and remarked indifferently, It is merely an ordinary family letter. What do you need it for? Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment, his expression turning serious as he addressed Lu Chuan. Do you truly wish to know, Sir Lu? Lu Chuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth. Do not keep me guessing. It is just the two of us here. So speak plainly. Wen Chaosheng took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a revelation, and lowered his voice by lone way. Lu Chuan's hand holding the chopsticks paused, his brows furrowing together, and the previously warm and even affectionate gaze in his eyes turned icy. Say that again. Wen Chaosheng, somewhat helpless, replied, You may not believe me, but what reason would I have to deceive you? A person like me is of no concern to you, and certainly of no concern to Bai Longwei. One of their members saved my life and provided me with money, asking only for my assistance in a small matter. This year, the snow in Kuhai County is heavy and urgent, and I need this money to survive. I have no reason to refuse him, either emotionally or logically. Lu Chuan gently rubbed the chopsticks in his hand and inquired, Tell me what this person looks like. Wen Chaosheng replied, I did not see his true appearance. He wore a veil and a hat, dressed entirely in white, and carried a long sword, approximately this length. I believe he also had a special pendant at his waist. He detailed what he had witnessed that night in the dilapidated temple. Though it was a reluctant act, Wen Chaosheng had thought it through and concluded that he could not betray Lu Jiming, regardless of the trouble he faced. Leading the blame towards his benefactor was something he deemed unacceptable. Since the truth could not be spoken, he decided to fabricate a tale. Coincidentally, the visitor from that night had an unpleasant demeanor, which Wen Chaosheng did not appreciate. After Wen Chaosheng's meticulous description, Lu Chuan's initial suspicions were alleviated significantly, and he found himself convinced to a degree. A maid then brought forth a steaming array of dishes, laden with delicacies that Wen Chaosheng seldom encountered. their aromas filling the air. Yet neither of them touched their chopsticks, their gazes locked on each other. "So, this letter is sought by Lone Wei?" Lu Chuan articulated each word, his countenance now imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Wen Chaosheng nodded, affirming, "Yes. Beyond this, I know nothing. They would not disclose such matters to someone in my lowly status." In Chapter 50, a mouthful of nonsense, Wen Chaosheng diverted the troubles towards Lone Wei, convincing the red-clad man before him that he indeed had connections to the organization. Renowned within the martial world, Lone Wei was the most enigmatic of forces, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Their clientele primarily comprised the royal family of Qi, whereas other factions like Tianjilo, Jiuge, and Wang Chuan were only able to engage due to their substantial size and utility value. Yet Lone Wei was born from the necessity of the Qi royal family, dealing almost exclusively with individuals of high standing. Commoners like Wen Chaosheng, who had not cultivated their skills and dressed simply, would never have the chance to encounter such a prestigious entity without fortuitous circumstances. This was why, after Wen Chaosheng had thoroughly described the characteristics of Lone Wei, Lu Chuan chose to believe him. He pondered the letter Wen Chaosheng had presented for a moment when Qianlu appeared, having discarded his long blade and now dressed in a simple black robe. He approached Lu Chuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lu Chuan scanned the contents briefly. "Wen Chaosheng, you only recently became a citizen of Qi. Which nation did you hail from before? Why come to Qi, especially to the impoverished Kuhai County?" Wen Chaosheng took a sip of tea, his eyes drifting towards the empty Qin platform as he contemplated how to buy more time. "This is quite a lengthy tale. I wonder if you have the time to listen?" Lu Chuan tapped the plate with his chopsticks, smiling. "Speak. I have time until the meal concludes. If your story entertains me, it may very well save your life." Wen Chaosheng, of course, did not believe such an absurd statement. Yet he subtly expressed a sense of delight and began spinning a story. He was quite adept at storytelling. In comparison to Lu Chuan, Wen Chaosheng had witnessed and learned far too much. He fabricated a small nation called Ming, taking half an hour to convince Lu Chuan of its existence. Initially, Lu Chuan had little interest in his tale, but when he learned that the founding emperor of Ming had been a beggar, his curiosity was piqued. Once a person becomes intrigued, they also develop patience. "The reason I ended up in Kuhai County is that I had no choice. Ming lies beyond the wasteland, separated by thousands of miles. Our group fled early due to a royal coup, and I was the last survivor. The former county magistrate, Liu Jinshe, refused me entry into the city for not being able to produce 10 taels of silver, leaving me outside for 3 years. Fortunately, I had extensive experience surviving in the wilderness. Otherwise, I could never have endured for so long." Lu Chuan glanced at the black-clad Qianlu, who replied nonchalantly, "There is no record of this, but when I investigated earlier, the clerk responsible for handling Kuhai County's cultural information mentioned that Wen Chaosheng was indeed detained outside the county for 3 years. It was only after Wen Chaosheng took office that he was granted Qi citizenship." Lu Chuan clicked his tongue. Wen Chaosheng is quite benevolent, allowing a mere refugee to enter during such a sensitive time. Does he not fear stirring up trouble? I thought he was more cautious, but it seems I must clean up after him. Hearing the term clean up, Wen Chaosheng felt a tightening in his chest. He looked at Lu Chuan, contemplating whether today was a day of certain death, when his gaze suddenly landed on the Qin platform, and he exclaimed loudly, "Ah, the Qin player has arrived." Everyone instinctively turned their attention toward the platform, while Xiaohong, just returning, wore a look of astonishment as she gazed at Wen Chaosheng. At that moment of their eyes meeting, Wen Chaosheng's fingers traced a vertical wave in the air. Xiaohong's eyes sparkled, her surprised expression gradually returning to normal. She suddenly stood, clutching her stomach, her brows slightly furrowed, and bowed to the assembled officials, saying, "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I am unwell, likely due to something I ate. If I have disturbed your enjoyment, I hope for your understanding." With that, Xiaohong disregarded the patron's pleas and hurriedly exited through the back door. Strange. Wen Chaosheng mused as he picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth, turning to Lu Chuan. "Sir Lu, you often visit Yong'an Tower, do you not? I have heard that the Qin player there is the only one in the county skilled in music. Yet upon seeing her, she seems to be in poor health. This does not add up. Not long ago, During Liu Jinshire's 50th birthday celebration, she was the one who entertained that esteemed lord. Such a rare treasure. One would think the tower's matron would be more concerned about her well-being than she herself. However, I observe that she is quite blind to the obvious. A person of your esteemed status is seated here, and she merely glanced in this direction before getting up and leaving. One wonders if she's truly unwell or has taken on private work. Would you like to investigate, Sir Liu? His words caused Lu Chuan to furrow his brow. The behavior of Si Xiaohong was indeed somewhat unusual. She returned only to leave again immediately. He sensed something amiss. Initially, he intended to send Qian Lu to follow her, but when Chaosheng's words inadvertently struck at his Achilles heel, leaving him in a precarious position. Should he take that step, it would appear as though he were competing over a lowly courtesan from a remote border town, an indignity he could not tolerate due to his status and pride. Silently, he picked up a piece of cold meat from the table and, while chewing, Lu Chuan remarked casually, "You, truly, have never seen the world. Have you heard of the frog at the bottom of the well? When you look up, the sky appears but a small patch, leading you to believe this is your entire world. In the past, in Wangcheng, countless beauties offered silver just for a glimpse of me, a rarity I found tedious. Moreover, I do not fancy those too young, as they lack flavor." Wen Chaosheng's gaze flickered, perhaps recalling the profound wisdom of a certain internet master from his past life. He continued the conversation. "Indeed, women are like wine. Without sufficient time to mature, their flavor is lacking, akin to drinking water. Yet if aged too long, the potency becomes overwhelming, which most cannot withstand." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes brightened momentarily, but he paused, his hand that was about to retrieve something from his sleeve halted. He looked at Wen Chaosheng, incredulous. "You young lad, lacking talent and power, surely no woman would look your way. Where do you gain such experience?" Wen Chaosheng lowered his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Incorrect. Lord Liu, indeed I lack talent and power, but not long ago I rescued an injured woman outside the county town. To repay my life-saving grace, she gifted me a night of intimacy." Chapter 51. Trust you. Once Lu Chuan's expression subtly changed as he recalled the body from the snowy night not long ago outside the county town. "Oh, you managed to stumble upon such a fortune?" he inquired. "What of her appearance and figure?" Wen Chaosheng raised his thumb, exclaiming, in a word, "Splendid." Lu Chuan was amused by Wen Chaosheng's smug demeanor. After taking a sip of wine, he pondered briefly before stating in a tone almost akin to a promise, "Very well. Convey to me the details of that woman's appearance and physique, and I shall allow you to leave the Yuanyang Tower alive today. What say you?" When Chaosheng's eyes lit up, and he cautiously asked, "Does Lord Liu prefer such a type?" Lu Chuan raised his cup, his gaze filled with profound meaning. "I very much do." When Chaosheng deliberated, biting his lip in distress. "Though I can read, my youthful frivolity has left me with little knowledge. Moreover, it was dark that day, and, without light, I truly could not see clearly. Might I trouble you for paper and ink, Lord Liu? I could sketch it for you." Lu Chuan nodded, signaling for a girl to approach. He scattered some coins, instructing her to procure paper and ink. The Yuanyang Tower often entertained self-styled literati, so such supplies were readily available. The girl soon returned with the items, and when Chaosheng wasted no time, his mind conjuring peculiar images as he proceeded to draw. Since ancient times, the realms of calligraphy and painting have been intertwined, with both demanding a mastery of technique and imagination, ultimately reflecting a pursuit of beauty. Thus, those who study writing often possess some skill in painting as well. Wen Chaosheng swiftly sketched, and without detailing the facial features, his pen danced across the page. In no time, a provocative image emerged, prompting the serving girl beside him to blush deeply upon catching a glimpse. Biting her lip in disbelief at the audacity of this guest to create such art in public. Just as when Chaosheng was about to present the artwork to Lu Chuan, a limping woman unexpectedly entered the hall. Clad in a simple light blue dress with sleeves rolled up at the wrists, the other patrons glanced at her, dismissing her as merely a servant of the Yuanyang Tower. However, she approached Wen Chaosheng, glanced at the drawing, and seized the nape of his neck, lifting him as one would a chick. "Out at this hour, indulging in debauchery?" A shui's icy voice pierced Wen Chaosheng's ears, and in that moment, The tension he had been holding melted away. His face flushed with embarrassment. He introduced her to the astonished Lu Chuan. "This is my elder sister." A Shui's sudden appearance disrupted Wen Chaosheng's thoughts. Instinctively, he almost introduced her as his wife to shield her identity, but recalling her cold gaze when she had killed, he opted instead for sister. Despite their shared experiences and drinks, he felt a distance from this enigmatic woman who harbored secrets. A moment of careless chatter could result in a lifetime of silence. "Quickly return home. If I catch you here again, I shall inform our parents, to see if they do not break your legs." A Shui, not lacking in wit, played along, pulling Wen Chaosheng toward the exit. He turned back, glancing at Lu Chuan, and waved the drawing in his hand. Lord Lu, the picture Lu Chuan observed him without taking the drawing until the two vanished through the doorway. He then addressed Qian Lu. "Why did you not stop them?" Qian Lu shook his head. "Without my blade, that woman is an unparalleled expert. Should I act rashly, it could endanger the gentleman." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. This fellow spins tales. Having lived as a vagrant for 3 years, where could he possibly acquire a sister? The identity of that woman is undeniably suspect. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Lu replied, "Though she resides among us, she is a dragon concealed within the divine. Her aura formidable, rivaling my own. In this southern journey, the Lord has given me instructions. My primary task is to ensure your safety, and I hope for your understanding." Lu Chuan waved his hand, gazing at the dishes before him. He touched the poison concealed in his sleeve, shook his head after a long pause, seemingly losing interest, and rose to pay his bill before departing. On the road, a Shui and Wen Chaosheng trudged through the wind and snow, and he remarked, "I was right. Behind those false letters lies a problem. This man named Lu Chuan is indeed after the truth." Beside him, a Shui stared at the drawing in his grasp, remaining silent. Wen Chaosheng continued, "The person you asked me to investigate is named Wang Kuan. He has a son called Wang Yi, who has been serving in the military for 17 years without returning home, only sending letters, one each year. Yet, these letters are not penned by the same hand. Although the handwriting is similar, one can discern the differences." As he spoke, they entered a narrow alley, and a Shui suddenly seized the collar of his clothing, spun him around, and pressed him against the wall, one hand retrieving a concealed dagger from his waist and positioning it against his throat. When Chaosheng was caught off guard, frozen against the cold wall. "What do you mean?" he stammered. A Shui's tone was as frigid as ice. "When did you see it?" When Chaosheng was momentarily bewildered, quickly recalling in his mind, reassured that he had done nothing to offend a Shui, and thus found his confidence. "See what?" A Shui leaned closer. "The mole on your chest. When did you see it?" When Chaosheng was taken aback by her inquiry, and after several breaths, he comprehended her implication. His lips twitched awkwardly. "My dear lady, that was merely a casual sketch. He requested a picture, and I needed to buy time until help arrived. I had to embellish the details to make it more believable. Furthermore, if I were to sneak a look, I would require an appropriate moment. Normally, I wouldn't dare approach you. Even 3 steps closer, you would certainly notice. The only possibility would be that night when you were unconscious, but you were bleeding heavily then. If I had such leisure, do you truly believe you would have survived?" Their gazes locked, and when Chaosheng's eyes held no evasion, he truly had not looked. After a long while, a Shui's cold gaze softened, and she released her grip on Wen Chaosheng's collar. She tucked the machete back into his waistband and turned to walk ahead. "I trust you once." Chapter 52. I do not care about that. Seeing that a Shui had lost her murderous intent, Wen Chaosheng let out a slight sigh of relief. He crumpled the spring palace drawing in his hand into a ball and stuffed it into his clothing, hastily following a Shui. However, whether intentional or not, a Shui's strides were always slightly quicker than his, rendering him unable to see her face. "By the way," Wen Chaosheng said helplessly, slowing his pace to follow behind a Shui, "that fellow named Lu Chuan should be aware of your existence, though he does not recognize you." The cold wind blew against them, bringing with it a Shui's curiosity. "How did you figure that out?" Wen Chaosheng candidly recounted the details of his previous ramblings to buy time, mentioning how Lu Chuan's subtle expression when discussing the injured woman outside the dilapidated temple had not escaped his notice. A Shui halted her steps and turned to glare at Wen Chaosheng. "You mean to say that the injured woman shared a night of intimacy with you? Elaborate." I wish to hear more. Wen Chaosheng's expression momentarily froze. Then he spread his hands and replied, shouldn't the focal point be Lu Chuan's urgent inquiries about you after he learned of information possibly related to you? A Shui replied, I do not care about that. Wen Chaosheng rolled his eyes. I did not mention any distinctive features about you. There are countless injured women in this world. Who knows who I was rambling about? I merely brought up the topic to distract him and buy myself time. Otherwise, had you come tonight, I would have already been a corpse. Moreover, the woman I depicted was plump and curvaceous, intentionally avoiding your physical characteristics, so it hardly counts as an offense. If you do not believe me, would you like to take another look? As he spoke, he retrieved the crumpled spring palace drawing from his clothing, but before he could unfold it, a Shui snatched it away. Holding the crumpled paper in one hand, she glanced at Wen Chaosheng, her tone softening as she said, if it were truly about saving your life, you could have revealed my identity next time. It would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng sighed. It is not that simple. That person tonight came from Wangcheng and seemingly of a high status. Such individuals come to Kuhai County for very important matters. The more I reveal, the more it indicates my knowledge, which would surely lead to my demise. Unfortunately, he has remembered my face this time. After dark, I do not dare to wander around the county. Observing Wen Chaosheng's dejected demeanor, a Shui replied coolly, next time, when we investigate, I shall accompany you. Their actions are clandestine, undoubtedly evading something. Perhaps it is the Bai Long way, as in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of many, they are relatively safe. If things escalate, they would be hard-pressed to contain the situation. One cannot provoke great trouble for the sake of a small inconvenience. Upon this, she leaned closer to Wen Chaosheng, speaking in a tone both light and earnest. And one more thing, next time you draw a woman, do not depict a mole on her left breast. Do you understand? Wen Chaosheng's gaze instinctively darted downwards, quickly returning to its original position. Do you truly possess one? A Shui raised an eyebrow. Would you like to see? Wen Chaosheng took a step back, rejecting that fatal inquiry. I will not look, nor will I draw again. With that, the matter was set aside. A Shui took the drawing and chose not to pursue the issue further. As they walked back, Wen Chaosheng observed her limping figure and asked, have your injuries improved? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you? A Shui's voice was faint against the wind. I won't die. Upon returning to Fan Youwei's home, Wen Chaosheng gathered some firewood to toss into the brazier, then prepared a pot of water to soak his feet. He then retrieved a large wooden basin, filled it with snow, and poured hot water over it, creating a steaming effect. As he soaked his feet and warmed by the fire, his body quickly regained warmth. Before long, another pair of delicate, fair feet joined him in the basin. As the hot water enveloped a Shui's ankles, her brow relaxed. After soaking for a while, fine beads of sweat appeared on her face, softening her fierce demeanor in the glow of the fire. Recalling the events of the night, Wen Chaosheng suddenly asked her, your injuries have not healed, yet you went to the county office tonight? A Shui countered assertively, if I hadn't gone, you would have died tonight. Do you expect that fool Chun Xiong to save you? Wen Chaosheng shook his head. I certainly know that, but what I meant was, why did you seek out Chun Xiong? A Shui replied, to investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback, then asked, is that how you inquired? Did you threaten him with a knife? A Shui replied, something like that. Those unafraid of consequences have no reservations, but I do not. This fellow did not wish for a complete fallout with me. He wanted to negotiate. Later, that girl beat the drum at the county office, saying something happened at the Yuanyang building, but when asked what transpired, she refused to elaborate. I sensed something was amiss, so I came here first. Wen Chaosheng could not help but chuckle at this, envisioning those who wield a modicum of power, thinking themselves superior, utterly flummoxed by Shui's straightforward demeanor. They could handle a Shui, but it would demand a considerable price and could make the situation a public spectacle. When Chaosheng understood that the Bai Long Wei had already arrived in Kuhai County, and judging by Lu Chuan's reaction, their purpose was most likely related to him. The interests of the two parties were at odds, easily fostering resentment. After soaking his feet, Wen Chaosheng stepped outside to dispose of the water. Upon returning, he found a Shui gazing at him, so he set the basin down and asked, what are you staring at? A Shui inquired curiously, if I remember correctly, There were two individuals watching you at that time. The thin man in black possessed considerable skill. How did you manage to communicate with that girl right under their noses, instructing her to seek help at the county office? Though her thoughts may not have been as profound as Wen Chaosheng's, Shui was no fool. She had pondered this question for quite some time without arriving at an answer. Wen Chaosheng smiled and climbed into bed, wrapping himself in the cotton quilt. Sitting cross-legged as he said, "My acquaintance with her was serendipitous. It was Lu Jinshi's 50th birthday. The piece she played was taught to her by me. I spoke with her for quite some time outside the county. One of the melodies is the sound that a country police vehicle makes when responding to a call. At that moment, I was humming the tune for her while making a gesture." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers in the air, moving them up and down. Shui appeared thoughtful, then asked, "Wait, Wen Chaosheng, what does responding to a call mean, and why does the carriage make a sound?" Seeing her earnest inquiry, Wen Chaosheng tilted his head and thought for a moment, then explained with difficulty, "Responding to a call refers to that country's officials mobilizing to apprehend criminals. As for why the carriage emits that sound, well, it's because they usually have a musician on board playing the suona, producing a sound akin to wero-wero." Shui squinted her eyes, leaning back slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected image. The officials capturing people in a carriage while bringing along a musician? Wen Chaosheng coughed lightly. It serves a deterrent effect, primarily because that country is bustling with activity upon hearing that sound. Pedestrians on the road know that the officials are out conducting business and must quickly make way. Chapter 53. The Mystery of the Fountain of Youth. Wen Chaosheng described to Shui the peculiarities of that country where officials apprehend criminals by carriage accompanied by musicians. She listened with great interest, but afterward regarded him with an expression akin to that of interrogating a criminal. "Wait a moment, I recall you previously mentioned forgetting your past. Only remembering these 3 years outside Kuhai County." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Chaosheng's eyes suddenly rolled back, and he collapsed onto the bed, his eyes not yet fully closed before he began to snore. However, the next moment, Shui yanked him up from the bed. "Sleeping so early? How has your training with the Fountain of Youth progressed?" Wen Chaosheng, with a hint of helplessness, opened one eye and replied, "I have practiced for several days, but I have yet to sense any innate qi." Shui raised her brow slightly. "Not even a trace? Have you remembered the guidance? Is your tongue resting against the roof of your mouth? And do you feel any stagnation in your meridians while breathing?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "No. I followed your instructions diligently. Although I have not perceived any innate qi, my body has indeed undergone noticeable changes." Shui blinked, aware that the peculiar art of Bulao Quan varies from person to person, and she was curious about what changes had occurred in Wen Chaosheng. "What has changed?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "My appetite has improved." The two exchanged glances for a while, and Shui finally released her grip reluctantly, sighing, "After practicing the heart method for so many days without sensing the existence of qi, Wen Chaosheng, you are truly the most ordinary person I have ever encountered." Wen Chaosheng scratched his head, sensing that Shui's words were not malicious, but rather a lament for his mediocre aptitude. If she did not genuinely care for him, she would not express such a tone of disappointment. Nevertheless, he felt neither discouraged nor complacent about his talents and circumstances. Heaven had bestowed upon him a chance, an infinitesimal probability that allowed him to live again. Regardless of the hardships he faced, he would not easily concede defeat. He aimed to live this hard-won life as brightly and vividly as possible. He had endured enough suffering and trials, and he would not falter at this juncture. Thus, with a light-hearted tone, Wen Chaosheng smiled at Shui, "Perhaps your talent is simply too extraordinary. When I consulted Mr. LV about cultivation, he told me that the human body has 720 acupoints, which represent the potential of a cultivator. Very few martial artists can unlock over 600 acupoints. And with your profound martial arts prowess at such a young age, you must have activated many acupoints to unleash your potential, right?" Shui looked at him, initially concerned that her earlier words might have disheartened him, but upon seeing Wen Chaosheng's demeanor, she realized she had overthought it. She shook her head and leaned against the edge of the bed. "I initially thought your life was quite resilient, but it seems your determination is even stronger than your mere existence. With such resolve, if placed in a body with some talent, your future achievements would be boundless." She sighed and added, I have opened 717 acupoints. Aside from 3 that remain closed at my right knee, the rest are connected. Wen Chaosheng's smile faltered, and he sat on the bed, staring down at the woman beside the fire with a look of disbelief. How many did you open? 717. Are you even human? A shui tossed a log into the fire, her tone indifferent. You should ask yourself. Wen Chaosheng stared at her for a long time, finally exhaling deeply, his body slumping onto the bed as if all strength had drained from him. He then turned away from his shui, covering his head with a blanket, and murmured, I'm going to sleep now. Under the dim light of the fire, the atmosphere in the room grew eerily silent. After a while, Wen Chaosheng recalled something and turned to a shui. By the way, a shui, you mentioned that I couldn't sense qi even with the heart method. So when you practiced, did you actually not have a heart method? A shui replied with a soft emma. The heart method is something I summarized after making progress in my practice. It elucidates the principles of qi operation and can help you avoid many detours. If you can't learn it even with the heart method, I wouldn't know what to do. A hint of anxiety crept into her voice, as she had never taught a student before and had no experience in guiding cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng sat up excitedly. The problem might lie here. You previously mentioned that Bulao Quan varies from person to person. Is it possible that the detours you speak of are actually the correct path for others? A shui was taken aback by his words. Initially, she thought his idea was somewhat fanciful, but after careful consideration, she became uncertain. The Beihai Dao run gained fame over 200 years ago, born in Yin Kingdom, and later traversed Chun, Qi, and Zhao, visiting renowned figures across the land. His mastery in cultivation, medicine, and divination is unparalleled, especially in cultivation, where few can match his achievements. The arts of Jingxian, Wang Yu, and Bulao Quan were treasures he comprehended a century ago at Jieshi, later recorded and passed down through the ages. The mysteries of Bulao Quan are such that even she has yet to fully grasp them. Then let me tell you the original method of cultivation in Bulao Quan. A shui stood up, instructing Wen Chaosheng to sit cross-legged on the bed, placing his hands on his knees and closing his eyes to observe his heart. She began to recount the original heart method of Bulao Quan. It hardly even qualifies as a heart method. As a shui spoke calmly, Wen Chaosheng's consciousness gradually drifted away, seemingly traversing the vast, snowy expanse outside the house, arriving in a starry sky akin to the deep sea. He had never experienced such a profound sensation. His consciousness detached, sometimes like water, sometimes like wind, floating freely and moving at will. This transcendental feeling of being able to traverse the heavens and explore boundlessly captivated Wen Chaosheng. So much so that when he returned after buying breakfast the next day and chatted with the shui, he was still brimming with excitement, declaring that he had finally found the right path and that his unique constitution was indeed a testament to his exceptional understanding. If this continued, he believed he would surely shine brilliantly in the future. A shui listened to his recounting in silence, her head buried in a bowl of soybean milk and a steam bun. Eventually, as Wen Chaosheng's enthusiasm began to wane, he noticed a shui's silence and awkwardly asked her, Hey, a shui, was that state I experienced last night called entering a meditative state? A shui pursed her lips, observing the flush of excitement on Wen Chaosheng's face. After hesitating for a moment, she could not bear to deceive him, exhaling a puff of white mist. No, you were just asleep. After a pause, she added, You slept like a pig. Chapter 54. Tongue and blade at the county's morning market. A large crowd gathered. Recently, the usually harsh snow had subsided, and the sun rarely graced the sky, bringing warmth to the people. Elderly men and women, often unseen, donned thick garments and ventured out to converse, either engaging in lively debates about their children and grandchildren or sharing gossip they had heard from unknown sources, embellishing the tales, all in an effort to exercise their tongues dulled by the recent storms. Amidst this noisy yet joyful day, the county office appeared exceptionally somber. The wind that blew through the door felt chilling. Chun Xiong, dressed in official robes, stood solemnly before the waxen corpse of Lu Jinshi, whose body had begun to yellow due to the preservatives. He held a crumpled scroll of paper in his hand, lost in thought, his expression heavy with contemplation. Next to Lu Jinshi lay another corpse, Wu Xie. His neck was stitched together with countless threads, erasing the otherwise smooth wound, leaving behind the pallor unique to the deceased. Last night, Wu Xie had engaged in his second battle with the Shui. Everything transpired much like the first encounter. The difference this time was that luck was not on his side. A Shui's previous injuries did not resurface. The blade that had once missed its mark now struck accurately at Wu Xie's neck, severing his head without any surprise. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Chen Xiong had no time for sorrow or anger. The bloody blade was already poised at his own throat, and in that moment, he clearly realized the gap between himself and a Shui, understanding that he could not contend with this woman before him. Those who observed a Shui's battles often fell prey to an unrealistic illusion, believing that each of her strikes, each act of killing, was commonplace and devoid of spectacle. She always seemed to be just a fraction faster than her adversaries, yet only by a slight margin. Consequently, many onlookers believed that if they could only hasten themselves a little more, they could easily overpower her. Those who harbored such thoughts ultimately paid a heavy price. When they faced a Shui and her drawn blade, they discovered that this minuscule difference was akin to an insurmountable mountain or an ocean that could never be filled. Chen Xiong, of course, held feelings for Wu Xie, the loyal steward who had served their family for many years. But it was not to the extent that he would recklessly engage in a life-and-death struggle for him against someone he could not possibly defeat. This resentment was buried deep within him, taking root and sprouting. Chen Xiong began to contemplate how to collaborate with Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan to deal with this woman, who had caused disturbances in his county office twice and had even slain his guard. As he was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door, and the sound of footsteps brought Chen Xiong back to reality. After the events of the previous night, he instinctively tightened his grip on the soft sword he always carried. "Who goes there?" he inquired. A voice from outside responded, reporting to the magistrate, "A commoner dressed in plain clothes wishes to see you." Feeling flustered, Chen Xiong replied, "I will not meet anyone today. If there is no urgent matter, do not disturb me." The constable hesitated for a moment before saying, "That person claims to know the woman who visited last night." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's grip on the soft sword tightened further, and his gaze instinctively swept over Wu Xie's cold body. After a brief silence, he altered his response. "Is he alone?" "Yes, he is alone," the constable replied. "In that case, bring him in." The constable promptly turned and left, and soon returned with a young man, standing at the threshold. After the young man entered, their eyes met, and Chen Xiong's pupils constricted in surprise. "It is you," he murmured, memories flooding back. Indeed, on the day of his appointment at the county office, after dispersing the other townsfolk, only he and she remained. Amidst the myriad troubles of the days that followed, he had completely forgotten about it until last night. The visitor was none other than Wen Chaosheng, who glanced at Chen Xiong before quickly turning his gaze to Lu Jinshi and Wu Xie's corpses. Pointing toward them as he asked, "Have you decided when to conclude this case, Lord Chen?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xiong stood tall before Wen Chaosheng, his demeanor seemingly growing more imposing. In the face of a Shui the previous night, he had been cautious, afraid for his own life. But now, confronting a man with no cultivation who had once been a mere vagrant, he found a release for the pent-up anger and fear he had harbored throughout the night. "What business do you have to urge me on the conclusion of this case?" Wen Chaosheng crossed his arms in front of him and slightly bowed to Chen Xiong, calmly stating, "Thanks to your grace, I have now become a true citizen of Qi." Chen Xiong stepped closer, leaning forward but raising his chin, slowly saying, "Remember what I can give you, I can also take back. So, you have come to discuss that woman from last night. Haven T you?" Wen Chaosheng lowered his gaze, fixating on the soft sword at Chen Xiong's waist and the hand that grasped it. He spoke softly, "If I am not mistaken, on your first day in Kuhai County, you were not wearing a sword at all. Now, after a night has passed, you seem to be rather cautious, never parting from your blade." Following Wen Chaosheng's words, Chen Xiong's gaze fell to his own hand gripping the sword, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he lost patience with the conversation. "If I cannot kill her, do you think I cannot deal with you for speaking to me this way? Do you wish to court death?" Wen Chaosheng smiled, showing no hint of fear. Although the topic ostensibly concerned the woman from the previous night, it was fundamentally about Lord Chen himself. As he spoke, he pointed once again at Lu Jinshi's corpse, his gaze never straying far from Chen Xiong's face. "It is also your business. Inside the room, the flickering candlelight danced, and the atmosphere grew tense alongside the sound of the soft sword being unsheathed. Rather than retreating in the face of Chen Xiong's impatience and murderous intent, Wen Chaosheng moved closer, speaking lightly. "Lord Chen, you should consider carefully. My life is inconsequential. Killing me is a minor affair. However, if the missing poison and the secrets left by Lu Jinshi were to leak, it would lead to grave consequences." Chapter 55. The tongue is a sword. The reason Wen Chaosheng dared to speak to Chen Xiong in such a manner was due to two confirmations. First, as the county magistrate, even if Chen Xiong were to disregard human life, he would not easily take matters into his own hands. Should his official garments become stained with blood, it would tarnish the reputation of the royal family, and he would not risk his life for an ordinary commoner. Yet who could say how it might affect his career? Such occurrences were not without precedent. Over the years, Confucian ideals had permeated some minds, and compared to other nations, Qi indeed held a higher regard for both morality and law. There was once a marquis of a great city who, relying on his ancestral title, tyrannized the populace, leading to the untimely deaths of numerous beautiful young women in his estate, their bodies discarded in wells. When a matter came to light and local officials came to investigate, the marquis resorted to all manner of obstruction and intimidation. The news reached the royal city, and before long, his title was forcibly stripped away. The so-called honor passed down through generations was merely a word from the palace, without consideration for the marquis's opinion. This incident served as a sobering warning to all officials in Qi. At least publicly, Qi's commitment to its citizens far surpassed that of other nations. The second reason was that after discussing matters with the Shui that morning, Wen Chaosheng had clarified his chaotic thoughts and confirmed that Lu Jinshi's death concealed a significant secret, one that must involve Chen Xiong. Otherwise, the timing of his appointment to Kuhai County would not have been so fortuitous, nor would Lu Jinshi's case remain unresolved for so long. What should have been a simple suicide, whether by poison or hanging, had no significant impact. Chen Xiong's continual delays indicated he was apprehensive about Lu Jinshi's death being investigated by others, which was enough to prove that Lu Jinshi harbored secrets and had an intricate connection with him. Grasping these 2 points, Wen Chaosheng successfully persuaded a Shui to accompany him to meet Chen Xiong alone. For him, Chen Xiong was far safer than Lu Chuan, whom he had encountered the previous night. After all, Chen Xiong held an official position which imposed certain constraints on his actions, and he had much to consider regarding interests and gains. Events would soon prove that Wen Chaosheng's deductions were correct. Just a moment ago, his words had effectively seized Chen Xiong's attention. He released his grip on the soft sword and turned towards the door, gently pushing it open, allowing sunlight to flood in. As Chen Xiong glanced back at Wen Chaosheng, he noticed that half of his face remained shrouded in shadow. Let's speak elsewhere. This room harbors 2 corpses, which brings ill fortune. Wen Chaosheng did not refuse and followed Chen Xiong, who paused by an expansive rockery and pawned, asking, "How do you find Lu Jinshi's courtyard?" Wen Chaosheng cast a perfunctory glance and praised. The mountains and waters complement each other, brimming with elegance and ingenuity. Chen Xiong shook his head. What ingenuity? It is all built upon the blood and sweat of the common folk and ill-gotten gains. Wen Chaosheng smiled slowly. Do not speak so harshly. It sounds as if you were a paragon of virtue. Everyone is in this together, and whether clean or dirty, harmony brings prosperity. Chen Xiong replied coolly, "Do you believe I am akin to Lu Jinshi?" Wen Chaosheng recalled vividly, remarking, "On your first day in office, you accepted a gold leaf. Lu Jinshi surely lacked such achievements. By this measure, you are indeed superior to him." His words, laced with sarcasm and scorn, were met with an unexpected calm from Wen Xiong, who instead reflected, Lu Jinshi has been the local tyrant of Kuhai County for many years, amassing wealth from the common folk to such an extent that his opulent residence can scarcely contain it, necessitating the burial of riches on the northern Xinguang mountain. You see, he hasn't truly committed any grave offense here. Had he merely slipped some gold into the hands of the city guard or the censor, he would have been promoted long ago. Yet he remains. Why? Because Kuhai County is remote and tranquil, offering opportunities for profit without the threat of conflict. And even the most desperate rogues seldom venture here. Were I in his position, I too would choose to stay. Yet this local despot in a single night faced utter ruin without even a chance to plead his case. Wen Chaosheng, gazing at the unthawed koi beneath the surface, remarked, "Are you suggesting, Sir Chuan, that you and Lu Jinshi are but pawns, unable to dictate your own fates?" Chuan Xiong gently shook his head. "Not just me, but us. You like me, and everyone in Kuhai County, including the woman, we are all alike." Wen Chaosheng tilted slightly, casting a glance at Chuan Xiong, and chuckled, "No, I am different. Sir Chuan, I am not a pawn. Whether it is you, or Lu Chuan, or even those prominent figures in the clouds above, I am but dust, wild grass. Insignificant in your eyes." For a moment, a flicker of disbelief crossed Chuan Xiong's face, quickly replaced by composure as he squinted. "Do you know Lu Chuan?" When Chaosheng turned his face, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before vanishing as he returned to normalcy. "Yes, I do. Everything seems predestined. For instance, if I had not encountered Lu Chuan last night, the woman seeking you would not have come to my rescue, and you would likely have perished at her hands. Sir Chuan, your survival last night was the will of heaven." Chuan Xiong fell silent for a moment, then pressed, "What did Lu Chuan want from you?" When Chaosheng lowered his head, chuckling softly, "As previously mentioned, you esteemed figures often overlook those like me. He was not seeking me specifically, but rather something else entirely." Chuan Xiong furrowed his brow, evidently weary of the enigmatic manner of their discourse, and addressed Wen Chaosheng, "Could we dispense with the riddles? This guessing game is devoid of interest. Now that we have met, let us speak plainly." After a moment's contemplation, Wen Chaosheng nodded, "Very well. Sir Chuan, I will be direct. I have come to you today to propose a collaboration. That woman is too aggressive. I did not bring her along as her blade is swift, and I fear my words may falter." Chuan Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Wen Chaosheng, disbelief coloring his tone. "You wish to collaborate with me? I do not believe there is any ground for cooperation between us." Wen Chaosheng, undeterred by Chuan Xiong's wariness and hostility, settled himself against a stone pillar in the pavilion, smiling. "Let me clarify, Sir Chuan, we are not your enemies. In fact, we can be considered comrades in the same boat. I understand you might think me fanciful, but you shall see. The Lu Jinshi case remains unresolved due to two key issues. First, the poison given to Lu Jinshi by Wang Chuan has vanished, and he chose a particularly troublesome method of suicide, which has left you unsettled. Secondly, of course, there is the matter of the Bai Long way outside the county. Am I correct, Sir Chuan?" As Chuan Xiong gazed at Wen Chaosheng's smiling countenance, he struggled to conceal his shock, though a hint of it began to seep through. His hand instinctively gripped the soft sword at his waist, palms sweating profusely. In that moment, Chuan Xiong realized that this despised and overlooked refugee was indeed shrouded in mystery and terror. Were those deeply buried secrets unearthed? Some secrets bear a weight greater than the lives of many, including Chuan Xiong himself. Thus, whether he truly knew or merely speculated, he buried these secrets deep within his soul, fearing exposure to even the faintest ray of sunlight. Should these secrets come to light, many lives in Qi would be lost. As Wen Chaosheng uttered the name Bai Long Wei, Chuan Xiong's body trembled imperceptibly. Perhaps it was merely a tremor brought on by the winter's chill. Yet Wen Chaosheng's keen observation did not miss it. Many of Chuan Xiong's inadvertent details reflected Wen Chaosheng's earlier conjectures. The Bai Long Wei that had sought them that day was indeed not aligned with Chuan Xiong, a revelation that brought great relief to Wen Chaosheng. Holding a position of authority, Chuan Xiong faced numerous constraints. Many matters were beyond his control, and with external forces pressing upon him, his need for assistance from the outside world grew ever greater. Wen Chaosheng initially possessed little leverage to negotiate with Chuan Xiong, but fortuitously, there was a formidable woman among his ranks. A martial artist of profound skill, unafraid of death, she could privately shield Chuan Xiong from many troubles, making her value immense. Chuan Xiong would not only be tempted, but might even come to rely upon her. Wen Chaosheng, when did you encounter the Bai Long Wei? Though only a brief moment had passed since they met in the room with Lu Jinshi's corpse, Chuan Xiong's demeanor towards Wen Chaosheng had undergone a radical transformation. No longer arrogant or aloof, his tone now brimmed with suspicion, uncertainty, fear, and hostility. Clearly, Wen Chaosheng had seized the conversational reins. In response to Chuan Xiong's inquiry, Wen Chaosheng smiled faintly. "Sir Chuan, you are astute. Think again. The Bai Long Wei sought you out. Why would they, a mere refugee, come looking for you? Wen Chaosheng had already spun a successful lie to Lu Chuan and now resolved to perpetuate it. Why would they seek me, you ask? I believe I have already provided you with the answer. Pointing to his own nose with a grin, he continued with a tone of detachment. You may have noticed any Chi citizen in the county, be it a street vendor or a fisherman idly chatting beneath a bridge, or even a middle-aged woman quarreling over trivial matters in an alley. Yet no one pays me any mind, neither you nor Lu Chuan. But last night, Lu Chuan clearly sought you out, Chuan Xiong retorted. That was because I had found something that sent a chill down his spine. Chuan Xiong shot him a sidelong glance. Frowning, what is it? When Chaosheng lowered his voice, this secret, sir, you may not even be aware of. What shall you offer in exchange? Chuan Xiong's gaze turned complex as he lowered his eyelids and regarded Wen Chaosheng. I inquired with the woman who came to find you last night. You and Lu Chuan are acquainted, both arriving from Kuhai County within the same time frame. Hence, Lu Jinshi's death is not only linked to you, but to him as well. Wang Chuan is the largest assassin organization in the Jianghu, stained with countless debts of blood. You don the official robes of the Qi state, making open dealings with them impossible. Thus, I suspect the poison found on Lu Jinshi was given by Lu Chuan, and he likely shares a similar purpose in seeking you. As you mentioned, Lu Jinshi, having ruled Kuhai County for so long, should not have any ties unless he committed some grievous act, one that entangles him with a certain prominent figure in the royal city. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chuan Xiong suddenly drew his sword, its blade shimmering in the frigid air, the energy rippling from the hilt to the tip before settling into stillness. The sword's edge hovered at Wen Chaosheng's throat. Chuan Xiong's hand trembled slightly, drawing blood. A prickling sensation spread across the skin of Wen Chaosheng's neck, accompanied by the bristling of sweat-soaked hair and goosebumps. He dared not move. Though his body was taut, his expression remained unyieldingly calm. Chuan Xiong held a sword horizontally against Wen Chaosheng's throat, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a beast, a surging tide of murderous intent crashing upon the surroundings, sealing off all space. Heed my advice. Your life is precious. Do not seek your own demise. I have heard your tale, 3 years outside the county, and your survival thus far attests to your appreciation for life. Some things are best left unsaid, perhaps for a lifetime. Faced with Chuan Xiong's near ultimatum, Wen Chaosheng did not retreat, but advanced a step, standing before him, gazing directly into those beast-like eyes. Lord Chuan, Lu Jinshi's body has yet to be buried. Would you not summon his spirit to inquire how he met his end? How naive you are at your age. How have you managed to survive this long? Can the words of the living be trusted as implicitly as those of the dead? Chuan Xiong's eyes widened, his teeth clenched tight, not from anger, but sheer terror. He feared Wen Chaosheng, the secrets he had uncovered, and the powerful figure residing in the royal city. Observing his demeanor, Wen Chaosheng smiled widely, resembling a madman. Lord Chuan, let us be frank. If I were to bring that poison and recount everything in detail, would I be allowed to leave this county alive? Chuan Xiong's lips quivered as he struggled to retract his sword. No. Wen Chaosheng's smile vanished with Chuan Xiong's withdrawal of the blade, his gaze sharpening with unprecedented danger. Then do you believe that if you obediently assist Lu Chuan in fulfilling that esteemed figure's orders, you will survive to depart? At his words, Chuan Xiong shuddered, his breath seemingly caught in his throat. Chapter 57, Persuasion, Part 2. It was a fundamentally simple truth. Did Chuan Xiong not know? Of course he did. Yet he preferred to comply with the whims of that powerful figure, hoping to earn a modicum of trust through his merits and toil, rather than entertain any thoughts of rebellion. He dare not. The courage of a young calf is fleeting, while the ferocity of a tiger is ever present. When you mock me, do you realize how juvenile and narrow-minded you are? Do you truly comprehend who that esteemed figure is and the extent of their methods and power? You know nothing and merely engage in empty rhetoric. Although Chuan Xiong had sheathed his sword, he suddenly seized Wen Chaosheng by the collar, momentarily shedding his identity as the county magistrate, appearing instead as an ordinary bystander embroiled in a dispute. Wen Chaosheng grasped Chuan Xiong's arms firmly, maintaining his composure as he coldly retorted, "Empty rhetoric? Let me tell you, Chuan Xiong, your life is your most valuable possession. No matter what ambitions you harbor, or whom you seek to protect. If your life is lost, all else becomes meaningless. Lu Jinshi's corpse lies before you. Look at him. Do you wish to become like him? Wen Chaosheng, indignant, replied, I am not like him. Wen Chaosheng's fervor intensified, disregarding offense as he pressed forward. Not like him? Let me inform you, if this continues, not only will you become Lu Jinshi, but there will be a third and a fourth. They simply state that Lu Jinshi's entire family perished, and you, a group of individuals, were cast into this desolate place. Are you truly different? To them, you are utterly insignificant. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback by Wen Chaosheng's scolding, his neck and face flushing with anger. With a surge of strength, he lifted Wen Chaosheng and slammed him against the pillar, gritting his teeth. Am I insignificant? At least I am not a worthless vagrant devoid of parents. Even if you uncover some secrets, what of it? Do you think you can challenge those who wield power with just this information? Is your mind filled with sand or water? I have never encountered a more foolish donkey than you. When Chaosheng forced a retort from his throat, Wen Chaosheng, you are the foolish one. If he truly did not care, Lu Jinshi would not have perished. When a powerful individual from the clouds descends to crush an ant, it signifies his concession. Those capable of compelling such a figure are either faced with immense benefits or terrifying threats. The internal power structures of Qigua must maintain a balance. Would he have the luxury of dealing with Lu Jinshi if he were in sole control? The insignificance of Lu Jinshi only underscores the threat his secrets pose to that esteemed figure. Do you understand? He had never argued in such a deep, intense tone before. Yet this victory was crucial for both Wen Chaosheng and Shui. From those false letters, Wen Chaosheng sensed an indescribable peril. He knew it was increasingly difficult to extricate himself completely from Shui's involvement. However, whether it was Lu Chuan or by Lone Wei, the waters ran too deep, and the untamed forces of the Jianghu were a chaotic mix, making negotiation or collaboration beyond his control. A Shui was undoubtedly a sharp and intimidating sword, but only when Chaosheng understood the grave injuries she bore, some inflicted by blades, others left by masters. Even though she had practiced the elixir of immortality, these wounds would not heal swiftly. They required prolonged recuperation. Should she encounter a skilled adversary, her survival would be in jeopardy. Thus, Wen Chaosheng needed to persist in his investigation, and for that, he required Wen Chaosheng. The final low, hoarse insults seemed to jolt the deranged Wen Chaosheng back to awareness. He faltered, retreating a few steps before collapsing onto a bench at the corridor's edge, staring vacantly at the ground. The breeze had grown cold. Both men focused on their labored breaths, enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate time, Wen Chaosheng leaned against the stone pillar, struggling to prop himself up, and asked Wen Chaosheng, "How did you discover that bottle of poison?" This question and the look in his eyes revealed his acquiescence to Wen Chaosheng. The latter smiled. "For that, we must thank Lu Jinshi. He was, in the truest sense, an unparalleled, ruthless figure, willing to sacrifice his family to deliver a final blow." He recounted how Lu Jinshi had concealed the poison, omitting any mention of a Shui's involvement. After listening, Wen Chaosheng vaguely grasped why Shui had previously sought to examine Lu Jinshi's corpse. Yet this realization sent a tremor through his heart, nearly causing it to leap from his throat. "Seeing your expression, it seems you understand," Wen Chaosheng said calmly. Lu Jinshi was aware that his inexplicable suicide would raise suspicions above, and he resolved to strike back. Thus, what the esteemed figure in the royal city sought to destroy may have been preserved by him in some form. That night, he was closely monitored by those from Wang Chuan, and even though they were later diverted, Lu Jinshi had little time left. As someone entirely unskilled in martial arts, he could not venture far. Therefore, this secret must either lie within his estate or within his very corpse. "Lord Chuan, I must say, your intuition is remarkably accurate and has saved your life. Had you hastily closed the case and submitted the documents alongside Lu Jinshi's body, who knows the trouble that would have emerged?" Wen Chaosheng slowly raised his head, surprise evident in his gaze. "How did you know I intended a hand over Lu Jinshi's body?" Wen Chaosheng countered, "Otherwise, why would you apply preservatives? To keep him company while you sleep?" A flicker of veiled fear flashed in Wen Chaosheng's eyes. Yet this fleeting fear vanished without a trace. In the vast pavilion, he, amidst the winter wind, asked with a slightly trembling voice a question that Shui had once posed. Wen Chaosheng, what did you do in the past? Wen Chaosheng replied calmly. I was a scholar. What books did you read? All kinds of books. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Chun Xiong slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The case of Lu Jinshi has been dragging on for too long. The city guard of Guanghancheng is pressing me. The documents and his body must be delivered together by noon tomorrow. You brought that woman here today. It allows for a final examination of his corpse. As he spoke, he cast a sharp glance at Wen Chaosheng. As for the other matters, I might consider what you said earlier, but I must ensure that you are a trustworthy person. Wen Chaosheng chuckled. Like you, I want to survive, and I have no choice. If I had a choice, I might not have come to you today, but rather to Lu Chuan or by Long Wei. Seeking you is not to assist you, but to help myself. Chun Xiong turned to leave, his silhouette and hair appearing slightly disheveled. After dusk in the county town, many eyes will be watching. She possesses formidable martial skills. So be swift and do not bring trouble with you. Chapter 58. Gratitude after leaving the county office. Wen Chaosheng immediately noticed a woman standing not far away, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He approached her and inquired, Did you hear everything? Shui glanced at him. Do you really think I have ears like the wind and can hear everything? As they walked back, Wen Chaosheng recounted the events of the snowy night when the murder occurred. But you truly heard it that night, and so clearly. Rather than hearing, it was more a perception of killing intent. Besides, I was in the bustling market and, at that time, there was only the sound of wind and snow. Can they be compared? Wen Chaosheng coughed, feeling a twinge of disillusionment regarding this world's martial hierarchy. He had genuinely believed that practitioners in this realm could soar through the skies like those from his previous life. Yet he found that even strong individuals like Shui did not possess significantly sharper hearing than ordinary people. By the way, Wen Chaosheng, how did your conversation with Chun Xiong go? Shui's question brought Wen Chaosheng back to reality. He smiled. Let us say it was like meeting an old friend. Shui's gaze flickered. Really? I seem to have heard you two exchanging insults. Wen Chaosheng pointed at her. Hey, you said you couldn't hear. That's excessive. Shui coughed lightly, gently brushing his hand away. I couldn't discern what you were specifically saying. It was too noisy outside. We'll talk about it when we return. They returned to Kuhai Hua Alley, to Lu Jiming's small courtyard, where Wen Chaosheng shared the details of the day's events with Shui. After hearing the particulars of Wen Chaosheng's discussion with Chun Xiong, Shui's expression subtly shifted, her tone revealing surprise for the first time. Wen Chaosheng, your eloquence and thoughtfulness rank among the top 3 of those I know. You're more than capable of serving as an envoy. In the future, representing our nation abroad could earn you accolades, and even if you cannot cultivate, you could still be remembered in history. Wen Chaosheng scoffed at this, laughing, but what about connections? If someone were to investigate my past, they would find I was a refugee. Who would dare appoint such an unknown person to an official position? Shui leaned against a loquat tree, the fallen azure strands of her hair rustling with the leaves, and she replied earnestly, This position is different from those in Wangcheng or the palace. For most, it's not a favorable job. Thus, as long as you are willing to pay some money and pass the examination, you can take up the role. Wen Chaosheng poured himself a cup of tea that had gone cold, drank it back, and stood up heading towards the woodshed. If I have that money, I might as well treat you to a drink. He continued, I'll finish my work quickly, have lunch, and while the ladies of the Yuanyang Tower are resting, I'll go thank Xiaohong. It was thanks to her last night that I managed to reclaim my life. By afternoon or evening, we should visit Chun Xiong at the county office for a thorough examination of the corpse. I have a strong feeling there might still be some clues on Lu Jinshi's body. Shui watched Wen Chaosheng disappear into the woodshed, her gaze gradually becoming distant, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. At noon, during lunch, Madame Lu prepared a splendid feast. Since Wen Chaosheng's arrival, she had intentionally altered the dietary arrangements to help him make up for the past 3 years of deprivation. As the wind swept through, Wen Chaosheng washed the dishes and then left Kuhai Hua Alley, heading towards the Yuanyang Tower. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Shui followed him. Along the way, Wen Chaosheng inquired about the improvement in her injuries, to which she replied, The superficial wounds are healing rapidly. Within half a month, I should recover significantly, and the scars will fade in a few months. However, some hidden injuries left by skilled practitioners are harder to predict. When I break through my martial realm in the future, perhaps I can expel them. Sensing Wen Chaosheng's concern, she gently added, although my injuries are severe, they do not significantly hinder my normal activities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to slay that guard of Chuncheon with a single strike. As long as I do not leave the city, the occurrences from that night outside the county will not repeat. Had it not been for my previous exhaustion, my UUS sword would not have been able to pierce me that night. Wen Chaosheng glanced at Ashui, nodded, and refrained from further comment. Upon nearing Yong'an Tower, Ashui instructed Wen Chaosheng to enter alone while she waited outside. Inside, after several twists and turns, Wen Chaosheng finally managed to slip a few coins to a relatively young girl, asking her to notify Si Xiaohong. Upon receiving Si Xiaohong's consent, the young girl, named Lu Zhu, looked at Wen Chaosheng in surprise, thinking that Si Xiaohong, who rarely agreed to meet guests privately, had suddenly changed her disposition today. However, she did not inquire further, simply leading Wen Chaosheng to Si Xiaohong's personal quarters. The girls of Yong'an Tower are particularly endearing for their discretion, never prying into matters that do not concern them. This place was specially arranged by Mama Song Chunnan for Si Xiaohong, usually serene and secluded, allowing her to practice without disturbing others. Brother Chaosheng, you were unscathed last night, right? Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng, Si Xiaohong, who was tuning her chin in the courtyard, exhaled a breath, and her furrowed brow seemed to ease somewhat. Of course, I'm fine, Xiaohong. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have little money to repay you, but now I've secured an identity from Chigua, and I've settled in the 7th courtyard of Guihua Alley. If you ever need a new melody or any other assistance, feel free to seek me out. Si Xiaohong nodded, hesitating for a moment before awkwardly asking, Brother Chaosheng, what exactly happened on your end last night? Mama Song had of course advised Si Xiaohong not to inquire too freely about the matters of any guests at Yong'an Tower beyond the realm of romantic affairs. Do not pry, do not question, just earn money. However, for Si Xiaohong, Wen Chaosheng clearly did not fall into the category of mere guests. They were more akin to friends. Despite their brief acquaintance, their bond was meaningful, particularly for a girl like Si Xiaohong, who was somewhat socially anxious. A friend with whom she could converse easily became all the more precious. Chapter 59. The poet Cheng Feng. Everything about Lu Chuan seemed exceptionally perilous. Wen Chaosheng had no intention of dragging Si Xiaohong, a similarly unfortunate girl, into the fire. He chose not to answer her question, offering only a vague response, assuring her that his issues had been thoroughly resolved. Perhaps Wen Chaosheng's acting skills were too superb. Having deceived Lu Chuan, he naturally also deceived Si Xiaohong, who finally felt relieved. As Wen Chaosheng was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, calling out to him, and hurriedly fetched a small box from her room, handing it to him with a hint of shyness. Brother Chaosheng, could you do me a small favor? Upon noticing the slightly flushed complexion of Si Xiaohong, whose fidgeting fingers betrayed her unease, Wen Chaosheng, understanding her distress, smiled and inquired, Pray tell, who is the recipient? I assure you I will deliver it for you. Si Xiaohong, hearing this, felt her cheeks grow even rosier, and she hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, It is not as you think, Chaosheng. 3 months ago, at the Yong'an Tower, some distinguished guests held a banquet, during which a poetry gathering took place. A few of them, intoxicated, made a scene and caused great embarrassment for me. I heard they hold some influence in the county and are close to Liu Jinshi. My mother offered both wine and apologies, but they were unyielding, demanding that a person of greater literary prowess than themselves be found, or they would not relent that night. The situation escalated, and it seemed impossible to resolve. Eventually, a drunken guest intervened and composed a poem on the wall of the Yong'an Tower, which quelled the uproar. Wen Chaosheng, reflecting on this, chuckled, What a talented individual. Si Xiaohong's face displayed a trace of embarrassment as she replied, Please do not jest, Chaosheng. It has been 3 months, and I have yet to express my gratitude. I intended to wait until he returned to the Yong'an Tower to thank him personally, but alas, I have not seen him since. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Wen Chaosheng's eyes as he composed himself and nodded, Very well. I shall deliver your gift. Do you have his address or name? Si Xiaohong responded. I learned from the sisters in the tower that his name is Cheng Feng. Cheng is in prosperous and Feng as in peak. He resides at number 10, Bending Water Alley in the northern part of the county. If you have the time, please assist me in delivering this gift to Brother Cheng. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback to hear the name Cheng Feng from Si Xiaohong's lips, standing still for a moment until her reminder brought him back to the present. As he exited the Yong'an Tower, Ashui glanced at the box in Wen Chaosheng's hand and remarked, You are quite the enigma. In such a place, most men enter with riches and leave empty-handed. Why you enter empty-handed and exit with a gift? What connection do you have with that young lady that has stirred her emotions so? After sharing a sigh, Wen Chaosheng placed the exquisite box before Ashui, stating, This is for someone else. I am merely running an errand. Ashui, taken aback, asked for someone else? Who? Wen Chaosheng replied, Cheng Feng. Ashui exclaimed, Isn't he the one you mentioned? Wen Chaosheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's him. With a contemplative look, Ashui remarked, Indeed. The world of Kuhai County is quite small. It seems everyone is interconnected. Wen Chaosheng moved swiftly towards the address provided by Si Xiaohong. Upon their first encounter, he had wondered why Cheng Feng seemed to be in such dire straits, and now a troubling answer began to form in his mind. Along the way, he recounted the story of how Cheng Feng and Si Xiaohong became acquainted to Ashui. Upon arriving at number 10, Bending Water Alley, they found the walls lined with peeling paint and the ground covered in green mold and moss. The stench of decay, accentuated by the bright sun melting the remnants of snow. As they approached Cheng Feng's residence, the foul odor intensified. Wen Chaosheng, sensing something was amiss, hurried to the entrance, only to discover that the house had no door, seemingly demolished by force. Piles of dead rats littered the area, formerly frozen and odorless but now exposed to the sun's rays, emanating a nauseating stench. Ignoring the repugnant scent, Wen Chaosheng crouched beside the rat carcasses, scrutinizing them before stating, In the harsh winter of Kuhai County, even with the sun's warmth, these bodies could not have decayed so rapidly. The fur on the ground is clumped, clearly soaked, suggesting someone soaked the corpses in hot water before discarding them at Cheng Feng's doorstep. Listening to Wen Chaosheng's analysis, Ashui frowned slightly, glancing towards the interior of the residence. Such a despicable act could only stem from a deep-seated grudge, likely a consequence of the events that transpired 3 months prior at the Yong'an Tower. It became evident why Cheng Feng was suffering so. Kuhai County was no stranger to thievery, largely due to lenient punishments for such crimes, exacerbated by the fact that Cheng Feng's door had been forcibly removed, allowing thieves to invade his home at will. When Chaosheng and Ashui navigated past the dead rats and called out, but the dilapidated, drafty abode took a moment to respond. Eventually, a wary face emerged from the shadows, revealing a bruised visage. What caught their attention was the kitchen knife clutched in Cheng Feng's hand. How did you find me? He inquired, devoid of any gratitude for Wen Chaosheng's visit, his tone rather brusque. Wen Chaosheng, observing Cheng Feng's disheveled state, chuckled. What happened? Did someone give you a beating? Cheng Feng met his gaze but offered no reply, turning back toward the interior until Wen Chaosheng interjected, I am not here for myself. It is a young lady from the Yong'an Tower. Cheng Feng's footsteps halted instantly. Turning back, he found Wen Chaosheng standing before him, the elegant box now visible in his palm. She intended to thank you in person upon your return to the Yong'an Tower, but after that poetry gathering, you vanished. She inquired for quite some time before finally discovering your address. This is her gift for you. Please accept it. Cheng Feng stared at the box for a long moment. Finally parting his lips, I appreciate her kindness, but may I request that the gift be returned? Wen Chaosheng, noticing the disarray of Cheng Feng's hair and the blood crusting near his scalp, stepped closer and pressed the gift into his hands once more, asking earnestly, Who did this to you? Before Cheng Feng could respond, the sound of raucous laughter and footsteps echoed from the alley outside. Cheng Feng, ha ha ha, are your debts settled today? We've come to collect. 7 ruffians sauntered through the doorway, tread unimpeded over the dead rats, as if it were a familiar path. Those who roamed Kuhai County often bore a distinct characteristic. They dressed lighter than usual in winter, rolling up their sleeves, projecting an image of robust health akin to fledgling warriors, a facade intended to intimidate. In truth, While true martial artists could withstand the cold better than ordinary folk, they would still don thicker garments in winter when conditions allowed, for resilience did not equate to the absence of sensation. As they entered, their brazen gazes fell upon Wen Chaosheng and Ashui. The leader, a tall, lanky figure, approached Wen Chaosheng and playfully patted his chest, grinning. "Are you two here on business?" Despite the polite phrasing, his tone was laced with disdain, even a hint of menace, as he perceived Wen Chaosheng and Ashui as rivals encroaching on their territory. For them, this was no trivial matter. These individuals preferred idleness over labor, eschewing the hard work their parents undertook for a meager existence, while dreaming of a life filled with beauty and riches. The leader of the group, followed by 6 ruffians, retrieved knives and clubs from their bodies and advanced, creating an intimidating atmosphere. In a county town, there are not many restrictions on civilians carrying weapons, though certain inns and taverns prohibit their entry and require them to be stored securely. Sensing the tension, Chung Feng immediately hobbled over, trembling as he brandished a kitchen knife at the leading thug, saying, "Su Xiaojia, this is our affair. It has nothing to do with them." Just as his desperate bravado peaked, the thug known as Su Xiaojia had yet to speak when Wen Chaosheng interjected, "None of your business." Chung Feng was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaojia also paused for a moment, then erupted into a spasm of laughter, stepping closer to Wen Chaosheng and poking his finger into his chest, declaring, "No matter who you are, listen well. This territory has been ours for 2 months. If you know what's good for you, scram. If you don't leave, my brothers behind me will be displeased and will deal with you too. Understand?" A Shui stood silently beside them, and when Chaosheng scrutinized him before pointing to the gate of Chang Feng's courtyard, asking, "Did you dismantle that door?" Without looking back, Su Xiaojia lazily replied, "I did." When Chaosheng continued, "And those rotten dead rats soaked in hot water, were they also thrown by you?" Su Xiaojia's expression faltered slightly. This had been a clever trick he devised after a night of thought, only to be seen through by Wen Chaosheng at a glance. "Oh, who would have thought you have quite the keen eye?" He had not finished his sentence when Wen Chaosheng suddenly moved. The breeze barely had time to brush past his ears before his hand had drawn a concealed machete from behind his waist and struck down with precision. The entire motion was fluid, devoid of hesitation, even causing a Shui to cast a surprised glance. Su Xiaojia instinctively reacted. After all, he had been a thug for some time, having fought since childhood, with reflexes and skills sharper than the average person. However, this response proved utterly futile against Wen Chaosheng. Thus, the knife that should have struck his fingers instead landed squarely on them. Initially, Su Xiaojia felt only a chilling cold that seeped between his fingers, soon followed by an excruciating pain that radiated throughout his body, tearing at his very soul. As he watched his finger, which had previously prodded Wen Chaosheng's chest, fly away, crimson blood gushed forth, and he immediately clutched his right hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. The ruffians behind him and Chung Feng were all taken aback by this scene. While they were accustomed to brawls, they were not true underworld figures. It was rare for them to resort to knives and sever fingers or toes. Typically, they relied on wooden clubs and small blades, for if a life were lost, their meager resources could not withstand the extortion from prison guards. The wails of Su Xiaojia echoed through Chung Feng's courtyard. The surrounding residents of Wan Shui Alley were few, typically away working in the fields during the day, leaving no one to hear the cacophony of his distress. Yet the harrowing cries sent shivers down the spines of the ruffians, causing them to retreat as Wen Chaosheng approached, machete in hand. He moved closer, and they stepped back in fear, until he stood beside Su Xiaojia, gripping his hair with his left hand. He asked, "What did you just say? For me to scram?" Su Xiaojia, gazing at the bloodied machete poised at his throat, felt the ferocity drain from his face, and the malice in his eyes vanished, replaced by pleading. "I was blind, please spare me. I swear I will never come again." Wen Chaosheng inquired, "Will you truly not return?" Su Xiaojia grimaced, asserting, "I truly will not." Wen Chaosheng raised his gaze, addressing the other ruffians, "What about you?" The ruffians glanced at Su Xiaojia and his bleeding fingers, fear flickering in their eyes. 5 hesitated, but eventually mumbled that they would not return, while one seemed defiant, stepping back before defiantly shouting at Wen Chaosheng. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some skills. I tell you, we are under the protection of Qi Yi. If you provoke us, You're courting trouble with Qi Yi. Wen Chaosheng was no stranger to the name Qi Yi. Previously, in an abandoned temple outside the county, the wine and horse meat that a shui had treated him to were all generously provided by Qi Yi. He glanced at the defiant thug, then lowered his head, tightening his grip on Su Shaojia's hair, forcing him to look at the other ruffians, and whispered in his ear, "Remember their faces well. Your second finger was severed because of that speaker. He threatened me, but I couldn't catch him. Since you brought him, you will bear the responsibility." Upon hearing this, Su Shaojia felt a surge of dread and cried out, "Wait." Alas, it was too late. Wen Chaosheng flipped his machete and struck with the back of the blade, delivering a powerful and precise blow to one of Su Shaojia's fingers. The impact was significant, and amidst the sound of flesh meeting steel, one could almost hear the distinct crack of bone. Su Shaojia howled in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chapter 61. Verification. Under the intimidating presence of Wen Chaosheng, the remaining ruffians ultimately fled in terror. Throughout the ordeal, Wen Chaosheng remained calm as if nothing had happened, while Cheng Feng, silent beside him, was shaken to his core. Only a shui regarded Wen Chaosheng with a rare mixture of admiration and curiosity, pondering how someone without any martial training could suddenly wield a blade with such swiftness and accuracy. After the ruffians departed, Wen Chaosheng approached a nearby water bucket, washed the blood from his blade, and casually wiped it clean on his clothing before sheathing it. Once he finished, Cheng Feng's trembling voice broke the silence. "You should not have interfered in my affairs." That man was not joking. Their sudden appearance must have been prompted by some local underworld figure, or they would not dare be so brazen. These figures have deep ties with the authorities. Your momentary bravado may invite endless troubles in the future. Wen Chaosheng looked at him and replied, "Do you think I saved you merely for a fleeting sense of bravado?" Cheng Feng was taken aback. Wen Chaosheng pointed to the small box in his hand, saying, "This girl gifted you the box during the new year. She braved the heavy snow to bring me a bowl of braised meat. She is such a kind person. If you refuse her gift, it will sadden her." Cheng Feng lowered his gaze to the box, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. "Why did I help her that day?" Wen Chaosheng inquired further. That young girl, bullied by so many, with everyone present only wanting to see her humiliated, who would speak up for her? How pitiful. I was drunk, my mind clouded, and, in my ignorance, I shielded her from misfortune. Cheng Feng recounted, tossing aside the kitchen knife and slowly opening the box, revealing a sachet that Si Xiaohong had sewn herself, adorned with the silhouette of a person writing poetry on a pillar in the Yuanyang building. The figure stood tall and proud, and amidst the blurred stitches lay the spirit of youth. Cheng Feng stared at the image for a long time, lost in thought. Wen Chaosheng settled onto a wooden bench in the courtyard, observing him intently. "Is it really that simple?" Cheng Feng gazed at the sachet, lost in reverie. "I was once like this, committing wrongs from afar, with adults wanting to take my life, yet no one would speak for me. I would ask them if I'd done wrong, if I was in the wrong. So many were present, yet no one responded, no one dared to respond. Later, it was a noble from the academy who intervened on my behalf, ensuring my safety and returning me to my hometown." The previously silent Shui keenly caught two words and looked up, asking, "Academy? Are you referring to the Longgang? Wait, could you be the student expelled from Longgang?" Cheng Feng seemed to realize his blunder and immediately turned his head aside. The young lady laughed and said, "With so many academies in the world, as a penniless student like myself, devoid of talent, how could I possibly qualify to enter the Longgang Pavilion?" A shui and Wen Chaosheng exchanged glances. The latter stirred. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he still smiled and remarked, "It appears that you indeed are." Cheng Feng earnestly addressed them. "You have truly mistaken me for someone else." Wen Chaosheng locked eyes with him, stating, "Cheng Feng, do you know that there's a trait in people? The more one conceals something, the more it reveals the truth." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's heart tightened, and he blurted out, "All right, then I am." Wen Chaosheng nodded, approached him, and patted his shoulder. "This is your own admission, so you can't deny it later." Cheng Feng wore a puzzled expression, his eyes reflecting a large question mark. It seemed he wished to explain further, but Wen Chaosheng had already shifted the topic. "By the way, Cheng Feng, there's been a perplexity on my mind concerning you and another matter. Could you assist me in clarifying it?" Faced with Wen Chaosheng's inquiry, Chung Feng hesitated momentarily before responding. Ask away. If I know, I will do my utmost to inform you. Wen Chaosheng nodded, producing several letters, laying them out before Chung Feng and inquired, Take a look. Are these handwriting familiar to you? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Chung Feng's face. Wen Chaosheng believed there were matters that Chung Feng would never easily divulge. He required subtler cues to discern and obtain the answers he sought. He excelled at this, as his eyes were inherently distinct. A shui, closely akin to Wen Chaosheng, kept her focus on Chung Feng, who regarded the letters with a grave expression, scarcely daring to breathe. After a brief pause, he shook his head and declared, I do not recognize this handwriting. Wen Chaosheng hooked an arm over his shoulder. Oh, you have to be kidding. I came to deliver something and even shielded you from disaster. Isn't that the mark of a benefactor? Or do you lack courage and require a couple of drinks to speak the truth? If that were the case, I would head out for wine right now. Chung Feng's expression fluctuated, and after a long while, he released his white-knuckled fingers and sighed, I apologize. I have promised that noble person. Secrets must not leave the academy. If it comes to it, I can offer my life in exchange and seek out Qi later to settle today's grievances. How about that? Wen Chaosheng shook his head. What I want with your life. If you cannot speak, I will not force you. Chung Feng, you are a master of calligraphy. I only wish to confirm one matter with you. The characters in these letters were not penned by soldiers, were they? Chung Feng pondered carefully. This question did not directly touch the core issue. Moreover, since Wen Chaosheng had indeed aided him greatly today and had even attracted trouble, he truly found it difficult to evade further. He replied, no. Most soldiers' handwriting carries an air of aggression and discontent, and their strokes are often disconnected. Even though Qi state values literature and respects Confucianism, the soldiers engaged in border wars do not have the time or inclination to refine their calligraphy. The handwriting in these letters is fluid and clearly employs the techniques cultivated through the 8 principles of everlasting. It is evidently not the writing of ordinary soldiers. As he spoke, he seemed to glance away, addressing Wen Chaosheng and a shui. Where did you procure these letters? Wen Chaosheng obtained the answer he sought and began to gather the letters, placing them back in their respective positions while calmly responding. They were obtained from the parents of children who have been away at war for several years, even a decade. These letters are sent back from the border, written in the voice of the children, greeting their parents at home, 1 letter each year. In just a few strokes, the letters are filled with longing. As he spoke, he recalled Mi Feng and unexpectedly smiled, though the smile was laced with irony. Meanwhile, a shui's gaze had turned as cold as ice. In chapter 62, Chung Feng inquired about the origin of these letters. Upon receiving the answer, he collapsed onto the cold ground, staring blankly at the wide-open courtyard door for a long time, as if all strength had left him. Seeing his demeanor, Wen Chaosheng once more questioned him about the letters. After a prolonged silence, Chung Feng sighed. In principle, I cannot divulge anything regarding the academy. After all, this is not merely my affair. However, if Brother Chaosheng truly wishes to know, there's a way, albeit a perilous one. When Chaosheng, intrigued, asked, Oh, what is this method? Pray tell. Chung Feng replied, Gain admission to the long-gone pavilion and seek the answers you desire within the academy. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng chuckled, Me, go to the academy? Setting aside the tedious academic assessments, I have never even read Mr. Wang Shanghai's treatise on governance. If I were to take the exam, I would surely be eliminated in the first round. The warm sunlight cast its glow upon Chung Feng, heating him up, as he seemed to be caught in some form of dilemma, his tone imbued with complexity and conflict. Perhaps I could write a letter to that noble person. Wen Chaosheng gradually reined in his smile, looking at him with a degree of surprise. With a letter, one can bypass the exam? Chung Feng replied, Of course. You still must take the exam. Wen Chaosheng scoffed, turning away and waving his hand. What a waste of effort. Chung Feng's voice rang out behind him, slightly louder. But the exam will not focus on those classics or Mr. Wang's treatise on governance. Wen Chaosheng halted, turning back to meet his gaze. Then what will be tested? Chung Feng raised his head, his tone mysterious. They will test whatever is required of them. Brother Chaosheng, the academy is a place of chaos. Vastly different from the external rumors. It is a realm of water and fire, and if you enter, you may find yourself at the mercy of circumstances. and escaping will not be easy. If you are certain of your decision, come find me tomorrow, and I shall teach you how to navigate the examination." After pondering for a moment, Wen Chaosheng agreed. Very well. He and a shui departed from Cheng Feng's courtyard, making their way to the bustling streets. After a long silence, a shui turned to him and asked, "When did you become so adept with a blade?" She had discerned the underlying truth. The strike Wen Chaosheng had executed was not something an ordinary person, let alone a typical light martial artist, could perform. In a shui's eyes, this was an event that should not have transpired. Regardless of Wen Chaosheng's lack of a Dan Hai, making progress at such a rapid pace was implausible. In response to a shui's inquiry, Wen Chaosheng smiled. "You taught me. Have you forgotten?" A shui was taken aback. "I taught you? When did that happen?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "That night in the snow. You said you would teach me to kill, and I learned. I first took down a few crossbowmen, seized their crossbows, and then eliminated an assassin from Wangchuan. Not exactly, for you ultimately killed that assassin, but I did hit him." A shui's tone wavered slightly, shaking her head. "Impossible. The techniques I taught you, even if you could grasp them with just a glance, would still require extensive refinement and practice. Just because your eyes learned does not mean your body has." Wen Chaosheng tilted his head, observing the rare look of confusion and incomprehension on a shui's face, and explained, "I practiced. Chopping firewood daily is just like training with a sword or a blade." Upon hearing this, a shui appeared thoughtful. Practicing with firewood to hone one's blade skills is quite an interesting approach. It's the first time I've heard of it. While she pondered this, Wen Chaosheng led her down a quieter street, asking her a rather peculiar question. "Ashe, have you noticed anything amiss about Mr. Liu's courtyard?" Prompted by Wen Chaosheng's question, a shui quickly returned to her senses, contemplating deeply before shaking her head. "No. Is there something wrong?" Wen Chaosheng stroked his chin, rephrasing his question. "When you look at the loquat tree in Mr. Liu's yard, did you notice anything unusual about it?" A shui decisively replied, "No. It's just a tree. Aside from bearing loquats, what else could it have?" Listening to a shui's response, Wen Chaosheng seemed to comprehend. Not everyone can perceive something extraordinary from that loquat tree. This is entirely unrelated to one's cultivation level. To see something beyond the ordinary on that loquat tree requires fate and certain qualities that are difficult for the average person to attain. "Did you see something on the loquat tree?" a shui casually inquired. Wen Chaosheng shook his head and replied, "Perhaps it was a dream, or maybe my eyes were deceiving me. In the past, I often saw peculiar things, and even now I still do." A shui did not dwell on this further. She reached for the not-so-sharp hatchet at Wen Chaosheng's waist. As he loosened his grip, he immediately asked, "What do you need my knife for?" A shui skillfully toyed with the hatchet and lazily replied, "I'm going to find Chi and get some wine." You incapacitated that thug's 2 fingers today. They had committed many misdeeds with Cheng Feng and surely would not dare to report it. However, they cannot swallow this grievance and will ultimately seek revenge from Chi Yi, the local overlord. Instead of waiting for Chi Yi to confront Cheng Feng, it would be better for us to approach Chi Yi first and settle this matter. Wen Chaosheng sighed and reclaimed the knife from a shui. The martial world is not solely about fighting. It also involves human relationships. "I will handle Chi Ye's affairs." A shui cast a glance at Wen Chaosheng, crossing her arms. "Wen Chaosheng, your knife skills are somewhat rudimentary now, and they may not suffice to deal with Chi Yi. Be careful not to get beaten to the point of not finding your teeth." Wen Chaosheng securely tucked the knife away, patting his waist, and stated earnestly, "I have said I will not fight him. I need to keep this peace for testing Chun Qiong's sincerity. Moreover, regarding the matter of the letter, I cannot investigate it further for now. Delving deeper would lead me toward Wang Cheng, and I do not know if you can go there. As for me, I will need an appropriate identity to enter Wang Cheng, which I can only obtain from Cheng Feng." A shui took a few steps forward with him and suddenly said, "Actually, you need not continue your investigation. This matter is not significantly related to you. Once it involves Wang Cheng, everything becomes especially complicated. Anyone connected to it, any thread, could lead to your ruin." Wen Chaosheng chuckled. "Ruin? One must have a home first. As for me, I am but a solitary remnant of my 9 clans." A shui pursed her lips, casting a complex gaze at Wen Chaosheng. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "Let me correct you again. I do not fear death. I cherish life. I certainly do not wish to investigate this matter, but I owe a debt of gratitude to Aunt Me. I must ascertain whether her son, Zhang Chonggong, is alive or dead, and where he may be. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Shui and whispered, Aunt Me is such a wonderful person. She has saved my life twice. Now at 63, her legs are weak and her health is failing. She relies on the few letters from her son and the view from her little plot of land to get by. Now, that even those letters are false, what remains true in her life? I do not necessarily need to share the truth with her, but I cannot simply stand by and watch her be deceived. If possible, I must at least bring her son back to her. Chapter 63. A tree in the courtyard in the afternoon, upon returning. Wen Chaosheng resumed his chess game with Lu Zhiming. The two engaged in a back and forth, with Wen Chaosheng still playing the white pieces, much as before. Lu Zhiming's chess skills were remarkable, and even though Wen Chaosheng's mind was elsewhere, he found it difficult to gain the upper hand. As the game progressed, Lu Zhiming would ponder deeply before making each move. Wen Chaosheng remained unhurried. Whenever Lu Zhiming furrowed his brow, he would exchange glances with the loquat tree nearby, finding enjoyment even in a one-sided conversation. He discovered that he always managed to see something new in that tree. Mr. Lu, it is your turn. After a long pause, Wen Chaosheng reminded Lu Zhiming, who snapped back to attention and sheepishly replied, my apologies. This is an old habit of mine. Whenever I play chess, I tend to reflect on past events. Wen Chaosheng poured him a cup of hot tea, and steam immediately swirled around the table. I presume that a person of your stature, Mr. Lu, would have such profound insights in the realm of cultivation that nothing would trouble you. Lu Zhiming gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Matters of the world are the most vexing. If all worldly affairs were as simple as cultivation, that would be wonderful. Upon hearing Lu Zhiming's words, Wen Chaosheng choked on his tea. Is cultivation truly simple? Lu Zhiming gazed at him with a smile, remaining silent. Wen Chaosheng was momentarily taken aback by his look, then recalled the question Shui had posed to him on the street not long ago, causing him to shudder. Up until now, he had merely been chopping wood, gazing at trees, and sipping tea. Yet suddenly he was able to strike down a blow that even a warrior at the light wing level might struggle to achieve. Could it be that cultivation is indeed quite simple? While he was lost in thought, Lu Zhiming took a sip of tea and continued, of course. Cultivation is not simple. Some leap and bound, while others proceed with caution. Chaosheng, your journey ahead is still long, and you will come to understand this. Wen Chaosheng seemed to grasp something vaguely and chose not to ask the questions that had arisen, allowing them to fade into ambiguity. After a moment, he looked at Lu Zhiming and inquired with a smile. So, what is it that troubles you, Mr. Lu? Lu Zhiming did not evade the question, saying, sometimes, I feel that this courtyard, this small county, has trapped me and my wife. We have lived here for 30 years, much like this tree, slowly taking root. Wen Chaosheng looked at the loquat tree and asked, are you unhappy living here, Mr. Lu? Lu Zhiming replied, I am happy, yet life has become too comfortable, and thus somewhat tedious. Wen Chaosheng was somewhat confused. For someone like you, if you wished, wouldn't the world be yours to explore? Lu Zhiming chuckled. It is not that simple, Chaosheng. When I was young, I descended the mountain with great ambition, holding a loquat branch brought down from the mountain, determined to claim the title of the world's best. However, after descending, I encountered a woman with a gentle spring breeze. I forgot my grand aspirations. We agreed to withdraw from the martial world and live an ordinary life, no longer participating in any conflicts. Thus, 30 years passed. Later, when I wished to reclaim the vow I made when I descended the mountain, I found it impossible to do so. The boy in my dreams has long departed. He occasionally scolds me, accusing me of failing to keep the promise I made to him. I lament that I have grown older. Though my skills surpass those of my youth, I lack the fervor I once had. On the Double Ninth Festival 2 years ago, I sent a letter to my master, asking if he remembered my oath to return as the world's best. The reply came from my master's wife, who informed me that my master had passed away 6 winters ago, still thinking of me. He had kept the snowy peak where I often meditated untouched for anyone else. I no longer know when I lost sight of what I truly desire. I do not yearn for the title of the world's best, nor do I wish for this martial world to remember me as an inconsequential figure, Yet I also do not want to betray the vow I made in my youth. He shared a lengthy tale with Wen Chaosheng, who, drawing from his experiences in 2 lifetimes, rambled. As I mentioned to you before, Mr. Liu, most people know countless profound truths in their lifetimes, yet still fail to live well. Apart from the difficulty of achieving unity of knowledge and action, one must also face countless choices. With choices come regrets. Lu Jiming laughed heartily after hearing this, patting Wen Chaosheng's shoulder. You, a lad not yet 20, speak with such an air of wisdom. I like it, I like it. Ha! I shall go out for a stroll. It seems it might snow tonight. Do not wander too far. Lu Jiming and Wen Chaosheng shared their inner turmoil, seemingly seeking a sense of relief, and slowly rose to leave their courtyard. Wen Chaosheng gazed thoughtfully at the loquat tree beside him, dipping his finger in water and inscribing a prominent character for trouble on the table. As dusk fell, Wen Chaosheng and a shui arrived at the county office. Chuanxiong had already instructed the guards at the entrance, who, without any hesitation, escorted the two to the room where Lu Jinshi's body was being preserved. The corpse of Wu Xie, whose head had been severed by a shui's blade, had already been buried by Chuanxiong. The room was illuminated by 100 candles, some placed on the walls, casting a brightness akin to daylight throughout the space. Chuanxiong stood beside Lu Jinshi's body and addressed the two, stating that he had arranged for a professional mortician, allowing them to perform their examinations on Lu Jinshi's remains that night, but they were not permitted to remove any bodily tissues. A shui glanced at Wen Chaosheng and inquired whether a scalpel was needed. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chaosheng nodded in agreement. A shui retrieved a sharp small knife from the tools prepared by Chuanxiong and asked where to make the incision. Wen Chaosheng examined the corpse closely. The chest and abdomen had been previously opened. He approached and touched Lu Jinshi's body, meticulously feeling every part from head to toe. There were not many places on a human body that could conceal secrets, and Lu Jinshi, aware that he would be subjected to an autopsy posthumously, had ensured that any secrets he harbored would leave no trace. A shui, begin with his posterior. After that, proceed to the mouth and throat. Chapter 64, 2 Clues. A shui, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. The two helped pull down Lu Jinshi's trousers, and she struck with precision, hitting the intended target with her blade. After a few deft strokes, Lu Jinshi's rear had been opened. As the body had been previously cleaned, there were no foul substances present. After searching, Wen Chaosheng instructed a shui to continue and began dissecting Lu Jinshi's throat and nose. The small knife danced in a shui's hand, as she seemed remarkably familiar with human anatomy, making her incisions with fluidity akin to a butcher expertly carving meat. Soon, a shui uttered a surprised sound. There is something. Observing this, Wen Chaosheng carefully reached in, extracting a sealed small wooden tube and a protruding stone from beneath Lu Jinshi's trachea, just before it entered the abdomen. Above Lu Jinshi's esophagus, there was a long, scratch mark. Witnessing this, Chuanxiong was momentarily stunned, speechless, while Wen Chaosheng remarked, "What a ruthless individual." He held no fondness for Lu Jinshi. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to slay this scoundrel himself. Yet at that moment, observing Lu Jinshi's actions, Wen Chaosheng realized he had underestimated the man's resolve for revenge against the powerful figure in Wanqing. To swallow this object and have it lodged in the esophagus would undoubtedly cause excruciating pain and discomfort. There is something in the nasal cavity as well. A shui examined closely and retrieved another small knife, using both knives as tweezers to delicately extract another waterproof leather pouch. Can one hide objects in the nasopharynx? Chuanxiong's mouth slightly agape, his right eyelid twitching. He had previously examined corpses, but only searched the abdominal cavity, hair, and armpits, dismissing Lu Jinshi's body when he found no visible external injuries. He had not anticipated that Lu Jinshi would conceal items in such an unexpected location. Wen Chaosheng examined once more, ensuring nothing was overlooked before addressing Chuanxiong. "My lord Chuan, I have spoken correctly, have I not?" Chuanxiong remained silent for a while, disregarding any sense of disgust to lay out the items they had found. Lu Jinshi had left behind 2 notes of varying sizes. The larger note bore the inscription Xingwangshan, along with a drawing that appeared to depict a certain location on Xingwangshan to the north. annotated with the words rainy and foggy day. The smaller note contained the characters Long Ganga, Shu Iji. In the candlelit room, the three stared at the two notes in silence for some time. Eventually, Wen Chaosheng collected the larger note while leaving the smaller one for Chunxiong. With a serious expression, he inquired, "My Lord Chuan, can the case of Lu Jinshi be delayed any further?" Chunxiong also took the notes, shaking his head. "It has already been delayed too long. The county lieutenant of Guanghan City has been pressing for answers. My prolonged delay may raise their suspicions, or perhaps the Bai Lone Wei is meddling in this matter. In any case, their people will arrive tomorrow. At that time, the decision to hand over or not will no longer be mine to make." After saying this, he observed Wen Chaosheng's grave expression and curiously asked, "The items have already been found. Why do we still need to delay? Surely you are not concerned about any omissions?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "There are no omissions, but once this case is resolved, my Lord Chuan, your position will become precarious." Chunxiong paused, recalling the words Wen Chaosheng had spoken earlier that day. The latter's countenance was grim, shadows flickering over his face in the candlelight as he continued. "If I were that esteemed figure in Wangcheng, once the case of Lu Jinshi is concluded, I would immediately seek to silence you." Chunxiong waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible." He scoffed. "Wen Chaosheng, I concede that you possess a degree of eloquence, but do not indulge in scaremongering here. Lu Jinshi has only recently died. Do you truly believe that the bureaucracy of Qi State is so complacent? If I were to die suddenly, it would certainly arouse considerable attention, and at that point, many troublesome gazes would fall upon Kuhai County." When Chaosheng turned to him, articulating each word with clarity, "That is precisely the issue. Lu Jinshi harbored a secret that could directly threaten that esteemed figure in Wangcheng, yet you do not. Investigating Lu Jinshi may indeed uncover troublesome matters. But what could be uncovered about you?" Chunxiong's expression faltered. When Chaosheng continued, guiding him gently to take a step back, "Even if it were discovered and that esteemed figure truly sent someone to eliminate you, then what? Would it impact him? The death of an ordinary person holds minimal significance to that esteemed figure in Wangcheng, and I believe you understand this better than I, my Lord Chuan. To him, your voice poses a greater threat than your life. To survive, you must not behave like a dog. You must demonstrate your worth. And that worth need not solely pertain to that esteemed figure's interests, but could also serve as a threat to him. If you follow Lu Jinshi's path, you shall inevitably meet the same fate as him." Having said this, Wen Chaosheng remarked, "My Lord Chuan, the night is long. I urge you to ponder my words carefully." He exchanged a glance with a Shui, who discarded the knife beside Lu Jinshi's body, and together they departed the room, leaving Chunxiong alone amid the candlelight, lost in thought. Time passed, and the night outside turned completely dark. A shadow appeared at the door, knocking gently and announcing, "My lord, a man named Lu Chuan seeks an audience." Chunxiong instinctively tightened his grip on his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Let him enter." Before long, Lu Chuan entered, his resplendent red brocade robe standing out prominently. He still bore the Qian Lu, which carried a formidable black iron blade that glimmered coldly in the candlelight. Upon entering, Lu Chuan immediately spotted Lu Jinshi's dismembered body. Yet the surroundings were impeccably tidy, with only 2 knives used for dissection present. "So late, my lord is still examining the corpse?" Lu Chuan's eyes flickered as he approached Chunxiong with a smile, casually inspecting the body. "I wonder if you have discovered anything, my lord?" Facing Lu Chuan's inquiry, Chunxiong deliberately paused before responding, instead turning the question back to him. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Lu Chuan smiled gently and spoke softly. "My Lord Chuan, did you not grant a Qi State identity to a certain wayward individual from outside the county a few days ago?" Chunxiong, hands clasped behind his back, remained transfixed on Lu Jinshi's body. Wen Chaosheng? Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, indeed, that is him. Lord Chun, there is a matter that I am uncertain whether to express. The recent events in Fengsheng are still fresh, and now the relationship between Zhaogua and Qigua is exceedingly strained. At such a critical juncture, is it wise to allow a beggar to cross in a Qigua?" Chun Xiong replied in a calm manner, "I have investigated this individual. He has no past. For the past 3 years, he has lived outside the county, bearing no trace of cultivation, not even qualifying as a wanderer. This year, The heavy snow in Chi-Gua came unexpectedly, and seeing his plight, I granted him an identity. Lu Chuan strolled past him, tilting his head and stretching his neck, lamenting, "You possess a compassionate heart, yet I wonder if this person inadvertently complicates your affairs or brings trouble upon you. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility?" Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes and asked, "What trouble could a beggar possibly bring to me?" Lu Chuan produced a letter he had acquired from Wen Chaosheng and waved it. "Whether you believe it or not, trouble has already arisen. This person's identity was conferred by you, so it falls upon you to handle it. After all, our lives are of considerable value. It would be a grave misfortune to sacrifice them for someone like him." Chapter 65. The Seven-Kill Hall. Chun Xiong cast a glance at Lu Chuan, attempting to take the letter, but Lu Chuan withdrew it. "Ah, this is something I cannot show you. I intended to help you eliminate this blemish last night. But it turns out this fellow knows a rather formidable woman. I cannot ascertain whether she is the one we sought outside the county. Alas, this matter did not come to fruition. I hope you act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications." As Lu Chuan uttered the last four words, he emphasized them, unknowingly provoking Chun Xiong. The words spoken by Wen Chaosheng not long ago echoed in his ears. "If I were that lord, I would silence you at once." Memories flashed briefly, and Chun Xiong, maintaining his composure, set down the small knife in his hand. "I understand. Is there anything else? If not, please grant me a measure of privacy. I still need to examine the body. Tomorrow, Guanghan City will send for the person, and Lu Jinshi's case must be concluded." Lu Chuan met his gaze and then smiled, softly saying, "Lord Chun, I trust you will conduct a thorough examination." Chun Xiong replied, "I will not jest with my own life." Lu Chuan was highly satisfied with this response and soon departed with Qian Lu. After their exit, Chun Xiong stood before Lu Jinshi's lifeless body, staring into the yellowed visage preserved by the embalming agent, lost in thought. The following morning, Wen Chaosheng chopped firewood and, sensing the time was ripe, ventured out to buy steamed buns and soy milk. Upon returning and sharing a meal with the shui, he said, "We shall seek out Seventh Master. I will enter to speak with him. It would be wise for you to hide first. You have met Seventh Master previously, and as a local figure, he is sure to have someone from Wangchuan seeking him, though they would not dare to act recklessly in the county during the day. We are currently entangled in troubles, and it is better to minimize risks." A shui chewed on a bun and sipped the soy milk, mumbling a question. "Where did you buy the buns and soy milk?" Wen Chaosheng, taken aback by her sudden question, replied, Cross over Huahuang Bridge, walk a mile forward, and there's a Ren's bun shop. Why are you not full?" A shui remarked, "The tofu buns from that place are decent. I just want to clarify. If you end up in trouble with Seventh Master, I will know where to go." Wen Chaosheng rolled his eyes. "Can't you wish me some good fortune?" After finishing her bun, a shui licked her fingers and fixed her gaze on Wen Chaosheng. "If you don't take me, and something goes awry, I won't be able to help you. Think it through." Wen Chaosheng replied, "I understand. But Seventh Master will be terrified of you. If you go, it will hinder my negotiations. What I seek is collaboration, not intimidation. If today's dealings succeed, I can use Cheng Feng to probe Chun Xiong, thereby establishing a beneficial connection with Seventh Master. He will act without resentment. Otherwise, mere intimidation may leave him harboring grudges, and Cheng Feng might ultimately bear the brunt of that animosity." A shui scrutinized Wen Chaosheng and remarked, "It seems you always have some peculiar ideas. I will wait for you outside for half an hour. Is that sufficient?" Wen Chaosheng nodded. "That is ample." Finding Seventh Master's hall was not arduous. A shui had been there once and directed Wen Chaosheng. He slipped some coins to the guards at the entrance. Though not substantial, it was a welcome reward. They escorted Wen Chaosheng into the hall, where boisterous men engaged in drinking and dice games, creating a raucous atmosphere. The hall resembled a private gambling den, saturated with the scent of liquor. A burly man with a knife led Wen Chaosheng inward, calling out to a frail elder clad in a black robe at the far end, "Seventh Master, this young man wishes to see you." The once lively scene fell silent swiftly, all eyes turning towards Wen Chaosheng. Seventh Master turned his head, his previously bushy goatee now replaced by a fine white stubble, his sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. He scrutinized Wen Chaosheng, confirming he was an unfamiliar face, and gestured for him to step forward. Wen Chaosheng approached 7th Master and said, "I am Wen Chaosheng, here to present a business opportunity. I wonder if 7th Master might be interested?" He did not bow or engage in pleasantries, but rather got straight to the point. A Shui was absent, and he now faced true figures of the underworld. Not the petty thugs from yesterday. His life was at stake. Thus, it was imperative to establish his worth without unnecessary formalities. 7th Master leaned on his deer-headed cane, scrutinizing Wen Chaosheng from a superior position, his fingers lightly tapping. "What business? Speak." Wen Chaosheng clasped his hands in front of him and began. "Since 7th Master has deigned to listen, allow me to elaborate. I am forthright in my speech, and should I offend, I hope you will bear with me. Let us first discuss the current situation of the 7 Kill Hall. These days have likely been challenging for you all. When Lu Jinshi was alive, the 7 Kill Hall aided him in oppressing the villagers, exploiting the populace, and profiting from various illicit undertakings. At that time, the authorities often turned a blind eye to your activities, provided you did not cause too much disturbance. However, now that Lu Jinshi has perished, you have transitioned from officials to bandits, suffering not only a loss of revenue, but also facing the prospect that the new county magistrate may leverage your actions to bolster their political achievements. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp long sword was drawn, poised against Wen Chaosheng's throat. The next moment, angry shouts erupted from the crowd. "Scoundrel! Who is this wild dog daring to act insolently in the 7 Kill Hall? Bai Lang, behead this brat, and chop him up to feed the dogs." Chapter 66. Business. In response to Wen Chaosheng's assertions, the denizens of the 7 Kill Hall erupted in outrage as if their tails had been stepped on. Jeering and cursing, many drew their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice upon 7th Master's command, prepared to reduce Wen Chaosheng to mere pulp. However, witnessing the frenzied reaction, a faint smile crept onto Wen Chaosheng's lips. Rumors wield limited power. Only the truth is a swift blade. Their response was precisely the affirmation of his words. As for their threats of murder, what a jest! Would 7th Master remain silent while they dared to draw their blades? Despite the chill of death pressing against his neck, Wen Chaosheng felt no fear at that moment. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. He comprehended a singular truth. The self-proclaimed extraordinary figures before him had their fates firmly clasped within his grasp. At this moment, Qi leaned on his cane, locking eyes with Wen Chaosheng. He perceived the keen gaze, uncharacteristic of youth, with its slight furrowed brow and the creases upon his face twisting in agitation. "Bai Lang, sheathe your sword. Even if he speaks foolishly, let him finish." His voice, though not thunderous, resonated distinctly within the hall, silencing the previously tumultuous and hostile atmosphere. For these wanderers of the Jianghu, those who could wield power over them held an esteemed position in their hearts, and Qi Yi was one such figure. The icy blade that had been poised against Wen Chaosheng's throat retreated, its wielder begrudgingly complying. Wen Chaosheng shook his shoulders, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Qi Yi. "Thank you for your patience, Qi Yi. It appears that the Qi Sha Tang has thrived in Kuhai County not merely by fortune. There indeed exists a reliable decision-maker within." In response to Wen Chaosheng's praise, Qi's expression betrayed no emotion, and he lightly tapped his cane, speaking in a measured tone. "Let us discuss matters of substance. You claim to bring business to Qi Sha Tang. What kind of business?" Wen Chaosheng lifted his chin slightly, a significant venture. "I can assist Qi Sha Tang in establishing a profitable connection with the newly appointed county magistrate." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in hushed murmurs. Most, having observed Wen Chaosheng's humble attire, dismissed his words with scornful remarks. Qi stood upon the steps, surveying the room with a discerning gaze, his tone laced with derision. "Establishing a connection with the county magistrate? On what grounds? Merely by virtue of your words?" He recalled his extensive collaboration with Lu Jinshi, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating the Jianghu outlaws from the officials. When Lu Jinshi required their assistance, they were allies. Otherwise, they were akin to weeds by the roadside, susceptible to eradication by the officials' forces. Although Kuhai County was remote and impoverished compared to much of the Qi Kingdom, its isolation led the city guard of Guanghan Cheng to allocate a contingent of several hundred trained soldiers to the magistrate. These individuals were no ordinary men. They were adept in various weaponry, many having reached the realms of blood transmutation or even lightwing. In a confrontation, the ragtag assembly of Qi Shatang would be utterly inadequate. Consequently, the officials looked down upon organizations like Qi Shatang. Were it not for Lu Jinshi's need for their less savory tasks, they would scarcely be granted a seat at the table. To forge ties with officials hinged entirely upon the official's willingness. A commoner like Wen Chaosheng, adorned in ordinary garb, speaking such lofty claims was indeed laughable. In the face of Qi Yi and the crowd's skepticism and ridicule, Wen Chaosheng smiled faintly, asserting, "I understand that you doubt my capabilities. Yet I can demonstrate my worth. Once you are convinced, I shall return to negotiate business matters with Qi." Qi Ye's fingers drummed lightly against his deer-headed cane as he regarded Wen Chaosheng thoughtfully, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "How do you intend to prove yourself?" Wen Chaosheng lowered his gaze with a smile, inhaling deeply before mentioning another matter. "Do you recall a name? Chang Feng?" Upon hearing this name, Qi pondered momentarily, then furrowed his brow. "What connection does Chang Feng have with you?" Wen Chaosheng replied nonchalantly. "The individual who seeks to undermine Chang Feng must possess some standing in Kuhai County. I surmise he is linked to Lu Jinshi or perhaps has substantial family wealth. Provide me with that person's name and details, and I shall manage the situation for you." Upon hearing this, Qi grasped the implication, chuckling derisively, "Ah? So you have gone to such lengths merely to seek glory for Chang Feng?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "No, let's not conflate matters. Assisting Chang Feng is a personal affair between us, but what I am discussing now pertains to Qi Shatang." Qi cautioned against conflating the two. The elder in black scrutinized Wen Chaosheng, his earlier disdain gradually subsiding. "Even if you can deal with that person, it does not necessarily prove you can facilitate a relationship between Qi Shatang and the new county magistrate." Wen Chaosheng replied earnestly. "That depends on how I handle him. If I instigate a conflict that escalates, and the new magistrate comes to my aid, would that not suffice to demonstrate my capability to assist Qi Shatang?" Qi pondered for a moment, his tone softening. "In truth, if you can genuinely bring this significant business to Qi Shatang, the matter could also conclude through a more amicable approach. The one who hired us to trouble Cheng Feng is Qiu Ziheng, whose uncle, Qiu Yufeng, has served as a clerk in Guanghansheng for over 20 years without error, maintaining a favorable relationship with the city guard, Kuyun. If you wish to deal with Qiu Ziheng, I advise you to think carefully. If trouble arises, a mere county magistrate may be unwilling to offend such a personage. Be cautious that your friends do not inadvertently lead you into peril." He was not genuinely concerned for Wen Chaosheng, but rather gauged his demeanor and eloquence, concluding that he might indeed have the means to aid Qi Shatang in establishing a business rapport with the new magistrate. Such a person was undoubtedly significant for Qi Shatang in its current state. Thus, he urged Wen Chaosheng to approach the matter with caution. Wen Chaosheng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, bowing slightly to Qi Yi. "I understand. Thank you for the information, Qi. I will not take much time with Qiu Ziheng. At most, 3 to 5 days. In the meantime, I hope Qi Yi will show some leniency regarding Cheng Feng." Qi remained silent for a while, eventually raising his hand with a light gesture. "Bai Lang, see our guest out." Bai Lang, upon hearing this, turned to Wen Chaosheng and said, "Young brother, let us depart." Wen Chaosheng smiled and chose not to linger within Qi Shatang, leaving the inner hall alongside Bai Lang. Once outside, by the riverside, Bai Lang suddenly halted Wen Chaosheng, rummaging through his belongings to return the 2 coins previously given to him. Wen Chaosheng's eyes flickered. What is the meaning of this, Bai Lang? Bai Lang raised a hand, signaling him to stop. "No, I cannot accept your money, nor can I call you brother, lest I find myself embroiled in your future troubles." He chuckled derisively at Wen Chaosheng before turning back. Wen Chaosheng, a man of few words, tucked the coins back into his sleeve pocket and made his way to the designated spot agreed upon with the shui. However, he found no trace of her. After scanning his surroundings and calling out several times to no avail, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He waited patiently for half an hour before finally picking up a piece of dry wood to inscribe the characters for return home in the soil, and then he departed. He surmised that a Shui must have encountered some unforeseen person or event outside. Yet, with no word from her, he had no choice but to return home. Even if a Shui had indeed found herself in dire trouble, there was little he could do to assist her. He would merely be a liability against foes that even she could not handle. Upon returning to Lu Jiming's courtyard, he resumed chopping firewood, though his mind was elsewhere. After finishing his lunch, Wen Chaosheng washed his dishes and returned to the adjacent courtyard of Fan Yue. He replaced the dogmaster's bowl with fresh porridge. And just as he completed this task, the gate of the courtyard creaked open. He looked up to see a Shui limping her way inside. "Where have you been this morning?" he inquired. A Shui cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "I was looking for someone to fight." Wen Chaosheng was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "Was it someone from Longchuan?" A Shui confirmed with a nod. "They lured me to a more secluded part of the county town, but then chickened out and did not make a move. I searched the area thoroughly but found no one, so I returned on my own." As he listened to a Shui's account, Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. "They led you there, yet no one showed up?" A Shui, seemingly unfazed, produced a bun from somewhere and took a hearty bite. Sitting down in the courtyard, she addressed him, "Next time you visit Ren's bun shop, remember to pay extra for a steamer of tofu buns." Wen Chaosheng, lost in thought, exclaimed in confusion, "Why is that?" After swallowing a mouthful of bun, a Shui explained, "Because I just bought tofu buns without paying the owner," mentioning your name instead. Wen Chaosheng could only respond with a look of disbelief. "So you returned with food, and yet you couldn't walk a few extra steps?" A Shui looked up earnestly and said, "But the tofu buns are truly delicious." Wen Chaosheng placed the kettle of boiled water he had prepared that morning onto the table in front of her. A Shui glanced at the cool water, her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. "Wen Chaosheng, it seems you still owe me 2 jars of wine." Wen Chaosheng chuckled at her remark. "Do I owe you 2 jars of wine now?" A Shui took another bite of her bun and brought up the morning's events. "If you had taken me to Chiyi today, he would have seen me and given me a horse and 2 jars of wine. It couldn't possibly be worse than last time. Otherwise, I would have no regard for him. But since you didn't take me, I've missed the chance to eat horse meat and drink wine. I want to press you about the horse. I couldn't afford to buy it even if I sold you. But wine isn't expensive. Just replace those 2 jars, and next time something happens, I'll have your back." Wen Chaosheng felt overwhelmed, wishing to avoid entangling further with this female bandit over wine. He pulled out the 2 coins he had borrowed from Bai Lang and asked a Shui, "Still the peach blossom brew?" A Shui pondered for a moment, then stood up, finishing the last morsel of her bun and crumpling the oil paper into a ball. "I'll go with you. When we passed by last time, I think I caught a whiff of a different kind of wine. I've had enough peach blossom brew. I want to try a different flavor." Wen Chaosheng retorted, "You seem to have a lot of complications for just wanting to drink." A Shui raised an eyebrow. "You simply do not understand wine." As she spoke, she followed him out of the courtyard, but when her foot landed on a half-buried piece of blue stone, she suddenly halted, her gaze sharpening. She lifted her right foot, removed her embroidered white shoe, examined the mud and sand stuck to the sole, and leaned in to sniff it, her expression turning subtle. Noticing the sound of her footsteps had ceased, Wen Chaosheng turned to her and asked, "What is it now?" A Shui shook off her shoe, slipped it back on, and casually remarked, "Nothing, just some sand." She brushed past him and exited the courtyard. Wen Chaosheng followed closely behind, questioning, "You're acting strange. Have you discovered something?" After a moment of hesitation, a Shui replied, "Earlier, I was lured away, and at first, I thought the people from Longchuan intended to ambush me in a secluded area. But when I didn't see anyone, I stepped onto the blue stone slab and felt something was off. Upon removing my shoe to inspect, I found a considerable amount of mud and sand on the sole. Outside, it's all dirt roads, so I hadn't thought much of it before." Wen Chaosheng's expression shifted as he sensed danger. "So, what is sticking to your shoe?" A Shui stated, "Honey." Chapter 68. Burning Knives Honey? Wen Chaosheng mused, despite his limited understanding of this world. He knew that honey would not seep from the ground. The place a Shui had visited was desolate. Who would pass by with a honey container and accidentally spill it on the ground, only for it to remain unnoticed by ants and insects, ultimately landing on a Shui's shoe? The improbability of these coincidences made the possibility of an accident nearly non-existent. Someone deliberately left honey on your shoe? A Shui nodded. The amount was minimal. If it had been more, the mud and sand would have been more noticeable, even in muddy terrain. Wen Chaosheng contemplated further. What could putting honey on your shoe achieve? Is it for tracking? A Shui seemed unconcerned, not even bothering to find a place to scrape the honey off her shoe. She told him, on a moonless night with a strong wind, it's ideal for murder. You'd best sleep in the next room tonight. Wen Chaosheng shook his head. You shouldn't return to Lu Xianxing's courtyard today. First, wash that honey off your shoe, and I want to go either to avoid bringing trouble upon us. A Shui gazed into the distance at the gallery bridge, her words laden with meaning. In truth, the troubles you speak of may not be troubles at all for Lu Xianxing. Wen Chaosheng felt a stir in his heart at her words. He glanced at a Shui and asked, Is Lu Xianxing more formidable than you? A Shui replied, Lu Foreign's abilities may surpass mine. As for Lu Xianxing, I am uncertain. At times, he appears as ethereal as clouds and mist. Other times, he seems like an ordinary person without any cultivation. Why are you so curious? Why not ask him directly? Wen Chaosheng replied, I have inquired, but Lu Xianxing remained reticent. A Shui nodded. That is quite normal. Some practitioners who dwell in obscurity indeed dislike discussing matters of cultivation. Their conversation meandered as they crossed the gallery bridge, eventually weaving through the throngs of people into the inn that Wen Chaosheng frequented. The innkeeper was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, plump and chatty, always wearing a smile. Oh, you're that Chaosheng. Upon seeing him, the innkeeper cheerfully exclaimed, Still 2 jars of peach blossom brew? Wen Chaosheng gently raised a hand toward her, then turned to a Shui and asked, Do you smell that? What are we drinking? A Shui inhaled deeply, her eyes lighting up as she whispered, burning knives. This inn is quite good. The liquor is distilled perfectly. Wen Chaosheng promptly called out to the innkeeper, 2 jars of burning knives. As the innkeeper went to fetch the liquor, the two had kept their voices low, and she hadn't heard them. When she returned with the drinks, she smiled at a Shui and said, Chaosheng, young man, don't always think about drinking. When you have time, spend some quality time with your own girl. You're out and about, but still buying wine. Don't blame me for saying so. Next time you bring a girl out, take her to the Huan Sha Pond north of the county. It's much more fun there. Wen Chaosheng felt his expression stiffen at her words. Though he didn't turn around, he could sense the gaze from behind him. His lips involuntarily twitched as he recalled a Shui's fierce demeanor when she wielded a knife. Cleared his throat. He said, Innkeeper, you mistaken. She is my elder sister. He hurriedly paid, feeling somewhat flustered as he carried the liquor back, not having walked far before he could still faintly hear the innkeeper's murmurs. What is it with these young people? Why are they growing more shy? Wen Chaosheng quickened his pace, returning to the courtyard, where he placed the 2 jars of alcohol on the table and said to the impatient Shui, First wash your shoes, then we can drink. A Shui disregarded his warning, already seated at the table, her seemingly delicate fingers deftly flicking open the lid of the wine jar. A rich aroma of liquor, mingled with a palpable sense of danger, wafted forth, penetrating to the depths of the lungs. Wash your shoes. Do you drink or not? She had already discarded the tea in her cup, pouring wine instead. Wen Chaosheng, with utmost seriousness, addressed her. With all your injuries, you could easily choose to hide and recuperate. Why must you stir up trouble? As you mentioned, you have cultivated the Bulao spring. You can heal wounds that others cannot. At the very least, in 10 days or half a month, your condition would surely improve significantly. A Shui took a swig of the liquor, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her, and replied, You do not understand the treachery of the Jianghu. If you continuously flee, they will perceive you as an easy target, escalating their aggression. Only by letting them taste blood during their probing will they learn to fear. She continued, seemingly realizing her choice of words was inadequate. Correcting herself, I am not merely bluffing. I will strike down anyone who comes to kill me. What is that saying? A single strike can prevent 100 blows. Wen Chaosheng countered. What if you cannot defeat them? A Shui took another sip of wine, pondering for a moment, and replied with unyielding honesty, Then I shall die. In response to a Shui's assertion, Wen Chaosheng sat silently across from her, pouring himself a cup of fiery liquor and mimicking her earlier gesture of drinking it all in one go. The next moment, under Shuai's somewhat astonished gaze, his face suddenly flushed, and he coughed violently. Cough, cough. Unlike any liquor he had consumed before, this fiery drink bore a heavy aura of danger, piercing his lungs like a sharp blade, igniting a fierce blaze that threatened to incinerate his very insides. Observing his distress, Shuai clicked her tongue. Did you think you were drinking peach blossom brew? This liquor is potent. If you cannot handle it, sip it slowly. Otherwise, you might burn your stomach, and then you'll have to deal with the consequences. Wen Chaosheng ceased to mention Shuai's honeyed shoe soles. He had conceded, for he possessed no better alternatives. He felt too weak amidst the terrifying whirlpool of events, drifting like a leaf on the wind. Life in the Jianghu was hardly bearable. He felt as though each day might be his last. Shuai chuckled. Do you truly believe that all those in the Jianghu live as the storytellers depict? Riding horses through the world, drunk and carefree, or holding power while indulging in beauty. The Jianghu is a wretched place. Perhaps the seemingly glamorous figures owe a mountain of debts behind the scenes. Some hide in the shadows, afraid to confront challengers for fear of losing their reputation and name. Those who live for fame and fortune seldom find true freedom. She clinked her cup with Wen Chaosheng's, downing her drink, and inquired, what are your plans regarding Chen Xiong? With today's deadline, it seems Lu Chuan and the people of Wang Chuan will soon take action against him. Chapter 69. Practicing backwards when Chaosheng's gaze appeared somewhat distant, yet his reasoning remained sharply focused. Chen Xiong is crucial to us. If we protect him, our capabilities in Kuhai County will expand. We can then extend our influence into the Jianghu, even gathering intelligence on some of Wang Chuan's assassins. It is not feasible to remain their target indefinitely. Shuai, sensing a hint of Wen Chaosheng's thoughts, felt her heart skip a beat. What do you intend to do with the intelligence on Wang Chuan's assassins? Perhaps due to the fiery liquor, fueled by the burning sensation in his chest. Wen Chaosheng spoke with a chilling intensity. Shuai had never before witnessed such a murderous aura. With the right intelligence, we can take the initiative to seek them out. I will gather intelligence. You will handle the killing, and Chen Xiong will dispose of the bodies. There are too many from Wang Chuan in Kuhai County. They will hinder our investigation. We should eliminate half of them first. As Wen Chaosheng's words settled, Shuai's fingers, holding the wine cup, twitched involuntarily. Those familiar with her knew this was a small gesture she made when preparing to draw her sword. After a moment of silence, she shook her cup, her attractive brows dancing, exclaiming, what a splendid idea to eliminate half. She downed another cup of liquor, her shoulders lightly shifting as if eager to engage. Wen Chaosheng's few words ignited a fervor within her, a sensation she had not felt in a long time. However, safeguarding Chen Xiong would not be an easy feat. We cannot keep a constant watch over him, especially since you have already eliminated that formidable bodyguard by his side. Upon hearing Wen Chaosheng's words, Shuai shook her head. That bodyguard was hardly impressive. The true master was the man in black beside Lu Chuan at the Yuanyang Tower. Even if I were uninjured, he could still match me. The bodyguard beside Chen Xiong pales in comparison. Presently, with no capable individuals around Chen Xiong, if someone is determined to kill him, it will be difficult to ensure his safety. Wen Chaosheng ceased his drinking, seemingly unperturbed by the matter, and spoke calmly. The people of Wang Chuan are like a bone in our throat. Directly protecting Chen Xiong is immensely challenging. To ensure he is not assassinated, we must make the Wang Chuan assassins think twice. The best approach is to let Lu Jinshi's secret unfold, revealing a hint to Lu Chuan. However, Chen Xiong is far more naive than I anticipated. He is too young and will likely be outmaneuvered by Lu Chuan before long. I must meet him before he spreads any information to properly guide him. Shuai regarded Wen Chaosheng with a peculiar expression, surveying him from head to toe. It was understandable for her to scrutinize him this way. In terms of age, he was indeed younger than Chen Xiong. Yet his manner of speaking carried an air of maturity, creating a stark contrast. That should suffice. You can finish the remaining jar of liquor. I must go meet Cheng Feng. Wen Chaosheng recalled his agreement with Cheng Feng from the previous day. Shuai glanced at the remaining jar of liquor with a hint of reluctance in her slightly tipsy eyes, but ultimately followed Wen Chaosheng to meet Cheng Feng. The previous encounter between Wen Chaosheng and Lu Chuan was evidently not resolved. If Lu Chuan were to catch them again, he might not hesitate to take action. In the early morning, Wen Chaosheng's agreement with Qi Yi seemed to take effect. Perhaps it was due to Wen Chaosheng's intimidation from the previous day, as the ruffians did not trouble Cheng Feng again. Upon encountering Wen Chaosheng in the overgrown courtyard, Cheng Feng appeared unsurprised, pouring tea for the two. "Have you been drinking?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "Just a little." The swelling on Cheng Feng's face had subsided somewhat, and his demeanor was no longer as cold and heavy as the previous day. He sniffed the air and remarked, "Is that the fiery liquor brewed by Guanjin Yang on the east side of the painting gallery?" The two looked at him in astonishment, and when Chaosheng asked, "Have you tasted it?" Cheng Feng scratched his head somewhat dejectedly. "Yes, ever since I returned from the academy, I've been drinking every day. Her fiery liquor is perfect for a nightcap. After drinking, one can sleep soundly until the sun rises the next day." Wen Chaosheng chuckled. "Seems like you found the way to drink. So tell me, what must one do to gain admission into the Yong'an Pavilion?" Cheng Feng replied, "Practice your calligraphy well." Wen Chaosheng found this somewhat incredulous. "Is it really that simple?" Cheng Feng shook his head. "Simple? Not at all. What I mean by practicing calligraphy well is not merely about writing fluently. To gain entry into the Yong'an Pavilion, you must possess a more fundamental and profound understanding of characters. Like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, you should be able to write from any angle, producing different characters, good or bad, according to varying needs." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng's gaze sharpened. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by writing different characters according to varying needs?" Cheng Feng pressed his lips together, feeling a dryness in his throat. It seemed that those few brief words had stirred up some unpleasant memories. Yet he quickly overcame this turmoil and spoke softly. "Brother Chaosheng, I have previously mentioned that if this truth holds great significance for you, I can assist you in entering the academy, where all the answers you seek await. However, you must inquire directly about the matter at hand. Forgive me, but I cannot divulge a single detail, as it is a pact I made with a noble within the academy. I hope you will not put me in a difficult position." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chaosheng's eyes, and he nodded, refraining from pressing further. Cheng Feng continued, "Ordinary individuals practice calligraphy primarily for aesthetics and technique, mostly employing the Yong character's 8 variations. However, if one adheres to the conventional practice, one would never attain what the academy requires." Chaosheng raised an eyebrow. "Then how should I practice?" Cheng Feng replied, "Begin with correct strokes, then reverse them. Every stroke, every sequence, and every movement of the pen must be meticulously inverted." Upon hearing this, Chaosheng stroked his chin. "Why is that?" Cheng Feng took up paper and brush, swiftly marking ink on the scrap paper. His brush danced lightly, his wrist exerting force as steady as a rock, exhibiting no tremor, regardless of pressure. Soon, despite one character being upright and the other inverted, the two young characters appeared on the paper, nearly indistinguishable from one another. This astonishing technique drew a look of admiration from Shui, who stood nearby. "This method will aid you, Brother Chaosheng, in achieving unprecedented control over the brush and strength. When your heart moves, so will the pen, and regardless of the quality. Once you glance at those characters, you will be able to replicate them. When you can accomplish this, write a 100-character essay using this technique, ensuring each character is distinct, with the same sequence and style of strokes. This essay, with every character unique, will enable you to successfully gain entry into the Yong'an Pavilion." Chapter 70. Testing. Cheng Feng explained to the two that as long as one's writing is exceptional, entry into the Yong'an Pavilion is attainable without the need to memorize the so-called cumbersome academic credentials. Hearing this for the first time, both were struck by the stark contrast to the revered status of the Yong'an Pavilion, a sacred sea of knowledge long coveted by countless scholars of Qi. Chaosheng stared at the two young characters that Cheng Feng had just written, feeling a slight discomfort. He still inquired, "Cheng Feng, if what you say is true, then aren't the countless students of the world merely squandering their time?" Cheng Feng chuckled, a laugh tinged with discomfort. "Upon returning from the academy, the first thing I did was burn those sacred texts. Those exquisite and vast poems, when set ablaze, burned no less fiercely than firewood. Eventually, all that remained in my home was a single volume of On Governing the Nation. Brother Chaosheng, your choice of words, squandering time, is indeed sharp and precise. The scholars who enter the academy are all filled with literary aspirations. However, as time passes, their fervor is gradually extinguished by the harsh realities they face. They come to realize that they cannot govern a nation. The classics they once studied, Shijing, Shanhai, Sheiji, and Minxing, are of no use to them. The years spent in arduous study envelop their youth. And in a moment they gain entrance into the long-gone pavilion. All that effort is relegated to forgotten corners, gathering dust. The only thing they can do is remain confined within those narrow walls, endlessly practicing calligraphy. Faced with Cheng Feng's self-deprecating account, Chaosheng's thoughts shifted, steering the conversation in another direction. From what you have described, the plight of the scholars is indeed tragic. However, I have come to learn from another friend within the long-gone pavilion that the situation is quite different. Cheng Feng paused, looking at Chaosheng with skepticism. You know others within the long-gone pavilion? He had not anticipated nor believed Chaosheng's words. His doubts stemmed from his lengthy experience in the pavilion. Knowing well how strictly controlled the scholars were, and how difficult it was to communicate with the outside world. One could either attain an official position and leave the pavilion, but such a move required signing a confidentiality agreement. If information were leaked, dire consequences would swiftly follow, either an unexplained death or a mysterious disappearance. A topic shrouded in silence and adherence to the law. Who would gamble their life without sufficient incentive? Caosheng pondered briefly, fabbricante notale. I did have a friend named Su Yiji with whom I was on good terms. The specifics of our acquaintance are rather convoluted, so I shan't elaborate. I initially intended to inquire about matters related to the letter, but I've been unable to reach Su Yiji for the past few months. It appears he has gone missing. By the way, do you know Su Yiji, Brother Cheng Feng? At the mention of this name, Cheng Feng's expression turned peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, he simply replied, I do not know him, but I am aware that such a name exists within the academy. Chaosheng confirmed the existence of Su Yiji without pressing further. As he bid farewell to Cheng Feng, the latter called out to him as he was departing. When Chaosheng turned back, Cheng Feng cautioned, Brother Chaosheng, the matter you seek to investigate is no trifling matter. It may very well ignite a fire that could consume you. A living person does not simply vanish without reason. I advise you to refrain from contacting Su Yiji for the time being. It would be better for both you and him. Chaosheng nodded with a smile. Understood. On the way, a Shui expressed particular interest in Cheng Feng's words. You are quite clever. You used Cheng Feng to probe into Su Yiji. Now we know that a person by that name indeed exists within the academy. And furthermore, Su Yiji is acquainted with Lu Jinshi. Chaosheng interrupted her thoughts. The crux lies not there, a Shui. The key point is Cheng Feng's instinctive skepticism when I mentioned knowing others within the long-gone pavilion. Can you grasp the implication? It is nearly inconceivable for someone from the academy to have any connection with a minor character from a remote area. To the people of Wang City, I am a minor character, and so is Lu Jinshi. Moreover, the matters concerning Lu Jinshi are of great significance. To avoid leaving any traces, it is highly unlikely that the dignitaries of Wang City would use written correspondence to communicate with him. More often than not, they would delegate important individuals to relay messages verbally. The fact that Lu Jinshi knows the name Su Yiji corroborates that they may have met. By this reasoning, it suggests that a significant figure from Wang City has orchestrated something, prompting Su Yiji to seek out Lu Jinshi to accomplish this task, only to later eliminate anyone who had knowledge or involvement in the matter. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly peculiar, his expression grave and perplexed, enveloped in an air of mystery. But I truly fail to understand how a mere county magistrate could orchestrate something that leaves traces capable of threatening the powerful figures in Wang City. Chaosheng mused aloud, suddenly distracted by a flurry of snowflakes drifting past him. He halted in his tracks and looked up, realizing that the snow, which had paused for merely 2 days, was falling once more. The crystalline shapes of the snowflakes were particularly vivid in his sight. For reasons unknown, this gentle snowfall brought to mind his Aunt Me from Qingtian. He was certain that at this very moment she sat before her bed, gazing out the window at the snow, longing for her child who had gone off to war and had not returned for years. In her mind, her child must have encountered countless wonderful experiences, achieving merit, reading more books, or perhaps meeting a beloved girl. Yet, after such a long time, could this elderly woman still remember the visage of her child from that fateful day? Based solely on a few perfunctory words on a piece of paper? I suppose I ought to return the letter, he sighed. Chapter 71. The Poisonous Bee in the Evening. Chen Xiong hosted a banquet at the Yuanyang Tower, inviting Lu Chuan and several local dignitaries, including a transport official from Guanghan City. This banquet was primarily arranged for him, as he would soon depart to transport Lu Jinshi's remains and the relevant documents back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The melodious sound of the zither resonated softly as Si Xiaohong donned a pristine white silk robe today. Although the attire was light, the bright lights in the grand hall and the presence of numerous guests rendered the chill insignificant. At one table sat Chen Xiong, Lu Chuan, and the transport official Sun Cheng, their secluded conversation starkly contrasting the surrounding clamor. After indulging in several rounds of wine, the atmosphere became more convivial, prompting Chen Xiong to raise a toast to the transport official. With a playful smile, he inquired, "May I ask, Lord Sun, how many days until the case of Lu Jinshi reaches a resolution in Guanghancheng?" Transport official Sun Cheng pondered for a moment before responding candidly. The city lord has been preoccupied with numerous matters lately. While Lu Jinshi's case is significant, it will require a slight postponement. I estimate it will take at least 3 days and at most 7 to reach a conclusion. As Sun Cheng spoke, Chen Xiong's gaze occasionally drifted towards Lu Chuan, his raised cup lingering without a sip, calculating the dwindling days of his safety. Regardless of whether Wen Chaosheng's previous words held truth, they had cast a shadow over his heart, compelling Chen Xiong to bolster his defenses. The very reason he had invited Lu Chuan was to convey this sentiment. When their eyes met, Chen Xiong concealed his secret, raising his cup in a smile before downing the fine wine. Due to the need to continue their journey, the banquet did not last long. After a satisfying meal, with no time to appreciate the performances prepared by the ladies, Sun Cheng stood up, patted his round belly, glanced around, and beckoned Chen Xiong over. The latter obediently approached, whereupon Sun Cheng made a subtle gesture. Chen Xiong's eyes flickered slightly, his face adorned with a facade of false cheer as he retrieved a pouch of coins from his sleeve and placed it into Sun Cheng's hand. The latter waited briefly before breaking into a delighted grin, tucking it into his sleeve while quietly asking Chen Xiong, "Has the matter of Lu Jinshi been resolved?" Chen Xiong's body trembled slightly as he exchanged glances with Sun Cheng, quickly realizing that this transport official was also affiliated with the esteemed lord in the royal city. A chill ran down his spine, for he sensed that this lord's influence was vast. Though he resided in the clouds, his reach extended into the rivers and wilds. "It has been thoroughly investigated. Should the lord have any lingering concerns, you may verify it during the journey," he replied. Sun Cheng, now serious, twirled a string of green prayer beads in his left hand. "It cannot be investigated further. There are by long way personnel outside. Once we enter Guanghancheng, the opportunity will be lost. The lord who promoted Ku Chengwei once served at the Shangshu Tai, which has since been dismantled. His status has only risen as he moved to Yulong Fu, becoming the emperor's sword. He is not on amicable terms with our esteemed lord. Should he uncover anything, it might create quite the uproar. If your affairs here are not entirely settled, I can fabricate a reason to linger in the city for another day." Chen Xiong contemplated for a moment before declining Sun Cheng's offer. "Rest assured, Lord Sun, there should be no issues." After a deep scrutinizing glance, Sun Cheng eventually nodded. "Very well. You hail from the royal city. I trust you." As the sun set, the falling snow intertwined to form a delicate mist, draping the starry sky with a veil that obscured the celestial glow. A shui sat in the courtyard, placing the untouched wine from the day before her. Addressing Wen Chaosheng, who had just concluded his practice of the Bulao Quan. "How was today? Did you feel anything?" Wen Chaosheng carefully observed, his tone laced with uncertainty. "I'm not sure, Shui. Did I truly fall asleep while practicing Bulao Quan that night?" A Shui confidently replied, "Your snoring was thunderous." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng scratched his head in embarrassment. "And what about just now?" A Shui opened a jar of wine, the aroma wafting towards her, causing her to raise an eyebrow. "You weren't asleep then. Wen Chaosheng's confusion deepened as he remarked, "Yet, my experience feels no different from that night." A Shui, fixated on the wine jar, suddenly shifted the topic with earnestness. "Wen Chaosheng, since you began practicing calligraphy, have you run out of money for wine?" Seeing her demeanor, which seemed to treat the matter with utmost seriousness, Wen Chaosheng couldn't help but chuckle. Even amidst fierce battles in the snow, he had never seen such a grave expression on a Shui's face. "It's not that dire. A single pen will suffice." A Shui raised her chin, curiosity piqued. "What about ink and paper?" Wen Chaosheng responded, "Water is easier to come by than ink. Moreover, paper costs money. But that slab of bluestone in the courtyard is free. I can practice calligraphy on the bluestone with water. I'll find some thinner, flatter stones to lay in the courtyard. That should suffice. Otherwise, my meager funds, even without your wine purchases, would be insufficient. By the way, I believe charcoal can also be fashioned into a pen." As he spoke, a glimmer of interest sparked in him. He fetched a half-burnt wooden branch from the eaves hearth and approached the bluestone, resolutely writing the character Yong. For him, using a hard pen was far more intuitive than a soft one. Despite the long absence from writing, he quickly adapted, scrawling several characters on the previously flattened bluestone that a Shui had stepped upon. He practiced the character Yong first in its standard form, then attempted to write it in reverse, finding it exceedingly challenging. His execution was crooked and slow, resembling that of a novice calligrapher. The difficulty was immense, only truly understood through personal experience. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Wen Chaosheng required only a single pen for calligraphy, a Shui's furrowed brow relaxed as she began to indulge freely in the jar of wine. Reflecting on her earlier discoveries concerning Lu Jinshi, she inquired, "Wen Chaosheng, may I see the other clue found on Lu Jinshi?" Wen Chaosheng retrieved a piece of paper from his chest, enclosing a small stone from the ground, and tossed it to her. She caught it deftly and spread the clue on the table, scrutinizing it intently. "We cannot pursue this just yet. We have more pressing matters at hand, and the eyes of Wang Chuan are numerous. If we rashly exit the city and are surrounded, the consequences could be dire. I shall instruct Chun Xiong on the next steps, urging him to disseminate news. Once the information brews, our circumstances will shift. As long as the clues remain in our possession, we shall always hold the initiative. We dictate the fabric of this deception." After finishing his words, he practiced calligraphy for a while longer. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to a Shui. "A Shui, you wield weapons with such skill. Your control over finger and wrist strength must be exceptional. Thus, your calligraphy should be remarkable as well, no?" A Shui shook her head. "Neither good nor bad. I haven't practiced calligraphy much. Although, in essence, it is all about controlling finger and wrist strength. It is not as simple as it seems. I have seen many skilled swordsmen whose handwriting resembles a chaotic scrawl." Wen Chaosheng chuckled at her description. As he regained his focus, he unexpectedly noticed a black beat gently alight on the bluestone before him. Its body was entirely black, even its wings. It lingered for only a brief moment before buzzing away at a speed almost imperceptible to the eye. Sensing something amiss, Wen Chaosheng instinctively swung the wooden branch in his hand, striking the bee mid-flight. Gazing at the lifeless creature on the ground, he moved to inspect it when a Shui called out from a distance, "Don't touch it. It may be poisonous." Chapter 72. The night of murder when Chaosheng had struck down a black bee that should not have been present in this season. As he prepared to examine it, a Shui intervened, kneeling to pick up the black bee's corpse for closer inspection. "It is indeed poisonous. I have never seen a black bee or wasp before. This must have been deliberately bred by someone. It appears we have uncovered their motive for attempting to leave honey on me." A Shui gazed up at the night sky, filled with drifting snowflakes, her eyes deepening with mystery. Within those translucent snowflakes seemed to dwell something else. "Wen Chaosheng, give me the knife," she requested, extending her hand towards him. Wen Chaosheng fished the axe from his waist and handed it to her. A Shui then rose to fetch a bucket of water, proceeding to the far corner of the courtyard, where she began to sharpen the blade on a grinding stone stained with rust. The sound of the blade scraping against the stone sent shivers down Wen Chaosheng's spine, evoking within him the scent of blood and the essence of fading life. A Shui sharpened the knife slowly, and once its edge was no longer dull, she poured 2 cups of liquor over the blade, continuing her task. The aroma of the alcohol diffused, resembling invisible ripples in the snow, brewing an unspeakable aura of menace. After a while, Wen Chaosheng, feeling the cold seeping into his bones, shook off the snow that had accumulated on him and tossed aside the firewood in his hand. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you. With the snow falling tonight, I should retrieve a crossbow. Perhaps that would be of help. A shui, her hand still working on the knife, replied nonchalantly, for martial artists of the Yong'an realm and above, a crossbow is not very useful. Bows and arrows can still be employed, but you lack the skill. The black bees serve as a locator. Once they arrive, the person should not be far behind. Wen Chaosheng, aren't you going to seek refuge next door? Don't blame me for not warning you. Those who come tonight are likely formidable, and I may not be able to protect you. Wen Chaosheng shook his head. If I had not known Mr. LV, I would accept my fate, for I am not a virtuous man. When it comes to survival, my life certainly takes precedence over that of a stranger. However, Mr. LV has saved my life. Even if I were to perish here today, I would not bring trouble to him. When their eyes met, a shui saw the determination in Wen Chaosheng's gaze. She took a piece of cloth nearby and gently wiped the liquor from the blade. Satisfied by the cold gleam reflecting off the edge, she tossed the cloth to Wen Chaosheng, commanding, "Return to your room. I did not call you out." He caught the cloth and retrieved the clue he had previously given her before entering the room. He turned to a shui, who was drinking, and said, "You should drink less. Too much wine clouds your vision." A shui frowned at his words, replying, "One less person is one less life. One less sip of wine is one less drink. What do you understand? Hurry inside." Wen Chaosheng shook his head slightly, pushed the door open, and closed it behind him. At the moment the door clicked shut, footsteps echoed from the courtyard entrance. A young woman with a face marred by dark, poisonous scars appeared. Tall and dressed in a black gown, her cold gaze fixed on a shui. Another deliberate step echoed, and a shui turned to see several shadowy figures clad in black, armed with swords and knives, watching her from the eaves through the biting wind and snow. That night when it snowed, it seems I haven't killed enough. You dare to come back, a shui stated. The scarred woman chuckled lightly, her voice tinkling like wind chimes in the snow. The people of Wangchuan are never-ending. 100 taels of gold is enough to drive anyone mad, and your head is worth 100,000. Everyone desires it. This time, we have brought many skilled fighters. You should not be disappointed. A shui picked up some small stones from the ground and held them tightly in her hand. I have but one head. How do you intend to divide it? The scarred woman smiled slightly. First come, first served. With that, she raised her hand, and the pale snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly turned dark. Those countless tiny black dots seemed to emerge from the crystalline snowflakes, swiftly coalescing into a black mass that surged toward a shui. These black dots were all venomous bees, each one carrying lethal poison. Once they gathered, they seemed to possess formidable power, easily overwhelming the protective aura surrounding a martial artist. The black-clad figures standing nearby instinctively felt a surge of alarm at this sight. They knew better than anyone the terrifying nature of these poison bees. The scarred woman ranked 33 in the Wangchuan hierarchy, known as the Black Bee Queen. Few knew her past, but among the rising experts in the martial world this year, she was a standout, her fearsome mastery of poison shrouded in mystery. Those unfortunate enough to be targeted by her met tragic ends. The most terrifying aspect was that the poison bees she had cultivated not only excelled in tracking, but could be commanded completely by her, posing a dreadful threat even to experts of the Yong'an realm. It was said that at least 3 Yong'an experts in the martial world have been stung to death by her bees without ever having laid eyes on the Black Bee Queen. Their bodies found with blood oozing from 7 orifices, their organs nearly liquefied. Seeing the swarm of black bees approaching, a shui raised her knife, a terrifying aura slicing through the air, creating ripples as it aimed at the dark mass of bees. However, the swarm proved to be more formidable than anticipated. As they split apart at the moment the blade struck, dodging the lethal attack thanks to their innate sensitivity to air vibrations. The swarm was least afraid of blades. I have heard you are a formidable master, but tonight, with just a chopping knife, it seems you cannot pass through the swarm. If I were to seize the 100,000 taels of gold without lifting a finger, it would feel too easy. The Black Bee Queen laughed lightly, crossing her arms and leaning against the courtyard wall, leisurely observing Shui. Shui remained indifferent, her left hand subtly working on something. You can either raise bees or practice martial arts, but trying to do both results in a haphazard mess. When faced with a true master, you may not even have the chance to escape. Shui's words gradually froze the smile from the Black Bee Queen's face. She raised her hand, her fingertips moving slightly, and the black bees seemed to go mad, swarming toward Shui. Yet this time, as they drew near, Shui did not choose to wield her knife to repel them. Instead, she lifted her left hand and released a cloud of gray mist. This was the stone she had picked up earlier, now crushed into powder. As the lime dust spread, what was once harmless debris transformed into the most fearsome hidden weapon, pouring down like a torrential rain, swiftly dissolving the deadly black swarm. As the dust settled, the ground was littered with the bodies of the black bees, not a single one remaining. Witnessing this scene, the Black Bee Queen's initial disdain morphed into shock, gradually turning into a furious crimson hue. Each of these poisoned bees contained her painstaking effort, years of cultivation, reduced to nothing by a handful of lime. Today I shall surely kill you, she seethed, drawing an immense dagger from her waist, her form like a ghost darting forward, closing the distance in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the immense dagger was upon her throat. With a soft thud, an unremarkable strike was delivered. No one knew where the knife had come from, nor where it was heading. Amidst the whisper of the wind and snow, the Black Bee Queen caught sight of her own headless corpse collapsing to the ground. The world spun, fading into darkness. In the pale courtyard, the first hint of red bloomed that night. Shui flicked the blood from her chopping knife, taking a step into the courtyard. Her calm voice carried far by the wind. You said many skilled fighters have come tonight. Will you come one by one, or all at once? Chapter 73. No blame. As the cold moon was engulfed by murderous intent, Shui heard the unmistakable sound of countless swords being drawn. Clearly, that seemingly unremarkable strike had made these individuals aware that the woman wielding the chopping knife was not to be trifled with. The assassin's objective was to kill. Whether through one-on-one combat or a brawl was of no concern to them. As long as they could eliminate their target, that was sufficient. It was unclear whose sword was the fastest, but one struck first, piercing through the falling crystalline snowflakes, engaging in a clash with Shui's chopping knife. This individual is, in fact, a master concealed among the masses. The challenges of one-on-one and multiple confrontations in the Jianghu are worlds apart. He possesses unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, intending to leverage the actions of other assassins as a guise to strike down Shui with a single stroke. Yet, he has grossly underestimated Shui's honed instincts. At the moment their blades clashed, he glimpsed his reflection upon the polished edge of Shui's knife, witnessing the blood gushing forth from his own throat as it was severed. But how could this be? In that fleeting instant of contact, his sword's momentum dissipated. Logically, this lethal strike should have extinguished the force of the blade in Shui's grasp. How could she simultaneously unleash a second strike while parrying his first? He could not comprehend it until his last breath. In truth, it was not Shui who deflected his sword, but rather he who failed to thwart her blade. He believed himself to be the aggressor, unaware that Shui had no intention of defense. Instead, she employed a swifter and stronger technique, altering the dynamics of attack and defense. Amid the encirclement and slaughter by the surrounding assassins, Shui's movements appeared far from agile, perhaps hindered by a limp on her right side or the injury she bore. Yet, these details were inconsequential. What mattered was the cleaver in her hand, exceedingly sharp and terrifyingly effective. Each strike she made bore no embellishment, precisely the most suitable cut for taking a life. This technique bore no set patterns, only the chill of snow and moonlight, steeped in the coldness of blood and mortality. Even seasoned assassins, with years of experience in the Jianghu, felt their hearts race and a shiver creep down their spines. As they observed Shui's strikes, their minds rehearsed defensive maneuvers or evasions. Yet when faced with the descending blade, all their thoughts dissolved into blankness and void. While these assassins struggled to inflict superficial wounds upon Shui, the courtyard was already littered with corpses. Each victim bore but a single wound, A shui did not require a second strike to kill them. The frantic melee momentarily paused as the assassins were momentarily daunted. With a slight panting, a shui, still wielding her blade, exhaled plumes of white mist from her mouth and nose. The old injuries on her body flared up under the intense pressure from the danhai, sending sharp pangs through her organs. Although her expression remained unchanged, the throbbing veins at her temples betrayed her struggle, revealing that she was far from as composed as she appeared. Ignoring the assassins perched atop the courtyard walls or lurking in the corners, a shui limped towards a stone table, grasping a jar of liquor with one hand and tilting her head back to drink. The fiery spirit coursed into her abdomen, its burning sensation numbing her old wounds, providing her with a rare moment of respite amid the excruciating pain. An elderly masked assassin, his hair a stark white, stood quietly in the shadows of a tree at the far corner of the courtyard, observing a shui as she drank. Behind him hung two swords, one slender and wrapped in tattered sheaths and rags, lacking distinguishing features, while the other was thick and broad, resembling a mace more than a sword. He had remained perched on the tree branch since the beginning, refraining from action or speech, coldly observing as if he were an indifferent bystander. Despite a shui's proximity to his drinking spot, he chose to remain silent, as a shui continued to drink. Some assassins adjusted their mentalities and tactics, gradually closing in, eager to engage. Suddenly, the dual-sword assassin leaped down from the tree. Upon his entrance to the battlefield, the encroaching assassins hastily dispersed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Jiao, ranked 7th within the Wangchuan Linzi flag, possessing a modest reputation in the Jianghu. You may have heard of me. Unlike others, I am not here for the 10,000 taels of gold, but seek an opportunity to join the Fengzi flag. A shui paid him no heed, continuing to drink. After his self-introduction, Wu Jiao did not strike a shui, but turned his gaze toward the room where Wen Chaosheng was located. There's another person inside. I can hear his heartbeat. Is he your friend? Wu Jiao inquired. At his words, a shui paused her drinking, slowly lowering the jar. Not quite. I'm fine. Will you fight or not? If not, then be gone. Wu Jiao slowly drew the slender sword from behind him, executing a beautiful flourish as he gripped it. I wish to see if you have deceived me. A shui furrowed her brow at his words. What do you mean? Wu Jiao chuckled, a hint of terrifying madness seeping through his calm demeanor. Shortly, this sword shall fly from my hand into the room. If you strike swiftly enough, you may kill me before I can unsheath it. But if you fail, the person inside will perish. I may not defeat you, but before I die, I must take someone down with me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shui raised her blade, preparing to strike. This time, however, it seemed Wu Jiao had anticipated her speed. The long sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Wen Chaosheng in the room. A shui's brow furrowed as she stepped forward, her cleaver also flying forth. Her strike was indeed swifter and more powerful than Wu Jiao's sword, arriving first to deflect the long blade before the force of the impact propelled it into the room. It was in that very instant that Wu Jiao unsheathed his second sword, a blade devoid of sharpness. This sword was even faster than the previous one. A shui's honed instincts kicked in at the scent of impending danger, yet the forcibly restrained old injuries suddenly flared up at that moment, causing her evasive maneuver to falter just a fraction. Thus, Wu Jiao's blunt blade successfully struck her at the waist. The seemingly light touch carried the force of 1,000 pounds, creating transparent ripples in the air. A shui's body flew like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the stone steps before Wen Chaosheng's room. She coughed violently, a mix of liquor and blood pouring from her mouth and nose, staining her chest crimson. Following this strike, though she remained alive, the lower half of her body had completely lost sensation, her organs gravely damaged, her consciousness clouded, rendering her a lamb awaiting slaughter. Hence, one must tread cautiously in the Jianghu, for arrogance is a perilous companion. One may believe they can protect everyone, yet in the end, they may fail to safeguard anyone. Wu Jiao, wielding the blunt sword, approached the gravely injured shui step by step. Yet, your old injuries have flared up so severely. Even with a knife in hand, you cannot best me. Even if we were to take a step back, you would still meet your demise today. A shui's vision was blurred, and her ears rang, rendering her unable to comprehend his words, blood continuously spilling from her mouth and nose. "Your life is forfeit." Without hesitation, Wu Jiu stepped before a Shui, raising the tip of the blunt sword toward her heart. Chapter 74. You cannot take anyone away. Wu Jiu was not entirely mistaken. Had a Shui relinquished her blade, she would indeed have succumbed to Wu Jiu's hands at the moment her old wounds erupted. However, her fate would not have been this passive. With an iron weapon in hand, Wu Jiu's earlier glancing blow could not have severely injured her. Standing before a Shui, Wu Jiu wielded the blunt sword amidst the swirling snowflakes, effortlessly executing another glancing strike. The falling crystalline snowflakes seemed to intentionally evade the weight of this heavy blow, carried away by a slow yet resolute aura of murder, channeling the immense power from his feet through to the sword's tip, silently weaving a thread of fatality aimed at a Shui's heart. If this strike were to land, he would amass wealth rivaling that of kings, earning a place within the Fengzi flag, and thereafter his future would be boundless. Yet, in that fleeting moment between life and death, another wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from within the room like thunder. The cleaver shattered the door, extinguishing the candlelight within. In the darkness, something flickered, its sharpness tinged with moonlight, transforming into a chilling gleam slicing through the falling snow. In this frigid darkness, Wu Jiu beheld the flickering flames penetrating through the water. Even he did not foresee such a decisive strike. Instinctively, he perceived it as a sword, but as clarity emerged, it transformed into a blade. Wu Jiu's expression remained composed as he sheathed his sword to block the attack. At the moment when the chopping knife collided with the blade of his weapon, it metamorphosed back into a sword. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. In the next instant, the chopping knife emitted a mournful wail, shattering into countless fragments, which cascaded to the ground like snowflakes. The sound of clinking echoed as blood gradually seeped from Wu Jiu's shoulder, his arm hanging limply, and the hand gripping the blade trembled uncontrollably. Such a formidable sword, Wu Jiu praised, transferring the weapon to his left hand. Alas, the weapon lacks refinement. You cannot compare to her. An ordinary weapon in your hands is ineffectual. Otherwise, had that strike landed, I would have either perished or been rendered incapable of further combat. Wen Chaosheng inhaled the cold air amidst the snowstorm, his mind a blank slate. In that fleeting moment, his sole thought had been to save another. Yet, he seemed to rediscover that exquisite sensation. Reminiscent of the day, he fell from the Ping Zhou into the depths of the sea, pierced by a sword that soared from the flames. However, after that solitary strike, his weapon lay shattered, while his adversary remained standing. Wu Jiu spoke true. His sword lacked sharpness, and his weapon was inadequate. The opponent who could inflict such wounds upon a Shui was at the very least of the Yong'an realm, perhaps even a more formidable foe. Such a person, under normal circumstances, could extinguish his life with a mere finger. Yet at this moment, he had almost been slain by a single sword strike. The occurrence of such an illogical event transpired at the most inopportune moment. Wu Jiu fixed his gaze upon Wen Chaosheng, addressing him. The sword on the ground also belongs to me, forged by a renowned craftsman. This blade is of considerable quality. If you pick it up, we shall engage in another duel. Wen Chaosheng, who had braced himself for death, discerned a glimmer of hope in Wu Jiu's words. Although he understood the likelihood of not being able to replicate that stunning sword strike, how could he relinquish this final chance? Without hesitation, he seized the sharp sword from the ground. The chilling touch permeated from his palm into his very core. Such a heavy aura of death. How many lives has this sword claimed? Wen Chaosheng inquired. Wu Jiu, forthright, did not seize the opportunity to ambush Wen Chaosheng while he retrieved the sword. He recognized at a glance that Wen Chaosheng was an ordinary person without a Dan Hai. Yet he could not fathom how such an individual could wield a blade capable of executing such a terrifying strike. I cannot recall, prior to my rise to fame, I took many lives to survive. Most were inconsequential figures in the Jianghu. I do not remember their names, nor their lives. However, if you ask me how many skilled fighters this sword has felled, I remember that vividly, 37 above the Yong'an realm. Unlike most cold-hearted assassins, Wu Jiu seemed to relish engaging in conversation, even with someone on the brink of death. seeing Wen Chaosheng standing before him with the sword in hand. Wu Jiu inquired, "Can you still execute that previous strike?" Taking a deep breath, Wen Chaosheng banished all distractions. Firmly gripping the icy sword, he replied, "I shall try." Wu Jiu nodded, raising his unsharpened sword. Just as he was about to strike, the sound of footsteps crushing dry branches suddenly reached his ears. In the stillness, the abrupt noise was jarringly piercing. Wu Jiu furrowed his brow and glanced toward the entrance, where a woman clad in a pale blue velvet dress stood, observing him with icy regard. "Why are you all gathered here in the dead of night, conjuring spirits? My husband has only just fallen asleep. Begone, lest you disturb his dreams." Wu Jiu exchanged glances with her and suddenly realized that the assassins outside had been silently dealt with. "My apologies, madam. We shall not take much time. Once tonight's events conclude, we will tidy this place." He wished to avoid any further complications. The woman exuded an aura of depth, her cultivation inscrutable, making her a formidable presence. However, Madame Lu seemed unwilling to relent. She did not retreat an inch, but instead pressed forward. "You speak too much. Since you refuse to leave, then none of you shall." With that, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a flurry of snow, and a terrifying force akin to a dragon surged forth, transforming the snow and wind into a lethal torrent. In an instant, the nearest assassins were caught off guard, their bodies reduced to mangled flesh and bone, their protective energy obliterated, and even their weapons swiftly rendered useless amid the onslaught. This scene was utterly horrifying. Not only Wen Chaosheng, but even seasoned assassins who had roamed the Jianghu had never witnessed such a display of power. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines, hastily retreating to evade the area engulfed by the tempest. Wu Jiu furrowed his brow, gazing at the approaching torrent. With a delicate step, he traced a circle in the air with his unsharpened sword, barely dispersing the oncoming storm of snow and wind with a surge of sword energy. Through this strike, he gleaned a measure of his opponent's strength, yet he did not wish to squander this fortuitous opportunity. He swiftly turned, darting to Shui's side, intent on rescuing her. "You cannot take her. You shall take no one." Madame Lu spoke once more, her voice emanating from a mere step behind Wu Jiu. His pupils constricted. As he turned, he found her slender finger poised on his brow, a chill reminiscent of glaciers that had traversed winter and desolation, embodying the essence of primordial cold. A mere touch would seal his fate. Chapter 75. The essence of the sword. The drifting snowflakes descended before the two, and a look of resignation flickered across Wu Jiu's face as he recognized his defeat, quietly awaiting death. His condition mirrored that of Shui. He was not without options when confronting Madame Lu. Yet the grievous injury inflicted by Wen Chaosheng's shattering strike rendered him wholly incapable of withstanding the might of Madame Lu, whose power surpassed his own. Madame Lu's finger lightly touched Wu Jiu's forehead, and an invisible ripple spread out instantaneously. A heavy thud echoed from the eaves and the courtyard walls. All present in the courtyard, save for Wen Chaosheng and Shui, succumbed to the horror of her fatal touch. The remaining assassins, who had retreated early, upon witnessing this scene, dared not linger, fully aware that the knight's ambush had taken an irrevocable turn, fleeing without a backward glance. Wu Jiu's corpse slumped, the unsharpened sword discarded at his side, leaving the snowy night shrouded in silence. Madame Lu, as Wen Chaosheng's words faded, pointed at Shui, commanding, "First, take her to the room. I will prepare the medicine and needles." Concerned for Shui's life, Wen Chaosheng wasted no time, swiftly carrying the dazed Shui to the bed. Observing the blood trickling from Shui's mouth, his expression grew grave. Madame Lu soon returned with a medical box. Not daring to interrupt her flurry of activity, Wen Chaosheng merely inquired, "Will she survive?" Madame Lu's reply was equally succinct. "Her internal energy is in disarray. Her spine is damaged, and her organs are in turmoil. Whether she lives or dies is a matter of fate." As she spoke, she infused her internal energy, inserting silver needles into Shui's acupoints. Turning to Wen Chaosheng, she instructed, "Chaosheng, deal with the bodies outside. If necessary, chop them up and spread them across the courtyard. As long as the snow continues to fall and the sun does not rise tomorrow, it will conceal them." Wen Chaosheng pondered before suggesting, There is a safer, simpler method, but I must visit the residence of Chun Xiong. Hearing this, Madame Lu furrowed her brow. Glancing out the window, you may go, but do not take the back roads. Head south through the gallery bridge for 50 steps, and wait beneath the archway of the Feng Lu Pavilion until you see an elderly man strolling. You have met him before. Let him guide you. Wen Chaosheng made a promise, and then stepped outside, hesitating for a moment before picking up the slender sword belonging to Wu Jiu that lay on the ground. Wu Jiu was indeed correct. He required a fine weapon. After Wen Chaosheng departed, Madame Lu devoted herself wholeheartedly to using the power of Danhai to stabilize a Shui's injuries. During the process of acupuncture, she found herself somewhat dazed. Once a killer who had taken lives for most of her life, she was now in her twilight years, assuming the role of a healer. Following the acupuncture, a mysterious force suddenly surged through Shui's meridians, transforming into a warm stream that coursed through her blood, nourishing her wounded body. Madame Lu noticed this force as she withdrew the needles, feeling a sense of curiosity. This was not the power of Danhai. She attempted to locate its source but ultimately failed. Thanks to this enigmatic energy, a Shui, who had been gravely injured and near death, gradually opened her eyes, her once muddled gaze becoming clearer. "Thank you," she rasped, expressing her gratitude to Madame Lu, who simply nodded slightly, placing the silver needles over the newly lit candle to heat them before methodically storing them in her medicine box. "You truly are a great trouble," Madame Lu remarked, then asked, "I rarely witness such a spectacle. You and Wang Chuan are not embroiled in a personal vendetta, are you?" A Shui gently shook her head. "No." The wind outside lifted Madame Lu's silver hair, causing the shadows within the room to dance. "In Kuhai County, this marks the second time. Why do they insist on putting you to death?" A Shui silently stared at the burning candle on the bedside, her gaze seemingly drifting far away. "I also wish to know the answer to that question. We have done so much for him. Why did he ultimately choose to abandon us?" Upon hearing this, Madame Lu wisely chose to remain silent. Time had polished her smooth, and she no longer possessed the youthful inclination to dig deep into every matter. The troubles brought by Ma Huan were already more than sufficient. She had no desire to become embroiled in a Shui's controversies. A Shui remained lost in thought for quite some time, eventually returning to reality as she attempted to cultivate the power of Danhai within her to mend her injuries. "Madam, did you teach Wen Chaosheng how to wield that sword?" A Shui, unable to move as she lay in bed, inquired about Wen Chaosheng out of idle curiosity. Though her mind had been muddled earlier, she had clearly witnessed the sword strike as Wen Chaosheng burst from the room. Even she was taken aback. How could an ordinary person, one who could not cultivate due to lacking Danhai, execute such a sharp strike? A Shui was no fool. She did not believe that Wen Chaosheng could hone such swordsmanship simply by witnessing her take a life that night. In response to a Shui's doubts, Madame Lu chuckled, saying, "Earlier, my husband merely offered him a slight prod, intending to nurture his talent. Little did we know, this young lad's comprehension was unexpectedly high. He learned a few superficial techniques just by observing. Tonight was meant to avert disaster for him. Had you perished, it would have ultimately benefited him. Yet, I did not anticipate that after only a few days of chopping wood at our home, Chaosheng could unleash a strike imbued with sword intent that injured a warrior who had entered the Tanyu realm. If this news were to reach Yong'an, I fear the old guards of the Sword Pavilion would not remain idle and would come to claim him." A Shui did not dwell on Madame Lu's insinuation that she wished for her demise, regardless of how much the other party desired her death. They had undeniably saved her on 2 occasions. "Sword intent," she murmured softly. "Isn't that something reserved for the Tianren realm?" Madame Lu laughed and replied gently, "My husband has mentioned that it is merely a fabrication of the Sword Pavilion to intimidate outsiders. In truth, it is not as mystical as it seems. Sword intent, at its essence, is simply the comprehension of the Tao of the world infused into swordsmanship. Upon closer examination, this is indeed a means that only those in the Tianren realm can possess. However, the Sword Pavilion has its own unique cultivation method, distinct from the mainstream of the world, and thus cannot be judged by worldly standards. Otherwise, had that strike truly been from Tianren, that assassin who wounded you would have had no chance of survival." A Shui understood, nodding her head in gratitude to Madame Lu. Madame Lu regarded her for a moment, her expression complex as she sighed. Had I known the events of tonight would unfold, I would have kept Chaosheng here with us this afternoon. She expressed a hint of regret, but did not excessively blame a Shui for bringing trouble to Wen Chaosheng. A Shui countered, "This fellow is as stubborn as a mule. I had urged him to come, but he refused. He feared bringing trouble to you, Madame Lu." Madame Lu cast her a knowing glance, asking, "Is that the only reason?" A Shui raised her eyelids slightly, retorting, "What else could it be?" Madame Lu smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the room with a medicine box. "Rest well. Take all the time you need to recover. In a few days, when spring arrives, perhaps my husband and I shall depart." Under the cold, snow-laden moonlight, Wen Chaosheng stood before the archway of the Feng Lu Pavilion, cradling the slender sword as instructed by Madame Lu, awaiting the arrival of someone. The snow-laden winds swept by, chilling his exposed hands quickly. Lowering his head, he tentatively moved his fingers, realizing that the days spent chopping would have not been without merit. His body's resistance to the cold had significantly improved. He waited there for about a quarter of an hour, the snow on his body shaking off and accumulating once more, until finally, in the hazy distance of the street, a dark figure emerged. This marked the second meeting between Wen Chaosheng and the elderly man. The elder had his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an ordinary old man taking a stroll. Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng holding the sword, he appeared momentarily surprised before his gaze shifted to the long sword in Wen Chaosheng's grasp. "Is Wu Jiu dead?" the elder inquired with a smile. Wen Chaosheng responded with astonishment. "You know Wu Jiu?" The elder nodded. "Yes, I know him. We are colleagues. I told him not to come tonight, but he wouldn't listen, and now he is dead." The elder's candidness left Wen Chaosheng feeling a sense of absurdity. "Are you also from Wangchuan?" The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed. My name is Ma Huan. Little brother, you are not from the Jianghu, so you likely do not know me." Wen Chaosheng recalled the events that transpired a few nights prior, and asked, "Since you were from Wangchuan, why did you—" Ma Huan waved his hand. "Ah, let's not speak of that night. Consider it as if it never happened. Chaosheng, are you waiting here tonight at the behest of Madame Lu?" As Wen Chaosheng lowered his head, his gaze caught a glimmer of light. Due to Madame Lu's influence, even knowing that the elder before him was from Wangchuan, he still held a high level of trust in him. "Yes, I am to meet Chun Xiong. Madame instructed me to wait for you at the archway." Ma Huan was quite amiable, saying, "The night roads can be treacherous. I happen to be out for a stroll and can accompany you partway." Wen Chaosheng certainly did not believe his words. Who would take a stroll at such a late hour? However, he did not question it further, and the two of them walked side by side, an elder and a youth, treading upon the shallow snow accumulated on the main road toward the other end of the street. Along the way, Ma Huan glanced at the long sword cradled in Wen Chaosheng's arms, breaking the silence between them. "The sword you hold is called Shi Shui, forged by the renowned swordsmith Murongqing from Chun Kingdom. It has changed hands 7 or 8 times over the past 30 years and was once in the possession of the swordsman Yi Zhonghua, entering the top 5 of the Tianji Tower's famous sword list 11 years ago." Wen Chaosheng listened with curiosity and asked, "Elder Ma, does the famous sword list of Tianji Tower still relate to its wielders?" Ma Huan replied, "Though it is called a sword list, it essentially ranks the wielders of the swords. Moreover, the statistics from Tianji Tower are not entirely accurate and can only serve as a rough reference, as there are indeed some reclusive masters in this world who do not easily reveal themselves." When Chaosheng pondered this, then how did Shi Shui end up in Wu Jiu's hands? Ma Huan sighed. Though Yi Zhonghua was a swordsman who often acted with righteousness, he was ultimately a man of many passions and met his end at the hands of a woman. Ma Huan informed Wen Chaosheng that Yi Zhonghua had offended many due to his chivalrous deeds throughout his life. His head held great value in Wangchuan. Ironically, Yi Zhonghua fell in love with a female assassin from Wangchuan who was sent to kill him, ultimately willing to surrender his life into her hands, thereby elevating her status in Wangchuan. However, this self-absorbed tale of Yi Zhonghua did not end well. After the female assassin killed him, she seemed excessively confident in her allure and accepted another assignment in Wangchuan, intending to employ seduction once more. In the end, her corpse was discovered in a pigsty belonging to a farmer, having seemingly endured unspeakable torment before death, entirely unrecognizable. In this realm of martial arts, each person embodies a story. Wen Chaosheng sighed as the cold wind blew, noticing the emptiness of Ma Huan's right arm, his sleeve fluttering in the wind, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Senior Ma, your arm. For a one-armed man, this could be perceived as a somewhat offensive question. Yet Ma Huan seemed unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "It was lost a few months ago." When Chaosheng was taken aback, was it due to a conflict in the martial world? Ma Huan did not respond directly, instead jesting, "Due to disrespecting my elders, someone cut off my hand." A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Wen Chaosheng's eyes. He firmly believed Ma Huan was a formidable expert, not merely because he had saved him that night, but due to Lady Lu's trust in him. Anyone deemed worthy of her faith must possess exceptional skills. Thus, whoever could harm Ma Huan must have been an extraordinary master. "Oh, you know that person?" Ma Huan suddenly smiled at Wen Chaosheng, catching him off guard, causing a chuckle. "I know her." Ma Huan nodded. "Yes, she is the woman you carried that night. A few months ago, I had a fleeting encounter with her in Fengcheng. That right arm was lost during that time." Wen Chaosheng's breath hitched, his gaze involuntarily darting towards Ma Huan. Although the latter's tone was calm, it did not seem like a lie, deepening Wen Chaosheng's surprise and bewilderment about why Ma Huan would save someone who had once severed his arm. "Is she very formidable?" Ma Huan did not elaborate on this question, merely turning to Wen Chaosheng as if engaging in casual conversation with an old friend. Wen Chaosheng nodded, generously bestowing his praise. "She truly is." Ma Huan smiled, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "She was even more formidable before, in the Battle of Fengcheng. She ought to have gained fame across the world." Unfortunately, upon mentioning Fengcheng, Wen Chaosheng's ears perked up. He had always been curious about a Shui's past, but this inquiry would delve into her innermost pain, a topic he had avoided since that night of drunkenness. Ma Huan seemed to deliberately sidestep the matter of Fengcheng. When Wen Chaosheng inquired, he refrained from elaborating, simply advising him that the conflagration that had erupted in the city was not yet extinguished and that he should temper his curiosity, lest it lead to dire consequences. Seeing Ma Huan's reluctance to discuss further, Wen Chaosheng posed another question related to a Shui. "Is she a soldier?" Ma Huan did not respond, but also did not deny it. Unbeknownst to him, this ambiguous stance conveyed much information to Wen Chaosheng. Chapter 77. The City of Snow and Secrets as they neared the street leading to the residence of Chuncheon. Wen Chaosheng inquired if Ma Huan possessed any medicine to aid a Shui's injuries. Ma Huan, however, dissuaded him, stating, "There is no need to waste your effort. Her wounds cannot be cured by ordinary remedies. They are not mere injuries, but wounds imbued with Taoist essence left by a celestial realm cultivator. There are only a handful of individuals capable of healing such wounds. The only one I know of is Beihai Daoruan, but alas, he is elusive." Wen Chaosheng was taken aback. "Does the incident in Fengcheng involve a celestial realm cultivator?" Ma Huan gazed into the distance, his graying hair dusted with snow, reflecting a deeper coldness, yet his voice bore genuine reverence. "There was one. However, she was slain by her." Wen Chaosheng halted, their eyes locking, the astonishment in his gaze now unmasked. "A Shui is also from the celestial realm?" Ma Huan shook his head. "No, she is not. I have traversed the martial world for most of my life, heard countless tales of extraordinary individuals, and witnessed numerous legends. Yet this living legend you speak of, a Shui, is the only one I currently know who has slain a celestial realm warrior while at the Empyrean realm. The chasm between the two realms, though but a step apart, is a vast expanse. For a millennium, such feats have been unheard of. Anyone claiming otherwise would be deemed a fool. Yet, this legendary event has indeed transpired. Thus, I previously stated, in the Battle of Fengcheng, she ought to have gained renown across the world. However, that battle also severely damaged her foundation, causing her realm to plummet, nearly leading to her demise, leaving her with profound hidden injuries of Taoist essence. It is uncertain how many years she can survive." As they approached the Chun residence, Wen Chaosheng instinctively slowed his pace, asking Ma Huan, "Can a fallen realm be restored?" Ma Huan remained silent for a long while before finally uttering a single word, "Difficult." Wen Chaosheng nodded, thanking the elder before knocking on the door to meet Chuncheon. Though it was late, Chuncheon was still awake. from the deep furrow of his brow. Wen Chaosheng perceived his worry. His unexpected visit in the dead of night surprised Chen Xiong. "Why do you seek me at such a late hour?" Wen Chaosheng, unreserved, directly urged Chen Xiong to seal off the courtyard under the pretext of investigating a case, allowing no one but the black dog to approach. Chen Xiong sensed that something was amiss that night and hurriedly inquired about the reason. Wen Chaosheng explained, "Many people have arrived at Wangchuan tonight. I am unsure if it relates to Luchuan." Chen Xiong glanced askance at the swirling snow outside, seemingly recalling the dangers within, his eyelids twitching incessantly. "Have they all perished?" Wen Chaosheng nodded, "Yes. There are dozens of corpses now sprawled in the courtyard. If the townsfolk were to see them tomorrow, it would incite unnecessary panic." Chen Xiong clenched his fists, pacing the room for a moment before postponing the discussion about the corpses, instead asking, "What of that woman now?" Wen Chaosheng, fully aware of Chen Xiong's true concern for Shui, reassured him without betraying a hint of nervousness. "She has been poisoned, but it is not serious. She has practiced a peculiar technique that allows her to detoxify. She will require 2 or 3 days of rest, and she will be fine." Chen Xiong, upon hearing this, secretly exhaled in relief. His willingness to cooperate with Wen Chaosheng was significantly influenced by a Shui's display of martial prowess. Without a Shui as a stabilizing factor, Chen Xiong would have to consider other alternatives. The issue of the corpses can be easily resolved. "Tonight, I will send some personal guards from my home to your courtyard. Before dawn, these bodies will vanish without a trace." Wen Chaosheng's face flickered in the candlelight, evoking an inexplicable sense of eeriness in Chen Xiong, who felt goosebumps rise as he spoke. "Lord Chen, with so many deaths tonight, will these bodies simply vanish without a trace? Do you not think a waste?" Chen Xiong swallowed hard, inquiring, "What do you propose?" Wen Chaosheng glanced at him, stating, "Lu Jinshi has cultivated a local power in Kuhai County for many years. Would it not be a pity not to utilize it?" He nudged Chen Xiong slightly, who seemed to grasp a portion of the implication, his pupils contracting slightly. Wen Chaosheng slowly approached the window, pushing it wide open, allowing the swirling snow and wind to rush in. "Lord Chen, whether it involves Wangchuan or Luchuan, you cannot personally intervene. This is a fundamental principle of the chess game in Kuhai County. You must remember, your role is to create an invisible threat for them, inducing anxiety, rather than confronting them directly. 6 words, tug but do not declare. Otherwise, should relations sour too drastically, driving the opponent to desperation, one must be wary of a corner dog's frantic response. Given your esteemed position, escape is not an option." Wen Chaosheng's voice was calm as he continued, "While Luchuan seems to lack any underlings in Kuhai County, Wangchuan poses a significant challenge. There must be a collaboration between the two. We cannot confront them directly, but rather strike from the shadows. To discreetly deal with Wangchuan, we require the local snakes of Kuhai County to provide us with intelligence. The deaths of those dozen individuals from Wangchuan tonight serve as your most effective tool for establishing authority. To subdue these local figures, a balance of both reward and fear is essential. A mere relationship based on profit or coercion will not suffice. You must show them wealth while instilling fear. Only then will they remain sufficiently loyal to serve you. Do you understand?" As Wen Chaosheng spoke, Chen Xiong's gaze towards him began to shift. He realized that he had significantly underestimated this individual who once bore the identity of a refugee. How could an ordinary refugee or county dweller possess such depth of thought and strategy? Recalling the blank period of over a decade during which Wen Chaosheng had conducted investigations, his mind raced, pondering the true identity of Wen Chaosheng. How should I approach the matter with Luchuan? After a brief silence, he inquired again, this time with a tone tinged with sincerity. Wen Chaosheng turned to face him and said, "Follow my instructions, and soon Luchuan will come to seek you personally. I will guide you then." He proceeded to outline his plan, and Chen Xiong listened intently, his breath quickening involuntarily. After discussing the matter of the corpses, Chen Xiong took it upon himself to pour 2 cups of tea, handing one to Wen Chaosheng. The latter accepted it, tilting his head back to drink it down before adding, "There's one more thing." Observing the flicker of light in Chen Xiong's eyes, Wen Chaosheng asked, "Do you know Qiu Ziheng?" Chen Xiong seemed to recall the name, pondering briefly before nodding slightly. I don't know him well. On my first day in office, he wanted to treat me to a meal, but I declined. Later, when I inquired with the clerk, he mentioned that this individual has some connections in Guanghan City. Why? Is he of use? Wen Chaosheng set down his cup and replied, indeed. In a couple of days, I plan to deal with him. I could use your assistance. In a nondescript courtyard to the north of the county, two individuals sat on the ground, with a fiercely burning stove before them, simmering a pot of snake soup. The boiling steam mingling with the falling snow to create a similar hue. A frail old man, sensing the soup was nearly ready, cheerfully picked up a ladle and served a bowl of hot soup to the man and read beside him. Mr. Liu, last time you said the flavor was lacking, so I've adjusted it. Please give it a taste. Lu Chuan took the bowl, sipped a small amount, and his previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. This is much more flavorful. Old Yang, your skills have improved. Receiving Lu Chuan's praise, Old Yang appeared particularly elated, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, if you like it, Mr. Liu, next time I will. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly fell silent as he turned his head towards the front door, where the black-clad Qian Lu appeared, his expression somewhat cold against the biting snow winds. Approaching, Lu Chuan greeted him warmly with a wave and said, Qian Lu, you arrived just in time. Old Yang has just finished the soup. Come, have a taste. Qian Lu, however, did not reach for the snake soup but instead addressed Lu Chuan, stating, Mr. Lu, Wang Chuan's operation tonight has failed. The action of sipping the soup halted for Lu Chuan. He pursed his lips, swallowed the previous mouthful of snake soup, handed the bowl back to Old Yang, and remarked, that doesn't make sense. She alone, despite her injuries, managed to kill so many from Wang Chuan, and that Wu Jiao, wasn't he capable enough to spar with you? Yet he is dead as well? Qian Lu confirmed, he is dead. When I arrived, the courtyard was strewn with corpses, including Wu Jiao, who lay in the center, his face yet to be fully covered by the snow of this night. Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, his lips twitching slightly as he remarked with an odd tone, this limping woman, is that formidable? Old Yang, holding the soup, interjected, 100,000 taels of gold is enough to establish a small nation. How could such wealth be easily acquired? Lu Chuan scratched his chin, falling silent for a moment before responding. Noticing the atmosphere in the courtyard had grown tense, Old Yang, with one hand holding Lu Chuan's bowl and the other adding some firewood to the stove, said, in truth, Mr. Lu, you need not fret over this matter. Ultimately, it bears no relation to the tasks assigned by our superior. The case concerning Lu Jinshe is practically settled. In a couple of days, once news arrives from Guanghan City, we can prepare to deal with Chen Xiao. Upon his demise, I will immediately arrange for our superior's return to Wang City. When it came to the matter of eliminating Chen Xiao, Lu Chuan hesitated, recalling his earlier encounter with Wen Chaosheng and the intelligence he had gathered. He waved his hand and said, not so hasty. Chen Xiong still holds value. Let us first use him to deal with Wen Chaosheng, and then we shall act. That fellow seems to possess knowledge he ought not to have. Since he has come, we might as well eliminate all potential troubles. A smile appeared on Old Yang's face. Mr. Lu, your considerations are thorough. On the morning following the snowfall, before the roosters crow, numerous officials had already appeared outside the courtyard where Wen Chaosheng resided, completely sealing off the area. These officials were loyal subordinates brought by Chen Xiong from his home, maintaining an unyielding silence. Wen Chaosheng returned from the Chen residence early in the morning and, finding no trace of Shui in the courtyard, pushed the door open and indeed discovered her lying on the bed, eyes closed in recovery. The sound of the door creaking open startled her. Shui opened her eyes, and Wen Chaosheng, holding a breakfast of buns and soy milk, offered her a portion, glancing at her complexion and confirming she was not in immediate danger before saying, I have settled the debts you owed at the bun shop. Shui took a bite of the still-warm tofu bun, chewing slowly, and lifted her gaze with a hint of curiosity. Where did you go last night? I want to see Chen Xiong. On my way back this morning, I returned the letter I received from Aunt Me and brought her, Zhang the hunter, some pork. Wen Chaosheng sat on a wooden stool at the foot of the bed, tossing a couple of meat buns into the bowl for the dog. The dog, initially somewhat lethargic, perked up at the scent of meat and eagerly devoured the buns before shaking its fur and scampering out of the room, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow as it followed its familiar path out of the county. After Fan Yue's death, the black dog had not entered his room. Last night, it was Wen Chaosheng who had forcibly carried it into its nest. Once the dog departed, Wen Chaosheng focused on a Shui, who sat cross-legged on the bed, with an expression of contemplation in his eyes as he asked, "A Shui, given your severe injuries, when will you be able to get out of bed?" A Shui, while eating her bun, seemed to experience pain in her chest as she furrowed her brows, but replied, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Wen Chaosheng nodded. "Do not worry. It is not about fighting, merely a necessary assurance for Chun Xiong." He recounted what he had informed Chun Xiong the previous night, and after a moment of silence, a Shui responded, "The body of a martial artist is not as fragile as you might think. I shall rest a bit more. I should be able to get out of bed by this evening." After finishing the soy milk, she appeared still thirsty and looked up at Wen Chaosheng, asking, "Did you buy wine?" Wen Chaosheng raised a hand to signal her to wait a moment and stepped outside, returning with a pot of hot water in response to a Shui's expectant gaze. A Shui looked at the cup of hot water Wen Chaosheng offered her, holding it in her hands yet not drinking. "I will not drink this. I want wine." Wen Chaosheng shot her a glance. "This is all there is." A Shui frowned, about to protest when he added, "Once you have recovered a bit more in a couple of days, I will buy you some wine. If you wish to drink, focus on healing." She gazed at Wen Chaosheng, holding her ground for a moment before lowering her head to slowly sip the hot water from her cup. "You should rest well. I will go chop wood next door and won't be long." Wen Chaosheng removed his outer garment to avoid overheating while working. As he stepped outside, a Shui's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Wen Chaosheng, why didn't you go to Mr. Liu's place last night?" After a moment's contemplation, Wen Chaosheng replied, "If I recall correctly, you already asked me this question last night. Mr. Liu and his wife have shown me immense kindness, and I cannot bring trouble to their doorstep." A Shui pressed on, "Is that all?" Wen Chaosheng turned to look at her. "What else could there be?" They locked eyes for a moment before Shui averted her gaze, saying softly, "I understand. You may go." Chapter 79. Business in the 7-kill hall. Upon arriving next door, Wen Chaosheng greeted Lu Jiming, who was enjoying tea in the early morning. Before chopping wood, he posed a question that had troubled him throughout the night. "Mr. Liu, after chopping wood for so long, I feel I might have learned how to wield a sword." Lu Jiming smiled at his words and replied gently, "That is a good sign. It indicates your progress in cultivation." Wen Chaosheng, with sincerity, added, "Yet, I can wield a formidable sword at times, while most of the time, I cannot." Lu Jiming continued his line of thought. "Indeed, but why is that?" Wen Chaosheng, sensing Lu Jiming's encouraging demeanor, smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Liu, if I knew the answer, I wouldn't come ask you." Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea and cheerfully remarked, "Chaosheng, questions of cultivation are most intriguing. What others say is of little use. Understanding it yourself is what matters." Listening to Lu Jiming, Wen Chaosheng felt as if he were absorbing wisdom that could illuminate his path. He comprehended the essence of Lu Jiming's message. If he could grasp the answer himself, the issue would resolve naturally. Advice from others, no matter how insightful, would be of no avail. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." He expressed his gratitude before turning to chop wood in the shed. Inside the 7-kill hall, a cacophony of voices surrounded a gambling table, where an intense game was underway. The participants, with eager expressions, contributed to the palpable tension in the air. Among them were 2 frivolous young men from the county, who, though lacking in substance, possessed some ill-gotten wealth. Naturally, the 7-kill hall, in dire need of funds, seized the opportunity to exploit these unsuspecting fools. After the death of Liu Jinshi, they had lost their primary source of income, leaving Chiya troubled by the burden of sustaining his hundreds of subordinates. This was uncharacteristic of the 7-kill hall, which had previously refrained from such tactics. Yet necessity had forced him to turn a blind eye. It was unthinkable to let his brother starve. As the game approached its climax, a guard rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Chiya, Chiya, the county magistrate is here." The few simple words plunged the previously boisterous hall into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. After a brief moment of stillness, someone drew their blade, the sharp sound igniting a wave of tension and fear throughout the hall. Chiya furrowed his brow, intent on instructing his subordinates to sheath their weapons when a resonant voice called from the entrance, "Drawing blades upon my arrival? Are you so unwelcoming?" The crowd turned to see Chun Xiong, dressed in a white silk robe, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman, devoid of any official demeanor. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently into the hall, revealing that he had come alone, without guards or attendants. Instantly, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Chia waved his hand, and the weapons were promptly sheathed as he welcomed Chaosheng, signaling to a few subordinates to release the two hapless gamblers. "Sir Chuan, what brings you to this humble establishment today?" They quickly set up a clean table, and as Chaosheng sat, food and drink were promptly served. He picked up some beef with his chopsticks, savoring a sip of clear wine, before saying, "I intended to come yesterday, but I had to resolve some matters in the county, which delayed me." Chia, sensing the unspoken nuances, refrained from probing further and personally filled Chaosheng's cup, stating, "If there is anything the 7-Kill Hall can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask." Chaosheng, with a smile, looked at Chia and tapped his chopsticks lightly, saying, "Chia, I do have a matter to trouble you with. Upon completion, I shall offer my gratitude." The mention of this request ignited a spark of excitement within Chia. After hearing Wen Chaosheng mention the possibility of forging a beneficial alliance between the 7-Kill Hall and the newly appointed magistrate, he had been unable to shake the thought. He never anticipated that Chaosheng would come to him directly. "Please go on," he urged. Chaosheng took a sip of wine, twirling his cup thoughtfully before stating, "Disposing of corpses." Chia's expression shifted slightly. "Whose corpses?" Chaosheng replied with a smile, "They're merely some lowly scum from Wangchuan. I eliminated dozens yesterday, including a formidable individual named Wu Jiao. I lack the means to handle their bodies, and the gossiping underlings at the county office might leak this information, causing unnecessary panic and affecting my performance. Remembering my little brother, Wen Chaosheng, mentioning the 7-Kill Hall, I thought to seek your assistance. If I recall correctly, when Liu Jinshi was alive, the 7-Kill Hall controlled the waterways surrounding Kuhai County, correct? You have the boats and manpower. During winter, the tributaries leading to Changsha River remain unfrozen. Would you help me transport the bodies and sink them?" As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the 7-Kill Hall. Not only Chia, but also the hall's stewards regarded Chaosheng with a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. The 7-Kill Hall, as the local power in Kuhai County, had an extensive network of information. They were all too aware of Wang Chuan's presence in the county and recognized Wu Jiao's name. To refer to such notable figures as mere scum was shocking enough. But to speak of their deaths so casually left everyone unsettled. The new magistrate, Chaosheng, had proven to be a figure of considerable intrigue. In a mere moment, Chaosheng's image transformed into something mysterious and formidable in the minds of those present in the 7-Kill Hall. As he sensed the shift in their gazes, Chaosheng felt a surge of satisfaction, gradually developing a sense of reverence for Wen Chaosheng. He began to realize that the young man's intellect and depth of thought were remarkably sophisticated for his age, akin to that of a seasoned individual. Chia sat across from him, hesitating to respond immediately, his cunning gaze flickering as he weighed the situation, contemplating the veracity of Chaosheng's words. It seemed that Chaosheng was aware that his proposal might not be entirely convincing. He gently set down his wine cup and spoke again, as a newcomer. "My funds are limited. As a token of gratitude for this collaboration, I shall offer you the renowned sword Wu Jiao possesses. If you find a suitable buyer for this exquisite blade, it should provide ample resources for the 7-Kill Hall to enjoy for quite some time. What do you think?" Chia? Chapter 80. Numb legs. As the founder and spokesperson of the 7-Kill Hall, having navigated a modest organization of merely a dozen individuals to the present day, Chia, even if not particularly cunning, was sufficiently cautious. Most individuals in the martial world harbored a certain trepidation toward the name Wang Chuan, rarely daring to provoke them. For even the mightiest experts could not guarantee their vigilance at all times. Even though Chaosheng serves as the magistrate of Kuhai County, this does not imply that he is incapable of deceit. When he casually recounted the tale of having slain dozens in Wangchuan, including Wu Jiao, who ranks 7th among the Linziki, the 7th Master's initial reaction was one of sheer shock and disbelief. However, following this astonishment, doubts regarding the veracity of Chaosheng's words began to surface. It was not that he was overly suspicious, but rather that the events described by Chaosheng seemed far too implausible for a place like Kuhai County. Yet, When Chuanxiong mentioned he intended to take Wu Jiu's sword, Wufeng, as a token of gratitude, the expression on the seventh master's face shifted dramatically. Words can be fabricated, but a sword cannot. For an assassin like Wu Jiu, their weapon is akin to their very life. Unless he were dead, it was inconceivable for such a renowned blade, named Wufeng, to fall into another's possession. Weapons recognized by Tianji Tower are thoroughly documented, their details widely disseminated in the martial world, making it relatively easy for those well-informed to identify famous swords and blades. Is Chuanxiong's statement genuine? The seventh master quickly organized his thoughts and inquired. Chuanxiong lightly tapped the table with his fingers, responding, "Seventh master, I am new to Kuhai County and have numerous matters to attend to. Do you think I am here merely to engage in idle chatter?" A hint of awkwardness surfaced on the seventh master's weathered face, but he quickly cleared his throat and replied, "Since it is your command, we shall naturally comply." Chuanxiong was quite satisfied with his attitude. After detailing some specific particulars, he took his leave. The seventh master and the stewards of Qishitang escorted Chuanxiong, watching his departing figure. An elderly steward expressed his uncontainable excitement. "Seventh master, this is a splendid opportunity. Qishitang is at a critical juncture. Without assistance from the officials, we might truly be driven to our demise by those from the Yinbang. If we can forge a connection with the newly appointed magistrate, we may maintain the operations of our former business, and those behind the Yinbang will find it challenging to control us." The seventh master gazed down at the snow-covered ground, shifting his foot, his voice somewhat somber. "We require Chuanxiong's connections to sustain our business, but do not rejoice too soon. Chuanxiong is vastly different from the previous Lu Jinshi. Recently, a large number of people from Wangchuan have surged into Kuhai County, and I have even heard that some notable figures from the capital have arrived. There must be something amiss. Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and Chuanxiong's ascension may also be shrouded in mystery. What kind of formidable entity is Wangchuan? And what caliber of assassin is Wu Jiu? Frankly speaking, this individual could wield 2 swords and wipe out hundreds in Qishitang within 2 hours. I worry about those who have died without reason at Chuanxiong's hands." After uttering these words, he raised his gaze to the rippling surface of the lake, his voice tinged with a sense of foreboding. "I have a premonition. If we profit from Chuanxiong's hand, the days ahead for Qishitang may not be peaceful. Furthermore, let us set aside matters concerning Qingfeng and refrain from contacting Qiuzihang for now. That Wen Chaosheng seems to have a genuine connection with Chuanxiong. Let us wait until their grievances are resolved before determining whom to assist." After chopping wood, Wen Chaosheng took out some money and carefully counted it, then went to the market to purchase half a black chicken and a few medicinal herbs such as ginseng, white atractylodes, and poria, returning to brew a pot of chicken soup. The courtyard was littered with corpses blanketed in snow, while outside were Chuanxiong's confidants. Observing Wen Chaosheng expressionlessly as he prepared the soup, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Indeed, winter snow is abundant, and the bodies do not emit an odor. But can one truly consume such a meal? In fact, when they caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of the medicinal herbs mingling with the chicken soup, they felt a twinge of nausea. At noon, Wen Chaosheng brought 2 bowls of the prepared soup to Luziming's chamber, offering a taste to him and Lufuren. After sampling it, Lufuren expressed her surprise and praised Wen Chaosheng's culinary skills. "Chaosheng, you can cook?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "Culinary skills are easy to learn but hard to master. I can prepare something edible, but it pales in comparison to your deft hands, my lady." Lufuren couldn't suppress a smile, playfully scolding, "You certainly know how to flatter." Wen Chaosheng chuckled, taking 2 bowls of porridge from Lufuren and returning to Fan You's quarters. He brought the porridge and hot chicken soup into the room, where Ahui was seated on the bed. Upon opening her eyes and seeing the chicken soup, her expression was even more astonished than Lufuren's. "Wen Chaosheng, you can cook?" Wen Chaosheng handed her a bowl of chicken soup. "Try it." Ahui cradled the bowl and took a sip, her furrowed brows relaxing slightly. "It's good," she complimented. She downed 2 bowls of chicken soup in quick succession, and as they began to eat, she gazed at the half chicken and the medicinal herbs in the pot, suddenly turning to Wen Chaosheng and asking, "How much did this pot of chicken soup cost?" Wen Chaosheng, without lifting his head, vigorously consumed his rice. Not too expensive. I just borrowed a few meals worth of your drinking money in advance. Upon hearing this, Ahui's eyes widened slightly, fixing him with a serious gaze. Are you trying to take advantage of my weakness? Wen Chaosheng was caught off guard by her reaction, choking slightly and turning his head to cough a few times. Rolling his eyes, the money will be deducted from me, all right? Your drinking money will be calculated separately. Ahui nodded in satisfaction, lowering her head to eat soup-soaked rice. After a moment of hesitation, she hinted to Wen Chaosheng, actually, I'm almost better now. If all goes well, I should be able to win. Chaosheng, well aware of her intentions, unhesitatingly rejected her. With such a serious injury, you must abstain from alcohol for at least 3 days. After 3 days, we will see how it goes. Upon hearing that she would have to abstain from alcohol for 3 days, Ahui felt a chill in her heart. She immediately set down her bowl and, using her hands to support herself, attempted to stand, wanting to demonstrate her vitality to Wen Chaosheng. However, after trying, she suddenly frowned, stiffened for a moment, and ultimately chose to give up, slowly adjusting her position and sitting back down on the bed. Looking at Wen Chaosheng's astonished expression, she maintained a calm demeanor, saying, My legs fell asleep. After the meal, Wen Chaosheng washed the dishes and then sat in the courtyard, taking out the brush he had purchased. He placed the slate on the fire to warm it and began practicing calligraphy. Due to the high temperature of the slate, the watermarks dried quickly. Following Chengfeng's instructions, Wen Chaosheng continually practiced the character Yong. This was an exceedingly tedious process, and after about an hour of attempts, Wen Chaosheng felt his hands growing sore and took a break. He then thought that practicing the character in the normal direction was rather dull, so he began to practice it in reverse. Once any character is written backward, it loses all semblance. The stroke that should be a hook becomes a dot, and the fluidity of an upward stroke transforms into a heavy descent. How could one achieve perfect similarity? Wen Chaosheng recalled how, earlier in Chengfeng's courtyard, he had seen the latter write 2 almost identical Yong characters with completely opposing techniques in a mere instant, and he was filled with admiration for the difficulty involved. How does one turn a dot into a hook? Is it a matter of controlling the pen's pressure? Although challenging, Wen Chaosheng gradually gained confidence. He excelled at breaking down a complicated problem into simpler components. Practicing calligraphy was no different. Sitting in the courtyard, he dipped his brush in water and continuously practiced hooks and dots on the slate. Through his relentless effort, the two began to transform from completely unrelated strokes to somewhat resembling each other. On the second floor of the house, Lufurin observed Wen Chaosheng practicing calligraphy over the courtyard wall. At some point, Luziming had also arrived beside her, gazing at Wen Chaosheng with admiration. This lad possesses remarkable insight. Years ago, atop the snow peak of Jiang'a, I sat beneath the iron loquat tree for 3 years before I finally conceived a solution to the issue of stabilizing the sword intent. Yet, Chaosheng accomplished it in half a day. Lufurin turned her head in surprise to look at her husband. Can practicing calligraphy really resolve this issue? Luziming shook his head. Not necessarily. The essence of sword intent is the profound essence of heaven and earth. Logically, only practitioners of the Tianren realm should be able to capture and wield it with stability. For ordinary mortals to grasp that fleeting essence of the heavenly and earthly forces is akin to reaching for the heavens, let alone integrating it into swordsmanship and executing it with precision. Mastery of Su Miao and Jie Zi is essential. However, I observed Chaosheng suddenly practicing calligraphy, where he concealed clouds and rain at the tip of his brush and leapt like a dragon or snake in his heart. Beyond honing his wrist and fingers, he also trained his mind. In theory, this should be feasible. Yet, whether it truly succeeds depends on his future fortunes. After a day of practicing calligraphy, he finally rested at dusk as the clouds blazed red. He heated the leftover chicken soup from noon and prepared a simple dinner. After dining with a shui, he was surprised to see her rise and move slowly about. Though her steps were light, it was hard to discern, given that a shui already had a limp in her right leg. Will you not lie down for another day? Wen Chaosheng inquired. A shui, with one hand resting on the wall and the other on her waist, replied, Only by moving can the blood circulate, and the rejuvenating springs can exert their utmost effect. Remaining in bed will only lead to rust. Seeing her determination, Wen Chaosheng refrained from further persuasion and washed the dishes. As the sun descended, visitors arrived outside the alley, and, after negotiating with the guards of Chun Xiong stationed outside the courtyard, they were allowed entry. The leader was someone familiar to Wen Chaosheng, Bai Lang from the 7-kill hall. He arrived with 5 others, each carrying 2 large burlap sacks, their intentions unmistakable. Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng again, Bai Lang's demeanor shifted to one of respect, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Given the negotiations earlier between 7th Master and Chun Xiong, it was evident that Wen Chaosheng's relationship with Chun Xiong was profound. Moreover, the presence of the deceased from Wang Chuan in his courtyard only fueled speculation. Brother Chaosheng, we are here at the behest of Lord Chun to handle the bodies, Bai Lang stated. When Chaosheng nodded, I am aware. Chun Xiong has informed me. Please make yourselves comfortable, but do remember to take this wufeng back to 7th Master. He tossed the wufeng, which was significantly heavier than an ordinary sword, before Bai Lang, who, with his enhanced physical prowess, managed to lift it. As Bai Lang unsheathed the sword under the moonlight, a wave of oppressive killing intent washed over him, making his eyelids twitch and his back turn cold. Regardless of whether this was the true wufeng or not, Bai Lang was certain that the weapon in his grasp was no ordinary blade, as the murderous aura was overwhelmingly intense. He swiftly returned the sword to its sheath and expressed his gratitude to Wen Chaosheng. The group then proceeded to lay down their burlap sacks and began to place the corpses from the courtyard into them. Each sack was ample enough to accommodate 2 bodies. Bai Lang, not idling, inquired, Brother Chaosheng, where is the body of Wu Jiao? Wen Chaosheng replied, I placed it by the edge of the courtyard. You cannot handle that body just yet. Once the other corpses are dealt with, come back, and I will instruct you on how to dispose of it. Bai Lang paused it, curiosity filling his mind, yet he refrained from asking further, casually placing 2 bodies into his sack. As they were leaving, Bai Lang added, there's one more thing. Brother Chaosheng, 7th Master extends an open invitation for you to visit. He has prepared fine wine for you. Wen Chaosheng nodded, about to speak when the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. A shui stood at the entrance, her skirt swaying with the wind, her eyes sparkling under the starlit sky. I will not be polite, she declared. Wen Chaosheng turned to her, momentarily silent. It was neither too early nor too late for her to appear. Upon hearing about the wine, she seemed instantly invigorated. Bai Lang and his companions, upon seeing a shui, reacted similarly to Wen Chaosheng, though their eyes were filled with palpable fear. Having encountered her formidable prowess at the 7-kill hall, they could hardly forget the terror she had inflicted, shattering iron weapons with a flick of her fingers, and the chilling scenes of bloodshed still haunted them. How could she be in the company of Wen Chaosheng? Unconsciously swallowing, Bai Lang shifted his gaze back to Wen Chaosheng, who sighed and turned to offer a strained smile, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Brother Bai Lang, please convey to 7th Master that Chaosheng will visit with friends on another day. Moreover, matters that should not be spoken of must remain unspoken. He gestured to the numerous corpses in the courtyard. With so many bodies here, whether a few more or a few less, it seems inconsequential, does it not? Chapter 82. The Aroma of Tea in the Small Courtyard. Bai Lang, having traversed the martial world for many years, though not particularly skilled in combat, possessed keen insight. He understood Wen Chaosheng's unspoken implications. On their way to handle the bodies, Bai Lang earnestly cautioned his companions about the gravity of the situation, urging them to remain discreet for the sake of their lives. After Bai Lang and his group departed, a shui curiously inquired, why are we handling Wu Jiao's body last? Wen Chaosheng prepared water for foot soaking, his voice muffled in the snowy air. Wang Chuan's influence is too vast for me to control. After this night battle, with so many casualties, it is uncertain whether they will seek revenge. We are currently navigating turbulent waters. The murkier it is, the more advantageous it is for us. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, I wish to involve the Bai Long Wei in this conflict in Kuhai County. A shui reflected for a moment, her calm tone laced with subtle astonishment. When did you begin to devise all this? Wen Chaosheng replied, chess is played step by step. No one can foresee everything from the outset. For instance, last night's battle caught me completely off guard. It should have been a bold move. But we are not mere pawns. We have escaped the cycle of death, and now we must counterattack. Chess is merely a matter of responding to the opponent's moves. Chen Xiong's men had been stationed outside Wen Chaosheng's courtyard for 2 days, and rumors spread swiftly. The villagers, accustomed to peaceful days, remained oblivious to the events within Wen Chaosheng's abode. In any case, the road through Guihua Alley was now off limits. Chen Xiong's reasoning was that the officials were investigating a case, advising civilians to stay clear. However, what kind of case warranted sealing off a residence for 2 whole days? Could it be a murder case? Various speculations ran rampant. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong sat in the county office, sipping tea, savoring its fragrance as it flowed down his throat. He closed his eyes, relishing the experience and feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Chen Xiong sensed that he was perhaps nearing his end. The day before, Wen Chaosheng had visited him again, discussing strategies to deal with Lu Chuan. They rehearsed multiple scenarios within the room, and for the first time, Chen Xiong felt a sense of tension. Wen Chaosheng warned him that Lu Chuan was an astute individual, and engaging him directly could be perilous. One must maintain composure, for revealing any hint of weakness would lead to death. While Wen Chaosheng may not have known Lu Chuan well, he certainly understood the reputation of this man. Infamous as a ruthless poison master under the command of a high-ranking official in the royal city, Lu Chuan's methods were notoriously brutal. After 2 days of sealing off Wen Chaosheng's residence without any accurate news emerging, Lu Chuan, who initially suspected Chen Xiong might take action, began to harbor doubts as the silence stretched on. However, he remained patient, refraining from pressing Chen Xiong, hoping to observe how the situation would unfold. Estimating that the time was right, Chen Xiong issued orders for his subordinates to withdraw from Guihua Alley, subsequently posting a notice at the entrance of the office, declaring that the recent case had been a misunderstanding. News of this miscommunication quickly spread. This time, Lu Chuan could no longer remain still. He patiently waited for 2 days, anticipating a satisfactory outcome. But unexpectedly, Chen Xiong had been blocking the entrance of Wen Chaosheng's residence for 2 days, culminating in an anticlimactic conclusion. After receiving news from Qianlu, Lu Chuan fell into prolonged silence. Sensing his thoughts, Qianlu inquired, "Why not draft a letter, and I shall deliver it? Perhaps even invite Chen Xiong for a meal to discuss matters thoroughly?" Lu Chuan declined the suggestion, returned to his room to don a thicker garment, and strode outside. "No need for a meal. Qianlu, accompany me to the county office." The two of them walked through the snow, arriving at the entrance of the county office. The gatekeeper, upon seeing them, neither obstructed nor questioned them, but respectfully stepped aside, stating, "Gentlemen, please enter. The Lord has been waiting for you in the guest garden for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned and glanced at the man. "Does Chen Xiong know I am coming?" The gatekeeper nodded, saying, "I am merely following the Lord's orders. I know nothing of other matters. If you have doubts, you may inquire of the Lord directly." Lu Chuan nodded and entered, and before reaching Chen Xiong's garden, he was met with a rich aroma of tea, causing him to slow his pace, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Inside the garden, Chen Xiong smiled at him, and a pot of brewed fragrant tea sat on the table before him. "What took you so long? Hurry, the tea has reached the perfect temperature. It's time to drink." Lu Chuan scrutinized Chen Xiong, feeling that he was somehow different from before. He lifted a corner of his robe, seated himself opposite Chen Xiong, and brought the teacup to his nose for a gentle sniff before closing his eyes and declaring, "Xiang Shan Tai Chun, produced in Zhao Guo's Hong Tu Zhou, is what the Eastern officials indulge in. Chundarun, you certainly possess remarkable means to procure such a thing at this time." Chen Xiong lightly interrupted, "Where did I procure it? This tea was left behind by Lu Jinshi. I thought it a shame to waste such good tea, so I brought it out to brew and taste." Upon hearing that the tea was a relic of Lu Jinshi, Lu Chuan's expression subtly shifted, his hand holding the teacup feeling oddly warm. He gazed pointedly at Chen Xiong, implying, "Chundarun, consuming relics of the deceased seems rather ominous, does it not? In my view, Lu Jinshi's death was rather peculiar, and his grievances must be substantial. It would be wise to dispose of his belongings swiftly." Chen Xiong smiled faintly, remaining silent as he raised his teacup and savored the tea. After a moment of silence, Lu Chuan shifted the topic. "Moreover, Chundarun, have you forgotten our prior agreement? Chun Xiong feigned ignorance, asking, "Oh, what agreement?" Lu Chuan met his gaze, his gentle demeanor gradually sharpening. "Wen Chaosheng." Chun Xiong chuckled softly, filling Lu Chuan's teacup to the brim, even causing it to overflow. Noticing Lu Chuan's frown, he retracted the teapot and remarked, "Lu Xiansheng. It is not that I do not wish to eliminate him, but rather that I dare not." Lu Chuan scoffed, "Dare not? He is but a wandering refugee. What is there to fear? Without parents or kin, a death merely amounts to a fleeting flame." Chun Xiong sighed, speaking with a profound undertone. "I am well aware of this logic. However, I fear that if he dies, I may not be far behind." Upon hearing Chun Xiong's words, Lu Chuan's pupils immediately constricted. Despite being adept at controlling his demeanor, the sudden shock pierced through his defenses. What did Chun Xiong mean? Could he have seen through Lu Chuan's plans? This statement struck him like a sword, exposing the deep-seated secrets that lay hidden within him to the harsh light of day. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan was no ordinary individual. Even upon realizing that his sordid intentions might have been revealed, he managed to suppress the emotions threatening to overflow, calmly sipping his tea as a means of concealment. "What are you talking about, Chundaran? I do not comprehend." Chun Xiong chuckled softly. "Is it genuine ignorance or feigned?" Lu Chuan clasped his hands together. "Today, I truly find myself somewhat perplexed. I humbly request the Lord's guidance." Chun Xiong did not elaborate, but took a sip of tea, savoring it before saying, "I wonder if Lu Xianxing remembers that Lu Jinshi possessed a vial of missing intestinal poison?" Upon mentioning the vial of poison that Lu Chuan had nearly forgotten, his expression underwent a subtle transformation. Before Lu Chuan could respond, Chun Xiong suddenly produced a vial of poison from his possession, placing it before Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, does this resemble the vial?" Seeing the poison, Lu Chuan initially tilted his head back to sip his tea, concealing the shock in his eyes. He then smiled, saying, "I previously thought something had gone awry with that vial of poison. I did not expect you to have found it, Lord. Speaking of which, this was indeed my oversight. And now you have helped me rectify it. I shall toast you 3 cups as thanks." With that, he genuinely drank 3 cups of hot tea. As he placed down the cup, fine beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. After finishing, Chun Xiong smiled and filled his 4th cup, slowly uttering a chilling remark. "Mr. Lu, do not thank me just yet. Do you not think it possible that this vial of poison was never lost, but rather secretly hidden away by me?" The smile on Lu Chuan's face gradually faded. His increasingly cold gaze informed Chun Xiong that he was slowly shedding his facade. Yet, Chun Xiong seemed unfazed by Lu Chuan's deadly stare, continuing to enjoy his tea with an air of serenity. "Mr. Lu, do you know how I found this vial of poison?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. "I would like to hear the details." Chun Xiong recounted to Lu Chuan the origin of the vial of poison as told by Wen Chaosheng. However, this time, the protagonist of the tale had shifted from Shui to Chun Xiong himself. Lu Jinshi was a man who harbored grudges. He was the greatest unexpected variable in your actions, Lu Chuan. From the moment you entrusted him with that vial of intestinal poison, he had already devised a plan for revenge against you and that lord. To be honest, you should have killed him outright. Perhaps then you would not be facing such trouble now. Lu Chuan toyed with his teacup, his expression unreadable. It is ill-advised to kick someone when they are down. Do not forget, we are in the same boat. If matters concerning Lu Jinshi were not resolved, you too would bear responsibility. Chun Xiong shook his head. "No, that is incorrect. Lu Chuan, we are not of the same ilk." He began addressing Lu Chuan by his name, and Lu Chuan sensed a dangerous undertone in Chun Xiong's words. "What exactly do you mean, Chundaran? Why not lay it all bare? After all, today, in this courtyard, we are the only 3 present." Chun Xiong, upon hearing Lu Chuan's veiled threat, felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he chuckled, his body shaking with laughter. He did not wish to laugh, but at this moment he had to. Wen Chaosheng had informed Chun Xiong that to instill a sense of apprehension in Lu Chuan, he must quickly label himself as a cunning individual with hidden blades. He must masquerade as a meticulous thinker unafraid of death. Every performance before Lu Chuan served but one purpose: to survive. Very well, very well. Since you wish for me to be explicit, I shall state it plainly. You all consider me a fool, expecting me to cooperate in erasing Lu Jinshi's existence and to replace him as the magistrate of Kuhai County. Do you truly believe I am naive enough to trust you? With individuals like you, if I genuinely complied and erased every trace of Lu Jinshi, could I still live? Lu Chuan smiled with a hollow expression. Chundarun, it seems you harbor some misunderstandings about us. I believe we had no reason to harm you. Moreover, before coming here, the Lord had made promises. Chun Xiong coldly interrupted him with a smile. He also made promises to Lu Jinshi, did he not? Lu Chuan, can the words of a living man ever be as trustworthy as those of the deceased? The assassination of Lu Jinshi was approached with caution. Even in his death, every detail was meticulously considered, lest some secrets be inadvertently revealed. However, should they choose to eliminate me, they might not even bat an eyelash. After all, Lu Jinshi possessed secrets that could directly threaten that esteemed individual, whereas I do not. Once everything concerning Lu Jinshi is obliterated from existence, the only potential threat remaining for that person would be my words. For I am the sole individual to have had direct contact with Lu Jinshi's body in this case. I'm also the last witness to this secret. Lu Chuan, am I not correct? As he gazed upon the eloquently speaking Chun Xiong, a chill of cold sweat trickled down Lu Chuan's back, for he realized he had perhaps underestimated the depth of this young man's concealment. The mask had been torn away, and after a prolonged silence, Lu Chuan abruptly inquired, since you are aware this is a path of no return, why did you initially acquiesce to that individual's request? Chun Xiong leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, raised it in a mock salute to Lu Chuan, and then drank it down. Well asked. Throughout history, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I dare to come here because I am not Lu Jinshi, nor will I ever become a second Lu Jinshi. His foolishness warranted his demise. As for me, I harbor a modest ambition. That esteemed individual holds immense power, and I intend to barter this secret for some wealth to squander, with reasonable requests that he should not refuse. A frigid glint of murderous intent ignited in Lu Chuan's eyes as he sneered. If you understand the power that esteemed individual wields, you ought not to engage in such self-destructive behavior. Chun Xiong laughed heartily, gesturing toward the imposing figure of the Qianlong beside him. Self-destructive? Lu Chuan, with a mere wave of this blade, I could meet my end here today. Yet, I can assure you, if I perish, all secrets regarding that esteemed individual and Lu Jinshi will swiftly return to the capital through channels you could scarcely imagine. Tell me, will you honor my memory with a funeral? With a clang, as Chun Xiong's words fell, the Qianlong unsheathed his blade, slicing through the falling snowflakes, while simultaneously severing the steaming tea in Chun Xiong's grasp. The coldness of that single stroke coursed through his fingers, spreading throughout his body. The teacup shattered into two pieces. Though his heart raced wildly, Chun Xiong fought to suppress his fear, patting the spilled tea from his attire, lamenting, alas, what a pity for this tea. I know you are anxious, Lu Chuan, but do not rush. Allow me to show you something else. He spoke, smiling as he produced the slip of paper left to him by Wen Chaosheng, inscribed with the secrets of Lu Jinshi. It bore but a few words, Longongu, Su Yiji. Upon seeing these 6 characters, Lu Chuan could no longer maintain his composure. His expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon Chun Xiong. The latter remained calm, his tone steady. I do not lie, Lu Chuan. All that Lu Jinshi knew, I now know. I comprehend the stakes. Whether this secret is buried in the depths of Kuhai County or scattered like this snowstorm is entirely within your control. Now, Lu Chuan, will you still seek to kill me? Chapter 84. The blade as a pen gazing at the seemingly tranquil, yet subtly frenzied smile upon Chun Xiong's face. Lu Chuan felt an indescribable anger swell within him. He, who had always orchestrated the fates of others, found himself outmaneuvered today. This time, he had lost utterly, reduced to a pitiful mouse ensnared by a cat's playful paws. In any other circumstance, Lu Chuan would have found it intolerable to experience such a devastating blow to his long-held pride. Yet now, he fully grasped the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences should things go awry. He stood in silence, his expression shadowed. After a considerable time, he slightly raised his finger. The Qianlong beside him, observing this, sheathed the dark iron blade behind him. This tea is truly dreadful, he remarked wryly, rising to leave with his hands clasped behind his back, departing the courtyard in a somber mood. The tea gathering, fraught with tension, concluded unfavorably for both parties. Once Lu Chuan had walked away, Chun Xiong felt his body weaken, collapsing into his chair. His gaze fell upon the shattered pieces of the teacup, and as he reached to pick them up, he realized his hands trembled violently. A distinguished warrior, such as himself, felt drained without engaging in combat. Lu Chuan's earlier demeanor confirmed a troubling truth. The warnings given by Wen Chaosheng were not mere fabrications to sway him. Lu Chuan truly intended to kill him. Now, Lu Chuan's departure signified his surrender to the performance, leading to hesitation and trepidation. That night, Wen Chaosheng boiled a pot of water, practicing strokes and dots on a stone slab under the bright stars and moonlight after the snow had ceased. After 2 days of rest, Shui had regained normal mobility, though Wen Chaosheng noted that the injury inflicted by Wu Jio's sword had left her somewhat unsteady even now. During this time, she had attempted to procure alcohol from Wen Chaosheng twice, only to be resolutely denied. Remembering 7th Master's earlier invitation, she approached Wen Chaosheng from behind, inquiring, only to find him repeatedly writing strokes and dots on the stone slab. Standing behind him, she observed for a moment before he turned, feeling uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. "What are you doing?" she asked, stroking her smooth chin. "I'm practicing calligraphy," he replied. "I'm not blind," she retorted. "Speak plainly." Wen Chaosheng coughed lightly and explained his struggle to convert dots into strokes. After a moment's thought, she frowned and remarked, "That's quite a challenge. The mechanics of force for the two are entirely different." Wen Chaosheng sighed, "Indeed, I have attempted many times, and merely achieving a semblance is extraordinarily difficult. To emulate Cheng Feng's mastery is akin to scaling the heavens." After a moment of contemplation, Shui withdrew a piece of wood from a nearby pile. Standing in the courtyard and demonstrating with one hand, gesturing through the air, Wen Chaosheng watched her, captivated by the way the moonlight danced upon her hair, the furrow in her brow that refused to dissipate, and the wood in her grasp that moved with the grace of a blade. He relaxed, lost in thought. It was only when Shui approached him and lightly tapped his head with the stick that he jolted back to reality. "Hey, Wen Chaosheng, I have an idea. It may not work, but will you listen?" Rubbing his eyes, Wen Chaosheng nodded. "Go on." Shui replied, "I know nothing of calligraphy, but I possess some skill in swordsmanship. Just now I tried substituting sword techniques for writing strokes, and it seems feasible. Why not start with sword practice?" Wen Chaosheng's eyes brightened at her suggestion. "How do we practice?" "Come here," Shui instructed. As Wen Chaosheng stepped closer, she placed the wooden stick in his hand and moved behind him, grasping his arm. "Grip tightly with your fingers, keep your wrist relaxed, and let it flow naturally." Following her guidance, he felt as though he had captured the essence of her technique as she guided his arm downward with a smooth motion. "Now lift it." The mechanics are entirely opposite. Feel the difference. Shui's voice resonated in Wen Chaosheng's ear as she pulled his arm upward. Afterward, she released her hold, asking, "What do you think? Can you sense the difference in technique?" Wen Chaosheng savored the sensation he had just experienced, nodding slightly before shaking his head. "Can we do it again?" Shui, with unyielding sincerity, grasped Wen Chaosheng's forearm but did not immediately strike. Instead, he spoke from behind him. "1 round, 2 jars of wine." Wen Chaosheng sighed, still processing the situation, when Shui had already led him to swing the blade 3 times in succession. After the 3rd strike, Shui abruptly halted, coughing violently and releasing his grip. When Wen Chaosheng turned around, he noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Shui's mouth and could not help but exclaim, "Is it worth risking your life for a drink?" Shui silently wiped the blood away and did not respond to Wen Chaosheng's remark, but asked instead, "Did you remember the feeling just now?" Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Shui glanced at him and chose not to elaborate further, turning to limp towards the room. "I'm going to rest." As she entered the room, Wen Chaosheng attempted to wield the wooden stick in his hand, only to hear the door creak open once more. A face emerged from the darkness, earnestly stating, 6 jars of wine, no cheating." Wen Chaosheng waved his hand dismissively. I got it. Chapter 85. Xiao Yingzhou with Shui's assistance. Wen Chaosheng truly began to grasp a sense of understanding. He did not rush to incorporate this feeling into his writing. Rather, he focused on reinforcing it. As the night deepened, After completing his ablutions, Wen Chaosheng sat cross-legged beneath the bed, resuming his practice of the Bu Lao Quan. Although he had yet to discover any remarkable effects this peculiar technique left by the Beihai Dao Run had on his body, he persisted in his nightly practice before sleep. Following the original method left by the Beihai Dao Run, each night during his practice, he felt as if he were enveloped in clouds and mist, his consciousness wavering like a drifting feather. As for the bed in the room, it was undoubtedly reserved for Shui. Although they had grown quite familiar with each other, they were not yet intimate enough to share a bed. Furthermore, given Shui's injuries, Wen Chaosheng did not possess the heart to let someone who had been gravely wounded while protecting him sleep on the floor. This night, as Wen Chaosheng practiced, his consciousness once more drifted into an ethereal realm. His awareness gradually ascended, as if something were lifting him toward the celestial expanse above. This was not the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Previously, Shui had mentioned that he slept soundly while practicing, and Wen Chaosheng, believing her words, assumed it must be a dream. However, after repeatedly encountering this feeling, he began to grow wary, sensing that it was not merely a dream. Who dreams of the same scene repeatedly while remaining fully aware? Tonight, as the sensation returned, Wen Chaosheng decided to relinquish control, allowing his body to float upward. In previous days, he had deliberately focused his consciousness to explore his surroundings, but had found nothing. Thus, today he resolved to adopt a different approach. At this moment, his thoughts were like clouds and mist, sometimes dispersing, sometimes coalescing. With each ascent, Wen Chaosheng would lapse into chaos, losing awareness of all that surrounded him, feeling as though he alone inhabited the world. This state persisted for 7 or 8 cycles, until finally, Wen Chaosheng discovered he had reached the edge of the mist. Below lay the boundless ocean, from which he could hear the rhythmic crashing of waves and perceive the depths of azure that seemed unfathomable. A thick fog enveloped the surface of the sea, concealing something beneath. Although the distance was great, Wen Chaosheng felt an inexplicable attraction emanating from the shrouded area. He cautiously extended a fragment of his consciousness beyond the clouds, only to find himself suddenly plunged into weightlessness. He began to plummet rapidly downward, falling like a stubborn stone from the heavens, crashing into the fog. The violent impact caused Wen Chaosheng considerable discomfort, yet he felt no pain nor injury. Upon looking down, he was astonished to see that his consciousness had assumed a corporeal form. He had landed on a small island adorned with vibrant flowers, where rare and precious stones hung from the branches of trees, creating a dazzling spectacle. As he surveyed his surroundings, filled with awe and curiosity, a flurry of colorful butterflies suddenly appeared from the distant horizon, swirling around him before transforming into a rainbow bridge that extended toward the island center. Wen Chaosheng stepped onto the rainbow bridge, traversing toward the center, where he beheld a large lake with crystal-clear waters. At the heart of the lake stood a grand peach tree, its petals falling like snowflakes, carpeting the ground in a soft layer of pink and white, resembling a luxurious rug. Beneath the tree, a middle-aged man wearing a conical hat and a straw coat was fishing at the water's edge. As Wen Chaosheng landed from the rainbow bridge, the fisherman was startled and turned to gaze at him, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. After a moment, this surprise gradually subsided. What a marvel! After all these years, I finally encounter a young lad like you. Wen Chaosheng, not to be outdone, recognized that the scruffy middle-aged man before him was no ordinary individual. After a brief appraisal, he politely bowed and addressed the man. I am Wen Chaosheng, a junior paying respects to the elder. May I inquire where this place is? The fisherman remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. This is Xiaoyingzhou, the place where Taoist Zhuang attained enlightenment. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback, given the many overlaps between this world and the one he had previously inhabited. He could not ascertain whether the Zhuang mentioned by the middle-aged man was indeed the figure he knew. Is the Zhuang you speak of the Taoist, Zhuangzhou? The middle-aged man shook his head. Zhuang is just Zhuang. I'm not familiar with any Zhuangzhou. Wen Chaosheng pondered for a moment before bowing again. I have yet to ask for your name. Elder, the middle-aged man lazily replied. I have been away from the world for so long that I have forgotten my name. My Taoist title is Beihai. You may call me Beihai Daoren. Upon saying this, He observed Wen Chaosheng's demeanor and added, "You are quite young, yet seem overly formal. Are you from Qi? Let me tell you, there is no need for such restraint. It is just you and me here." Wen Chaosheng scratched his head. Having heard the legends of the Beihai Dao run from Shui, he had always regarded this figure as mysterious. Now that he stood before him, he could not help but question whether he was truly dreaming. He sought counsel from Beihai Dao Run, who exhibited remarkable patience. After a thorough explanation, Wen Chaosheng began to understand the situation. The 3 techniques I left on Jieshe were actually derived from the Xiao Yao you left by Zhuang Zhou. The original intention was merely to pass down the Taoist teachings to those destined to inherit them. But regrettably, no one has emerged in Shaoying Zhou for decades. You appear quite young. Have you mastered all 3 techniques from Jieshe? In response to the Dao Ren's inquiry, Wen Chaosheng felt somewhat embarrassed and replied apologetically, "I have learned the Bu Lao Quan." These 11 words nearly choked Beihai Dao Ren on the spot. "You learned the Bu Lao Quan and managed to come to Shaoying Zhou?" Wen Chaosheng nodded, "Yes, a friend taught me, and after practicing for a few days, I arrived here." Upon hearing this, Beihai Dao Run regarded him with a peculiar expression. He beckoned Wen Chaosheng closer and gently tapped his forehead. The next moment, his voice was filled with astonishment. "Interesting, you actually lack a Dan Hai. Merely practicing the Bu Lao Quan for a few days has led you to Shaoying Zhou. It seems you truly share a profound connection with our Taoist teachings." Wen Chaosheng gazed at the contemplative Beihai Taoist, suddenly recalling what Ma Huan had told him that night. Among the few individuals capable of healing a Shui's injuries was the very person before him. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart, prompting him to inquire, "Beihai Senior, I find myself troubled by a matter, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Beihai Taoist replied, "Speak." Wen Chaosheng continued, "If someone were to engage in battle with a Tianren realm cultivator and subsequently sustain severe injuries, leaving behind hidden wounds of Dao essence and causing a decline in their realm, how might one remedy such losses?" Upon hearing this, the Beihai Taoist stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "What? Please repeat that." When Chaosheng reiterated his question, after pondering for a moment, the Beihai Taoist shook his head. "Nonsense. The hidden wounds of Dao essence cannot be treated by any earthly medicine or stone. Only 3 methods are feasible. Firstly, one could seek another cultivator above the Tianren realm to perform a thorough cleansing of the dark wounds. However, this method would cause significant damage to the meridians and acupoints, and even if no lasting effects remain, their martial realm would be unable to progress further for life. Secondly, your friend could endure the obstruction of the hidden wounds and forcibly break through the realm, cleaving through the clouds until reaching the Tianren realm. At that point, the hidden wounds would naturally dissipate, though such warriors capable of enduring the obstruction and forcibly breaking through to the Tianren realm are exceedingly rare. Thirdly, deep within the 10,000 snow mountains of the Western Shen Kingdom lies a golden lotus, born from the place where Methriel once sat in meditation. This golden lotus has the power to revive the dead. If you can find this golden lotus and have your friend consume it, it may also alleviate the wounds of Dao essence. Chapter 86. Reunion with Qi Yi. The Beihai Taoist shared with Wen Chaosheng the only 3 methods he knew for treating a Shui's injuries. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chaosheng deemed the first method unacceptable for a Shui, while the second appeared too perilous and reckless. It was not that he doubted a Shui's innate talent. Indeed, when she had recounted in a remarkably calm tone how 710 of her 720 acupoints had opened, he recognized her cultivation aptitude as among the most formidable in the world. Yet, talent is one thing and fortune is another. They cannot be compared. Regardless of a Shui's exceptional gifts, the likelihood of failure when forcibly breaking through remains substantial. Thus, the most mystical and abstract solution seemed to be utilizing the golden lotus to heal a Shui's injuries. However, before proceeding, Wen Chaosheng had another question for the Beihai Taoist. "Beihai Senior, you previously mentioned the golden lotus deep within the 10,000 snow mountains of the Western Qin Kingdom. Is this merely a rumor, or have you seen it with your own eyes?" The Beihai Taoist replied, "It is indeed a rumor, yet I have also seen it with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Wen Chaosheng's eyes brightened. "May I inquire, where is the golden lotus now?" The Beihai Taoist lazily waved his hand, advising, "I suggest you abandon this notion. That golden lotus is a transformation of Mithrida's relic, a spiritual entity of the world capable of traversing heaven and earth. It could appear anywhere within the 10,000 snow mountains. Unless you are fated, even catching a glimpse would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone capturing it. Wen Chaosheng's momentary excitement gradually faded into normalcy. Nevertheless, the Beihai Taoist pondered for a moment before adding, if one must insist, the Xiaoyao Yu itself suggests that if your friend can successfully cultivate the 3 extraordinary techniques I left atop the gesture, there may be a chance to mitigate the impacts of the hidden wounds left by the Tianren realm cultivator. Wen Chaosheng recalled that a Shui had indeed shared with him the secrets of the Fountain of Youth, admitting that it was through its power that she had managed to survive until now. He respectfully sought the Beihai Taoist guidance on the other 2 extraordinary techniques, but was met with refusal. One cannot overreach. The reason I initially extracted these 3 techniques from Xiaoyao Yu is that it is overly obscure for those not of the Tao sect. If you genuinely wish to save your friend, focus on mastering the Fountain of Youth. I shall then teach you the others. The Beihai Taoist, wishing to leave some legacy for the Tao sect, and seeing that Wen Chaosheng lacked the malevolent aura typical of wicked individuals, consented to guide him on the cultivation of the Fountain of Youth. Compared to a Shui's instruction, the Beihai Taoist emphasized more on how to harness one's emotions and empty the mind. He stated that the principles of the Tao are natural. 1,000 individuals cultivating the Fountain of Youth may yield 1,000 different effects. Do not constantly dwell on what others have achieved, but rather immerse yourself in your own experiences to reap rewards. After about an hour had passed, Wen Chaosheng suddenly felt an inexplicable force drawing him in. Everything before him began to blur. He attempted to ask the Beihai Taoist a question, but he could neither hear his own voice nor discern the other's response. Thus, his consciousness plunged into chaos, and when he awoke once more, it was already the following morning. After a night of recuperation, a Shui's body had recovered significantly. In the early morning, she stood in the sunlit courtyard, exhaling white mist. As usual, Wen Chaosheng went out to buy breakfast, and, upon returning, a Shui remarked, "Shouldn't we go find Qi? We've delayed long enough." Wen Chaosheng cast her a sidelong glance, responding, "Finding Qi means drinking. Are you certain you can handle it in your current state?" A Shui replied, setting aside the drinking aspect, "Don't you need Qi as assistance to deal with Qiu Ziheng?" Mentioning Qiu Ziheng, Wen Chaosheng nodded. Having the support of the 7 Kills Hall to deal with Qiu Ziheng would indeed be advantageous, saving us much trouble. After all, we know little about this person. A Shui, eager to proceed, asked, "When shall we depart?" Wen Chaosheng regarded her, hesitating for a moment before stating, "Let us go at noon. The sun is pleasant today, and after some time outside, it will be warmer." The matter of Qiu Ziheng indeed should not be delayed too long. Firstly, Wen Chaosheng had other tasks to attend to, and with everything piling up, he might find himself overwhelmed. Secondly, Qiu Ziheng posed a potential threat to Cheng Feng. Upon arriving at the 7 Kills Hall once more, Qi's gaze towards Wen Chaosheng was not merely one of scrutiny, but also mingled with fear. The usually tumultuous and noisy hall fell silent when a Shui's figure appeared behind Wen Chaosheng. Qi felt a phantom ache at the chin, where his beard had yet to fully grow. Wen Chaosheng smiled at Qi and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your warm invitation, Qi. Today, I have brought a friend to enjoy some wine." Upon hearing this, Qi, still lingering in the terrifying memories of days past, regained his composure and promptly summoned attendants to accommodate the two and prepare food and drink. This time, they did not dine in the inner hall, but were instead taken to a secluded room. After days of recovery, a Shui finally indulged in the fine wine she had longed for. Had it not been for Wen Chaosheng's intervention, she would have embraced the entire jar. After coaxing her to eat a few bites of food to settle her stomach, she fell into a leisurely state, sipping her drink without further interjection. Wen Chaosheng did not beat around the bush with Qi Yi, but directly broached the subject regarding Qiu Ziheng. The latter, no longer pretending, acknowledged the situation. On one hand, Wen Chaosheng had proven his connection with Chen Xiong, and, on the other, a Shui, a formidable presence, made it apparent that their relationship with Wen Chaosheng was not superficial. Thus, Qi dared not treat Wen Chaosheng as an ordinary county citizen any longer. Chapter 87. Half a jar of wine in the modest room. Various exquisite decorations exuding cultural charm were arranged around them. Although Wen Chaosheng was ignorant of design, he could sense that this room was specifically prepared by Qi Yi to entertain esteemed guests. He and Shui were indeed Qi Ye's honored guests. Bringing them into this space for conversation marked a shift in Qi Ye's attitude. However, when the topic of Qiu Ziheng arose, Qi Ye's demeanor grew subtly complicated. Chaosheng Xiongdi, during your last visit to Qishatang, I had already informed you about Qiu Ziheng's predicament. If it were merely a matter concerning a certain individual with some financial power in Kuhai County, it would not pose a challenge. However, Qiu Ziheng is currently entangled in two significant troubles. The first is his connections in Guanghan City, where the judicial institutions are under direct interference from the royal city. Not to mention Qishatang, even the people within it might find themselves at odds with Chun Qiong, provoking a calamity that leaves everyone without a way out. The second issue pertains to the Yin Gang. Upon mentioning the Yin Gang, Seventh Master's expression involuntarily grew grave and solemn. And Wen Chaosheng could discern a trace of deep-seated resentment in his eyes. Clearly, the two factions are at odds, and there may be personal vendettas involved. The Yin Gang engaged in the official salt trade within Qi Kingdom? How then do they relate to Qiu Ziheng? Having spent some time in the county, Wen Chaosheng had gleaned knowledge from both observation and casual conversation regarding the larger factions within the locale. The Yin Gang is a vast commercial organization, not limited to Kuhai County, but spread across various regions of Qi Kingdom, engaging in private enterprise while simultaneously relying on the royal family's patronage. Due to the existence of the Yin Gang, the royal family of Qi Kingdom has enacted a constitution that strictly punishes any private salt trading, imposing hefty taxes on those seeking to apply for permission to trade in private salt, rendering the endeavor nearly unprofitable and ultimately allowing the royal family to monopolize this wealth source. Seventh Master personally poured a cup of wine for Wen Chaosheng, speaking earnestly, stating that no matter how formidable the Yin Gang may be, they would not dare to seize wealth from the royal family of Qi. However, the trade in official salt is a monopoly inherently fraught with enormous interests, leading the Yin Gang to grow increasingly powerful. The more people there are, the less there is to share, and the royal family is not easily swayed. Thus, if the Yin Gang seeks to profit, where else could they turn? Seventh Master did not articulate the matter too plainly, but Wen Chaosheng, being astute, had long been accustomed to such scenarios and quickly contemplated numerous underhanded methods the local gentry might employ to exploit the common folk. In essence, a symbiotic relationship had formed between the two parties. Wen Chaosheng remarked, "Therefore, Seventh Master, are you concerned that it would be difficult to intervene with Qiu Ziheng, whether from the royal family or the underworld?" Seventh Master bit into a piece of beef mixed with celery, producing a crisp sound. Chun Qiong cannot contend with the city guard Guanghan, and Qishatang cannot afford to turn against the Yin Gang. Young brother Chaosheng, if you genuinely wish to safeguard your friend Cheng Feng, it is not overly complicated. Simply provide some funds for Chun Qiong to act as an intermediary, and have Cheng Feng apologize in front of Qiu Ziheng, bowing a few times, and the matter will be settled. After all, it merely stems from a dispute involving a courtesan, and the parties are simply concerned about their reputations. Wen Chaosheng raised the wine that Seventh Master had offered, yet did not drink from it, instead asking, "Seventh Master, were you present during that farce?" Seventh Master did not evade the question. "I was present. Kuhai County is a small place, and there are few prominent figures. Qiu Ziheng invited me merely to lend him support, but in truth, his expression darkened slightly, swallowing the rest of his words along with a mouthful of wine. Wen Chaosheng seized the opportunity to continue. Yet in reality, Qiu Ziheng has never regarded you with any respect, nor has he taken Qishatang seriously. Has he, Seventh Master?" Seventh Master looked up at Wen Chaosheng with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the words he had swallowed would be voiced by Wen Chaosheng. Being seen through inevitably rendered the atmosphere awkward, but fortunately, there were no subordinates from Qishatang present. After a brief moment of discomfort, Seventh Master returned to his usual demeanor. He took a sip of wine, feeling the sharpness of it in his throat, and remarked, "It is an unpleasant truth, but it is as such." Wen Chaosheng smiled and drank from the wine he had held for a while. Seventh Master wished to act as a mediator. "And while I can comprehend your position, it is unfortunate that the Guqin player offended by Qiu Ziheng at the Yuanyang building is also my friend." Seventh Master paused in his actions, raising his gaze, his expression shifting slightly. "Si Xiaong?" Wen Chaosheng nodded gently, smiling. "Kuhai County is indeed small. The two individuals Qiu Ziheng inadvertently offended happen to be connected to me. As Seventh Master mentioned, Changfeng's incident is trivial, merely a matter of pride, which could be overlooked. But what about Xiaoong?" Seventh Master pondered whether Qiu Ziheng would spare Si Xiaoong. "I have heard that among the many nobles present that night, none defended Si Xiaohong in her dispute with the Yuanyang building. Surely, Seventh Master must recognize the gravity of this situation. Qiu Ziheng is deliberately creating a scenario to capture Xiaohong, having managed Qisha Tang to this extent, even if Seventh Master was oblivious. Wen Chaosheng's hint should make it clear. This issue cannot be ignored. It must be resolved." Facing the silent Seventh Master, Wen Chaosheng poured himself a glass of wine, not to drink, but to offer it to Seventh Master, stating, "Seventh Master, whether your intention is to mediate or to await a favorable offer, I understand. However, understanding does not equate to agreement. You may negotiate terms with me, but you cannot refuse my request. In this cup of wine are the lives of hundreds of Qisha Tang members. Whether to drink or not is your choice." Seventh Master gazed at the wine Wen Chaosheng presented, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He stiffly accepted the cup, noticing that it was only half full. The other half was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 88, The Night Banquet. Could Seventh Master abstain from drinking this cup? He could not. For when Wen Chaosheng extended the cup, Ashui, who had been sitting beside him, suddenly ceased drinking. She held her wine bowl, her gaze aligned precisely with the rim of the bowl. Yet, as Seventh Master felt Ashui's gaze upon him, he sensed that line could easily find its way to his throat should she release her hold on the bowl. With trembling hands, he finally accepted the wine cup from Wen Chaosheng, but before drinking, he asked in a low voice, "Did the corpses that County Magistrate Chun ordered you to transport truly belong to your doing?" Seventh Master was well acquainted with the state of Kuhai County. Aside from Ashui, an enigmatic woman, he could not fathom who else could have slain a master like Wu Jiao. Wen Chaosheng's fingers lightly tapped the table, saying, "Why rush to the root of the matter, Seventh Master? In due time, as we interact more, you will naturally come to know what you ought to know." The old man fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and downed the half-cup of wine, exhaling a breath of stale air. "In truth, when Chun Xiong instructed me to arrange for the transportation of the corpses, I already sensed that matters were taking a troubling turn. Having boarded your vessel, it is uncertain whether the hundreds of brothers of Qisha Tang will meet a good end." Ashui, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "How many in this underworld can truly end well? If you genuinely care for them, it would be better to provide them with some funds to allow them to exit the underworld directly. Wouldn't that be more beneficial?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Seventh Master's face. "My brothers have lofty aspirations. To think that a mere sum of money could entice them to withdraw from the underworld would be quite a challenge. Moreover, Qisha Tang's finances are currently quite strained." Now that the conversation had opened, Seventh Master no longer withheld his thoughts, recounting the persistent suppression they faced from the Yin Gang, and how, following Lu Jinshi's demise, the pressure had intensified, nearly severing Qisha Tang's financial lifeline. After hearing this, both Wen Chaosheng and Ashui realized that the former county magistrate of Kuhai County, Lu Jinshi, had some obscure conflicts with both the Yin Gang and Qiu Ziheng. Previously, the Yin Gang had approached Qiu Ziheng, leveraging their influence in Guanghan City to clandestinely exploit the citizens of Kuhai County, which incited resentment in Lu Jinshi, who had not benefited from this arrangement, prompting him to engage in some gray area maneuvers, secretly supporting Qisha Tang and asserting control over the lakes and rivers of Kuhai County. As the Qisha Tang expanded, coupled with Lu Jinshi's machinations, the itinerant merchants in Kuhai County were coerced into paying substantial taxes. The Salt Gang, therefore, found themselves compelled to traverse this path. resulting in a clash of interests. However, Lu Jinshi, being a cunning and shrewd individual, was not easily manipulated. He navigated the tensions between the three parties like a slippery fish, leaving both Qiu Ziheng and the Salt Gang at a loss regarding him and Qishatang. With Lu Jinshi's sudden demise, Qishatang found itself besieged on two fronts. Although not facing immediate military retribution, its financial stability teetered on the brink of collapse. It was evident that both the Salt Gang and Qiu Ziheng understood that attempting to dismantle Qishatang through brute force would be a formidable challenge. Unless the local garrison was mobilized, a task that only the county magistrate could command. Nevertheless, dismantling Qishatang through economic means was equally feasible. Even the most skilled masters require sustenance. Once Qishatang lost its financial resources, this vast entity, nurtured by Lu Jinshi, would inevitably crumble. Let's arrange a meeting. Wen Chaosheng suggested, I have numerous matters to attend to, and while I am not overly busy these days, I must first settle the issues concerning Qiu Ziheng. Immediately, Seventh Master dispatched someone to make arrangements. However, after half an hour, the messenger returned with the news that Qiu Ziheng was preoccupied with preparations for the banquet at the Yong'an building that evening and was unavailable to meet with Seventh Master, suggesting he reschedule. Upon receiving this news, Seventh Master's expression darkened with palpable intensity. Wen Chaosheng, standing nearby, added a sharp remark. Seventh Master was invited to the Yong'an building for the banquet, yet there was no word of it. Seventh Master's lips twitched, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Brother Chaosheng, your sarcasm is quite adept. However, this time, Qiu Ziheng has not extended an invitation to me. It seems he considers Qishatang to be nearing its end. Wen Chaosheng took a piece of beef from the plate and placed it into Seventh Master's bowl, smiling. Seventh Master, it's rather dull to keep eating only celery. Have some meat. Seventh Master gazed at the beef in his bowl, contemplating for a moment. As if he had made a certain resolution, his tone becoming much more resolute. Brother Chaosheng, what do you intend to do? Wen Chaosheng set down his chopsticks and replied, attend a banquet. Tonight, Qiu Ziheng will be present, as will Chun Xiong, and surely, the Salt Gang will also attend. Since they will all be there, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out individually. Let us settle our grievances in one fell swoop. Seventh Master nodded, aware that tonight's banquet at the Yong'an building would likely devolve into a battleground. Yet he felt he had no choice left. The longer this dragged on, the more likely Qishatang would be dragged down by the Salt Gang and the Qiu family. After Wen Chaosheng and a Shui departed, several stewards of Qishatang entered the room designated for receiving esteemed guests, only to find Seventh Master engrossed in chewing on the now-cold beef. He savored it for long, while before putting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. An elderly woman leaning on a cane called out to Seventh Master, but he silenced her with a gesture. Rising, he remarked, change is coming. As he stepped outside, he paused again, instructing, tell the cook to remember, next time when making celery stir-fried with beef, add more meat. Chapter 89. Let him eat. How many jars did you drink? On the way, Wen Chaosheng inquired of a Shui. A Shui pondered for a moment before shamelessly replying, I forgot. It should be 2 jars. Wen Chaosheng tilted his head, attempting to catch a Shui's gaze, but whether intentional or not. She adjusted her pace so that he could never see the windows to her soul. In other words, I still owe you 4 jars. Hearing this, a Shui halted, turning her face towards Wen Chaosheng. That was Seventh Master's treat. What does it have to do with you? You're still at 6 jars. If you try to play tricks, I will hit you. Wen Chaosheng chuckled at her serious demeanor. Your injury has just begun to heal. With this kind of drinking, you won't even need to fight. You might just re-injure yourself. A Shui sized him up, opened her mouth to ask something, but then changed her mind. Then let us just keep it on the books for now. After walking a bit further, a Shui suddenly remarked, this isn't the way back. Are you going to find Chang Feng? Wen Chaosheng replied, of course. Tonight's banquet is meant to settle grievances. This conflict originated with him, so it must also end with him. A Shui frowned. Is it going to be bloodshed tonight? Wen Chaosheng shook his head, his gaze drifting through the throngs of people toward the end of the street. There are too many people. Bloodshed would complicate matters. A Shui crossed her arms, stating coolly, those connected to the officialdom are the most troublesome. If you kill him, you'll invite significant trouble upon yourself. But if you don't, He will surely retaliate after tonight. Wen Chaosheng shook his head again, but did not respond to this concern. Shui shot him a glance and suddenly shifted the conversation. So, does she mean a lot to you? Wen Chaosheng snapped back to attention, instinctively thinking she referred to Cheng Feng, and nodded of course. Shui raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. I seem to recall someone saying that you were merely ordinary friends last time. Wen Chaosheng responded, ordinary friends can develop into something deeper. Shui withdrew her gaze and walked ahead. What a pity. The girl's affections aren't directed at you. The gifts she gives are meant for others. Wen Chaosheng paused, then laughed. I thought you were talking about Cheng Feng. Turns out you were referring to Xiao Hong. Shui, walking ahead, hesitated for a moment before asserting, I was indeed speaking of Cheng Feng. Wen Chaosheng quickened his pace to catch up with her. But you just clearly said girl. Shui's tone carried a hint of annoyance. I was drunk. It was a slip of the tongue. Wen Chaosheng called her out on her lie, without hesitation. But you just said you only drank 2 jars, which is not your capacity. Shui fell silent for a moment. Actually, I drank 4 jars. Wen Chaosheng questioned skeptically, 4 jars, and you're already drunk? Shui felt a bit flustered, her response vague. I haven't tea drunken days. It could be that my body hasn't tea fully adapted yet. Fortunately, this topic did not linger for long, as they soon arrived at Cheng Feng's door. Seeing Wen Chaosheng's focus shift to Cheng Feng, Shui quietly sighed in relief. Upon meeting Cheng Feng, Wen Chaosheng extended an invitation for him to join the banquet at the Yuanyang building that night. However, Cheng Feng flatly declined. I can't go. They didn't invite me. Moreover, after that last incident, I believe Qiu Ziheng must loathe me. He will be delighted to see me dead. So how could he allow me to appear at the banquet? Wen Chaosheng, seated in the courtyard, took a sip of tea and said to Cheng Feng, It is not him inviting you. It is I who is inviting you. Cheng Feng was taken aback, and before he could respond, Wen Chaosheng continued, Furthermore, if you do not attend tonight, and he chooses to make things difficult for Xiao Hong, who will come to her aid. Cheng Feng bowed his head, remaining silent for a long time before self-deprecatingly stating, I often hear people in the martial world say that a scholar is of no use at all. Previously, I dismissed their words as mere jealousy, never taking them to heart, but now I deeply realize my own ineptitude. After 10 years of hard study, I have filled my mind with futile knowledge, yet I cannot govern the country above or eradicate evil below. What could be more useless than this? Wen Chaosheng replied, Your words are misguided. Last time, when you recited poetry inebriated, were you not helping Xiao Hong avert disaster? Cheng Feng sighed, What good is that? It merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. If the soft approach fails, they can still resort to force. I am utterly powerless. Tonight, I fear that even risking my life would not suffice to assist her. Wen Chaosheng declared, But tonight, I can help you. Cheng Feng hesitated, then regarded Wen Chaosheng with a complex expression, shaking his head, Brother Chaosheng, I advise you not to act impulsively. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to help me deal with those troublemakers, but Qiu Ziheng is entirely different from them. Angering him will bring you great trouble. Wen Chaosheng appeared unfazed by the situation, his demeanor calm as he remarked, Before encountering you, I had already entangled myself in tremendous troubles, and I am quite certain that Qiu Ziheng's predicaments pale in comparison to mine. In the past, when you were bullied, you claimed to be powerless, accepting your fate, and I understood you. However, now that someone is willing to stand up for you, I do not comprehend why you hesitate, why you choose to remain a timid turtle. Cheng Feng bitterly smiled. I merely wish to avoid bringing trouble to my friends. Wen Chaosheng pointed at him, exclaiming, Your indecisiveness is truly unbearable. I find myself wanting to strike you. Will you go or not? Answer me. Seeing Wen Chaosheng's resolute determination, Cheng Feng reluctantly replied, All right, I will go. Wen Chaosheng stood up, grasped his shoulder, and said with a smile, At sunset this evening, I will await you at the entrance of Yuanyang Tower. We will not part ways until we meet. He then gestured toward a pile of decaying rat carcasses at the door. Cheng Feng had refrained from cleaning them up, knowing that even if he did, they would soon reappear. Bring 2 along. I have use for them. Cheng Feng looked at the entrance, perplexed. What does this Brother Chaosheng intend to do with these dead rats? Wen Chaosheng answered succinctly yet powerfully, to feed him. Chapter 90. The snowy night banquet. The banquet at Yuanyang Tower unfolded amidst flurries of delicate snow, with a gentle breeze that chimed like bells. This light snowfall arrived at an opportune moment, neither too cold nor overwhelming, adding a unique ambience to the brightly lit hall filled with guests. The revelry of the gathering contrasted with the solitude outside, further warming the atmosphere within. The attendees engaged in jovial conversation, their glasses clinking, many casting glances toward the Qintai, eagerly awaiting the performance of the sole musician in Kuhai County, Xiaohong. In a corner of the hall, a young man dressed in scholarly attire turned to his elder and inquired, "Uncle, is this banquet arranged by young Master Chiu specifically for the Qin player named Xiaohong?" His uncle gently stroked his beard and replied, "Naturally. Otherwise, who would we be? Our presence here, enjoying food and drink among such prominent figures, is largely thanks to that Qin player. When the revelry reaches its peak, accompany me to toast to everyone, and if certain dignitaries remember you, it could pave the way for your future." The young scholar hesitated for a moment, leaning closer and lowering his voice. "Uncle, though the Qin player's beauty is indeed delicate, she appears quite young and lacks remarkable attributes. If young Master Chiu desired companionship, surely there would be a line of beauties from the county eager to gain his favor. Why then invest so heavily in a courtesan?" The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, sipping his fine wine. "You are still too young to grasp the intricacies of this world. Value lies in rarity. Xiaohong, while not the most striking in Kuhai County or even within Yong'an Tower, is the only Qin player here. That alone elevates her worth beyond that of other courtesans." Upon hearing this, the young scholar pondered deeply. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, the portly Song Qinan personally attended to see Xiaohong's makeup, applying the finest rouge purchased from Yong'an Tower, and then silently led her to the backstage of the Qintai. As Xiaohong was about to part the curtain and take the stage, she felt Song Qinan-esque grip on her hand tighten. Turning to look at her, she could only see apologies and guilt reflected in her eyes. "I am sorry, my dear Xiaohong," Song Qinan said, her voice tinged with bitterness. Xiaohong turned around, gently caressing Song Qinan-es's hand, and replied cheerfully, "Mother, what are you saying? My life is a gift from you. If tonight, because of me, Yong'an Tower and all the elder sisters suffer, I would be the one burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Gratitude and reciprocity are the principles you have always taught me. Are they not? It is all right, mother." Song Qinan was kind to every girl in Yong'an Tower, thus she understood their true feelings well. If the likes of Qiu Zihong were to take an interest in Qing Qi or Hong Mei, she would not only be untroubled, but would also congratulate them, as their lifelong dream was to marry a wealthy merchant. But Xiaohong was different. She performed art without selling herself, naturally gifted in music, and perhaps with a few years of toil, could envision a brighter future. If someone like Qiu Zihong were to tarnish her, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Yet, Song Qinan was well aware of the repercussions of offending him. In the past, when Liu Jinshi and Qiu Zihong were at odds, she could discreetly offer bribes and, with Liu Jinshi's assistance, find a suitable footing. But now, she sought to enlist the help of the newly appointed county magistrate, Wen Chaosheng, only to learn that he too had been invited that evening. Upon hearing this news, Song Qinan realized that Qiu Zihong, having suffered greatly due to Liu Jinshi, had quickly secured Wen Chaosheng's favor upon his appointment. This time, nothing in Kuhai County could obstruct him. Xiaohong gently withdrew her hand from Song Qinan's grasp, understanding that Song Qinan genuinely cared for her. For this reason, she could not shy away tonight. She must go forth. Once on stage, all eyes were upon Xiaohong, and though she felt a twinge of nervousness, she had experienced such moments countless times before. Yet, each instance quickened her heartbeat. Wen Chaosheng had once told her that this was due to her social anxiety. However, as her fingers glided over the strings, the tension dissipated like a receding tide. Her youthful fingers danced with grace, filling the space with soothing melodies, and the guests seemed to soften under the spell of the music, their raucous toasting quieting considerably. Many eyes scrutinized her, roaming over her figure, the sharpest and most discerning gaze belonging to the drinking Qiu Zihong. Barely a quarter of an hour into her performance, a courtesan approached Qiu Zihong, accepting a piece of calligraphy from his hand, the strokes lively yet unremarkable. Young Master Qiu presents this to the Qin player Xiaohong, Big pearls and small pearls fall on a jade plate. The woman proclaimed loudly, and after reading it, she ascended the Qintai, gently placing the calligraphy beside Si Xiaohong as Qin. The latter's expression stiffened momentarily, but she managed a tight-lipped nod of thanks to Qiu Zihong. "Thank you for your generous gift, young Master Qiu." The phrase, drawn from Pipa Xing, was not originally a verse about the Guqin, yet Qiu Zihong, a pretender to scholarly pursuits, had only a smattering of knowledge. Nevertheless, even a casual quatrain might be drawn from the depths of inebriation. Despite this, a round of applause erupted from the audience. "Well said, truly well said," as expected of young Master Qiu, a man of vast knowledge. "If it were a simpleton like me, I wouldn't be able to produce a single word." Others chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Qiu possesses not only remarkable literary talent, but even his calligraphy is peerless. Big pearls and small pearls fall on a jade plate. Oh, how I wish I had it." Faced with such sycophantic praise, Qiu Zihong reveled in the attention, raising his glass in a toast. Although his expression feigned modesty, his eyes betrayed his pride. The atmosphere ignited, and the guests began to compete in their flattery, fearful that they might miss the opportunity to curry favor with him. Conversations flowed effusively, ranging from his meager talent to his uncle's position in Guanghan City, and culminating in grandiose speculations about his yet-to-come future. In an instant, the hall, illuminated by candlelight, was filled with a cacophony of praise and embellishment. A portly gentleman, his face flushed from drink, was surrounded by two young women, the gleam of his jade ring catching the light. He boisterously proclaimed, "Let me tell you, with the lineage and talent of young Master Qiu, one can only wonder which fortunate ladies will win his favor. To be in young Master Qiu's company is truly a stroke of luck." As his words faded, a chorus of laughter and agreement erupted from the crowd. Qiu Ziheng, beaming with satisfaction, cast his gaze upon the serene figure of Si Xiaohong, who sat quietly playing the qin, her expression tranquil and unresponsive. Gradually, Qiu Ziheng's patience wore thin. He raised his hand and produced a precious gift from his bosom. A maid rushed forward to accept the offering and announced loudly in the center of the hall, "Young Master Qiu presents a golden and jade-embroidered pouch to the qin player, Si Xiaohong." In Chapter 91, a confrontation begins. Qiu Ziheng had come prepared, sending Si Xiaohong a gift every 15 minutes, each more extravagant than the last. Before long, the gifts had piled high around her, dazzling the other young women present. Guests took turns toasting, and as Qiu Ziheng's offerings neared completion, a keen-eyed, burly man suddenly set down his wine cup and addressed Si Xiaohong, who remained focused on her music. "Xiaohong, I must say, the rewards young Master Qiu has showered upon you tonight, a common person would not earn in a decade. Playing the qin all night lacks excitement. Why not consider how to express your gratitude to young Master Qiu?" Si Xiaohong's fingers faltered, freezing mid-play, and the music abruptly ceased. In this tense atmosphere, Qiu Ziheng feigned drunkenness, waving his hand dismissively. What a trivial matter. Such affairs of romance should be based on mutual affection. There is no need to discuss it. Yet, despite his words, his gaze lingered on Si Xiaohong, particularly drawn to her lips, tinted a seductive red under the candlelight. Si Xiaohong, not blind to his scrutiny, recalled her sisters at the Yuanyang building and Mama Song. Taking a deep breath, she forced a stiff, insincere smile. "Young Master Qiu's kindness overwhelms me. I am but a qin player, unversed in worldly matters and unsure how to repay you. Henceforth, I shall follow young Master Qiu's wishes." Her words prompted a wave of laughter throughout the hall. Qiu Ziheng waved his hand, and the laughter quickly subsided. He raised his cup to his lips, taking a hearty drink while staring intently at Si Xiaohong. "Is that truly what you mean?" Just as she was about to respond, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tightly shut door of the hall was suddenly kicked open, the deafening crash accompanied by a gust of snowy wind. Snowflakes, landing within, melted only to be crushed beneath an intruder's feet. The crowd turned in astonishment to see an unfamiliar, gaunt young man accompanied by a man and a woman at the entrance. Snow clung to his shoulders as he surveyed the room and declared, "Who is Qiu Ziheng? Step forward and settle the accounts." Qiu Ziheng glanced and when Chaos Hen, unfamiliar with him. However, Upon noticing Cheng foam beside one, his brows furrowed in discontent, the drunken facade evaporating to reveal unmistakable disdain and loathing. How audacious! What wild dog dares to act so brazenly here? Do you not know whom you are addressing? Before Qiu Ziheng could speak further, guests began to rise in a frenzy, eager to protect their host, their agitation palpable as they prepared to confront Wen Chaosheng. With the presence of Chuan Xiong at the banquet, they surmised much. The likelihood that the newly appointed county magistrate was under Qiu Ziheng's influence was high. Should that be the case, Qiu Ziheng would solidify his position as the unquestioned ruler of Kuhai County. Now was the opportune moment for them to pledge their loyalty to this self-proclaimed sovereign. As tensions escalated, despite the lack of martial prowess among the guests, their collective fervor grew formidable, positioning themselves as if ready to devour Wen Chaosheng whole. Yet, faced with this fervor, Wen Chaosheng remained expressionless, standing his ground. As the crowd closed in, an elderly voice emerged from the snowy night, stating, "It is unjust to bully the outnumbered." The moment the voice was heard, a palpable aura of menace filled the hall. In the next instant, several armed figures of the Jianghu surged through the doorway, their mere presence forcing back the privileged assembly before Wen Chaosheng. As the tension mounted, the majority of those present felt a chill as they beheld the entrance of Qi Yi. "Do not act recklessly. You old fool. Master Chun is still here. Do you dare bring weapons into the Yuanyang building? Have you lost your mind?" Inside, some guests noticed Chuan Xiong drinking quietly, and their frayed nerves were somewhat soothed, casting angry glances at Qi Yi. At this moment, Qiu Ziheng, clutching a wine jug, rose unsteadily from his seat and staggered to the center, coolly addressing Qi Yi. "Old Qi, I do not recall inviting you to tonight's banquet." Qi Yi raised his gray brows. "The Yuanyang building is a place of pleasure. It is not your private establishment. Must I seek your permission to indulge here?" Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, observing Qi Yi, and suddenly laughed. "Old Qi, I realize you are regressing with age. I should not have shown you any mercy. Otherwise, you would not have the opportunity to prance before me like a grasshopper." "Mercy?" Ji is scoffed. "How laughable. If you had the slightest compassion towards the 7-kill hall, I would not be here today." Just after Lu Jingshi's departure, you hastily allied with the Salt Gang to sever the 7-kill hall's resources, leaving no escape for your brothers. As his words fell, Wen Chaosheng interjected, "There is no time for nostalgia. Ladies present, return to the courtyard. Deal with those troublesome individuals and throw them out." He turned to Qiu Ziheng. "I have accounts to settle with you. Let us resolve this swiftly." Qi Yi, upon hearing this, ceased his verbal sparring with Qiu Ziheng with a wave of his hand. Chaos erupted in the hall, screams blending with the shattering of porcelain. Soon, the air was filled with the howls of the injured. Witnessing the escalation, Qiu Ziheng stared wide-eyed, momentarily stunned, before turning to Chuan Xiong, shouting, "County Magistrate Chun, this is your territory. Will you not intervene?" In the midst of the turmoil, Chuan Xiong remained indifferent, as if blind to the chaos, quietly refilling his cup and, amidst the fray, raised a toast to Qiu Ziheng, drinking heartily under the shocked gaze of the latter. "A fine wine," he murmured to himself. In Chapter 92, amidst the fierce conflict unfolding within the Yuanyang building, Chuan Xiong, as the county magistrate of Kuhai, should have intervened. The Yuanyang building operated a legitimate business, catering to esteemed guests. Allowing a group of ruffians to wield knives within its confines would greatly tarnish his reputation. Yet, Chuan Xiong remained unmoved, offering no words of support, nor did he leave to summon the authorities to quell the disturbance. Instead, he sat quietly, coldly observing while indulging in his drink. As the ladies were hurriedly escorted away from the hall, Si Xiaohong, standing by the Qin platform, watched the melee unfold. Though no lives were lost, she understood the gravity of the situation. Biting her lip, she looked towards Wen Chaosheng and his companions, who signaled for her to leave, indicating that today's events were none of her concern. With a maturity beyond her years, despite the turmoil within her, she obediently turned and departed. This chaotic scene was beyond the capacity of a mere musician to resolve. The 7-kill hall did not harbor idlers. Although the individuals under the command of Qi Yi may not be exceptionally formidable, merely ranking among the 2nd and 3rd tiers, they execute their tasks with remarkable decisiveness. Under Qi Ye's orders, it wasn't long before the guests, who had been warmly invited by Qiu Ziheng, were thoroughly beaten and unceremoniously thrown out, resembling nothing more than battered swine, wailing in despair. Initially, some had attempted to issue threats, yet after being captured and subjected to another brutal beating, they swiftly fell silent. A few middle-aged men were ejected from the premises with bruised faces and missing teeth. These men, affiliated with the Salt Gang, possessed some strength and had practiced martial arts. But in terms of numbers and power, they were no match for the members of Qisha Hall. Their brief resistance was met with even harsher punishment. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the snow swirled chaotically. Once the last guest was politely escorted out, Wen Chaosheng turned and closed the door, sealing it tightly. The windows followed suit. Soon, only Wen Chaosheng and his two companions remained in the hall, alongside the solitary figure of Chun Xiong, who was drinking, and several elite members of Qisha Hall. Wen Chaosheng approached the restrained Qiu Ziheng, gazing at him calmly. Perhaps due to their personal animosity, Qiu Ziheng bore the marks of several brutal punches and kicks, his eyes swollen and blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Yet he remained defiant, glaring fiercely at Wen Chaosheng, and demanded, "Do you have any idea who you have offended?" Wen Chaosheng turned to Chung Feng, beckoning him over, and casually took a snakeskin bag from him, responding nonchalantly, "Who?" Qiu Ziheng summoned all his strength, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and declared, "Listen well, you brat. You have offended none other than Ku." As he spoke, he seemed to channel all his inner fury and humiliation into those words, intending to repay them tenfold. This intensity rendered his speech particularly frantic, his mouth gaping wide. At that moment, Wen Chaosheng retrieved an item from a snakeskin bag and precisely stuffed it into Qiu Ziheng's mouth, effectively choking him. Qiu Ziheng struggled to articulate his feelings. Before the stench could reach his nostrils, the horrifying sensation in his throat had already forewarned him of impending doom. Soon, a wave of putrid odor surged into every corner of his chest and abdomen, causing him to glare in fury, his stomach churning, yet unable to expel it due to his obstructed throat. In that instant, his world collapsed. "Delicious, isn't it? Chung Feng has been enjoying it for months. You should give it a try," Wen Chaosheng remarked, unimpressed by the revulsion, as he repeatedly shoved the frozen, decayed rat into Qiu Ziheng's throat until the latter began to roll his eyes back, his complexion turning ashen. Only then did Wen Chaosheng pull the rat from Qiu Ziheng's throat. No sooner had the rat been extracted than Qiu Ziheng was violently retching, unable to catch his breath. This gruesome spectacle elicited grimaces from those present. While there are numerous forms of punishment for criminals in Qi State, none were as repulsive as this. Qiu Ziheng retched for an extended period until he finally caught his breath. Wen Chaosheng then spoke, moreover, "To exploit your power and wealth to coerce a virtuous young woman into submission is rather shameless. Wouldn't you agree? In all these years, Kuhai County has been desolate. It is a rare occurrence to have a renowned musician emerge, and yet you have tarnished her. Do you feel no remorse?" Qiu Ziheng, saliva dripping from his mouth, glared at Wen Chaosheng, his neck veins bulging. "What does it matter to you? It is her honor to follow me. The money I offered her is something many in Kuhai County would never earn in a lifetime. Where are you anyway?" Wen Chaosheng furrowed his brow and replied, "But she does not wish to." He then turned to the self-drinking Chun Xiong and inquired, "Lord Chun, does such behavior constitute a crime?" Chun Xiong responded decisively, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng slowly turned his head in disbelief. After staring at Chun Xiong for a moment, he finally reacted with an enraged shout, "Chun Xiong, you scoundrel! Are you in league with him?" Chun Xiong, frowning slightly, set down his cup, speaking in a slightly tipsy tone. "To insult a court official and defy the law is a crime of greater severity. Once you settle your debts, he must accompany me back to the magistrate's office. I shall settle the accounts with him." Qiu Ziheng's eyes widened as he stared at the smirking Chun Xiong, his expression nearly splitting. Chun Xiong's eyes, hidden behind his cup, held a subtle amusement, as if to convey, "I have you in my grasp. What can you do about it? You dare not touch me. You are merely a petty county magistrate. Go ask around about the relationship between my uncle and the city guard in Guanghan City. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I assure you, you will regret it." In the face of Qiu Ziheng's brazen threats, Chun Xiong remained unfazed. Having spent considerable time with Wen Chaosheng, he understood the latter's meticulous nature, aware that such a significant event tonight would not leave him without a backup plan. In fact, he was curious to see how Wen Chaosheng would handle the threats from Guanghan City. Among those present, no one wished to kill Qiu Ziheng. Wen Chaosheng's purpose for confronting Qiu Ziheng tonight was twofold. First, to resolve personal grievances, and second, to bolster Qin Lao Qi's standing in Kuhai County, facilitating his future expansion. He had no genuine desire for Qiu Ziheng's life. With so many eyes watching tonight, the consequences of taking a life versus sparing it were fundamentally different. As long as Qiu Ziheng was alive, the news would not spread wildly. It would merely be seen as a personal vendetta in the Jianghu, a minor skirmish. The gentry of Kuhai County awaited Qiu Ziheng's reaction and counterattack. If word reached Guanghan City, it would be Qiu Ziheng himself turning to his uncle for assistance, a situation that Wen Chaosheng could still navigate. However, should Qiu Ziheng fail to exit the Yuanyang building alive, the matter would escalate. Once such explosive news spread and fermented, it would undoubtedly reach Guanghan City in various forms, placing immense pressure on both Qisha Hall and Chunqiao. Wen Chaosheng was prudent, always leaving a route for retreat, never cornering himself. Yet Qiu Ziheng's arrogance did not persist for long, as Wen Chaosheng had drawn a new hatchet from behind his waist. The gleaming blade, under the candlelight, was particularly captivating. He gestured towards Qiu Ziheng's hands and declared, if Cheng Feng had not encountered me, he would have already frozen to death in this snow. Your actions are utterly ruthless. You dismantle his home, send thugs to bully him daily, and violently extort money without leaving any room for survival. Qiu Ziheng appeared confident that his adversary would not dare to act against him, grinning as he said, Brat, no matter who you are, you must provide evidence when you speak. Without proof, do you think you can slander me with mere words? I would like to see what you plan to do today before his words could fully escape. Wen Chaosheng's blade had already struck down. Mirroring the day he dealt with thugs in Cheng Feng's yard, slicing cleanly through one of Qiu Ziheng's fingers. Qiu Ziheng let out a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig. Wen Chaosheng wiped the blood from the blade and remarked, I am also in the Jianghu. Do you think I'm a government official? You need evidence to deal with you? Let me clarify. This finger is just the beginning. If you misbehave again, every time I see you, I will chop off a finger, and once those are gone, I will move on to more sensitive areas. Do you understand? Qiu Ziheng could no longer maintain his bravado. He realized that this person before him was akin to a madman, and his threats had no effect. Throughout history, the bold have always feared the insane, and the insane have feared those who are willing to gamble their lives. In Qiu Ziheng's eyes, Wen Chaosheng's behavior represented a reckless individual willing to sacrifice his entire future for a moment of satisfaction. If he continued to tussle with such a person, he might truly meet his end. The excruciating pain radiating from his fingers filled him with a profound sense of dread. He had never been a reckless outlaw. His earlier bravado stemmed solely from the belief that no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Now, having tasted blood, he lowered his head faster than anyone else. Hero, please spare me. I have wronged you. I was blind to your greatness, he stammered, wincing in pain as he offered his apologies to Wen Chaosheng, who commanded him, go and bow to Brother Qingfeng. Qiu Ziheng's expression froze at this command. In the fleeting moment of his hesitation, Wen Chaosheng's cleaver descended once more, striking precisely between his fingers. The suddenness of it caused Qiu Ziheng to tremble, and he immediately crawled before Qingfeng, bowing 3 times. As his head bowed, the resentment and fury within his eyes were tightly restrained. He incessantly reminded himself that he would reclaim this humiliation 100-fold. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade. Hero, is that enough? I have realized my mistakes, he said, his face contorting into a smile uglier than tears after bowing to Qingfeng. Wen Chaosheng seized his hair and inquired, do you remember what I told you earlier? Qiu Ziheng clutched his bleeding finger and nodded fervently. I remember. I will surely reform. Wen Chaosheng met his gaze and, after a moment, smiled, good, you may leave now. Remember to be a good person. Qin Laoqi appeared somewhat apprehensive. He glanced at Wen Chaosheng and, once Qiu Ziheng had departed with his severed finger, he furrowed his brow and remarked, releasing a tiger back to the mountain may lead to endless troubles in the future. When Chaosheng strolled to the Qin platform, pushed aside the various offerings, and inspected the scroll at the bottom. Without looking back, he stated, "Qiu Zihong cannot be killed. At least not now. If we do not kill him, he can be dealt with alone. If we do kill him, news will spread like wildfire to Guanghan City, and that will bring trouble." After rolling up the scroll, he turned to the others in the room and declared, "Now, we are all in this together. We have no retreat. For our own sake, you must all commit wholeheartedly to the tasks I arrange. Of course, if any of you have better ideas, feel free to propose them for the collective benefit." He then addressed Qi Lao Qi, saying, "Qiu Zihong will not let this go easily. The current county magistrate of Kuhai County does not support him. He cannot take revenge or deal with the Qi Shitang. Therefore, he will seek assistance from his uncle Qiu Yuefeng to relay messages, either through a messenger or the Salt Gang's merchant convoy. Messengers, who receive half a bowl of government rice, should not be interfered with by people of the Jianghu, as it would leave hidden dangers. This matter will be managed by Chuan Xianling. As for the Salt Gang's merchant convoy, Liu Jin has already established connections for us. The magistrate merely needs to continue utilizing them. You, Qi Lao Qi, can continue to handle the collection of merchant taxes and take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Salt Gang's convoy. Should they resist, do not hesitate to strike them down. If necessary, blood may be shed." Upon hearing this, Qin Lao Qi cast a glance at Chuan Xiong, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Wen Chaosheng's directives. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "The Salt Gang is not a minor force, if we offend them too severely." Chuan Xiong interjected, "Though the Salt Gang is large, there are numerous factions within the world, and they cannot be entirely controlled. Members from different regions collude with local powers to engage in illicit dealings. Their reputation is already tarnished. Generally, everyone turns a blind eye as long as their core interests are not threatened. No one will step forward for a few merchants from peripheral regions. If they truly had the capability, they would not have paid such a price to ally with Qiu Zihong. In essence, they are merely small-time thugs hiding behind a powerful figure. Even if there is someone truly calling the shots behind them, their influence is hardly formidable." When Chaosheng nodded, "That is the truth. Qi Lao Qi, we must distinguish priorities. At present, offending the Salt Gang is minor. Allowing news to reach Guanghan City is significant." Qin Lao Qi sighed, his brow furrowed in concern, "But ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. How long can we conceal this?" When Chaosheng replied, "The distance from Guanghan City to Kuhai County is merely 100 miles. With a swift horse, one can travel there and back in half a day. You two should proceed as I suggested. If this secret remains undisclosed within 3 to 5 days, it can be kept hidden indefinitely." He raised the note inscribed with the words Daju Xiao Zhu Luo Yupan and gazed at Qingfeng with a mischievous smile. "Additionally, if you uncover any letters sent by Qiu Zihong, remember to pass them to me. I have other uses for them." Chapter 94. Disposing of the corpse. In contrast to other guests who scurried away in disarray, the members of the Salt Gang seemed to possess a sense of loyalty. They did not immediately retreat in disgrace, but instead hid outside, waiting for Qiu Zihong to stumble out. Upon seeing him, they rushed forward to inquire about his condition. They were all in the same boat, and since Qiu Zihong was their benefactor, they relied on him for their livelihoods. Out of loyalty and reason, they could not abandon him now. Seeing a few others who had also suffered greatly waiting for him outside, Qiu Zihong's grim countenance improved slightly. Yet the pain in his fingers showed no signs of abating. Were he to master the blood realm, severed limbs could be reattached swiftly, as long as they were not the head or torso. However, Qiu Zihong, having lived a life of luxury and indulgence, devoted his time to cockfighting or seeking pleasure in brothels, leaving him no opportunity for cultivation. Given the medical skills available in the county, the severed finger could not be reattached. The thought of being separated from a finger that had accompanied him for many years overwhelmed Qiu Zihong with sorrow. And through gritted teeth, he vowed, "The shame of this night shall be repaid 1,000-fold. I must show these Jianghu scoundrels who the true authority in this county is." Under the cold moonlight and amidst the swirling snow, a few members of the Salt Gang escorted the disheveled Qiu Zihong back to his residence, their hearts slightly eased, knowing that those who invaded the Yuanyang building tonight had not killed him. Given the relationship between Qiu Zihong's uncle and the city guard of Guanghan, if blood had truly been shed, it could have led to unforeseen chaos. Meanwhile, at the Yuanyang building, the cleanup began. Chu and Xiong did not share anything with Qin Laoqi, but cast him a meaningful glance before departing. On the way back, a Shu suddenly remarked, "You no longer resemble the refugee from the dilapidated temple." When Chaosheng inquired, "What was I like back then?" A Shu pondered for a moment. "You were timid. When I asked you to help me investigate a case, you nearly lost your wits in fear. Yet you also had great courage that snowy night. When the snow reached your knees, I did not expect you to dare accompany me or wield a sword." When Chaosheng corrected her, it was a saber. A Shu looked at him disdainfully. "You've barely practiced for a few days and already start nitpicking words." When Chaosheng replied, "I am concerned you might genuinely forget, especially since you once called Chengfeng a lady." A Shu retorted, "I was merely drunk." When Chaosheng gazed at her earnestly and said, "Then you should drink less. For instance, how about reducing the 6 jars I owe you to 3? A Shu clenched her fists and replied seriously, "Are you looking for a beating?" When Chaosheng chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic, deftly avoiding her threatening gaze. What was once in the past has now transformed into the present. Truth be told, you're the last person qualified to criticize me. I entered this realm because of you. Now that I have no retreat, if I continue to cower as I once did, I would be doomed. The people of Wangchuan will not spare me. Luchuan will not spare me. And Shuanxiong will not spare me. Even the snow falling from the sky could claim my life. When one finds oneself in different circumstances, one must inevitably make different choices. A Shu tilted her head, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, lost in thought, as if she had returned to a certain moment in the past. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Do you still remember your original intent?" When Chaosheng shook his head, "I hold great admiration for those who steadfastly maintain their original intentions. Such individuals exhibit a stubbornness akin to that of pebbles submerged beneath the currents of time, polished by the flow of water over countless millennia, yet remaining unchanged in form. However, for me, the notion of an original intention does not exist." A Shui inquired, "Why?" Wen Chaosheng responded, "Because I live solely in the present moment." Upon returning to their dwelling, a Shui prepared water for foot soaking, while Wen Chaosheng continued to practice his calligraphy on the bluestone slab, illuminated by the radiant moonlight of the night. After a while, he set aside his brush to practice swordsmanship, perhaps spurred by Shui's earlier words that had instilled a sense of guilt within her. Today, while assisting Wen Chaosheng in recalling certain memories, she refrained from exploiting his meager finances. After freshening up, she retired to her room to rest, while Wen Chaosheng persisted with his calligraphy in the snow until the snowfall intensified. At that moment, a tall, dark figure materialized outside his courtyard. With a cough, he pushed the door open and entered. It was none other than Bai Lang from the Qi Sha Tang. "Brother Chaosheng, how shall we handle Wu Jio's corpse tonight?" Wen Chaosheng sheathed his sword and replied, "Move it out through the south gate and dispose of it at the dilapidated temple a mile away." Bai Lang proceeded to bag Wu Jio's body and inquired, "Will it be discovered if we throw it there?" Wen Chaosheng smiled without replying and waved him off. Go on, go on." Seeing this, Bai Lang did not dare to question further and dragged the body away. After his departure, Wen Chaosheng also sheathed his sword, returned to his room, and sat by the hearth, placing his somewhat cold hands over the basin of embers, seeking warmth from the dwindling heat. A Shui, seated cross-legged on the bed, asked, "Are you so certain that the body tossed into the dilapidated temple will not be discovered?" Wen Chaosheng shook his head. "I cannot be certain. The Bailong Wei do not often venture outside Kuhai County. This place is far too remote for those who serve significant figures in the palace. Upon reflection, it merely pertains to your matters with Lu Jinshi. Initially, I thought they must be seeking you, as the man you killed that night indicated their intentions. However, I now find myself uncertain. For you have been in the city for quite a while, yet they have not made a single move. Their prolonged absence from the city suggests they may be facing some resistance, or perhaps they are planning something, wary of alerting others. But if they cannot operate within the county nor outside of it, there would be no need to involve them. If they're incapable of discovering such an obvious body, their abilities are woefully inadequate. They might even end up harming themselves." Chapter 95. Surveillance in a secluded courtyard within the county, beneath a massive sheepskin umbrella. Lu Chuan and his companions quietly enjoyed a hot pot. The bubbling red oil churned within the pot as Lao Yang prepared the sauce and personally delivered it to Lu Chuan. with fragrant sesame oil, chopped green onions, crushed garlic, and fish mint. They substituted salt for the elusive oyster oil found in Kuhai County. Lu Chuan stirred with his chopsticks, tasting the tip and finding the aroma immediately enveloping his palate. Qian Lu set aside his Xiantai long blade and sat beside Lu Chuan, picking up a piece of fresh beef tripe and immersing it in the boiling red oil. He became entranced by the bubbling oil, unknowingly transforming into a wooden figure. Lu Chuan tapped Qian Lu's chopsticks with his own and remarked, "Focus on eating. What you lost and thought about. Snap back to reality." Qian Lu placed the overcooked tripe in his mouth and chewed slowly before saying, "I was contemplating how to handle Chun Xiong. Are you not concerned, Mr. Lu? If matters regarding the adult were to leak, it could lead to dire consequences." In the royal city, the esteemed figure they referred to had 1,000 retainers, all possessing unique talents. Lu Chuan was among them. Aside from his own cleverness, the influence of the Lu family played a crucial role. Though he possessed little cultivation, he had formed connections with various factions in the martial world, which served him well. Consequently, many of the clandestine affairs in the royal city were managed by him. Qian Lu was a skilled assassin whom Lu Chuan had recruited from the depths of the Wang Chuan. His loyalty to Lu Chuan stemmed not just from the adult-esque directives, but also from his gratitude for Lu Chuan's kindness. In response to Qian Lu's remarks, Lu Chuan set down his chopsticks and stated, "Tomorrow, we shall seek out more individuals in Wang Chuan." Qian Lu's gaze sharpened. "Are we preparing for a second raid?" Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Such endeavors lose their charm upon repetition. The opposition will inevitably be on guard, and based on previous circumstances, that woman appears to be in commendable condition. Attempting to eliminate them directly would create too much commotion. My intention in seeking your assistance is to keep a watchful eye on them, including Chun Xiong, Wen Chaosheng, and the various rogues in Kuhai County. The focus remains on Chun Xiong. Qian Lu furrowed his brow and asked why. Lu Chuan smiled subtly. "I suspect Chun Xiong is deceiving me. He must have genuinely found some clues regarding that matter from Lu Jinshi. But Lu Jinshi is no fool. Even if he had contingencies, he would not place them all upon himself or his abode. The real leads must be well concealed, and Chun Xiong himself has likely not uncovered them." Recalling his prior encounter with Chun Xiong, Qian Lu could detect no signs of deceit, only the overwhelming aura that suggested everything was under Chun Xiong's control. "Mr. Lu, are you so certain?" "From my observation, Chun Xiong does not appear to be lying. And regarding Su Yiji's note," Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks again and began to cook fresh-cut beef. "The matter of Su Yiji is trivial. In the royal city, at the long-gone pavilion, life and death hinge upon a single word from the adult. Moreover, after that incident, Su Yiji has been under house arrest. Consider the fierce presence Chun Xiong exhibited earlier. Since the cards are on the table, there were only 3 individuals present in the garden. By revealing the most perilous secret, wouldn't he that wield greater intimidation? Yet he did not. Instead, he merely presented Su Yiji as a negligible threat, leaving the rest for us to speculate. Based on years of experience, I am nearly convinced he is attempting to deceive us." At this point, Qian Lu's voice took on a menacing tone. "If that is the case, now would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chun Xiong." As he rose, Lu Chuan swiftly tapped the edge of the pot with his chopsticks. "Hey, why the rush? Sit down." Qian Lu was indeed anxious. "Mr. Lu, opportunities are fleeting. We must act swiftly." Lu Chuan sighed and continued. "Merely targeting Chun Xiong is no longer effective. Previously, I had tasked Chun Xiong with eliminating Wen Chaosheng. He lingered around Wen Chaosheng's residence for 2 to 3 days, only to ultimately post a notice claiming it was a misunderstanding. Did you not sense something amiss here?" Under Lu Chuan's hint, Qian Lu quickly grasped the implication, his eyes widening. "Chun Xiong has entangled himself with Wen Chaosheng?" Lu Chuan stirred the cooked beef in the dipping sauce and replied calmly, "It is likely not so simple. The more I contemplate that Wen Chaosheng, the more I sense he is extraordinary. Perhaps Chun Xiong's involvement is more profound than anticipated, especially since he is linked to that woman of immense value. The situation is fraught with complications. Acting directly would only alert the others. Unless we can eliminate all 3 parties simultaneously, any action taken could lead to disaster." "Is there a better solution than direct confrontation?" Qian Lu inquired. Lu Chuan savored a piece of beef saturated with fragrant oil. "We must observe their movements and, before they act, locate the evidence left by Lu Jinshe that could threaten the adult. At the Chiu residence, Chiu Ziheng returned home and hastily bandaged his wounds. Gazing at the blood seeping through the bandages, the excruciating pain in his fingers only intensified. Diverting his gaze, he caught sight of the already cold, severed finger by the candlelight on the table, and an inferno of rage ignited within him, as if he wished to incinerate everything in his sight. In this world, it is often the case that the more one contemplates, the more elusive the truth becomes. He had lived in Kuhai County for so many years, always bullying others, never once having been bullied himself. The infamous Kishatang, a den of underworld vermin, was on the verge of being crushed by him, yet tonight it had the audacity to sever one of his fingers. And then there was Chuanxiong. Chuanxiong was the most despicable of all. Everything that transpired tonight could have been prevented, yet he chose to remain a detached observer. As Qiu Ziheng seethed with anger, he reflected on Chuanxiong's unusual demeanor from earlier that night, and his pupils slightly constricted. Indeed, without Chuanxiong's instigation, how would the scoundrels of Kishatang dare to brazenly invade Yong'an with swords drawn? Was it possible that all of this was orchestrated by Chuanxiong from behind the scenes? The fury in Qiu Ziheng's eyes gradually began to clear, for he knew that on the surface, he could not openly confront a county magistrate. To exact revenge on Chuanxiong and those who had disrupted his plans tonight, he had to start with his second uncle. Only his second uncle had the power to exert pressure on Chuanxiong. With this thought, he wasted no time in resting. He immediately summoned the servants of his household, procured paper and ink, and brought the oil lamp closer, beginning to compose a letter. As he gazed at the furious, silent screams etched onto the paper, a chilling and ruthless smile surfaced on Qiu Ziheng's face. He mused that perhaps fortune was still on his side. Earlier in Yong'an, the blade from Wen Chaosheng had severed his left thumb rather than his right. Had it been his right thumb, he would have had to seek someone to write for him, and the greatest inconvenience of that would have been the difficulty of proving his own identity. Chuanxiong and Kishatang await my reckoning. Chapter 96. The youth in the snow as the sun rose. The snow and wind diminished slightly. While Wen Chaosheng was chopping firewood, Luziming inquired about his recent practice of calligraphy. Wen Chaosheng looked at him in surprise and asked, "How does Mr. Lu know I am practicing calligraphy?" Luziming pointed to the second floor and replied with a smile, "You can see from upstairs." He continued, "What has sparked your interest in calligraphy all of a sudden?" Wen Chaosheng, unwilling to divulge the trivial matters of the martial world to Luziming, a man who had retreated from it to avoid trouble, replied, "I have always enjoyed practicing it. However, I lack the means to do so for a time. Now that I have a place to stay and food to eat, I have picked up this small interest once more." Luziming nodded. Practicing calligraphy is beneficial. It cultivates one's character. The more you practice, the more will aid you in your cultivation in the future. Wen Chaosheng, recalling the difficulties he faced in his calligraphy, sought advice from Luziming, who responded, "I cannot assist you with calligraphy. My own handwriting is rather ordinary. Perhaps in the future, you may find some masters of calligraphy to consult. They could help you." As he concluded, he changed the subject, saying, "Chaosheng, I recently brewed some new tea. Once it cools, you may give it a try." At the mention of tea, Wen Chaosheng's eyes lit up, recalling a previous experience, and he hurriedly thanked Luziming. Luziming waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Tea is enjoyed by thousands, yet few can truly savor the flavor they desire. I am like this, and perhaps you are too." After pouring the water, he proceeded to take his usual stroll. Once Wen Chaosheng finished chopping firewood and wiped the sweat from his brow, he made his way to the stone table beneath the loquat tree, poured himself a cup of cool tea, and gazed at the liquid for a while before tilting his head back to drink. As the tea entered his stomach, it transformed into coldness within him. Wen Chaosheng shivered, feeling a chill throughout his body, though his skin burned with heat. The loquat tree beside him swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. Wen Chaosheng felt a haze envelop him, and, absent-mindedly, he took a step back. When he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of ice and snow. He looked around in horror, realizing he was unknowingly amidst boundless snow and wind. The distant mountains appeared vague, and a fleeting glance revealed that the misty snow obscured everything, covering all. Where was this place? Wen Chaosheng did not know. Battling against the wind and snow, he trudged forward, gradually spotting a set of footprints on the ground. The footprints were small. He followed the tracks, becoming a heavy snowman, his entire body stiff and nearly immobile. At last, deep within the storm, another silhouette emerged. It was a tree, a loquat tree standing resolutely amidst the snowstorm. It neither bloomed nor bore fruit, nor did it wither. Standing alone and steadfast in the snow, like a sword, like a peak, eternal. Beneath the tree stood a youth, gazing upward at its branches and leaves. He was as sharp as the tree and as cold as the storm. I do not understand. The youth furrowed his brow, glancing at Wen Chaosheng. The youthful lines of his face bore a resemblance to Luziming. It seemed he was conversing with Wen Chaosheng while also inquiring of another. Do you understand? Wen Chaosheng instinctively replied. Understand what? The youth scoffed coldly. You do not understand swords at all. None of you do. No wonder the sword pavilion has been defeated by Xuan Yuan for the past 150 years. It is not that the sword pavilion is inadequate. It is that you are inadequate. Wen Chaosheng was taken aback. In the youth's eyes, he saw a glimmer of madness, an invincibility that was unparalleled. The light emanating from those eyes was sharper by countless times than the sword that had once pierced through the depths of the sea and fire. While Wen Chaosheng remained silent, the youth had already retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged beneath the loquat tree, allowing the snowstorm to bury him. Thus, he too became a snowman. Yet, although the heavy snow concealed his form, it could not silence his voice. I will understand. When I leave this place, I shall be the greatest in the world. I will reclaim all that the sword pavilion lost 150 years ago. Wen Chaosheng yearned to approach the youth, but as he took a step forward, he felt a sharp pain on his skin. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the swirling snow had transformed into a myriad of swords. He was alarmed. He had never witnessed such a scene. The snow and swords intertwined, swirling in a breathtaking display, becoming an unseen spectacle in the human realm. I have told you. You do not understand swords. The youth spoke once more. When the snow atop this peak has transformed into swords, then come to see. Bring the two Shan by along. Let us see if he can sever this snowstorm. As the youth's words fell, Wen Chaosheng found himself pierced by countless snow swords. When the wind blew, he returned to Luziming's courtyard. Wen Chaosheng fell into deep contemplation. It seemed this was a glimpse of Luziming's past. In his youth, he too had faced problems akin to those Wen Chaosheng now encountered. Indeed, he was far stronger than the current Wen Chaosheng, not even on the same tier of cultivation. However, the youth also struggled to stabilize his sword intent. The vast array of snow swords that Wen Chaosheng had witnessed still bore flaws. His inability to evade did not imply that stronger individuals could not evade them. Hence, the youth remained in solitude beneath the tree, awaiting the snow atop the peak to transform into swords. So, Luziming had once faced similar dilemmas. How had he resolved them? Wen Chaosheng pondered for a long time. Snowflakes, accumulating on his shoulders, jolted back to reality by the cold. He shook himself, exhaling a breath. Enough, I shall return. Now that he held significant influence within Qishitang, he could utilize the means of the seventh master to ease the lives of Zhang Lihu and Mi Yi. Meanwhile, the door to Kuzihang's residence was suddenly knocked upon. After the servant opened the door and recognized the visitors, a look of astonishment flickered across his sharp features. Chapter 97. The capture, perhaps it was due to Kuzihang's usual demeanor that the servants in his household were exceptionally arrogant. However, upon opening the door, the servant's impatience quickly transformed into shock, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, and his speech became timid. What brings the officials to Chiyo's residence this early in the morning? The individuals at the door were 6 officers clad in official garb, their weapons still bearing a hint of frost. The leading officer gazed past the servant and into the depths of Kuzihang's residence, stating coolly, "Have your master come out. The county magistrate wishes to speak with him." Upon hearing this, the servant's expression froze, and, just as he was about to respond, the officer drew his long knife, pressing it against the servant's neck. "Do not waste our time. The brothers ventured out early today, having not yet partaken of breakfast." The house servant felt the chill at his neck, his body stiffening. In previous times, he would have boldly shouted, "The officials are handling a case." Yet they cannot casually place a blade against the neck of the common folk. However, today he dare not, for these officials were unlike those of yore. Their weapons bore a genuine aura of lethality, signifying that they had taken lives. This servant was acutely aware that the underlings left by Lu Jinshi lacked the courage to kill. His assessment was astute. The officials before him were not the remnants of Lu Jinshi, but rather the personal guards brought forth by Qiong from his own family. Their hands had tasted blood, and they had slain men, though they had grown accustomed to arrogance as the servants of Qiu Ziheng. This did not imply that they were genuinely willing to act recklessly. Feeling the cold edge of the blade graze his neck, the servant lost all courage and hurriedly turned to inform Qiu Ziheng. Soon, Qiu Ziheng arrived at the entrance, guided by the servant. He had changed his bandage on his left hand, and the once vivid crimson stains were now absent, leaving only a pale layer reminiscent of a solemn tribute. Master Qiu, the officials seek to question you. Please accompany us, one of the officials stated coldly. Faced with these frigid-faced underlings, Qiu Ziheng exhibited no sign of panic, calmly replying, "Question me? I do not recall committing any offense." The official shot him a glance, replying, "Whether you have committed an offense or not is irrelevant to the authorities apprehending you." Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with icy disdain. "Relying on a modicum of power to act as you please? Ignoring the law, do you wish to lose your position?" The leading official regarded him momentarily, stepped closer, and whispered in his ear, "Whatever grievances you harbor, you may elaborate to the authorities later. We are merely executing orders. Do not delay us from our morning tea." His words were earnest, yet Qiu Ziheng offered him no semblance of respect. "If I refuse to go, what will you do?" The official raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to find out?" Feeling emboldened by the letter he had dispatched, Qiu Ziheng provocatively challenged, "What can you do?" The head official, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation or softness. With a swift motion, he struck Qiu Ziheng's neck with the hilt of his sword, causing Qiu to roll his eyes back and collapse onto the ground. After he fainted, the head official promptly sheathed his blade and turned to his subordinates, instructing, quickly, "Escort him to the prison. The tofu pudding from the Peng family is limited daily. If we delay, we may miss out. I will go and buy it for the brothers. One serving each, no excuses." After a brief discussion, he hurried off, while the remaining officials followed Qiong's orders and confined Qiu Ziheng in the dungeon. This dungeon was a private prison crafted by Lu Jinshi within the county office, intended for handling unsavory tasks. The faint flicker of candlelight rendered the dungeon exceptionally deep and tranquil. The soundproofing was indeed commendable. Once the trapdoor was shut, nearly no sound could penetrate. Qiong entered the dungeon alone, carrying a small stool, and sat outside Qiu Ziheng's iron cage, sipping tea while patiently awaiting his awakening. The official had not struck with excessive force, so Qiong did not wait long before Qiu Ziheng opened his eyes. At first, he appeared dazed, but he quickly regained his senses, rising from the ground with anger directed towards Qiong. "Qiong," he spat through gritted teeth, his face contorted with rage. Qiong, crossing his legs, leisurely took a sip of tea and remarked, "Awake? I had intended to have a thorough discussion with you, but after careful consideration last night, I have decided against it. You do not deserve it." Hearing those three profoundly insulting words from Qiu Ziheng stepped forward, gripping the iron bars tightly, glaring at him. "Qiu, do you know what you are doing? Do you truly believe that Kuhai County is solely under your dominion, that everything is at your command?" Qiu retorted, "What else could it be?" Qiu Ziheng's voice turned frigid. "If you were even slightly wise, you would inquire outside and discover the relationship between my uncle and the city guards in Guanghan City. Do you understand the consequences of provoking me?" Qiu took a delicate sip of tea. "I believe I am wise enough. I have no intention of negotiating with you, lest I eventually be led to ruin by your folly." He regarded Qiu Ziheng quietly, continuing, "I came here merely to see you and to inform you that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will be spending the next 1 to 3 months here. I will ensure that water and food are delivered to you regularly so that you do not perish." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng exhibited no fear. Rather, he coldly laughed. "Qiong, the gravest mistake you have made is opposing me. Even if you reject my goodwill, as long as you remain prudent in the county, you could sit securely as county magistrate, yet you choose a path leading to your own demise. To be frank, I dispatched a letter last night, entrusted to someone to deliver to my uncle in Guanghan City. Before long, someone will come seeking me, and should they fail to find me, The repercussions will be yours to bear. Chuanxiong held his teacup steady as a rock. I will also be frank with you. Your letter will never reach your uncle. In the dungeon, Qiu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his expression, but he quickly masked it with a forced smile, replying, "The methods of intercepting letters employed by the county magistrate are truly despicable. However, I have many friends in the county, numerous business partners. If they do not see me, the news will surely spread like wildfire." Chuanxiong nodded. "Indeed, that would ordinarily be troublesome. Yet, I have investigated you thoroughly. You possess no genuine business partners, only fair-weather friends. The only entity with whom you have a vested interest is the Salt Gang. Dealing with the Salt Gang is not difficult." Chapter 98. A finger's grasp. Chuanxiong was uncertain whether the words he had spoken could entirely prevent the rumors from reaching Qiu Ziheng's uncle. However, the more he spoke, the more trepidation filled his heart. For during their conversation, Qiu Ziheng seemed to be the target of Chuanxiong's intentions. He racked his brain, utterly unable to recall any grievance he had with Chuanxiong. Over the years in Kuhai County, Qiu Ziheng had indeed committed several homicides and harbored unsavory stains upon his reputation. Yet the individuals he had harmed were all common folk without connections and left no trace of evidence. It was inconceivable that Chuanxiong would seek him out due to these individuals. Observing the confident demeanor of the man outside the cage, Qiu Ziheng's initially sharp retorts softened slightly as he stated, "County Magistrate Chun, you are newly arrived. I once invited you to a banquet, which you declined. Since that incident, I have not offended you in any manner. Last night, I again extended an invitation to you to the Yuanyang Tower, personally covering the costs. I truly cannot comprehend how I have wronged you to warrant such hostility." Chuanxiong smiled. "You have not offended me, nor do I harbor any animosity towards you. My targeting of you is merely due to your unfortunate entanglement with two individuals in the county whom you cannot afford to offend." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng's tone lifted. Incredulity tinged with disdain. "There are individuals in this county whom I cannot offend?" Chuanxiong replied, "Cheng Feng and Si Xiaohong." Qiu Ziheng laughed in astonishment. "One is a penniless wretch orphaned of parents, and the other a musician?" Chuanxiong nodded. "Indeed. Both are acquainted with a common acquaintance of mine." Qiu Ziheng furrowed his brow. "Who?" Chuanxiong lowered his head to sip his tea. "The one who severed your finger." Qiu Ziheng inquired, "And who might that be?" Chuanxiong elaborated, "Once a vagrant. I have no fondness for him, but now I have no choice." Qiu Ziheng, bewildered, asked why. Chuanxiong sighed, rising and brushing off imaginary dust from his clothing. "Because I am afraid. My life now rests in his hands." The atmosphere was thick with unease as Chuanxiong, feeling disheartened, prepared to depart, disregarding Qiu Ziheng's loud calls and pleas. Upon reaching the doorway, Chuanxiong turned back and solemnly stated, "This person is truly formidable. Those eyes seem capable of piercing into one's very soul. Even if my life is not in his hands, I have no desire to provoke him. To offend such a man is to invite misfortune." Outside the county, delicate snowflakes danced through the air. A Bai-Long-Wei soldier carried the lifeless body of Wu Jiu to a mountaintop near Xingwangshan. After careful examination, Zhu Baiyu confirmed the identity of the corpse and remarked, "Wu Jiu held considerable renown in the Jianghu, with countless lives claimed by his hand. To find him slain here in Kuhai County must imply he encountered that fearsome individual." Shao Qi, dressed in a manner befitting the spring, wore a sheer garment that accentuated his petite yet graceful figure. As the snow fell around him, he approached Zhu Baiyu, crouched beside Wu Jiu's corpse, and asserted, "It was not her doing, boss." Zhu Baiyu took a sip of his drink. "What do you mean?" Shao Qi pointed to a specific wound on Wu Jiu's body and explained, "This is not a fatal injury. That woman wields a blade with astonishing speed, capable of striking down even a Tianren realm warrior with a single blow. If she had truly intended to kill Wu Jiu, one stroke would suffice. This wound is not her doing, and Wu Jiu did not perish from it." As he spoke, Shao Qi produced a small knife and swiftly stripped Wu Jiu of his clothing, leaving him exposed in the snow. Oddly, this wound could hardly be deemed fatal for a man of Wu Jiu's caliber, yet there were no other injuries present. Shao Qi's expression was one of bewilderment, mirrored by the furrowed brows of the surrounding Bai-Long-Wei soldiers. At that moment, Xiao Qi recalled something and lifted Wu Jiao's stiff neck, scrutinizing his nostrils and ears. Then pride opened his mouth to examine further. Finally, he gasped in astonishment. Internal injuries. What terrifying internal force could possibly kill a Tongyu realm warrior without marring the exterior? Is it conceivable? Absolutely not. In the small Kuhai County, how could there be a Tianren realm powerhouse? Observing Xiao Qi's shock, Zhu Baiyu also crouched down for a closer look, his fingers lightly brushing the corpse's cheek before resting on its forehead. Not a Tianren, but what could this be? His pupils constricted, his expression reflecting a surprise greater than that of encountering a Tianren realm martial artist. Xiao Qi glanced at Zhu Baiyu, his voice barely above a whisper. Boss? What do you mean? Zhu Baiyu's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Below the Tianren realm, one finger's naya. 30 years ago, there was a top assassin from the Fengzi banner in Wangchuan, named Meng Pe. She was exceedingly mysterious, seldom revealing herself except to kill. Her internal skill reached the realm of transformation, and she gained a fearsome reputation in the Jianghu, having claimed the lives of many esteemed martial artists. Once, a Jianghu hero named Nie Qingyuan gathered 7 renowned Tongyu realm warriors, armed with 7 legendary weapons, to hunt down Meng Pe for revenge, only to be annihilated by her single Naiha finger at Bin Wangchuan. Those who witnessed it were left terrified, fleeing in fear, and the news sent shockwaves throughout the Jianghu. That finger became known as Naiha. None below the Tianren could withstand it. Originally, General Long Buf had issued a secret order for me to personally capture her, but unexpectedly, Meng Pe vanished 30 years ago, and the Jianghu has since lost trace of her. Yet today, I find her in Kuhai County. Chapter 99, The Invitation. In response to Zhu Baiyu's account, Xiao Qi wore a skeptical expression and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Boss, I am not trying to elevate her reputation, but Meng Pe's fearsome name precedes her. It seems no warrior below the Tianren realm could withstand even a single strike from her. If we were to encounter her. Zhu Baiyu shot him a glance. What do you mean? Xiao Qi, feeling uneasy under his gaze, chuckled awkwardly. Nothing serious, boss. You know, I absolutely believe in your abilities. Zhu Baiyu scoffed. Your salary for this month is forfeited. Xiao Qi's complexion paled, and he hurriedly protested. No, boss. I'm part of the Moonlight Clan, and I barely have anything left from last month's pay. If you deduct my salary for a month, it would be tantamount to taking my life. Let us just keep a record of it. I'll make amends later, all right? Zhu Baiyu snorted in response, then took another sip of his drink, saying, Does General Long not know how difficult this person is to deal with? Meng Pe once assassinated General Long in the northern border military camp due to courtly power struggles. That battle was swift yet noisy, although General Long blocked her Naiha finger. The residual force killed 16 soldiers nearby. This assassination was the only time Meng Pe ever failed, and as a result, General Long gained a deeper understanding of her. Furthermore, you know General Long's capabilities. He once secretly taught me how to counter the Naiha finger after demonstrating it to me. Unfortunately, after I learned, Meng Pe vanished from the Jianghu, never to be seen again. I never imagined she would be hiding in this place. At that moment, a robust figure clad in white, 11, spoke in a deep voice. I know Wangchuan is also searching for Meng Pe. They are rushing to the county town in large numbers. Could it be that their interest in Lu Jinshi is not the primary reason, but rather they have found clues about Meng Pe? Zhu Baiyu pondered for a moment, then replied, It is not without possibility, but I personally lean towards the former. By the way, have there been any updates from Guanghan City? 11 bowed, slightly, and reported. Xiao Wu inquired with the city guard Qiyun, and the case has been concluded, ruled as a suicide. As for other matters, there is currently no news. Zhu Baiyu rubbed his thumb against his brow and sighed. Lu Jinshi is affiliated with the Ping Shan Wang, while the lord behind Qiyun is not on good terms with him, but rather closer to Bai Longwei. If something were uncovered from Lu Jinshi, he would not be able to conceal it. It seems everything related to Lu Jinshi has been cleaned up. This complicates matters. Xiao Qi interjected, his delicate features reflecting deep thought, not necessarily boss. In my view, the fact that Ping Shan Wang sought out Lu Jinshi at least proves he is more complex than he appears. Now that Lu Jinshi is dead with no witnesses, we cannot question him, but there is still a chance to negotiate with Chunqiang. Besides, regardless of whether Wu Jiu fell at Meng Po's hands. The sword wound indicates a complicated situation. Perhaps I should disguise myself and investigate the county town. He added with a grin, even if I make amends. If you do not penalize my salary, how do you feel about that, boss? Zhu Baiyu hesitated for a moment, expressing concern. Perhaps you should take 11 with you for mutual support. Xiao Qi waved his hand dismissively. No need. The more people there are, the larger the target. Boss, rest assured, I will handle my tasks without causing unnecessary trouble. Zhu Baiyu remained silent for a while, then nodded. Very well. Go and assess the situation. Coincidentally, Lu Jinshi's matter is nearing its conclusion, and Wang Chuan has withdrawn a significant portion of our people. The collusion within the palace is indeed a troublesome affair. Xiao Qi accepted the order, exchanged knowing glances with the others around Zhu Baiyu, and then, amid their incredulous expressions, turned and descended the mountain. By noon, the delicate snow had ceased, and the long silent sun re-emerged in full splendor. Wen Chaosheng and a Shui had quarreled for quite some time, but eventually reached a compromise. A Shui would not harm Wen Chaosheng, and in return, he would venture out to buy her alcohol. Once again, it would be the wine from Guan Jinyang's family. Wen Chaosheng dared not buy anything too strong for a Shui, so he settled for 3 jars of peach blossom brew, carrying them in a net bag. As he departed, a graceful woman in a pale yellow dress followed closely behind him. Together, they navigated through the crowd, and as they crossed the gallery bridge, a breeze infused with sunlight tousled Wen Chaosheng's hair. He paused on the bridge, suddenly turning to face the beautiful woman beside him, who was also carrying 3 jars of wine, and earnestly remarked, I thought the people from Wangchuan would not be so bold. In broad daylight, under the expansive sky, you approach me without any pretense, do you? The petite woman in an elegant pale yellow dress smiled slightly, her melodious voice akin to a gentle spring breeze. Refreshing and invigorating. You are quite the vigilant one, but you are mistaken. I am not an assassin. Wen Chaosheng scrutinized the woman before him, suddenly intrigued, and inquired, How should I address you? The woman replied, Just call me Xiao Qi. Wen Chaosheng stated, My name is Wen Chaosheng. Xiao Qi, I am aware. Wen Chaosheng expressed mild surprise. You have investigated me? Xiao Qi candidly replied, Actually, it was not primarily about you. You were merely incidental. Wen Chaosheng understood. This individual had originally intended to investigate a Shui. Why not approach her directly? Xiao Qi was quite adept at conversation. She stood beside Wen Chaosheng, one tall and one short, resembling a pair of youthful lovers enjoying the river breeze under the radiant sun. Am I insane? If she wields her blade so swiftly, should I provoke her? Before I could utter a word, she might already have severed my throat. Who would seek justice for me? Wen Chaosheng glanced at her and inquired once more, Are you truly not from Wangchuan? Xiao Qi spoke earnestly, I am not. Wen Chaosheng nodded, I suspected as much. Xiao Qi paused, then laughed. So you presume I am affiliated with them? Wen Chaosheng replied calmly, By long way. A gust of wind swept across the river, whisking away the lightness from Xiao Qi's face and the smile from her lips. Her expression became markedly serious as she scrutinized Wen Chaosheng. Yet she could glean no information from his stoic demeanor. Is it because I am dressed in white? Wen Chaosheng met her gaze and smiled. There are many who don white in Kuhai County. One cannot presume that everyone in white belongs to Bai Longwei. It is merely that you arrived right after the body of Wu Jiu was discarded, which led me to surmise your affiliation. Xiao Qi's eyes flickered, a mixture of shock and surprise. You deliberately disposed of Wu Jiu's body? Wen Chaosheng replied, That was not a body but an invitation. Xiao Qi's expression sharpened. An invitation? To whom? Wen Chaosheng. An invitation for you and for those behind you to enter the game. Chapter 100. A breeze on the gallery bridge on this day. The river breeze was not cold. As it flowed onto the gallery bridge, it felt like the gentle caress of a lover before spring. The sun, which had been obscured by snow and wind for too long, finally emerged, its rays fervently warming those beneath it. Yet the young woman in the pale yellow dress, standing before Wen Chaosheng, felt an inexplicable chill on her back. He was sweating, cold sweat. The primary distinction of Bai Longwei from other Jianghu organizations lies in their service to the powerful figures in the palace, conducting official business. Hence, they can charge expenses back to their superiors, ensuring they lack neither resources nor influence. Thus, the experienced Xiao Qi swiftly pinpointed the whereabouts of Wen Chaosheng and a Shui. However, having learned from the missteps of the past, she was reluctant to directly approach a Shui and instead sought out Wen Chaosheng, who was close to her. The information she had gathered indicated that Wen Chaosheng was an unremarkable Jianghu individual devoid of any martial prowess. The absence of cultivation implied no threat to Wen Chaosheng's life. Initially, Xiao Qi approached Wen Chaosheng with the confidence of a cat confronting a mouse, bolstered by her own considerable skills. Yet, after exchanging just a few casual words, she sensed something was amiss. Before she could voice her concerns, Wen Chaosheng interjected, "We do not know each other. I am not well known in the county. You are not allies with those from Wangchuan. So how did you find me? Is it through the local snake or Chun Xiong?" Xiao Qi gazed at the composed Wen Chaosheng and felt an unexplainable pressure. It had been a long time since she felt such tension while conversing with someone. Having served under Zhu Baiyu for so long, Xiao Qi, though not the most powerful, possessed sufficient acumen. Under Wen Chaosheng's sharp inquiries, she did not remain passive, but quickly seized on the key points from his questions. A thought occurred to her, and she countered, "Are you well acquainted with Chun Xiong?" Wen Chaosheng fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qi's eyes, which mirrored the rippling river within, and suddenly laughed, his smile revealing a hint of disdain born from insight. Such a smile unsettled Xiao Qi, igniting an inexplicable anger within her. She pondered that as a distinguished expert in the Longyin realm, she deserved respect wherever she roamed in Jianghu. Even if Wen Chaosheng looked down upon her, there should be a rationale or a prestigious lineage to justify it, or, at the very least, a more formidable level of cultivation. Yet he possessed neither. It was akin to a well-dressed individual being mocked by a mountain monkey. Is my question amusing? Unlike Shi Wu, Xiao Qi was not so reckless. Moreover, the gallery bridge was bustling with people, though displeased both in tone and spirit. She refrained from resorting to violence. After Wen Chaosheng ceased laughing, he remarked, "Honestly, it is somewhat amusing." Xiao Qi regarded him with a glint of sharpness in her gaze. "What is the source of the humor?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "You, unlike the last fool who sought us at the dilapidated temple, are more astute. That individual startled me at first, believing himself formidable, speaking so arrogantly, but ended up cleaved in two, a rather ignominious demise. However, you too lack intelligence. You approached me without asking what you ought to, while divulging what you should not have." Xiao Qi, looking at this younger individual who appeared less seasoned than herself, curled her lips in a cold smile. "How contrived. Your trickery is far too cliched. I had already witnessed such antics a decade ago while navigating the Jianghu." When Chaosheng, still smiling, retorted, "Do you think I am attempting to deceive you?" Xiao Qi shot him a frosty glance. "Am I mistaken?" Wen Chaosheng extended his hand, forming a 3 with his fingers, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice. "Listen well, Xiao Qi. I will state 3 things. First, although you are dressed as a woman, possessing a beauty that surpasses most, you are indeed a man. Second, you are acquainted with the woman who resides with me. Third, your purpose in seeking me and her is not your primary aim. Your true target is Lu Jinshi." Upon delivering these revelations, Xiao Qi stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon Wen Chaosheng, her eyes transforming from coldness to an indescribable shock, soon giving rise to fear. Unbeknownst to her, her body had tensed to its utmost, blue veins appearing on her pale neck. There is no need for such astonishment. These 3 pieces of information were divulged by you yourself. Xiao Qi's pupils dilated, and after a prolonged moment, she gradually regained her composure. She released her clenched fists, only to realize her body felt oddly weakened. Rapidly, she rifled through their previous conversation in her mind, and clarity emerged in her gaze. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I can rationalize the first 2 statements, but I certainly never mentioned the third." When Chaosheng assured her, "You did." Observing the almost vacant expression in Xiao Qi's eyes, he grinned. "In fact, that inquiry was my ruse. I had known from the outset that you contacted me through the local snake of Kuhai County, the 7 Kills Hall, and my question about Chun Xiong was merely to confirm my suspicions. It appears I was correct. Bai Longwei would not venture into such a desolate place without reason. And your concern for Chun Xiong undoubtedly stems from Lu Jinshi. Xiao Qi attempted to argue, but when Chaosheng raised a finger, his words sending a chill down her spine. Do you wish to know why I am so certain? Quite simply, the reason you could extract information about me from the 7 Kills Hall is due to my prior authorization. If I had not permitted it, they would not have dared to speak. Before noon, the third update before 2 in the morning. Chapter 101. Mengpo appears when Chaosheng was not boasting. Currently, within the realm of Qisha Tang, only the high-ranking individuals comprehend the gravity of their situation. They are acutely aware that their fates are firmly clasped in the hands of Wen Chaosheng. Had it not been for the exorbitant stakes at play, they would not dare to utter a word of dissent. As for Chun Xiong, his predicament is even more precarious than that of Qisha Tang. The pot of tea he offered to Lu Chuan was one that left no avenue for retreat. From that moment onward, he became an unequivocal puppet of Wen Chaosheng, for he could not outmaneuver Lu Chuan. Chun Xiong understood that he was merely a pawn in the game between Wen Chaosheng and Lu Chuan. Wen Chaosheng had bestowed upon him a fictitious worth. Thus, Lu Chuan dared not act against him. To continue his existence, he required Wen Chaosheng's support. This truth was clear to him, and even more so to Wen Chaosheng, who was thus assured that Chun Xiong would not dare to utter a single word against him. When Wen Chaosheng finally spoke his last words, Xiao Qi felt his thoughts swept away by a torrent. His mind rendered blank, as he had long forgotten that Wen Chaosheng was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. The overwhelming sense of pressure left him gasping for breath. Do not be so tense. It is merely a matter of being seen through, not a matter of being pierced. Wen Chaosheng attempted to reassure him, though the comfort was of little help. Sweat trickled down Xiao Qi's temples, coalescing into a stream. He realized that the man before him was no easier to contend with than the woman who had emerged from Fengchen. What is your purpose in seeking out the Bai Lone Way? Wen Chaosheng cast a sidelong glance at him. You wish to know? Xiao Qi replied candidly, indeed. Wen Chaosheng nodded and said, coincidentally, I too have matters to inquire of you. Let us converse as we walk. In a modest courtyard to the west of the county, an elderly man clad in deep brown garments tended to the fire pit, addressing the little girl drawing in the yard. Xiao Yang, in a few days, I shall seek a teacher for you, one who will specifically instruct you in writing. How's that sound? The little girl looked up in surprise. Is that truly possible, Grandpa? Upon seeing the elderly man's cheerful nod, she hesitated and added, but will the teacher be very strict? Just the day before, when she visited Biqing Yuan to play with Zhang Fugui, he had told her that their teacher was quite fierce. Those who failed to complete their homework would be punished by having their palms struck. Zhang Fugui's arms bore the marks of such punishment. Ma Huan paused in silence before reassuring her. Do not worry, Xiao Yang. I will find you a kind teacher. The little girl beamed with joy. Thank you, Grandpa Ma. After a moment, feeling a bit shy, she scratched her head and asked, Grandpa, may I have a little money? Ma Huan said nothing but reached into his sleeve, producing 3 strings of copper coins, which he handed to her, inquiring, what do you need money for? The little girl carefully and earnestly accepted the coins, responding, well, last time, Zhang Fugui invited me to Sangala for a meal, and you taught me not to easily owe others a favor. Today, he has invited me to play, so I would like to treat him. She pouted slightly. However, Sangala is too expensive for me, so I will invite him to another instead. Ma Huan's expression softened with affection as he gently ruffled her hair. You are quite thoughtful, but do not wander too far. Remember to return home before dark. The little girl nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm off now, Grandpa Ma. As she left, Ma Huan waved lightly, and a middle-aged woman in the opposite courtyard, who had been watering her small vegetable garden, paused her work, wiped the sweat from her brow, approached the entrance, and bowed to Ma Huan before hastily following the direction of the departing little girl. After a while of sipping tea alone in the courtyard, a plainly dressed middle-aged man arrived at the entrance, standing outside and addressing Ma Huan. Old Ma, a grave matter has arisen. The 6 lords of the Lin Ziqi seek to invite you to the county for a discussion. Ma Huan's gaze flickered as he poured tea, seeming to glean some understanding, yet he remained silent. After drinking the hot tea, he asked what significant matter could compel them to congregate. If it pertains to the bounty of 100,000 gold, I shall not attend. I am too old, lacking the spirit, and too timid to undertake such great affairs. The visitor replied nonchalantly, it is not a bounty. It concerns an old acquaintance of yours, Olma. Ma Huan paused, surprised an old acquaintance. The man nodded, gesturing for him to follow. This matter is of great importance. It cannot proceed without your presence, old Ma. Please, let us discuss it together. Seeing the insistence in the man's demeanor, Ma Huan feigned hesitation before ultimately rising to accompany him through the fresh snow towards a grand vessel on Mianhu. The ship was 3 stories high, and within it were 25 individuals. Apart from Ma Huan, all present were prominent assassins affiliated with Lin Ziqi, individuals of considerable renown in both the martial world and the realm of the Forgotten River. Their assembly signified the gravity of the situation. Upon Ma Huan's arrival, the group saluted him, their cold gazes betraying a hint of reverence. Unlike the newly minted assassins, these individuals held Ma Huan in particularly high esteem. Over the years, Ma Huan had intentionally concealed his presence in the realm of the Forgotten River, refraining from accepting bounties, which led many newcomers to be unaware of the notorious reputation he had built step by step. In truth, those who had operated within the Forgotten River for over a decade understood the arduous journey required to ascend to the Feng Ziqi. In other words, none of the 12 living kings of the Feng Ziqi achieved their current status by mere luck. Let us dispense with the formalities. You summoned me here for what purpose? Ma Huan settled onto the ground, his back slightly hunched. A captivating female assassin clad in a purple dress spoke, her voice resonating with gravity. Old Ma, do you recall the Mingpa who vanished from the Forgotten River for 30 years? Ma Huan's expression shifted slightly at her words. You mean the female assassin nodded. Yes. Ma Huan chuckled softly. You must be mistaken. After 30 years of absence, she must have perished. How could you have suddenly found her? An elderly assassin beside her rasped. This is confirmed beyond doubt. On the night of Wu Jiu's demise, someone witnessed Naiheji. Besides her, the only one capable of such feats would be that general. They informed me that not just one assassin witnessed the Naiheji that night, so it cannot be mistaken. Upon receiving this revelation, Ma Huan was plunged into silence. Su Yixian had countless methods to resolve the disputes of that night, yet she deliberately employed the Naiheji and allowed the onlookers to escape. He understood her intentions better than anyone else present. This was Su Yixian's answer to him. Ma Huan silently exhaled. As long as Su Yixian was willing to assist him, he could seize this opportunity to extricate himself and subsequently deal with the assassins aware of Xiao Yang's existence, allowing her to finally lead a normal life. When she departed, she had caused internal turmoil, leading to the intervention of the 10 halls and the elimination of many individuals, nearly costing me my life in the chaos. I have borne this grudge for 30 years, never forgetting. Now, my days are numbered, yet she has suddenly reappeared. It seems fate desires me to fulfill this long-held wish. The purple-clad female assassin exchanged glances with a few others, hesitating slightly before saying, Old Ma, Mengpo is not an ordinary rogue. Her notorious reputation precedes her. If we were to confront her, would we not find ourselves in a precarious position? Unlike the typical assassins, she had entered this line of work to fund her brother's medical needs. She valued her life dearly. In response to her suggestion, Ma Huan replied coolly, You may report this matter to the 10 halls and await their decision, but I must settle my affairs with her. We are all assassins of the Feng Ziqi. She has taken many lives, and so have I. The grievances of 30 years past are ripe for reckoning. Ma Huan, resolute and unwavering, insisted that the other party had not emerged from the Jianghu for 30 years due to severe injuries sustained from the attack on Long Bufei 3 decades prior. After preparing meticulously for several days, he set out to confront Meng Po. Witnessing his determination, the assassins present could not dissuade him, allowing him to proceed. The internal strife within the Feng Ziqi had spiraled beyond their control, and the assassins recognized the disparity in strength. None were eager to court death. Moreover, with the limited spots within the Feng Ziqi, the demise of either Ma Huan or Meng Po represented a rare opportunity for all. Only the female assassin clad in purple agreed to Ma Huan's request, promising that if he fell in the conflict, she would inter his body beneath an unnamed snow pine outside the county. Within the county, outside Chonglu Street, a boy dressed in luxurious garments made from mink sat alongside a girl garbed simply yet neatly, her face resembling that of a porcelain doll. perched on a stout branch of a withered willow. Occasionally, kind-hearted passers-by would urge them to descend to avoid injury, but the duo merely made faces at the pedestrians, choosing to ignore their concerns. One held a skewer of tonghalu, the boy devouring them with great speed, while the girl exhibited more decorum, first nibbling away the sugar coating before savoring the hawthorn within. The next time you visit, I shall treat you to tonghalu until you are sick. Zhang Fugui discarded the bamboo skewer in his hand, watching it plunge into a nearby ditch, swept away by the clear waters. He began to lick the syrup from his fingers, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the skewer of unfinished tonghalu in Xiaoyang's hand, yet he refrained from snatching it, merely casting a few glances. Xiaoyang seemed to sense his gaze and voluntarily offered the tonghalu to Zhang Fugui, who waved his hand dismissively. Enjoy yours. If I desire some, I can buy more. Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with clarity as she shook her head, her voice crisp. I can't eat anymore. Fugui, if you don't want it, shall I throw it away? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fugui hurriedly extended his chubby hand to accept the tonghalu offered by Xiaoyang. His arms bore the marks of past beatings with willow branches, some deep, some shallow. The deepest scar had torn his flesh, leaving a lasting mark. Observing his arm, Xiaoyang's eyes filled with sympathy as she asked, "Why is the teacher so harsh, striking without restraint? Do your parents not intervene?" Zhang Fugui paused, then glanced at his arm, shaking his head. "My father said, only under the rod does a filial son emerge. In truth, that day the teacher had merely struck him with a ruler. Though painful, it subsided after a while. However, his father believed the ruler was ineffective and had provided the teacher with a willow branch to use instead." Xiao Yong'an sped, recalling her grandfather's intention to find her a tutor to teach her letters, causing her small frame to tremble involuntarily. "Is he not afraid he might beat you to death?" Zhang Fugui scoffed, pointing at himself with his thumb, adopting an air of maturity. "I practice too. It is not so easy to die." After a brief pause, he glanced around nervously to confirm his father was not nearby, then took a tonghalu, mumbling indistinctly, "In truth, it cannot be blamed on the teacher. He did not intend to strike hard. But later, father said the willow branches do not break, so he withheld the teacher's salary for the month." Xiaoyang had never encountered such parents, momentarily holding her breath, her eyes wide with astonishment. And then, Zhang Fugui finished the last tonghalu, smirking. "Then I realized, the teacher possesses such strength." Xiaoyang was rendered speechless, merely casting another guilty glance at the scars on Zhang Fugui's arm, silently resolving not to have Grandpa Ma seek a tutor for her. Zhang Fugui claimed to have trained, but she had not. As her thoughts wandered, three peculiar figures approached, weary and oddly dressed: a bald man, a Taoist priest, and a portly merchant. The Taoist, holding a compass, shook it for a while, producing a clicking sound. The impatient merchant stroked his small mustache, saying, "Jia Dao Run, are you capable?" The Taoist replied earnestly, "My compass never errs. With the 36 celestial stars, my divinations are always accurate. The demoness who escaped from Xinghua is undoubtedly here." The merchant regarded him with skepticism. A 12-year-old girl, penniless and alone, could traverse thousands of miles to this remote place in Qi. At that moment, the silent bald man looked up, his gaze falling upon the two children of similar age in the tree, his eyes gleaming. They resemble her, so strikingly alike. The Taoist and the merchant also looked up at Xiaoyang, their eyes gleaming with malice, akin to three ravenous wolves. A single body with dual souls, born with demonic eyes, marked with calamity on their foreheads, terrifying to behold. Truly, it was a matter of fortuitous happenstance. The merchant could no longer contain himself. Pointing a finger, "Kill her. Let's return home." The Taoist, tucking away his compass, lifted his head, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "I've said before, my divination skills were acquired from the Tianji Lu. How could they be wrong?" Just as he was about to act, the monk intervened. No, we cannot kill her now. She is a born calamity, a disaster in the making. To kill her recklessly would unleash misfortune, destabilizing this realm and leaving the people to suffer. Look at this year's snow in Qi, fierce and relentless. It is undoubtedly the doing of this demoness. We must swiftly return her to the Futu sect for the master to decide. The two acknowledged the monk's reasoning, prompting the Taoist to reach out and grasp Xiao Yang, who was still in the tree, and with a scream, she was pulled into his embrace. Her heart raced with terror. She wished to scream, but could not produce a sound. Watching Xiao Yang's fearful eyes, Zhang Fugui recalled the Tonghulu she had offered him, leaping from the tree to block the three figures. "You have mistaken her. Release Xiao Yang at once." The Jie Daoren insisted. "There is no mistake." Zhang Fugui, growing frantic, retorted, "I told you you were mistaken. She has grown up in the county. How could she be the demoness you speak of?" The Jie Daoren exchanged glances with the monk, who spoke gravely. "Demonesses are adept at beguiling hearts. Those afflicted by this great calamity will inevitably encounter misfortune. Compassion is not an option." The Jie Daoren nodded, smiling. "I share your sentiments." With that, he approached Zhang Fugui. In Xiao Yang's horror-stricken gaze, the Jie Daoren raised his hand and struck Zhang Fugui's Tianling, shattering it. Zhang Fugui's 7 orifices bled, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his body collapsing like a rag doll devoid of life.